The Worlds of Fritz Leiber by Fritz Leiber. Copyright 1976 by Fritz Leiber. Narrated by Steve Grad.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Table of Contents. The Hatchery of Dreams, Side 1. The Goggles of Dr. Dragonet, Side 1. Far Reach to Cygnus, Side 1 and 2. Night Passage, Side 2 and 3. The Nice Girl with 5 Husbands, Side 3. When the Change Winds Blow, Side 3. 237 Talking Statues, etc., Side 3. The Improper Authorities, Side 3 and 4. Our Saucer Vacation, Side 4. Pipe Dream, Side 4. What's He Doing in There, Side 4 and 5. Friends and Enemies, Side 5. The Last Letter, Side 5. Endfray of the Ofay, Side 5 and 6. Cyclops, Side 6. Mysterious Doings in the Metropolitan Museum, Side 6. The Bait, Side 6. The Lotus Eaters, Side 6. Waif, Side 6 and 7. Myths My Great-Granddaughter Taught Me, Side 7. Catch That Zeppelin, Side 7 and 8. Last, Side 8. Introduction. I believe this collection represents me more completely, provides a fuller measure of the range of my fictional efforts than any other. I've tried to make it that way, without repeating stories from other collections, especially the ones currently in print. There's no overlap with those, whatever. Overlapping collections are an annoyance to readers and author alike. Rather to my surprise, it's a light-hearted collection. The terrors are there, but they're seasoned with humor, at least I hope so. Even the atomic dooms have escape clauses, and the lonely people generally find comfort. It's also a personal collection. I didn't expect to find so many first-person narratives. It's very much concerned with vision, whether into the future or the heights and depths of the mind. Dr. Hugo Dragonet, Stories 2 and 3, lives in Hollywood and invents things for the films, and there are peerings into and from the realms of insects, actors, cats, robots, and witches. We even take an Earthman for a ride in our flying saucer. Finally, from the first to the anti-penultimate story, there are girls. Forgive me that sweet sexist word, O liberated women. Growing younger all the way. The first 3 stories were written for Cecil Goldsmith, the lovely and brilliant editor of Fantastic in the 1960s. Night Passage I wrote only last year for Isaac Bonowitz and his charming wife Rusty, who plays a wicked game of chess. It grew from a night-long drive I made myself. The Nice Girl with 5 Husbands and When the Change Winds Blow skirt the edges of my Change War stories, while 237 Talking Statues, etc., explores my theatrical background and exemplifies my psychological tales. There's a lot of "my" in this preface. Our Saucer Vacation ought to be dedicated to Robert Heinlein, for it certainly owes a great deal to his matchless juvenile novels, even if I do reverse the formula. The next 4 stories after that one dip back into the 1950s. Greenwich Village, Martians, the Atomic Bomb, and robots played for comedy, not to say farce. The bomb story, Friends and Enemies, originally had a Christ character, but I realized I was taking myself too seriously and put in a girl instead, fresh out of high school, and it went better. Endfray of the Ofay was originally contemporaneous and set in Chicago's South Side, but it went better after I'd enthroned a black empress over America and put all the whites in Indian reservations. The Lotus Eaters and The Bait sample my cat stories and lifelong saga, 5 books so far, of the sword and sorcery characters Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser. The Girls return, getting very young indeed, in Waif and Myths My Great-Granddaughter Taught Me, while last year's Catch That Zeppelin was awarded the nebula to comfort my old age. Old people do have an advantage in such competitions if they can manage to function at all. Welcome to my worlds. The Hatchery of Dreams. Copyright 1961 by Ziff Davis Publishing Company. When Giles Wardwell woke up Saturday morning and Joan wasn't beside him in bed or anywhere in the house, and there was no message on the slate in the kitchen or any response when he banged on the door of her lab, and when a glance showed their blue car sitting on the drive, his first impulse was to report the matter to Cams at once. Grim old Mr. Copps himself had warned the whole Cam staff that all their lives and those of their loved ones were in slight but definite danger from America's enemies now that Copps, Arbuthnot, Mather, and Zim were doing public relations work for the Second Man Missiles Project. Mr. Zim, looking almost equally a dour Puritan father, despite his Turkish background, had filled them in with some excruciating first-hand details on Russian espionage methods. Just before they'd gone to sleep last night, Joan had asked Giles, "Do the Russians have hypnosis beams? I have the feeling someone's trying to get control of my mind." And he had replied in a joking way that made him sick to remember, "Only in science fiction magazines," to her first remark, and "Probably your mother-in-law, God help us," to her second. Giles decided to put on his glasses and have a closer look around before calling Cams. He didn't find the red nightgown Joan had been wearing, but he did find the little penned note on the bedside table. "Dear Giles," it read, "I'm taking a vacation from our marriage, maybe for a month, maybe forever. In case it's the latter, I'll let you know. You know I don't fit in. Anyhow, I can't stick your stodgy conformity or your mother's any longer. Maybe being with other humans will give me perspective. You can be respectable to the hilt and tell people I'm visiting Mabel in Wisconsin, but that's not where I'm going. Good luck. Joan." When Giles Wardwell had read that, Russia was a name in the geography books, Cams were eccentric wheels, and an old fear of his had become an active torment. The knowledge that he was 15 years older than Joan and a proper Bostonian, and that being bald as an egg from 35 on was not at all the same thing as being romantically shaven-headed like Yul Brynner. He'd been afraid once or twice before that Joan was unhappy, though that was by no means his deepest fear about her. He'd known she couldn't stand his mother, though they only saw the old lady 2 or 3 times a week. He'd thought Joan was restless lately, in spite of her bridge and cosmetics hobbies. And certainly she didn't exactly fit in. She had no real friends he knew of in the Boston area, except for the 3 amusing but socially off-trail women who made up her bridge foursome. He wondered where she could have gone. Mr. and Mrs. Bishop, Joan's parents, were both dead, and there were no uncles, aunts, or close cousins. Mabel was just a college roommate, rarely mentioned. Joan did have a little money in an account of her own. While he was thinking these things, Giles' feet had been carrying him, still in his dull olive pullover pajamas, on another circuit of the house, and now brought him up short at the door to Joan's lab. He hesitated. He'd always sensed, though Joan had never told him in so many words, that she didn't like him to barge into her perfume distillery, and he had made a point of never offending, and besides, the place was associated in his mind with his deepest fear about her. Then he opened the door and went in. His first impression was of gloom, the shades were tightly drawn, and an unnatural heat. The small flasks and jars, the electric mixer for cold cream, and the elaborate distilling setups all seemed to be in their usual places. He switched on the overhead light. Then he saw it, a silver-sided platform with heavy cables leading from it, and resting on it, on its side, a huge white egg almost exactly the size of his own head. In fact, his instant fantastic thought was that it was a horrid tableau set up to ridicule his baldness. He went up to it. The heat was coming from the platform, all right. The humpy, soft, reddish fabric on which the egg rested was almost too hot to touch, and there seemed to be a faint vibration in the stuff, barely perceptible to the fingertips. The egg looked astonishingly genuine. Minute pores dimpled its surface. But it was far too large for an ostrich egg or any other Giles could conceive. And it was being kept at a far higher temperature, he was quite sure, than that used for any normal hatching. He started to turn the heat down, then wondered if he could figure out how, then decided not to try. He put his ear near the shell, but couldn't hear anything moving inside. Beside the platform was a deep cardboard box big enough to have held the egg. It was silvered on the outside, half full of cotton wool, and silver ribbons were strewn around. Giles recognized the box. Joan had brought it back from her last Bridge Wednesday, explaining it contained a China atrocity she'd won, but never wanted to look at again, and which she intended to give Giles' mother for her birthday. Vastly confused, Giles clamped onto one valid-seeming train of thought with just two cars. 1. No woman with a fabulous egg hatching in her laboratory would willingly go away for a day, let alone a month or forever, no matter how much she loathed her husband. 2. If anyone knew anything about Joan or the egg, it would be one or more of her 3 bridge partners, Mary Nurse, Margot Corey, and Alice something or other. Green? No, red. 30 minutes later, Giles had hurriedly dressed, sketchily shaved, swallowed a cup of coffee with a tablespoon of the powdered milk in it, and was piloting the blue, sedately chromeless car from the Wardwell home, back of Back Bay, as he liked to describe it, to Margot Corey's improbable address on Prince Street in Boston's crooked, crowded North End. None of the 3 women had been in the phone books, and Joan didn't keep an address book Giles could find. Margot Corey's address had only turned up on an empty envelope that had slipped down behind Joan's desk. Giles never liked visiting the North End, and he didn't want to think about the egg because it was, to put it mildly, impossible. He spent the drive totting up how stodgily conformist he could be accused of being. He was at least par for the Boston course, he decided. For instance, he had recently given up chess and concentrated on bird-watching because Mr. Mather had pointed out that too many Slavic and Baltic types played chess. Semites, too, of course, Mather had finished primly. I think we must look on it as purely a Russian game. Could his Sunday bird-watching have anything to do with the egg? More fantastic ridicule? Giles doubted if he had ever trained his binoculars on a bird that had an egg much bigger than a gumdrop. Margot Corey's address turned out to be a brand-new, narrow, tall, glass-walled apartment building. As he went up to the 12th floor in the newfangled glass-backed elevator, the Old North Church became visible across the roofs, and then the green square of Copp's Hill burying ground over toward the inner harbor. Margot Corey's apartment was furnished in pale Swedish modern that went oddly with the dark tone in the glass. Margot herself wore bare feet, a gray linen robe, and her short hair was tousled like a boy's. It gave Giles a pang to see how young she was, remembering Joan was no older. He must seem an old fogey to them all, he told himself. He thought she was carrying hugged to her chest a motionless pale tan kitten. Then he saw it had overbuilt shoulders, canine teeth like great daggers, and forepaws that suggested hands. Margot noted his gaze and giggled. "Kitty's just a stiff toy made of plush," she said. "Did you know teddy bears were stiff toys named after Teddy Roosevelt? This one's a kind of saber-toothed tiger. Here, look." She thrust it briefly toward him. With the same movement, the top of her robe fell apart, showing she was not at all boyish in that area, and dressed solely for showering. She seemed unconscious of the exposure. "No, I haven't seen Joan since Wednesday," she told Giles. She swung nervously toward the view wall with a flash of legs. "Why don't you come over here beside me," she said with an odd chuckle, "and enjoy my view?" Another time, Giles might have been tempted, proper Bostonian or no. Now he said, "Miss Corey, I am looking for my wife." She faced him. "You really are worried about Joan, aren't you?" "Of course." He grimaced at her and rapidly waved his fingers together at chest level. She scowled back at him and at last pulled her robe tight around her. "I'm an exhibitionist, Mr. Wardwell, and a nymphomaniac," she announced defiantly. "It's a very rare combination." "Really, Miss Corey, you don't have to tell me these things," he countered. "I certainly do," she retorted. "If I tell them, I don't have to do them. Think what I'm sparing you. But if I can't do them, I have to tell them." He might have reacted stuffily to this frankness. Instead, he felt something open inside himself that he had kept carefully closed all day in spite of the egg and other shocks. "Miss Corey," he said, "do you think my wife dabbles in witchcraft?" "Dabbles?" the girl yelled. "Why, what a weird question. There's no such thing as witchcraft." "I know," Giles said, pouring it off his chest. "But she has this lab where she concocts things, and I've heard her mutter gibberish that might be incantations and spells, and she has a lonely, bitter attitude toward life. And then she could be descended from the first witch hanger at Salem in 1692, even if Bridget Bishop isn't known to have had children. And then we've got the tradition of witchcraft all around us here in New England and Boston, and especially right here in the North End." He gestured at the smoky window. "Why, right over there in Copp's Hill, the Mathers are buried, who did so much to fight it, and—" "Excuse me, Mr. Wardwell, but I can't listen to you any longer," the girl interrupted. "I'm a bit psychotic, as I've told you, some days more than others, and today is one of the real bad ones. I'd fall apart if it weren't for Kitty here." She clutched the plush saber-tooth to her. "I'll give you Alice Red's address. Maybe she can tell you something about Joan." She called brightly after him down the corridor, incidentally letting her robe fall open again. "Remember, Mr. Wardwell, there's no such thing as witchcraft." Alice Red lived in a dignified old apartment on Louisburg Square, back across the Common, and she seemed in other ways the antithesis of Margot Coy, a china-delicate young woman with pale reddish hair and wearing a robe of thick brocaded white silk that was conspicuously buttoned from neck to hem. She spoiled the effect somewhat by moaning immediately, "Come in quickly, Mr. Wardwell, so I can collapse again. Oh, what a fuzzy black head I've got inside this morning. I know I shouldn't mix barbiturates with alcohol, but there must be more to it than that." She pointed vaguely at a chair and let herself down onto a spindle-legged couch, to the head of which was hanging by one paw a small dark brown stiff monkey made of what Giles decided must be the finest basket weave. The texture suggested tiny scales. Alice Red reached out feebly and put a finger in the other paw. "Pongo's such a help on mornings like this," she told Giles. "I don't know what I'd do without him. He keeps off the black megrims and things. He's supposed to come from Hong Kong or maybe Malaya. Yes, Mr. Wardwell, I do so much enjoy the bridge with Joan and the other girls. Do you know, we're hoping eventually to get together 3 tables so there'd be 12 of us and have duplicate tournaments. Then we'd need a man to be tournament director. A woman would be much too flighty. Has Joan said anything to you?" "Oh, my head." "No, I haven't seen Joan since Wednesday. Mary Nurse might be able to tell you something. I'll give you her address, though she's been laid up with flu the last 2 days. There seems to be something wrong with all of us, doesn't there?" "Oh." "No, I don't think Joan was unhappy, Mr. Wardwell. I'll tell you one thing, though. She didn't like those CAMS people you work for. She thought they were too restrictive and inquiring and dictatorial. Certainly we have to worry about the Russians, but Joan says those CAMS people enjoy worrying. They must bathe in black megrims. I know they're fine old Boston men, most of them, but didn't Mr. Arbuthnot work for Senator McCarthy, and isn't Mr. Mather descended from the witch-hunting Mathers, Cotton Increase, and— Oh, Pongo, come here. Comfort Mother." "Speaking of witches, Miss Red," Giles said on impulse, "I've just had an amusing thought. You know how each witch is supposed to have a familiar, a little animal given her by Satan to protect her and help her work magic? Well, if old Cotton Mather could have been with me this morning and seen Margot Cory with Kitty, and you with Pongo— Ha ha ha, very funny— and Mary Nurse with Pounce, he'd have called them puppets because they aren't alive, but he'd have claimed they come alive when people's backs were turned. Oh, Pongo, make it stop. But, Mr. Wardwell, if you were seriously thinking about witchcraft, surely you'd have asked Joan herself. No, I can see you're the Boston type who never asks crucial questions until it's much too late or something. Oh." "I wonder," Giles said softly, "in what form Satan would give familiars to witches. Not in a brown paper bag, surely, or just handing them over by the scruff of the neck. You'd think there'd be a little more ceremony to it." "Ha ha ha! Oh, Mr. Wardwell, I'm sorry, but Pongo and I are going to have to curl up and go to sleep. It's the only way we'll ever get through this. But first I'll write you Mary Nurse's address." Giles didn't look at it until he was outside, standing beside the black iron pickets fencing the private park that occupied Louisburg Square. It turned out to be on Salem Street, and he shrank from going back into the North End, so he drove home, relieved to find the house wasn't burning down, and sat watching the egg and thinking a great variety of mad, disturbing thoughts. He reread Joan's note several times. As far as he could tell, it was her handwriting or a good imitation, but he noticed now that there were 3 expressions in it which he detested: in case, anyhow, and humans for human beings. If someone had wanted to convince him that Joan had run away and keep him from making inquiries, he might have concocted a note like this. Once he got a tack hammer and poised it above the egg, and after a few seconds carried the hammer back to the kitchen. And once he thought he heard something stir inside the egg. He bent his ear to it until his cheek was burning hot, but heard nothing more. After 3 hours of that, he drove back to the North End. He passed the CAM's headquarters in the new building in Sewell Court, recalling that it was named for Judge Sam Sewell, who had presided over the Salem witch trials. He passed the Paul Revere house with its strange, nail-studded door, exactly like that in the house of the hanged Salem witch, Rebecca Nurse. Nurse. Salem Street was noisy with pushcarts, and the evening air seemed to carry as much Italian as English. Mary Nurse's address was a dreary walk-up over a fish store with windows smeary tracked by live snails and tiny climbing squid. He remembered Joan telling him Mary Nurse was an artist keen on local color. But she'd made some changes. Her door at the end of the corridor wasn't like all the others, but unpainted oak studded with rows of nail-heads. In answer to his knock, a deep voice called to him to come in. The room was stuffy and crowded, easels elbowing chairs and bookcases, studio and living room combined. And bedroom. The light of 2 thick candles showed Mary Nurse lying on a wide studio couch under a quilt of diamond patches. She was a big girl, 5'10", he judged, but now she lay like a log, looking really sick, pale, her thick black hair streaming across the pillow. But her deep voice was steady enough. "I've been expecting you, Giles Wardwell. Margot Corey dropped in this afternoon." "I'm sorry about your flu," Giles said. "This isn't flu," Mary Nurse said with a deep, unhumorous chuckle. "Someone's put a curse on me. On all of us, I'd say. What are you looking around for?" "Pounce," Giles admitted. Again the big blonde chuckled. She beckoned to Giles and lifted the quilt a little. Giles looked, and almost jumped out of the room. Crouched on the sheet beside her, just under her arm, was a jet-black spider with a body big as a flattened grapefruit and furry black legs that would have spanned a platter. Around the body were wedges of bright green, while 2 ruby-red eyes glared up at him. It couldn't be real, Giles told himself. It must be black velvet. For a 3rd time, Mary Nurse chuckled. She dropped the quilt. "Just the same, I'd probably be dead without Pounce. You've surely noticed by now how neurotically dependent we are on our little toys. That's why Joan's in trouble. She doesn't have one. Yet." Giles was staring at the top of a bookcase back in the shadows. It seemed to have an egg on it as big as that in Joan's lab. "Surely you've noticed other things about us, too," Mary Nurse was saying. "Your door, your name," Giles said, edging between an easel and a chair toward the bookcase. "All our names are witch names, even your name, Giles Wardwell. Samuel Wardwell was one of the 5 wizards hung in Salem. Giles Corey was pressed to death with rocks on his chest for refusing to testify." Giles saw that the egg was an empty shell, cracked across and with a huge hole on one side. "What's that?" he asked sharply. "That's the shell of a spider, dinosaur." Mary Nurse broke off and looked at him burningly. "I don't think we need to fence any longer, Giles Wardwell. You found Joan's egg? Unbroken?" "Yes, yes." "Then if you love your wife, be there when it hatches. I think there's time. I'd go, but I'm too cursed to move. I'd send the black man, but we haven't one. Joan's only hope and safety are in the egg. Follow the signs. Call it Grizzle. Don't ask questions. Hurry." "I will." "The horned god go with you, Giles Wardwell." The lab seemed hotter than before when Giles got back to it, but that may have been because he was sweating. At first the egg seemed intact. Then he saw there was a tiny triple crack radiating from a point near the top. As he watched, one of the branches lengthened abruptly by the width of a finger. There was a faint scratching and rustling inside. He settled down to watch, gripping his knees with shaking hands. The heat alone was making him feel faint. He stripped off his coat and shirt, noting without much surprise that he was still wearing his pajama top under the ladder. The cracks lengthened. Others appeared. Suddenly bits of shell flew, and a tiny blue arm with a jagged crest on it like a lizard's shot out, groped around wildly, and then jerked in. Trembling, Giles moved around the egg, trying to peer in but staying at arm's length. 2 tiny blue hands were methodically breaking away small fragments of shell, enlarging the hole. He couldn't see more of the creature. It was too dark inside. The room began to swim. Giles dragged at the collar of his pajamas, then staggered to the window and heaved it up, sucked in 3 breaths of cool air. The room steadied. He saw that the hole in the egg was now big as a spread hand. He was halfway back to it when something blue shot out, scurried in a circle across the floor 3 times, too fast to be seen definitely, and dove out the open window. Giles grabbed up his coat and went out the front door and looked around in the dark. He couldn't see anything on the lawn or drive. He walked around the front of his car and froze. A stocky, jewel-blue lizard was crouched down on the hood of his car, exactly as if it were a moderately ornate radiator ornament. It seemed to grip into the blue-painted metal with its hind claws and left forepaw or arm. The right arm, extended beside its hideously crested face, was pointed straight ahead. "Grizzle!" Giles ejaculated. The blue creature shivered and stretched its arm still further forward. Giles climbed in and started the car, his eyes on Grizzle. As he neared the street, the forward-pointing arm swung abruptly to the right. Giles obeyed, his heart pounding. Follow the signs. They were near the common when Giles began to guess where they were going. As they neared Sewell Court, Grizzle raised its forward-pointing arm as if to say, "Go slow," and then suddenly pointed downward as if for, "Stop." Fred, the Cam's garageman, came up to the window. He was looking at the hood. Then, "Take a for you, Mr. Wardwell?" They traded places. As Giles was walking away, Fred called excitedly, "Mr. Wardwell!" Giles turned back. "I'd have sworn," Fred said from behind the wheel, "that you'd put a blue radiator ornament on your car, a sort of wild dinosaur, but now it's gone." Giles said, a bit stuffily, "Blue? Wild? Now, Fred, would anyone be apt to do a thing like that to his car in Boston?" Inside the lobby, Grizzle was playing unseen around the feet of George, the night guard and elevator man. Giles kept his eyes away from the familiar. "5th floor, Mr. Wardwell?" George volunteered. "All our big ones are up there." He stared at Giles' pajama top under his coat. "They sure pulled you out of bed in a hurry, Mr. Wardwell. Must be something real emergency, though I haven't taken up any army men." Giles maintained a dignified, mysterious silence. On the 5th floor, the drapes were drawn tight behind the heavy glass wall of the main office. A little light shone through the drapes toward one end, not much. As the elevator door closed, Giles headed down the hall toward the office he shared, but there was a tug at his trouser leg. Grizzle led him to Mr. Arbuthnot's office, which was next to the end of the main office away from the light. Arbuthnot's office was empty and dark, but the door from it to the main office was open. Giles walked to it and stopped. Mr. Copps, Mr. Arbuthnot, Mr. Mather, and Mr. Zim were all standing toward the other end of the main office, looking very serious and dignified and businesslike in their dark suits, except that Mr. Zim was holding a small golden wand and wearing a tall conical black hat covered with golden stars and moons, and Mr. Arbuthnot was cradling in his arms a submachine gun. And Joan was there, facing Giles' end of the office, the single light glaring full in her face. She was sitting up straight and defiant-faced on a stool, with her arms stretched out straight to either side of her by thin white ropes anchored to filing cabinets. She was wearing her red nightgown. A bit of Giles' mind jumped back to 1692 Salem, where Bridget Bishop had worn a red paragon bodice before her grim, sober judges. Joan flirted her black hair away from her eyes with a shake of her head and said loudly, "But this is ridiculous, I keep telling you. My husband has never told me a word about the Second Man Missiles Project. I have no communist connections. Presumably I was cleared by the FBI at the same time Giles was. The rest is nonsense or insanity." "Must I take you over that ground again?" Mr. Mather said in his soft voice that was so clear and far-carrying. "Mrs. Wardwell, America has older and more formidable enemies than communism. Unfortunately, the FBI does not clear for witchcraft. But CAMS, which embodies the finest traditions of old New England, does. And somehow advertising is more sensitive to the occult than is the military." He tapped a sheaf of papers in his hand. "Confess yourself a witch, Joan Wardwell. Tell where and how you bound yourself to Satan. Detail for us your spells and magics. Above all, name the other witches of your coven, or you will force us to prove these facts upon your body. Mr. Copps, is the needle ready?" "You can't make me testify against myself," Joan countered. "I plead the Fifth Amendment." "Our Massachusetts never ratified it," Mr. Mather told her. Remember what happened to Giles Corey, Mr. Copps?" Giles surged forward, then stopped. 4 men and a submachine gun. His hands turned icy cold. Then something hot stroked his cheek. His face turned as cold as if a mask of ice had been slipped over it, and he almost shrieked. Grizzle had climbed the front of his suit, was clinging to his left lapel as a sailor might to a sail, and had just finished licking his cheek with his long black tongue. Mr. Arbuthnot turned and stared straight at the door of his office, leveling the gun. Giles froze, hoping the gloom would hide him, though afraid his white hands and face were bound to stand out. But after a searching glance, Arbuthnot turned back toward Joan. Mr. Mather was saying, "Joan Bishop Wardwell, consider well the helplessness of your situation. Your poor, foolish husband, deceived by the note you wrote at our hypnotic dictation when we summoned you, believes you have deserted him. Your sister witches, who and wherever they may be, are held in check by Mr. Zim's helpful little spells. Confess yourself, redeem your wickedness, salvage what you can of the good American girl who yielded to the blandishments of Satan." "I won't," Joan cried ringingly. "Compared to your brand of Americanism, witchcraft is the soul of decency." "The needle!" Grizzle, still clinging to Giles with hind claws and one forepaw, tweaked Giles' arm painfully with the other, then pointed commandingly at Arbuthnot. "Follow the signs." Going behind Joan, Mr. Copps ripped her nightgown down the back and poised something that was glittering, long, and terribly slim. Giles walked out into the main office, raising his right hand and pointing straight at Mr. Arbuthnot, though he almost dropped it when he saw that his hand was no longer flesh-colored, but dead black. Arbuthnot froze in mid-whirl. His flesh turned a faint gray. The submachine gun thudded on the thick-piled carpet. The finger with which Giles had pointed at him was flesh-colored again, and the rest of his hand was no longer dead black, but charcoal gray. Successively, copying Grizzle's gestures, Giles pointed his second finger, ring finger, and thumb at Mr. Zim, Mr. Copps, and Mr. Mather. With each pointing, the man indicated froze and faintly grayed, while Giles' flesh lightened by stages, until at the end he was no darker than they were. For once in his life, Giles Wardwell was seething with anger. "You persecuting, smug, self-satisfied, hypocritical fiends," he shouted. "You're worse than the Russians with your brainwashing. Now listen to me. You're going to forget this witch-hunting obsession forever. I command it. Silentium, silentium, mutus, mutus, mutus. I'm letting you off easy. If you'd actually injured my wife, I'd make you really suffer. But believe me, after this you're never going to browbeat me, any of you, and I'm going to start playing chess again and seeing my mother as often as I please." He stopped because Joan was laughing delightedly. "Darling, they can't hear you," she called to him happily. "The black man's spell works a lot faster than barbiturate's. For hours at least they'll be dead asleep. Now cut me loose and let's get out of here. I think your charm's certain to work, but to make sure, we'll take Mr. Mather's papers and Mr. Zim's wand and cap and Mr. Arbuthnot's machine gun and drop them in the Charles. You've got your little finger to put the night guard asleep and your left hand for emergencies. Is that Grizzle? He's a dear." A half-hour later, they were driving slowly home through Back Bay. Joan sat close to Giles, her head resting on his shoulder. Grizzle was curled on Joan's shoulder, holding her ripped red nightgown together with his hind claws. The car's heater flooded them with pleasant warmth. "Giles," Joan said sleepily, "there's one more question I want to ask you. When you visited Margot and Alice and Mary today, did you find them attractive?" "Rather," he admitted. "I must say they're very weird women, but then it looks as if I'm going to have to get used to a great many extremely strange things. Pounce, for instance. Yes, to tell the truth, I found all 3 girls quite attractive." Joan nodded without opening her eyes. "I was afraid of that," she said. "You see, as black man of our little coven, you will have certain duties and privileges. Oh, well, I suppose I'll simply have to accept it." Then, with a sleepy chuckle, she added, "But don't forget, Giles Wardwell, now and forever, that I'm your first witch." The Goggles of Dr. Dragonet. Copyright 1961 by Ziff Davis Publishing Company. "Have you ever thought what it would be like if we could see minds?" Dr. Hugo Dragonet asked. "You've got something will do that?" I demanded. Dr. Hugo Dragonet indicated the 4 pairs of black goggles scattered across the center of the gleaming gray table, and sat back grinning at us like a genial old condor. Marty, Alice, and I eyed them suspiciously. The last time we had ventured to wear a gadget of the doctor's, an innocuous-seeming sort of hearing aid, it had been to hear a nervous jungle murmur which the doctor had asserted was the sounds of the subconscious mind. Just a jungle murmur, a little like the background music for a Darkest Africa movie. But after 5 minutes of it, Alice had become hysterical, Marty had growled out a senseless accusation of murder against me, and I had a terrifyingly vivid vision of the great city around us choked with vines, a-crawl with huge snakes, a-rustle with giant spiders, and a-creep with great black panthers. Hypnotic suggestion, we had told ourselves afterwards, not very confidently. Although Southern California is a land of fakers, and Los Angeles a city of illusion, Marty, Alice, and I find it difficult to write off Dr. Hugo Dragonet simply as a charlatan. Now we looked at 4 pairs of black goggles. Each pair had a fine wire connecting one of the massive bows to a black enameled power pack or control device about as big as a package of king-size cigarettes and reminiscent of the subconscious hearing aids. "You say these gadgets will let you see thoughts?" Marty asked. The doctor shook his head. "I didn't say thoughts, I said minds." "I don't know that I like the idea," Alice said. I didn't exactly like the 4 white canes hooked over the back of the doctor's big chair. Taken together with the goggles, they looked much too much like equipment for 3 blind men and 1 blind girl. Nevertheless, I reached out and gingerly drew the nearest pair of goggles to me, along with its trailing flat black box. So did Alice and Marty. Dr. Dragonet's gadgets are always a shade more fascinating by the fact that they are frightening. He had the charlatan's gift of always arousing interest, sometimes by fabulous hints, sometimes, as now, by silence. But he was grinning at me, and the grin had a fatherly sardonic twist to it, as if he had read my suspicious thoughts and were amused. Alice, Marty, and I like to think of ourselves as reasonably mature, a fairly successful sculptress-actress, newspaperman, and writer. But Hugo Dragonet has a way of treating us as if we were a trio of bright children, whom it pleases him occasionally to provide with wonderful toys. None of us can decide whether he is really a charlatan or a brilliant physicist-physiologist who works completely freelance and has not chosen, at least as yet, to share his important discoveries with the world of academic and industrial science. So far as we know, the doctor supports himself solely, though quite lavishly, by specialized and little-known inventions in the realms of film and TV effects, and by his occasional services as technical advisor to the studios on psychiatric and anthropological movies. If he cashes in on his important inventions, or his charlatanism, if it's that, we haven't an inkling of it, and his patrons, or his victims, move in lofty circles quite unknown to us. What we are agreed upon, all 3 of us, is that we look forward to and are wholly fascinated by our little meetings with him, even if we always do feel a bit uneasy as we approach them. As I uncertainly fingered my pair of goggles and carefully drew the companion box to me by the fine connecting wire, I wondered if this was one of the important inventions, and if so, how it would work. 4 pairs of black goggles, 4 gleaming black king-size boxes, each with 2 tiny switches on it, one gray and rough, the other white and smooth. 4 white canes. I was still bothered by the implications. Not that there was anything sinister about our surroundings, though they would have given a sensitive person a touch of vertigo. The cantilevered, black-flagged, magnesium-roofed terrace thrust out like the flying bridge of a futuristic ship from Dr. Dragonet's house, which lifted from an easterly crest of the Santa Monica Mountains, as if the house in turn were the figurehead of a ship of hills, with Hollywood below us to the south, the San Fernando Valley below us to the north, while before us to the southeast, sprouting white skyscrapers and slashed by freeways and only faintly hazed today by smog, stretched the central sections of sprawlingly spacious Los Angeles. Behind us were the mountains, the westering sun, and the invisible Pacific. The inevitable Hollywood note of the fabulous and fake was provided by a white-walled, gilt-domed group of small buildings on the hillside just below. Even at this distance, looking across the intervening lawn and flower beds, we could read the neat black-on-white sign, Greater Cosmic Fellowship. The mildly exotic atmosphere of the terrace itself was pointed up by a few earthenware oriental figures and a remarkably realistic ceramic of a kinkajou, which looked as though the thick-tailed, dark yellow Asiatic carnivore had been frozen in mid-scamper along a dead branch. Carl, the doctor's squarely built chauffeur and precision machinist, sat on the northern verge of the terrace, where steps go down to the garage and the magnificent machine shop where he fabricates the doctor's inventions, presumably including these goggles. Carl was methodically turning the pages of the Los Angeles Times. Impet, the doctor's slim black cat, snoozed in the sun on the southern edge. Otherwise, we were completely alone. The round, gray-top table was poker size. Alice sat to my left, Marty to my right, the doctor across. The only things on the table were the 4 goggle sets and a square of dull, whitish sheet metal about a foot wide. Marty touched a goggle set. "See mines, you said?" The doctor just nodded. I began to inspect closely the black instruments in my hands. I saw that I had been right in thinking of them as goggles rather than glasses, for although they had bows-like glasses, there was a wide, spongy black flange going back from each lens that I could see would fit against the skin of cheek and orbit, shutting out all light from the sides. Then I looked at the lenses themselves, first from the front, then from the back, without putting them on, in growing perplexity. All I could think of for a moment was a demonstration the doctor had once put on for us of a girl who told colors blindfolded and read books through heavy cardboard. Alice made my point first. "You can't see through them," she said. "They seem to be made of a black metal." She hadn't put hers on either. Hugo Dragonet smiled and nodded. Marty carried his own pair over into the sunlight. Impet looked up resentfully. Marty turned the glasses front to back toward the sun and looked through one lens cautiously. "No, they're not like eclipse glasses," the doctor called after him. "You couldn't see even an atomic blast through them. They're opaque to X-rays, too, probably to all electric light, using the term to mean the whole electromagnetic spectrum." Marty returned excitedly. "But if that's true, it's amazing, Doctor. This black metal would be the perfect material to shield atomic reactors. Might work for bomb shelters, too." Hugo Dragonet yawned. Impet cradled his head between his paws and went back to sleep. Marty flushed and chewed his lip. Besides being an incurable enthusiast, Marty is quite an idealist and patriot, and what he calls the doctor's cynical and frivolous impracticality gets under his skin. "To return to matters of real interest," the doctor said, "these goggles are transparent to rays of both the gravito-electric and magnetogravitic spectra, and when properly excited will translate bands of those spectra into visible colors." "But, Doctor," Marty burst out irrepressibly, "those other 2 spectra are just an obscure possibility from field theory. There's absolutely no evidence for their existence." "Are you sure of that?" Hugo Dragonet asked softly, weighing the 4th pair of goggles in his palm. "However, I don't insist that you accept my explanations," he added with a smile. "Explanations are never the most interesting part of science." "Doctor, how do the goggles help to see minds?" Alice put in hurriedly. "Why, my dear," he said, "they translate into electric or visible light 2 narrow bands of gravitic and magnetic light. If purely for convenience, I may use those terms," he added elaborately with a sardonic little bow toward Marty. "The doctor likes to needle our young science reporter." Marty blushed. Keeping it simple like Alice, I asked, "How do minds show up in the gravitic and magnetic light?" The doctor did not answer my question. Instead, he put on his pair of black goggles and tucked the attached black box into the top of his outside breast pocket, with the 2 switches facing front. It made him look like a blind man. After a bit, he reached his right hand across his chest and pushed the gray switch, then sat back stolidly. I got the impression he was counting under his breath. Paper rustled faintly as Carl turned another page. Impet sat up and stared intently at the doctor, seeming to study the change the goggles had made in his face. The sunlight struck bronze tints from the cat's black fur. Time stretched out. Carl swatted something with his newspaper. He has a thing about insects, and took up the next section. Then the doctor touched the white switch. Immediately he sat forward in his chair and looked long and carefully at each of us in turn. First me, then Marty, then Alice. His goggles were more opaque-seeming than ever, round flats of dull black metal, but I never in my life had such an intense sensation of someone looking through me, or rather into me. He frowned at me. At least the vertical furrows deepened above the bridge of his goggles, and he gave a faint grunt of what sounded like surprise. When he looked at Marty, his grunt seemed to say, "Just as I thought." But when he turned to Alice, there was a rising note to his as though he had found something that tickled his imagination. "What is it, Doctor?" Alice asked nervously, shrinking back in her seat. "You're buzzing like an X-ray machine." Hugo Dragonet smiled. "Why don't you try the goggles?" he said. "Why don't you all try them, and see for yourself? Just put them on and then follow my directions. Only one thing. Once you're wearing them, don't take them off until I tell you." Suddenly I was no longer reluctant, but fumblingly eager to get the goggles on. I judged from my last jumbled glimpse that Marty and Alice were the same. But as the thick black flanges settled down against my skull, I had a flurry of unexpected panic. The rubbery material seemed not so much to touch my skin as to kiss it suckingly, and for a moment I had the gruesome fear of suction applied to my eyeballs. I started to snatch the things off, then told myself not to be a nervous fool. "Take it easy," I heard the doctor say, as if from a considerable distance. "Make sure they're comfortable, but remember, no peeking. And don't throw the little switches until I tell you." I realized that in my rush I'd forgotten about the control box, if that was what it was, so I ghosted my fingers down the wire from the left bow until they felt the box, which I slid halfway down into my breast pocket, as I'd seen the doctor do. "Don't be in a hurry," he was saying. "Just as at the planetarium, if we wait a bit, our eyes get more sensitive to the darkness." But this was more than darkness, I realized with another spurt of inward panic. It was blackness complete and absolute. You know how when you close your eyes in no matter how dark a room, you always see churning specks of light and faint washes of color, even if you don't apply pressure with your fingertips to your lidded eyeballs, which can bring on blue flashes and all sorts of things. Well, now there wasn't anything of that sort at all, just velvety, limitless darkness. Black, if I may call it that. It didn't make sense to me, because I'd always thought that the churning specks weren't due to light at all, but just a random automatic discharge of a few of the retinal cells, which would go on whether there was an atom of light or not. Unless, I suggested to myself, the goggles had some sort of general inhibiting effect. It really seemed quite incredible that I should still be sitting on a bright terrace with dazzling golden sunlight striking a few yards away and not getting one hint of it, not even a reddish glow transmitted through the flesh of my cheeks, just because of a pair of goggles, and for a moment I had the thought of Dr. Dragonet rearing up leanly and blotting out the sun like some Old Testament prophet or medieval sorcerer. Or suppose these goggles literally blinded their wearer. Suppose... I was about to disobey instructions and take the things off when I heard the doctor say, "Now you might each of you gently depress the gray switch, as you saw me do. It's the rough-surfaced one. Don't expect to see anything startling, or even much of anything at all," he added. "This part is merely preliminary and doesn't work too well for everyone, but it creates a framework." At first I thought I must be one of the ones for whom this part didn't work, whatever it was. Then I became aware that the absolute blackness had been invaded by large shapes of dark gray faintly edged with silver. At first I thought they made only an arbitrary geometrical pattern, but then I realized that they added up to an extremely dark picture of the table in front of me and the terrace around us, with this important difference, that my companions had vanished. I could see only the 3 empty chairs. But it was all extremely faint. Maybe it was just my imagination, it occurred to me. Or maybe the doctor was using suggestion on me, some sort of hypnotic deal, as we tried to tell ourselves about the subconscious hearing aids. "But I can't see us," I heard Alice say excitedly. "I can't even see my own hand." "It's like a very overdeveloped negative of the terrace with the people left out," I heard Marty add in puzzled tones. "You are now seeing by gravitic light," came the cool but heavier voice of Hugo Dragonet. "Gravitic light is reflected by most inorganic materials, metals, minerals, and so on, though not all. For instance, you can't see each other's goggles. But all organic materials, animals, plants, the clothing made from plant fiber or animal wool, or simply any carbon-based material, are transparent to gravitic light, and so don't show up." I looked around. Sure enough, Carl and Dimpet were both invisible, assuming they were still sitting where I'd seen them last. Much more startling to me, the ceramic kingaju was also gone, although the earthenware figures remained, suggesting that the kingaju wasn't ceramic at all, but some sort of literally frozen animal flesh. I started to ask the doctor about it, then remembered that it usually doesn't do to ask Hugo Dragonet about extraneous mysteries glimpsed while exploring a main one. There are some parts of his life, such as his years in Vietnam, old Indochina then, that he doesn't talk about. One of the many odd things about my present vision of my surroundings was that the sun-drenched outside looked no brighter than the shaded terrace, and it was a frighteningly empty world. "Of course you are not seeing by gravitic light directly," the doctor's voice cut in, "but by the electric light your goggles translated into. The goggles are adjusted to keep it very dim. It's just a framework or background for what you'll be seeing next, by magnetic light. Which reminds me, it's time for you to throw the white switch, the smooth one." This time I hesitated on the brink. Alice gave an involuntary cry in which there was more wonder than fear. I depressed my switch. Over each of the 3 chairs, exactly where my friends' heads would be, hung a ghostly globe of colored light. Marty's and Alice's were identical shades of green. Hugo Dragonet's was blue, shot with streaks of dark red, and much brighter, though none of the globes was very bright. They were like compact clouds of phosphorescent mist. And they weren't perfect globes, either. Marty's almost was. At least it had very sharp boundaries, but its shape was that of a large egg tipped forward, the shape of Marty's brain if the skull were removed. Its green glow was brightest to the front. By contrast, the doctor's globe was misty-edged. The dark red streaks that banded the bright blue kept fading, changing, reappearing. Alicia's globe tapered down into a ghostly but recognizable replica of her face. It was as if a gossamer mask hung from the green globe. And that was all. No, not quite. On the table in front of Alice alone were very faint folded curves of light, like fingers. Then the doctor spoke. His voice seemed to me to be coming out of the globe of blue light. Natural enough, I suppose, just normal sound localization, but the effect was monstrously eerie. "You are now seeing by magnetic light," the blue globe, the doctor, said. "Magnetic light is generated solely by mental activity, specifically by consciousness or awareness. I sometimes call it mind light. In fact, you're seeing minds." "You mean we're seeing each other thinking?" The mask-trailing green globe on my left, Alice, of course, asked wonderingly. "In a way, yes." "We're seeing each other's thoughts?" she pressed. "Alas, no. Perhaps someday we will find a prism, a lens, some way of refocusing mind-light, so that we can actually see the little inner world of form and color and feeling that is another person's consciousness. But not yet. Now all we are seeing is the diffuse outward glow of inward awareness, the envelope or aura of thought. It's possible that throughout history a few individuals have been sporadically sensitive to mind-light without translating goggles, accounting for persistent mystical beliefs about human auras and the halos of saints. It hit me all of a sudden what a terrific gimmick for spiritualism these goggles would be. Believers would pay limitlessly to see auras, to see their own minds glowing like spheres of pure, incorruptible light. But right away I ran into the snag of the doctor's apparent disinterest in my con money or build-up. In any case, my vague suspicions couldn't compete for long with the amazement I was feeling. The simple awe of the thing began to take hold of me. "We're seeing brainwaves," Alice said huskily. "I don't believe so, my dear," the doctor told her. So-called brainwaves are simply tiny rhythmic changes of electric potential in the flesh around the skull. But we are seeing nervous activity, Marty suddenly put in sharply. If that were true, the doctor replied, we'd see the spine, the whole nerve tree, as sharply as the brain. No, we're seeing the glow of consciousness, that inward world of awareness that means life and identity, that little cosmos locked inside the skull that is all of reality to each of us. As I've said before, we're seeing minds. None of us said anything for a while then, as it sank in. The awe of the thing gripped me completely. Mind light. I'm not all locked inside my skull, Alice nervously broke the silence at last. I can see my hands. And as she said that, the ghostly fingers became a little more definitely outlined. That's because you're a sculptress, the doctor answered. You send your awareness into your fingers, molding, shaping. You literally see and think with your hands, like some blind men I've watched by magnetic light. By contrast, Marty and Arthur show a sharply delimited consciousness, as if it actually were skull-bounded. They're word and idea men, rationalists. Whereas you're an artist, he continued to Alice, and an actress too, highly conscious of your appearance. That's why you project your consciousness into your face as well as your hands. I do? Alice sounded both ashamed and excited. Doctor, is there some way for me to see myself? The doctor chuckled. A dark gray rectangle lifted from the table. I remembered the square of whitish metal that had been lying there. Here's a mirror for mind-light, he said to Alice. Her ghostly fingers gripped it, the filmy mask of her face a trace brighter as she stared at it, then it began to fluctuate as, I suppose, delight and embarrassment struggled together. What's the mirror made of? Marty asked eagerly. Something quite unsuitable for reactor shielding or for wrapping gum, the doctor told him sourly, then continued. Projected awareness is rather common. Occasional unaided glimpses of it, due to magnetic sensitivity, may account for spiritualists' claims about ectoplasm. Marty and I looked in turn at the reflections of our mind globes. Mine was sharply bounded, like his, but more toward the blue. Green and blue are the normal range, the doctor explained. Blue seems to link with introversion and contemplation, green with extroversion and action. The other colors come in when the feelings are involved. Yellow goes with joy, red with savage passions, orange with sensuousness, misery is gray. Violet I've almost never seen. Doctor, Alice asked, why did you say that way when you first saw my mind? Because it was in my face? He chuckled. No, he said, more because it was exactly the same shade as Martin's, something I've seldom seen except in identical twins and long-married couples. Alice said, Marty mumbled vaguely. Happily married couples, the doctor added encouragingly. Then, I'm a strange mixture, as you can see, he went on. Blue, the philosopher's color, shot through with sudden animal impulses, the dark red. The old orang at the zoo has a mind that's all that second color. You've been out with these goggles? I asked. Of course, Arthur. You wouldn't expect me to pass up a new way to pry into people, would you? I carry a white cane and pose as a blind man, mostly to justify the glasses. Carl always goes with me, pretending to guide me. Actually, I do need his help from time to time. The dim gravitic background light is not very useful in fast traffic. Besides, there are some people who don't have visible minds at all. Blacked-out drunks, for one thing, and I don't want to go bumping into them. Will we be able to go out? Alice asked. You counted the canes behind my chair, didn't you? First, though, we'll have a look at the mind map. Come on. The banded blue globe rose, and the doctor's chair pushed back. I got up cautiously, feeling at the table edge. It was very strange to feel it and to see it by gravitic light, but not see my hands that were doing the feeling. Ghosts must have such sensations, I thought. Just then a very faint globe of yellowish light about as big as a tennis ball flashed up onto the table, or bounced up, it seemed to me, and moved toward the doctor. The word poltergeist jumped into my mind at the same instant, and I felt the back of my neck crawl. But just then the doctor said, Come on, Impet, you two, and the pale little globe was lifted close to the bright blue one. Cats do have minds, you see, he said. All the higher animals appear to have consciousness and awareness. I had a strong impulse to take off my goggles and check for myself that the weird sight was only the doctor carrying his cat, but I remembered his warning and refrained. "What's this mind map, and where do you keep it?" Marty asked. "I'll show you," the doctor said, and led us toward the southern edge of the terrace. Although it was well defined in gravitic light, I felt uneasy about the edge because it's unrailed, and at that point the drop to the flower beds is considerable. But the doctor stopped short of it, and I noticed that an olive globe had appeared beside us. Carl, I supposed. Once more I suppressed the impulse to check. "Look," said Dr. Dragonet. The lights of Los Angeles seen from the hills behind Hollywood can be a most spectacular sight. Now it seemed to me as if I were seeing them on a very smoggy night, or, more precisely, seeing them as they would be if a giant rheostat dimmed all of them greatly, though leaving hints of their neon coloring. Gravitic light showed little of the city structure, and barely distinguished dark land from darker sky. It was almost a plain of solid black that backgrounded the faint glow of mindlight that faded off toward the horizon in faint patches and rivulets. We watched silently for some time. The doctor said, "Notice how it keeps getting a little brighter. When you first switched on the magnetic light, you wouldn't have noticed any of this distant stuff at all. You'll go on getting more sensitive the longer you wear the goggles, up to 3 hours. But just one flash of ordinary light will cancel your sensitivity. That's why I warned you against peeking." I asked, "What's the brighter glow due south, downtown, and the one far off to the west?" "You mean that and that?" the doctor asked. A pale yellow blob moved to indicate the two directions. I realized he was using impet for a pointer. "No, that's not downtown. That's the University of Southern California, while the one to the west is UCLA, though it may run into Rand. While that one off to the east over the hills, you missed that, is Caltech." He chuckled. It amused me greatly to discover that more thinking actually does go on at universities. He gestured again with impet. "But many of those bright patches I can't interpret at all. I haven't explored them yet, or they keep shifting. And I can't explain that violet glow just below us. With one exception, I've never seen violet anywhere else." Alice said, "If your blue and red would mix, it might make violet." Meanwhile, I studied the glow he just pointed out and asked, "Doesn't that come from the Greater Cosmic Fellowship? But why should a bunch of crackpots have a rare color?" Alice laughed nervously. "Maybe they're Martians. Great planet hoppers, the Martians, especially in cartoons." "What made you say Martians?" the doctor demanded, with a sharpness that startled me. "I don't know. I guess I always call anything from off the Earth Martians," Alice explained fumblingly. "Doctor, I was only joking. I didn't really think you'd take me seriously." "I know you didn't," he told her. "But you know me, I take everything seriously, except practical matters." "What's the one violet exception?" I wanted to know. "I may show you later, Arthur." Marty spoke up at last, his voice sighing with wonder. "Doctor, I've just been thinking what a terrific advantage mindlight would be for espionage, or military patrolling, or even simple police work. Doctor, in this instance, wouldn't you be willing to let the government in on—" Dr. Dragonet yawned audibly, then tossed impet to the floor and said briskly, "How about that outing I promised all of you?" "Good. Just remember to keep your goggles on at all times. One peek ruins the sensitivity. Carl, get the car. But first, bring us the canes." The rest of that afternoon and night, we saw Los Angeles as black canyons and caves through which minds streamed like globes of undissolving mist driven by random winds. Carl not only chauffeured and shepherded us, but also quietly interpreted the passing scenes. Otherwise, we would not always have been sure what we were watching, for a mind shows neither sex nor race nor, generally, age, and certainly carries no signs of class or station, poverty or wealth. We saw freeways racing with wraith-like gravitic sketched cars, in each of which poised one or a few of the phosphorescent spheres. We saw a silver-gray cemetery where minds floated like ghosts among the tombstones, unutterably eerie even after Carl had described to us the funeral party he saw by ordinary light. We saw dim minds, murky orange mostly, behind the bars at the Griffith Park Zoo. The old orangs was dark red, just as the doctor had said. Even the snakes had shadowy minds, though Carl would not accompany us into the reptile house. Carl classes snakes with insects and arachnids. We saw the golden minds of a jazz band. We saw a projected orange mind twinkling in the feet of a dancer. In a church, we saw a scattering of dim indigo minds, like patches of light from deep blue stained glass. In a Skid Row bar, we saw smoky amber minds, winking on and off like fireflies. We saw red minds in a gang rumble. We saw a mind vanish suddenly in a crimson burst when a driver was thrown and killed in a freeway accident. That made us ask the doctor a question. He answered softly, "Wearing the goggles, I have watched death in hospitals." The light only faded and then winked out. We saw minds sun-hued with joy at the beach, glowing minds in a schoolroom, and, so Alice insisted, the silver-rosy minds of lovers. Once we saw a violet mind in the rear of a car driven by an ordinary green mind, and remembering what the doctor had said, we instantly asked Carl for description. But our curiosity was thwarted in this instance. The car was a small panel truck. We asked the doctor if this was the violet mind he'd promised to show us, but he denied it. Many times I was tempted to take off my goggles, more for the kick of verifying the incredible than because of fatigue or any lingering suspicions of trickery on the doctor's part. But I hated to lose my ever-growing sensitivity to mind-light. You see, by now I was becoming convinced that there was much more to be seen by mind-light than I'd observed so far, faint things that hovered on the edge of vision. There was the suggestion that some minds had tenuous tentacles of mind-light, and that sometimes the tips of these tentacles plunged into other minds. I'll swear that once I saw one mind leading 5 or 6 others, like dogs on leashes. There were hints, too, that some brains held more minds than one, shadowy splits and mergers, dominations, possessions, vampirisms, clashes, battles. Once I seemed to see a mind flow around another, engulfing or perhaps dissolving it. I kept peering, I admit it, for minds without bodies. Also, I occasionally seemed to see a trace of color in the cold gravitic gray of some material objects, as if some minds were projecting themselves into things, or even the inanimate itself struggling toward awareness. I asked the doctor about these things, whether they were reality or imagination, but he would only say, "Keep watching." Finally, he told Carl to drive us back to his home. We sped out of the mind-dazzle of the city into the blackness of the hills. The doctor said, "I'm glad you've all followed my suggestion about keeping the goggles on without intermission. At least I hope you have. By now your eyes should be about sensitive enough for something rather special I want to show you. The desert or the mountains or the open sea would be better, but this local outback will have to do. Slide back the top of the car, Carl." A moment later, "Look up," said Dr. Hugo Dragonet. Desert nights have taught me the shape of the Milky Way. Smog blots it out in Los Angeles or any other city. But tonight, very faintly but definitely, I saw the unmistakable shape of our galaxy aglow over Los Angeles with muted rainbow light. "Mind," Alice whispered, "all over the universe, beating on us in tiny waves." As she said that, I could almost feel it on my skin, incredibly delicate flakes sifting down. How can something faint as mind-light travel so far, I wondered. Dr. Dragonet said, "Who can say how dim minds are on other worlds, or how bright? There may be minds like novas." "What's that point of violet light near the horizon to the south?" Marty asked suddenly. "You should know," the doctor told him. "I thought you kept track of the planets." Marty said, "Mars." The doctor commented, "So you see why I was struck by Alice associating violet with Martians." He laughed thinly. "An interesting coincidence." At that moment, the car was climbing past the small, gravitic-etched domes of the Greater Cosmic Fellowship, making another coincidence, I told myself. "I'm going to regret taking these goggles off," Alice said, "and seeing things by ordinary electric light." I realized I felt reluctant about it, too, and I found myself recalling the German psychologist who wore glasses that turned everything upside down for so long that upside down became normal, and when he finally took the glasses off, everything seemed to be standing on its head. As Carl was putting the car away, we started up the stairs to the terrace, the doctor just ahead of me, Marty and Alice lagging behind. In a few hours I'd got so used to gravitic light that the steep steps were no great challenge. There was a sudden hissing ahead of us, then a single enraged or terrified squall. A small pale globe came streaking down past us from the terrace, not pausing at the doctor's impet. I was beside him as we mounted the last steps. Marty and Alice were just behind. I became aware of a wholly unfamiliar odor, acrid, nauseating. A glowing sphere, the brightest mind I had seen yet, was on the other side of the terrace. It hung only inches above the flagging. Its color was violet. Footsteps pounded on the steps behind us, and I heard Carl call, "I'm coming, Doctor." The olive sphere of his mind appeared beside me. With a dry rustling like light bony plates or metallic feathers scraping together, the violet mind across the terrace swiftly reared up to a height of 8 or 9 feet. There was a clucking gasp of horror beside me, a swallowed scream. Simultaneously, Carl's mind flared and winked out, and I heard his body slump to the flagging. "Keep your goggles on," the doctor cried. The next voice I heard came from the violet mind towering across the room. It spoke English, but it was the mechanical English of a talking machine, or voder, that is operated by a keyboard and puts words together like snippets of magnetized wire. Yet, in spite of its mechanical quality, it conveyed an impression of power, intellectual and otherwise, that made me cringe. Voder. "Dr. Hugo Dragonet, I presume?" Dr. D. "What do you mean, sir, by this unheralded intrusion?" Voder. "Really, Dr. Dragonet, I think you have little cause for surprise." As the conversation between the doctor and the violet mind went on, I was several times tempted to take off my goggles. Along with my terror, I felt an agonizing curiosity, a gnawing desire to know if I could bear to see what had made Carl faint, if that was all that had happened to him. Truthfully, I was grateful that the doctor had ordered us all to keep them on. I was even more grateful for the courage and poise he showed as he answered the voter voice. Dr. D. "It is true that I have been half expecting someone. At least, I have considered the possibility." Then to us, "Keep the goggles on." Voter. "And you too, Doctor. It will be wiser if we do not see each other in the— I am not sure if flesh is the word I want, at least for myself." Dr. D. "May I ask what attracted your attention to my dwelling?" Voter. "Can't you guess, Doctor? We recently became aware that there were instruments in it sensitive to the magnetic light of consciousness. Our instruments detected your instruments." Dr. D. "That seems reasonable enough." Voter. "Dr. Dragonet, are you aware of where I come from?" Dr. D. "I believe so. The Greater Cosmic Fellowship?" Voter. "You are tactful, perhaps even elusive. I mean, are you aware of where I come from originally?" Dr. D. "If I must hazard a guess, the planet Mars." Voter. "That is correct." Dr. D. to us, "Keep the goggles on." Voter. "And now I must ask you, Dr. Dragonet, what you intend to do with your knowledge." Dr. D. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Voter. "Excuse me, Dr. Dragonet, but I find that difficult to believe." Dr. D. "Why, sir? What would you expect me to do?" Voter. "Well, sir, I would expect you to inform your government, your police and military authorities, of the presence of Martians in the city of Los Angeles. Since most of your fellows have not been educated to an acceptance of intelligence in physical shapes different from their own, this information, once confirmed, would lead to raids, riots, panic, and a general demand for the immediate extermination of all the extraterrestrials. Attempts would be made to root out our innocent little observation post. Such attempts would encounter resistance, since we Martians are burdened with the same self-preservatory instincts as you are, and have besides a certain dignity to maintain as peaceful observers from a senior planet. The result would be a brisk skirmish, more likely, as Mars is rather stuffy about protecting her own, a full-scale interplanetary war." Dr. D. "Exactly." Voter. "Excuse me, I do not quite understand." Dr. D. "I think you do. What I mean is that you have described exactly what would be likely to happen if I should inform Terran authorities about your presence on Earth. And so, as I have already told you, I propose to do nothing. Nothing at all. Voter. Ah, I must confess I did not expect such a civilized decision from an Earthling. Dr. D. Come, Earthmen aren't absolute idiots. Voter. I am beginning to appreciate that, Doctor. I must say I am greatly relieved that this is your decision. It excuses me from taking certain steps unpleasant to you and your companions, which I would otherwise have been obliged to carry out. Dr. D. Or attempt to. Voter. Yes, sir, attempt to, though I fancy that with our greater destructive powers. Dr. D. We are not altogether powerless, you know. Voter. That, too, I suppose, is possible. Excuse me for bringing up such unpleasant matters. Dr. D. Certainly, certainly. Voter. Dr. Dragonet, can you offer us assurance that your companions will be properly secretive? Dr. D. I vouch for them. You have my word. Voter. That is sufficient. Dr. D. Thank you, and now I don't wish to seem inhospitable, but... Voter. The violet globe bowed with a repetition of the dry, rustling sound. Of course. I will depart immediately. I can understand that this interview must be something of a strain to junior minds. I trust, however, Dr. Dragonet, that there will be opportunities for you and me to discuss in private matters of interest to two philosophical denizens of the cosmos. Dr. D. Surely. Come back at any time I'm alone. Voter. Thank you, Dr. Dragonet. Farewell, friends. Dipping close to the flagging again, the violet globe rapidly headed toward the edge of the terrace. Although I still found the accompanying rustling or heavy scuttling sound detestable, my earlier fears had been stilled enough by the strange urbane conversation I just heard, so I thought I might risk a look. I lifted my hands to my temples, but... Keep the goggles on, commanded Dr. Dragonet. The violet globe went over the edge. Not long afterwards, the doctor said, It's all right now, I imagine, to take them off. Normal vision was something of an anticlimax. The terrace was very dark and chilly. The first thing I did was turn on some lights. The doctor was kneeling by Carl, who came out of his faint quickly now, and seemed almost embarrassed by it. Yet when asked what he had seen, he almost fainted again. Then he said firmly, What I saw was some sort of black centipede 4 yards long, with eyes big as saucers. It reared and swayed like a cobra. In its upper claws it had a black box with a keyboard on it. At that point, Marty, Alice, and I all started to talk at once, but the doctor, pleading weariness, refused to enter into a discussion of any sort. However, while scanning the flower beds below for evidence of the creature's trail between the terrace and the fellowship, he did say, almost apologetically to Marty, I'm sure you can see why it's the better part of wisdom to keep the authorities out of cases like this. The CIA might be able to deal with humanoid Martians, but giant black centipedal longhairs, I don't know. Then, gazing thoughtfully at the white walls looming faintly through the dark, he said, shaking his head, You certainly never know whom you have for neighbors in Hollywood. Good night, children. I'm beat. Impet appeared at the top of the steps, crossed the terrace very gingerly, and sniffed the spot where the creature had gone over the edge. Then, backing away with a hiss that seemed her last word on the subject, she went into the house. Good night, the doctor repeated to us, following her. Driving down from the hills with Marty and Alice, I had a try at convincing them that the whole business could have been a hoax, at least the Martian episode. Perhaps the doctor simply had an Earth friend with a violet mind and a stepladder. But I didn't begin to convince even myself. Far Reach to Cygnus. Copyright 1964 by Ziff Davis Publishing Company. I shifted my borrowed Hillman minx into double low to help the brave but under-engined little deer scrabble up the last steep shooting stretch of asphalted road to Dr. Hugo Dragonet's house, perched like an angular flying saucer about to take off from one of the highest pinnacles in the eastern end of the Santa Monica Mountains. A pinnacle overlooking Hollywood, downtown Los Angeles, Griffith Park, Forest Lawn Cemetery, and North Hollywood in the San Fernando Valley. My heart was thudding like the engine of the minx, not with overexertion but excitement. 19 minutes ago, the enigmatic engineer, of psychology and everything else, including wealth-winning cinematic devices, had said to me, "Arthur, I've discovered a drug that is to mescaline and LSD as they are to weak coffee. Come up and try it." Then Dr. Dragonet's voice, dry as Rhine wine, had broken off, and bang had gone down his phone. Siren silent. An LA police car and black and white truck hurtled past me by all of 3 inches, almost scaring my minx into the ditch. At first I thought their target was the Greater Cosmic Fellowship, and I shuddered to think what that might let loose on the world, if one could believe Dr. Dragonet's assertions about the GCF, which would have frightened a communist or Birchite pea green alike. But the 2 police vehicles shot past the gilded gate in the Fellowship's white wall. Drawing up in the turnaround by the doctor's house, they spewed out bluecoats and also brown breeches, who poured into the shrubbery beyond the house. My thoughts whizzed. My phone tapped. The doctor's brazen invitation, arrayed by LA's unsleeping narcotics squad, which has no respect for any secret scientists or any other kind. My minx wouldn't whiz. In the nearest view window of Dr. Dragonet's cantilevered dwelling, in front of the tightly drawn pale drapes, I made out the doctor's black cat peering down at the police. I thought, I hope you're playing lookout, Impet, and doing a right job of it. Snarl the alarm, girl. Fizz, fuzz. The last 2 cops carried great nets trailing from iron hoops 5 feet across. I wondered dismally how Dr. Dragonet's erect, lank, silver-topped form would look hanging acutely bent in the mesh of one of them. Very dignified and intensely menacing, I decided impartially. Unaided by the redoubling of my heartbeat, my minx painfully crawled to the foot of the steps leading up to the cantilevered terrace porch. Setting the brakes with a swipe of one hand and snatching up with the other my innocent-looking cane, which I have taken to carrying ever since my adventures with Dr. Dragonet began to go deep, I jumped out and raced up the steep steps toward a cloud-flecked blue sky, blown clear of smog for once by a steady west wind, and, here I slowed a bit, I couldn't help it, toward a very pretty pair of slim black-stockinged legs swinging coquettishly from the edge of the terrace, still well above me. I'd never met legs like that at any previous session with Dr. Dragonet. But then I'd never known much about his private affairs. In fact, I'd never thought of the old boy as having any. I resumed speed, and soon, 3 steps from the top, I was looking straight into the dark eyes of the most delicious girl I've ever encountered. She had a slim, pale face, humorous, sensuous lips, and long black hair hanging sleekly, yet unconfined. She was wearing black leotards and a black velvet cape, which draped casually from her shoulders across the dull black flagstones of the terrace. "Why the haste, my hearty?" she asked me tranquilly, sitting there and swinging her legs. I pictured her in a net, or rather explaining to one of LA's hanging judges how she had been cajoled into smoking super marijuana by a lewd and sinister pseudoscientist old enough to be her grandfather almost. "I'm Arthur Gary," I informed her somewhat breathlessly, eager to create a sensation with my police raid news. "And I'm Edwina Capasombrio." Just then I saw it approaching her stealthily yet ripple-swift across the half-roofed, sun-bright, shadow-dark terrace, and wondered for a split second if I'd already been somehow dosed, maybe by spray, with the doctor's new drug. Then, for another split instant, I thought it was Impet, magnified by some allusion to thrice Impet's height at the shoulder and 30 times the house cat's mass. But this narrow black feline had eyes of blue fire and fangs with a steely glitter, and its black pelt alternately shimmered and blurred as it moved. I whipped my sword out of its cane sheath and thrust it fast over Edwina's shoulder, at least an inch outside her close-fitting ear, just as the creature pounced. The blade hit something and jarred. An electric shock traveled up my sword arm, then everything went black before my eyes, as if I were about to faint from excitement or fear. I squinted my eyes and shook my head sharply. My power of sight came back. I stared around the terrace wildly, numb arm posing the sword for another lunge. But the black leopard was gone. "Arthur, that was very uncool," Edwina informed me severely, "to go stab at a poor panting animal, after the police and every idiot he-man with a gun have been hunting him across the hills for a week or more. Except coming so near my ear with your skimovitch," she added, with a note of consolation. "That was cool, Arthur." She had still not moved, though her legs were still swinging. At once the memory came back to me, making sense of the police nets, of the black leopard that had escaped from a private zoo near Tarzana and been pacing back and forth across the bottom of the front page of the LA Times for 10 days, far below the black jungle treetops of the second coming headlines about the illegal Soviet bomb test. It didn't look one bit worn and weary to me, I said, still scanning shiveringly for the beast, which had really reminded me of one I'd read about in a science fiction story. A lordly creature of evil with electricity for blood. It looked all spruced up, as if it had come to take you to dinner, to be the meat course. Edwina lightly shook her head. Probably just wanted sympathy or his horoscope cast. I'd want my cat stars read in his situation. Are there cat stars? I asked. There are dog stars, aren't there? She responded, wide-eyed. I didn't quite know how to take some of her remarks and reactions. Kids change so fast these days that a 10-year age gap sometimes seems like 10 generations. With Edwina, I felt as though I was blundering in the dark. Delightful dark, though, even better than iced Irish coffee. There came low shouts, 2 gunshots, then a thrashing of underbrush from the other side of the terrace. I gave Edwina my free hand as she scrambled up. We ran across and looked down from the unrailed edge. 20 feet below, the police were tramping back to their cars. 2 of them carried, in a doubled-over net between them, a sad, sweaty-looking black leopard. Its fur was dusty, too, but its chest was heaving, and I could see no sign of blood. Evidently my sword, if it had ever really hit that leopard, had done no great damage, and the police gunshots had been only for scare effect. The Los Angeles police are good, efficient guys, really. The amateurs wouldn't have been satisfied until they'd blown the creature to bits. I noticed that the police had left behind them in the shrubs a small black suitcase, or perhaps someone else had dropped it there first. Alone I wouldn't have been noticed, but girls like Edwina are stereomagnetic. "We got him safe and sound, miss," one of them called up. "You can quit worrying now." Although my attention was still wholly on the netted leopard, I was tempted to call back. "I do not think worrying is one of the young lady's skills," but just then the same cop called up. "What's that weapon you got there, fella?" "A long shish kebab skewer," I assured him, guiltily making sure my hand hid the silver-knobbed grip. Sword canes are decidedly illegal, and although the LA police are often good guys, they're always sticklers. I was still studying the captured leopard, very doubtfully now. There was a loud hist behind us. I spun around. It was only Carl, the doctor's sturdy butler and precision machinist, beckoning us from the porch door. But I had already made up my mind. The black leopard the police had netted was not my black leopard, and never had been. Little Impet, peering around Carl's thick ankles, seemed to agree with me, for the black house-cat scanned about fiercely, then sprang back with a spitting hiss of her own. I was glad myself we were leaving the terrace. Now that the sun was dropping out of sight and the west wind humming higher, the place had turned eerie. Protectively, well, that was a bit of my reason, I shifted my free arm to Edwina's waist. Even through the velvet cape it felt remarkably slim and supple. The big living room with its thick, tight-drawn drapes was so dark I couldn't see anything clearly. I was annoyed at Carl for closing the door tightly behind us, then remembered what might be lurking outside and stopped feeling irked. Realizing other advantages of the darkness, I shifted my arm to the same position under Edwina's cloak. She didn't mind, or maybe didn't notice. She was a very cool girl, truly. There was a pale shape stretched above the center of the floor, on a low dark couch, I guessed, or maybe floating there. Around it was a circle of 8 motionless, weirdly hunched forms. I wondered if they were having drugged visions and perhaps drugged shape changes, supposing the doctor's experiment had already begun. I started to ask, but Edwina breathed at my ear a shh that was almost a kiss, while from the pale shape there came a sweet, monotonous voice saying, "It's a blue, blue planet, not from oceans, but from great prairies of blue grass reaching almost to the poles and dotted here and there with tiny lakes. Dipping closer, I can see herds of unicorns and tricorns cropping the blue savannas. Now, closer still, I see bands of slim elvish folk. Their naked skins are pale blue. They ride the unicorn, they pound a bluish grain to flour. They study the stars through telescopes with lenses of water and mirrors of liquid mercury curved by force fields. They dance to pipes and sleep, or they meditate alone under their fiery moon. For a moment I could see the blue scene hovering before my eyes, so sharply that I wondered if there could be visions contagious, like diseases and delusions. Although the edges of my mind and feelings were still busy with my rather loony guesses about a drug orgy, and with my black leopard, the deadly one, and with Edwina, of course. As the sweet voice died away, the living-room lights came up softly. I looked at the pale figure lying in the center of the room, on a low couch, as I'd guessed, and my heart jumped about a yard away from Edwina and hung there for several seconds. The pale figure was a long girl in an unbelted white flannel dress that covered her from neck to pink toes. Her tranced face had the lines but not the fullness of that of a Greek goddess. Her long hair outspread was like a pale golden sunburst. The 8 weirdly hunched forms dissolved into 8 of the doctor's angularly asymmetric but comfortably cushioned chairs, with 5 superficially normal-looking occupants. The 3 chairs to my left were empty. The next 2 held grasshopper-thin, restless Professor Zybold, and, clerical collar indenting his jowls, plump Father Minturn, 2 highly intelligent men I had met before at the doctor's sessions on those occasions when he'd wanted a thorough materialistic scientist and a thoughtful man of God among his observers. Next to the priest reclined a very tall, very thin nun in black flowing habit and a visored and veiled wimple which completely concealed her features. Not so normal-looking, that one, I had to admit. The figure beyond that, just to my right, made my heart sink. A handsome, crop-haired, sun-tanned, suavely muscled young man in rather close-fitting sports jacket, slacks, and suede shoes, all dazzling white. His gaze was bored yet sensuous, raptorial yet veiled. Oh, everybody knows J.A. Star, the newest and most successful Brando surrogate and homegrown Mastroianni to hit stereo, cinema, and TV. My jealous and pessimistic mind instantly decided that Edwina and the blonde had to be starlets who had come to this session along with J-Star. Such offbeat beauties could only be his girls. My spirits sank. Why would the doctor have him here? But then the doctor rather liked film folks, the old fool. A lank figure straightened briskly up from the only chair I couldn't see into, the one in front of me, and turned to face me with a supple, unrigid military erectness. At times Dr. Hugo Dragonet looks remarkably like a Prussian or a Tsarist officer, or diplomat perhaps. His silvery hair was crew-cut, his wrinkle-netted eyes gleamed with youth, the other lines of his long face were cynical, genial. "Arthur," he said, smiling warmly. Then the smile thinned a trifle. "Stop smooching my niece." I tried brazenly to hang on to her, but Edwina unhooked herself from my arm with a full turn that swirled her velvet cape away from her black-fitted body. Dr. Dragonet's eyes twinkled. "Edwina? Mr. Arthur Gray," he said formally. "Arthur, Senorita Edwina Caposombrio." I bowed peevishly. My pessimistic mind, which at my birth had declared a cold war against my optimistic feelings, slightly redeployed its thoughts about Edwina. She wasn't the girl J-Star had brought, but the one he had come here to fascinate and lay claim to probably had already done so. And the blonde, too, of course. Who can win against stereo stars? Dr. Dragonet might prove my ally, of course. I could even imagine him saying, "Stop necking my niece," to J-Star, too. But he was an old man lost in his experiments and inventions. Edwina went up to him. "Dear Uncle Hugo," she said softly. He bowed to her, and as she pressed a kiss on his forehead, she looked sidewise at me with a peculiarly sly smile. By some chance, his lips quirked at the same moment. Was Uncle Hugo really so old? Then she swirled down into the empty chair next to his. To fill the conversational pause, but mostly because I was really curious, I asked, "Was the other young woman actually seeing or clairvoying a scene on another planet? And is she under the influence of—" I hesitated. "Of my new drug? Yes," he finished for me. "As to your first question, it's rather improbable she was getting anything interplanetary or interstellar. More likely something from her subconscious, or from the subconscious mind of one of us. Some forgotten fairy tale, perhaps. However, there's this to be said for your suggestion," he went on. "Whenever I ask the young lady where her vision is coming from, she points toward the constellation Cygnus, the Swan or Northern Cross, as you know. whether it happens to be below or, as now, above the horizon, or night or day at the time. As far as I know, she has no knowledge of field astronomy. It's a suggestive circumstance, though really nothing to build on. I nodded. Quite restrained for Dr. Dragonet, I thought, remembering the black goggles with which he had let us glimpse the glow of mentality diffusing from the galaxy and with which he had, so he claimed, discovered the greater cosmic fellowship to be a secret outpost, peaceful he hoped, he told us, of black giant centipedal Martians, a good example of the stranger denizens of Hollywood, if you can believe the doctor. The memory gave me a start. I wondered if my black leopard could be some creature or projection of the Martians. The priest and the professor were looking at me peculiarly. I realized I was still holding my naked sword cane. Carl silently handed me its sheath. Edwina began chattily to tell her uncle about the eruption of police and the capture of the escaped leopard. I waited for her to finish, intending to add my theory, conviction rather, that there had been 2 black leopards. Meanwhile, the fair-haired girl sat up on the couch, resting her chin in her hand. Her eyes were open now, but her classic face was still dreamy. She wasn't so long after all. It had been that white dress. J.A. Starr looked at her loosely draped form with a cool appraisal I found infuriating. The 2 other men in the circle had begun to talk about the Siberian explosion that had us on the brink of war. Professor Zeibold was claiming it had been a giant underground atomic test blast which had got out of control and vented in spite of all Soviet precautions and secrecy measures. Father Minturn supported the minority guess that it had been an enemy atomic rocket aimed at Krasnoyarsk and overshooting north. A Chinese rocket, perhaps, or who dared say? Palm out thrust protestingly, Dr. Dragonet called briskly, "Ladies, gentlemen, enough of these trivia. Roxanne, bring the psionic elixir." I looked toward the girl in white as he called Roxanne, but she didn't react. And then, from the next room, came a 3rd young lady bearing a tray with crystal-gleaming goblets and 2 bottles. She, too, was slim, wearing a blue suit and wrap-around blue sunglasses, which somehow reminded me of the blue planet I had heard described. Really, the girl in white should have been wearing them. The 3rd girl had dark red hair, bobbed rather long. Beneath the masking glasses, her lips were curved in an impudent, knowing smile. She wore blue net stockings. Again my heart did that delightful business of jumping a yard away from Edwina, or this time as much as 2. The newcomer set the tray down on a high taboret beside Dr. Dragonet's chair. Smiling compassionately at me, the doctor said, "Arthur, let me introduce you to my nieces Mademoiselle Roxanne Rouge-Cheveux," he indicated the redhead, who sketched a curtsy, "and to Fräulein Blondine Harlang," the girl in white nodded vaguely, "who belong respectively to the French and German branches of the Dragonet family, through the maternal line, just as Senorita Capasombrio does to the Spanish. Oh, by the way, Blondine," he called to the girl in white, "if you see any more of the blue planet, don't hesitate to break in on us, no matter what we're discussing." She gave another vague nod. The redhead sat down in the farther of the remaining chairs, and I in the remaining one, in the exact spot where my heart still vacillated midway between Edwina and Roxanne, which was a good thing for my physiological integrity. Bad to have one's anatomic and amatory hearts in different places. Working with skilled rapidity, Dr. Dragonet poured a pale yellow wine into 7 of the goblets, then, using a pipette, added to each exactly 3 drops of a colorless fluid from a glass-stoppered crystal bottle. Gradually, all eyes, even the lazy ones of J-Star, became fixed on the doctor and his speeding hands. As he worked, he began to speak, quite casually. "One of life's most fascinating problems, which science refuses to tackle, or shrugs off as metaphysics, is the hookup between the mind and the world." I thought, oh nuts, a lecture on philosophy, when I want to hear about blue planets and black leopards and golden elixirs. Flaring his nostrils at me as if he'd caught my thoughts, the doctor continued. "To put it simply, where in the brain, or elsewhere, is the space of my, or your, consciousness? Where is that clear-cut, shining scene which each sighted man or woman sees outspread before him while he wakes, or shimmering strangely in dreams?" He tapped the silver-lawn side of his skull. "Is it inside here?" He swept 5 outstretched fingers in front of him. Or is it out there? I thought, say, maybe this applies. Was my black leopard a living thing, out there? Or was it a projection from my mind, or from someone else's mind? True, my sword had bent, and my arm had been shocked. Yet the black leopard had had that glimmering appearance of a projection, and the super-realness one associates with fever visions rather than reality. And something had momentarily blacked out my vision, too. Professor Zeibold muttered to himself, intending to be overheard, I'm sure. To try to measure pictures in the mind against the great world of matter as if they were 2 maps which could be fitted to each other. Naive. Dr. Dragonet caught it. He said, smiling, when I was a child, I decided to be naive, which incidentally means natural, forever. It's paid off, in fun and money, too. Now, to explore the problem. He lifted 1 finger. First, is the space of consciousness in the brain? That would analyze down only to a pattern of firing neurons or electric fields, not the vivid theater-like scene itself. He held up 2 fingers. Or is the space of consciousness in another set of dimensions altogether? But that means there are at least 2 worlds, the world of things and the inner one, which offend against science's law of parsimony. The need to find the simplest explanation possible, to avoid assuming one more factor than necessary. I go for simplicity myself, J.A. Starr observed, that rough, sonorous voice of his ringing out for the first time. But it was hard to tell whether he was talking about scientific assumptions or styles of acting, or clothes maybe, or at any rate I told myself that. I glanced to see if Edwina or Roxanne were hanging on to the words of the white-clad male love-god. They didn't seem to be. Dr. Dragonet continued. Actually, the second explanation involves a gigantic offense against the law of parsimony. For if each conscious being has an inner world approximating even to a small degree the world of things, then we are assuming trillions upon trillions of separate worlds, a vast unnecessary multiplication of structures. Professor Zeibold snorted. You're just hanging sense data on a pre-Kantian space-time framework. Do you dig this? I whispered experimentally to Edwina. She nodded curtly without looking at me. From Roxanne's direction, I heard a very faint chuckle. I cursed myself and concentrated. Or, Dr. Dragonet went on, 3 fingers in the air, his eyes gleaming over his pipette, to the top of which his thumb was clamped to check its drip. Does the inner world lie out there in the world of things? Like paint on a house, or makeup on a woman's face, or wrappings of finest tissue on a box. De Broglie has said that each electron extends, however tenuously, to the ends of the universe. Why not the conscious mind? What if all our inner worlds lie out there, nested on objects and on fields, clothing with color and feeling the skeleton world of things? More 200-year-old British metaphysics, the professor jeered. Perhaps forming together one single great diversified communal mind, Doctor? The tall, veiled black nun across the circle from me observed in a harsh, mechanic whisper which made me shiver. There was a faint dry rustling as she leaned forward. J.A. Starr, sitting on her left, looked at her sharply. Dr. Dragonet nodded. Perhaps, Sister Marcia. The mind of God, Father Minturn murmured on her right. Dr. Dragonet frowned. God, a word, he said harshly, yet not altogether unacceptable. The communal mind would, of course, have within it a multitude of foci, our individualities, not a trinity, but almost an infinity. Bits of mind strewn about, Edwina observed. You make it sound like ectoplasm, Uncle Hugo. From my other side, Roxanne chuckled. The doctor made a face at them. Professor Zeibold was angrily waving his hand. I can see the stars, he asserted emphatically, but only for a moment mystifyingly. How can bits of my consciousness lie that far out, hundreds and billions of light-years away? The doctor replied quietly. Aristotle had an insight which we've neglected and derided. That vision goes out from the eye to the object, and then returns to the eye. Perhaps consciousness operates that way, moving instantaneously or almost so, even though physical vision doesn't. Modern investigation suggests that psi or ESP forces move at velocities at least far greater than light. But what I see in the stars happened hundreds and billions of years ago, Professor Seibold rapped back. The stars have moved since. They and the mind bits would not be congruent. Most of the stars haven't moved far, the doctor countered. The discongruence would not be great, and since we've hardly begun to log psi observations, we wouldn't have detected it just as the apparent movement of the stars with the seasons was indetectable to the ancients and medievals, so that they decided all the stars were set in one vast crystal sphere at the outer limits of the cosmos. You talk of psi forces and forces of consciousness, the thin professor hammered on. If they're forces, why haven't we detected them, I ask you, sir? They're too feeble for our instruments to pick up, the doctor retorted. Psi forces may be basic, yet so weak under most terrestrial conditions as to be almost indiscoverable, just as the basic force of gravity itself might never be discovered in a feathery world of free fall. Besides, most of us haven't the right instruments. The gravito-electric and gravito-magnetic spectra exist in theory, but they've never been observed in practice, with the exception of Ehrenfeld's experiment and one other. Hugo, I cut in, would it ever be possible for the parts of the inner world which lie in the world of things to, well, operate independently? I was thinking of my black leopard. There we enter a more speculative realm, the doctor said thoughtfully. But yes, Arthur, some of my most recent trials of the elixir have indicated to me that under certain conditions the contents of the subconscious mind of a highly repressed, highly energized person, a person with powerful drives, might be projected into the world of things, there taking individualized form, possibly animal like some of Jung's archetypes, and operating for a while independently with powers to move about and help or harm. This is preposterous. I ask you what— Professor Seibold burst out contentiously, but at that moment Blondine Harlang began to speak from her central position on the low couch, her eyes again closed, a voice a pleasant yet imperious monotone. Great black and silver spaceships are orbiting now around the blue planet. Boats land from the spaceships and discharge beings in great helmets and protective suits. Perhaps the air is poisonous to them. They are humanoid, but I cannot see their faces. They begin to explore and to test the direction of the wind. The elvish folk hide from them in the deep blue grass. Although the room was light now, I again had the illusion that the scene Blondine was describing was hovering between me and her. For a brief moment it was frighteningly realistic. I could see the heavy-suited trampers through the grass, and I peered in vain to glimpse their faces. I asked myself if it were remotely conceivable that her consciousness, traveling some unknown superhighway, had gone out to a planet circling a star in the Northern Cross. On impulse I asked, "Where's the blue planet, Fräulein Harlang?" Without opening her eyes, she pointed toward me, which was east. I know my directions in Dragonet's house. Then raised her hand halfway overhead before she dropped it. That would be right for the Northern Cross at this time of summer. I think it's time we drank the elixir before our speculations get too far out without its help, Dr. Dragonet said, grimacing apologetically at Professor Seibold. Roxanne, pass around the goblets. The professor frowned, grasping his goblet when it came as if it were a ceremonial mace. I have further objections, he said, but I'll reserve them. I sniffed at mine, detecting no odor but that of Riesling. Some of the others sniffed too. I noted that Sister Marcia, the black nun, was holding her goblet close to her narrow chest in short, black-gloved fingers. When Roxanne came to him, Dr. Dragonet waved her on. The bartender should never drink, he quipped. Besides, I have acquired a residual sensitivity from repeated doses. He dropped his hand to the side of his chair, and the lights very slowly began to dim. He said, "Cortisone is the best medical analogy I can find for my psychic or psionic elixir, which incidentally is extracted from the pineal glands of a strain of rhesus monkeys which have undergone certain stresses and been injected with various lesser drugs. Little has been discovered about the pineal's function in a century of research, but if the function is psionic, what orthodox researcher is going to discover that, or go out on a limb about it if he does?" He shrugged. Cortisone makes tissues more permeable, so that healing substances can reach their targets more readily. It weakens the wall between cell and cell. My psionic elixir weakens the walls between the cells of the mind, between the conscious and unconscious, and all the other areas, many of them unmapped, unknown, unexplored. To an even greater degree, it weakens the wall between mind and mind, between minds that are near and minds that are far, between minds that are almost alike, and minds that are unutterably divergent, indicating that we are not lonely little forts of mind, solitary eye machines, but instead we are points, or rather foci, in a great continuum of feeling. The room had darkened considerably from the doctor's rheostat, but I could still see faces, most of them with gazes fixed on his sardonic-lined, yet now almost sorcerous one. Between myself and the doctor, Edwina, a humorous, cool girl, yet ageless-seeming now, a sphinx. To my left, Roxanne, her smile made enigmatic by her blue wraparound glasses. To her left, Professor Zeibold, suspicious, hostile, rigidly poised, yet I could see his chest move with his rapid breathing. Then Father Minturn, benign, calm, perhaps too calm. Then the inscrutable black-veiled Sister Marcia. Then J. A. Star, lazily smiling, another calm one. But perhaps his hand was shaking slightly, for now he casually steadied his goblet against his white-trousered knee. And so back around the circle to Dr. Dragonet. In the shadows behind him was a dark, blocky form, Carl. And in the center of the circle, Blondine. She faced me rather than the doctor, but she was not looking directly at me, but somewhat over my head. And her gaze seemed to go far beyond, through the wall, out into space, perhaps to her blue planet. My heart skipped a beat as a black shape leaped to the back of Father Zeibold's chair. Impet. The black house cat silently settled down there behind the cleric's head, though I doubt he was aware of her presence. She directed her slit-eyed gaze at Sister Marcia. I thought about what the doctor had said about subconscious minds being projected in animal form, and I shivered at the idea while I tried to reject it. I wondered about the subconscious drives of those around me. The doctor said, "We will drink one by one around the circle clockwise. That way the effects will be more interesting, particularly to those who drink first. I will point each time to the person who is to drink, and snap my fingers to tell him when." The forefinger of his right hand aimed at me, and then the mid-finger slipped off the thumb and struck the groove between bent ring finger and palm with a solid click. The gazes shifted to me. I felt flustered and a little resentful that the doctor had made me the first to take the plunge into the unknown. For the first time I wondered if this drug were safe, had been tested enough, or, contrariwise, if it were only 3 drops of water. I glanced around quickly. Why the devil should the gathering shadows pick this time to remind me of the black leopard the police hadn't netted? My left hand touched my sword cane by the side of my chair. I was taking too long, I knew, making Edwina and Roxanne think me timid. Then I realized I had drained the goblet and was carefully setting it on the floor. The Riesling's mild astringent sting was pleasant in my throat. There was no other taste. Long moments passed. I leaned back. I no longer worried about black leopards or what others thought of me. I was feeling relaxed and at home, as if some age-old stricture was being loosened. I wasn't even bothered that the drug was having no particular effect on me. Why did human beings go around tense and unhappy, thinking everything mattered so much? They missed the real juice of life. I looked at Blondine, since that was easiest. The room was almost black now, but the doctor must have switched a soft spotlight on her, perhaps to give us a common focal point, for her complexion glowed. I lost myself in her face. I'd always thought it was jewel juggling or Tiffany flattery when a poet spoke of a girl having lips like rubies or rose petals, cheeks like mother-of-pearl faintly shot with pink, eyes like sapphires, hair like a cloud of the finest gold wires. Now I realized that, funny, it could be literally true. Roxanne chuckled. I was glad she appreciated my point. "Do you notice any effects, Arthur?" "The colors are richer," I heard myself tell Dr. Dragonet. "Colors are richer," he repeated quietly. In fully 50% of cases, that is the first reaction to LSD or any of the mind-enlarging drugs, including my elixir. I suggest this is because they, and especially my elixir, open the mind of the drug taker to the minds of those around him, so that he sees things not only through his own eyes, but also through those of others, which, since we all see things and even colors differently, has an inevitable enriching effect. Incidentally, this would explain why mind-enlarging drugs have the greatest effect when taken in company, their least when taken alone. Midway in this statement, he had clicked his fingers, and I knew that Roxane had drunk. I agreed with what he said in an idle sort of way, but continued to watch Blondine. Now it seemed that the light on her was moonlight. The doctor has full-spectrum illumination in his house. For her lips had gone toward grape or amethyst, the mother of pearl or opal of her cheeks was faintly violet, the sapphire of her eyes more intense, the gold of her hair paler, but with a note of turquoise, or no, jade. It might not be moonlight, but a scene under sea, with Blondine a jewel-scaled mermaid. "Roxane," I said, "there's more green in those wraparound glasses than I'd have guessed." Only then did I realize the implication of what I had said. Not that it much surprised me. Meanwhile, there had come another resonant click. Signal for Professor Zeibold to drink. "Oui," Roxane replied softly. "And you, monsieur, have an exalted vision of girls. Expensive, too." "Hugo," I observed, "you've got almost too much light on Blondine." "Young man," Father Minturn answered for him, "the room is nearly pitch dark." I noted that except for Blondine, the room was, well, moderately dark. I continued to watch her face. Gradually, a discordant, almost angry note came into it. Not anything obvious. She was still beautiful, but it was as if her face had been dissected by almost invisible cuts into its parts, forehead, eyes, nose, etc., like a subtly cubistic painting. After a bit, I began also to see, faintly, a red network beneath her skin, and then, more faintly still, a silvery one. Blood vessels and nerves. It occurred to me that Professor Zeibold was making his contribution to the image, and that if this was the way a materialist saw the world and pretty girls, I didn't want any more than the sample. At the same time, the image was getting a surreal appearance, suggestive of Picasso, which puzzled me, since I hadn't thought the professor was consciously art-minded, only analytic. I suppose there must have been another click a while back, though I hadn't heard it, for a palely glowing tone came into Blondine's face, soothing the discords, brushing them over with the moonlight like Roxane's, but milkier, so that the face acquired an additional quality like that of a china statue. This must be coming from Father Minturn, the idealizer, the spiritualizer. But the Picasso look was stronger than ever. The image of Blondine was appearing to me both full face and at the same time in complete profile. Then I realized that Roxane and I were seeing her full face, while Zeibold and Minturn, sitting a quarter way around the circle from us, were viewing her profile. It was as simple as that. All the varied images still added up to a girl's face. The totality, though strange, was still beautiful. There was still another click. This time I heard it, and I watched Sister Marcia's goblet creep up under her heavy black veil, which I still couldn't see through, although the light came up on her as I watched her, as it did on everything I watched. There was an odd, prolonged sipping or sucking sound, barely audible, and the goblet came out empty. Just then Blondine began to speak again, a note of agitation rippling the sweet monotony. "The helmeted invaders are firing the blue grass with flamethrowers. Towering red-yellow walls, smoke-topped, rush with the wind across the great savannas or creep against it. The elvish fold crouch unresisting in their grassy hollows, eyes shut, emaciated from privation or from intense thought." I began to get a vision of that, too. There were ghostly flames between us. But just then all my attention was engulfed by another change taking place in Blondine's hair and form. It was an image of her back. Sister Marcia sat across the circle from me. But it was an image which broke up the gold of her hair and the white of her dress into a checkerboard of large dots, like a very coarse-grained newspaper reproduction. It was Blondine as seen through an insect's eyes, or possibly in arachnids or chilopods. At the same time, I found myself salivating and thinking to my horror that Blondine would be good to eat. The only reassuring thing about the impulse this thought gave me was that it seemed to be strictly inhibited. I asked myself if Dr. Dragonet might conceivably have smuggled into our group one of the giant centipedal Martians from the Greater Cosmic Fellowship. I found this difficult to accept, as I had actually never seen one of the beasts myself, and to tell truth half doubted all his stories about them. But if it were so, he was on closer terms with them than he'd ever told me, and of course the Black Nun disguise was a brilliant one. Mars, Sister Marcia, oh good Lord! Edwina's hand tugged gently at my elbow. I leaned toward her. She whispered in my ear, "Arthur, I think you know that Uncle is an ardent desegregationist. Just keep that in mind." In my excitement, I must have missed another click, for now I heard J.A. Star say lazily, "This'll be only my second drink today. Just another touch of wine and Doc's good old elixir," and I saw him drain his goblet. J. Star and I had a session this morning, the doctor explained casually, though with a hint of annoyance. I felt a stab of jealousy that the stereo star should be deeper in the doctor's secrets than I. Edwina and I were still leaning together. Impulsively I whispered, "Has that big white ape from the underside of the Panhandle ever made a pass at you?" "Dozens," she assured me impatiently, as though I should have known the answer to that one. "I brush him off as gently as I can. He's such a child. My heart's still mostly with the family. You know, Uncle Hugo." "Child gorilla?" I asked, still whispering, of course. "Another of those poor panting leopards?" She shrugged, then quirked me a quick smile. At that happy, to me, moment, Blondine burst out more agitatedly with, "I've looked into the helmet of one of the destroyers. There are cat people, black-furred." There was a flurry of small movements around the circle, touched off by the intensity of her voice, I suppose, or perhaps others here knew about the second black leopard. I know I started to think about it again. First, the wild notion that Blondine had materialized on Earth, one of the cat people invading the blue planet. Then Dr. Dragonet's suggestion about a subconscious mind on the loose in animal form. Whose would it be, I wondered? Professor Zeibold had shown constant irritation and a half-repressed anger. That might be indicative. Yet the milky calm of Father Minturn's mind might be an even stronger sign of murky unconscious depths. Edwina dressed like a black leopard. That could be a clue. While Sister Marcia... There were simply too many hints. Why, even I... So far, the elixir had given me no sight of my own unconscious mind, as the doctor had said it would. Did that mean my subconscious had gone out of me? True, I had struck at the leopard, but would I know my own subconscious mind if I met it? Would anybody? The room seemed to have grown darker now, although Blondine's strange image still was bright, and I began to catch movements in the shadows behind the chairs, movements which stopped as soon as I looked straight at them. I wanted to call for real lights. There was a click, signal for Edwina to drink. We'd be finished soon, I thought hopefully. I returned to Blondine's image. J-Star's drinking seemed to have added nothing to it at all. Nothing rich in that mind, I told myself with a certain satisfaction. Or perhaps the effects of the elixir were wearing off for me. Even the quintuple exposure of Blondine was beginning to darken. Yet at the same time, I began to feel a growing tension, and I sensed again the illusion, or reality, of movement in the shadows by the walls, as if some sinuous black beast were pacing there. Half rising, I openly peered around the room, even behind my chair, I have to admit. I didn't see any slinking animal either, but it could have been hiding behind one of the chairs. The tension continued to grow. Sister Marcia was leaning forward now, looking taller and thinner than ever. Father Minturn's hands made fat white blobs where they gripped the arms of his chair. Professor Zeibold was writhing his narrow shoulders and jogging his right knee very fast, like a chess player with a minute in which to make 20 moves. Roxanne no longer smiled below her wraparound glasses. Edwina had slipped off her cloak and was holding it over her left arm. Dr. Dragonet was sitting very erect, his gaze switching quickly from side to side. Only J.A. Star leaned back, serene, or just stupid. I was leaning forward myself now, my left hand gripping my sword cane, my right hand on its hilt. Her soft fur bristling, Impet came erect behind Father Minturn's shoulders with a spitting hiss. The plump priest threw himself forward on the floor. I didn't blame him one bit. At first I was sure Impet was hissing at Sister Marcia. Then I saw that the target of the cat's alarm and anger lay beyond. Out of the shadow behind J. A. Starr's chair there rose a narrow, high-domed, shimmering black muzzle with ears like silky spear points, eyes that were pulsing blue sparks, fangs that gleamed like steel. Edwina sprang to the seat of her chair. Stamping on its arm and waving her black cloak forward, she shouted at the top of her voice at the black apparition, "Gato! Hey, gato!" She was citing the black leopard as if it were a bull. She was calling, "Hey, cat!" The leopard vaulted over J-Star and his chair in one enormous bound, a great curving brushstroke of glimmering black against the lesser darkness. But I had snatched my sword from its sheath, and now I lunged high. A dazzling blue flicker ran along the blade. Lightning flashed in the room, showing the pictures on the walls. The blade bent double and broke. I felt twice the shock I had on the terrace, but my vision didn't go. I drew back to thrust again with my numb hand, not knowing even if it still held the broken sword. The black leopard came weaving forward again, then turned abruptly and sprang sideways, out of range of my defense, at Roxanne. An instant earlier, Sister Marcia had launched herself forward, seeming to lengthen almost impossibly in a long arc of her own, her black habit streaming. She dove over Father Minturn and Blondine, whose image had dimmed almost to darkness now, and met the leopard in midair. They dropped to the floor together, and for a moment there was a scuffling and a horrid dry rustling, then sudden silence, broken almost immediately by our frantic voices. The darkness was now complete. "Keep quiet and keep your places," Dr. Dragonet commanded. A few moments later, enough lights for an operating theater came on. They showed us all on our feet, with one exception. Sister Marcia was standing like a lightly disheveled black pillar beside the door, half open now, to the terrace. There was no sight of the black leopard anywhere. In that mechanical voice so chillingly suggestive of a voter rather than speech from a living throat, the black nun said, "I must return to my devotions. Thank you, Doctor, for an interesting session. Good night, friends." Taking mincing steps and ducking her head to miss the lintel, which would have cleared my own head by 2 feet, she rustled from the room. I wanted to ask her, "Do subconscious minds taste good, sister?" Professor Zeibold wiped his forehead and gave off with an inelegant, unscientific "Phew." The one of us remaining in his chair, so quiet he might be a stereo still of himself, or dead, was J. A. Star. But when the doctor lightly shook his shoulder, he came to with a headshake and a "Huh?" and then said in a voice from which most of the glamorous resonance was gone, "How'd the session go, Doc? I must have fell asleep, though I never thought I'd even relax, let alone nap. That black sister's starched underthings kept rustling like one of the big centipedes we had down in my granddaddy's house in old Mississippi." "I heard nothing," Father Minturn said, a shade loftily. "But then I don't listen for such things." Jay stood up shakily. "Gee, I feel awful weak on my pins, like I was empty inside." The doctor steadied him, saying, "Carl will drive you home. Then, I think we'd all be better for a breath of fresh air." He indicated the terrace. I wanted to go beside Edwina to compliment her on her technique as a torero, or gatero, and maybe fish for a compliment back on my own showing as a matador, or gatador, but she was chattering excitedly with Roxanne. Father Minturn followed, half supporting J-Star, and behind them went Professor Zeibold and Blondine. Dr. Dragonet gently held me back, and as we drifted after them, he leaned his head and told me confidentially, "I suspected it was J-Star's unconscious mind all along. I like the film colony. I make my living off them. But some of the newcomers are so single-mindedly ambitious and pushing that they're a public danger. They need their teeth, their drives, drawn, and I look upon it as a sort of civic duty to do so. Now he'll be a hollow man for months." "Won't it ruin his career?" I asked, not too concerned. "No, most actors are only lay figures, puppets. His directors will position him properly and use a needle spot to make his eyes gleam, and re-resonate his voice with an echo chamber, and maybe use collodion to twist his mouth into the smirk his fans love, until something of his old energy returns. I asked, would being rejected by just one girl fill a man like J-Star with such seething resentments? He looked at me sharply. So Edwina's been telling you things? Yes, of course. The littler the big man, the more sensitive he is to slights. What do you think would have happened, Doctor, if the leopard had reached Edwina or Roxanne? He shrugged. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps a mild electric shock. I think she'd have had her face scratched off. Jay has, or had, a very strong feminine component, completely repressed. One more thing, Doctor. Is Sister Marcia really— I began, but we were on the terrace now near the others, and he lightly squeezed my arm for silence. Some creatures, even highly intelligent ones, feed on the body electricity of emotion as well as on flesh, he whispered briskly. That's all I can tell you. Now we were all under the stars, bright in the wind-swept sky. Automatically my gaze went up to Cygnus, that great 5-starred swan winging high through the dark. Blondine looked up, and then the others too, as she said tranquilly, "A terrible cold radiates from the pale blue dreaming elvish folk. The great fires in the blue grass shrink and flicker and die. The helmeted invaders rush back to their boats, but some of them are frozen in their tracks and shattered by their hurtling comrades, their heat vanished like neutrinos or spectrons. The boats take off, and then the spaceships that brought them. But," there was a catch in her voice, "the elvish folk crouch frozen too, forever frozen, unless—" At that instant, from a point in the heavens between Cygnus and Lyra, there came a tiny flash of blue light which lasted perhaps a second. The blue was the same shade as the grass of Blondine's planet. Real light, I asked myself, or the reflected gleam of consciousness? I had no way of knowing, but murmurs told me the others had seen it too. "It didn't even come from Cygnus," Professor Zeibold protested, possibly in some last-ditch inner defense of his materialism. "No," the doctor agreed. "Perhaps the star towing Blondine's planet has moved that far during the millennia it takes its physical light to reach us. Your own point, Professor." "Doctor," I asked, "do you think there's any possible connection between the black felinoids invading the blue planet and our own black leopard?" He shrugged thoughtfully. "It is one of those grand coincidences or congruences which we'll only begin to understand when we've seriously studied the innumerable fields of psionics for 50 years or so. We asked Blondine questions, but 'I don't see anything anymore. It's over,' was all she would answer." I joined Edwina and Roxanne. The latter, with a grin, drifted away toward the doctor, who was calling, "Carl, better get the car out." Just then a siren sounded far off and came weaving up through the hills. We all stopped to listen to it, a little apprehensively, I imagine. Even the doctor's elixir leaves one a shade jittery. I scanned around. Below us the lawns and flower beds and the gilt-domed buildings of Greater Cosmic Fellowship were dark, except for the tiny golden flame of one peace candle burning steadily. Presently there was no doubt of the siren's destination, for it grew very loud, and high white headlights came hurtling with it up the road. A squeal of brakes, a clatter of footsteps, and then 3 uniformed policemen and 2 detectives had run up the stairway onto the black-flagged terrace. "Any of you here found a little black suitcase, sealed?" the first detective breathlessly demanded of us. Carl stepped out of the shadows and handed him the suitcase I'd seen earlier lying in the bushes. The first detective grabbed it, examined the seals closely, breathed a "thank God," and then, although the other detective was signing him to be quiet, burst out with, "You people have saved our bacon. This suitcase has got in it the biggest haul of heroin we ever made in a single raid. When they went to get the leopard, some boob grabbed it up thinking it was a case of tear gas bombs and then lost it here. We owe you a vote of thanks." The second detective pulled him toward the stairs. Heroin, I thought contemptuously, and breathed a prayer for all poor thrill-seekers hooked on mind-darkening drugs instead of mind-enlarging ones, and administered without the benefit of Dr. Dragonet. Carl helped J-Star down the stairs after the police. Professor Zeibold followed with Father Minturn. Roxanne, Blondine, and the doctor went inside. I was alone with Edwina. "Darling," I began, turning to her, "as a Gattero you were magnificent. She interrupted me with, "Verbal compliments are uncool, Arthur." I put my arms on her shoulders and drew her to me. "Arthur," Dr. Dragonet's voice came sharply from the doorway, "I told you not to smooch my niece. Come inside, Edwina." I tightened my hands on her shoulders, but she shook her head slightly, brushed her lips against mine, and drew away from me with a smile. I thought as she crossed the terrace, "Damn the man. Aren't 2 nieces enough for him?" Night Passage. Copyright 1975 by Llewellyn Publications. The large gold coin rang and settled on the green felt where the newly arriving young lady, crying out "8," had pitched it, and the ivory marble clicked against the diamond-shaped silvery point in the darkly gleaming mahogany bowl, while a voice called, "No more bets, game closed." The golden coin's worn face faintly revealed to my glance a circle that was horned and had a pendant cross. Then the ivory ball clattered into a slowly revolving metal square. "8, black," the croupier called, and the banker's large, meaty, well-manicured white hand with wiry black hair sprouting from its back closed on the coin and lifted it off the 8 square. "That bet came too late. Sorry," he said, and tossed it back. The young lady did not pick it up, but stared across the table at the house. The banker and the croupier stared back, and the pit boss, too, came up opportunely behind them. For a moment they made an arresting tableau of challenge. The young lady very slender and standing tall, dark hair piled high, profile neat as one on a coin, wearing a thin, thigh-length cotton dress, snug but not tight around the narrow waist, of black and carnation red, both colors harmoniously faded. The 3 men, oldish, young, gone beefy around the necks like tomcats, leaning a little toward her aggressively. All 3 in evening dress with the blank, stupid faces of athletes and ward politicians, but with a diamond glint deep in their eyes. Beside me, the thin old man who looked like a bad-tempered high school physics teacher volunteered, "I heard the ball click out before the bet landed. It was too late." The banker started to smile, then changed it tentatively to a frown as I said, "I heard it the other way. First the bet landed, then the ball clicked out." Immediately, 2 ladies across the table, who looked the sort who were always eager to back up authority, said together, "No, the bet was too late. We were watching." And 3 other players nodded. The banker's smile blossomed after all. "Sorry," he repeated. The young lady snatched up her coin, turned her back, and walked away swiftly. I had won a small wager split between 8 and 11. I cashed in my violet roulette chips and shoved the general house chips I got in return into the right-hand side pocket of my jacket, which I needed. The air conditioning made the Zodiac's casino almost frigid, despite the moderate crowd and the furious Mojave heat outside. Early that morning, I'd opened my bedroom door, which faced the east and led on to an outside balcony, and the radiance of the new-risen sun had been like a physical blow, as if it had been trying to knock me over with one sneaky shot. I asked the old man beside me. He seemed sharp-eyed, at least. "Did you notice what kind of coin that was she bet?" "That was no coin," he told me, as if I were one of his poor students. "That was a yellow $10 chip." I wandered up and down the luxurious aisles, wondering whether to have a go at blackjack, or rest a bit while making a few keno bets, or even more sensibly take a long nap before my night-long drive. I glanced at my wrist, but I'd left my watch in my room. I started to look around before I remembered that there are no clocks in Vegas, at least anywhere in the casinos. They keep it a timeless place, so one won't be reminded of appointments that should be kept, whether for business or food or sleep or work or love, and so be tempted to cut short a winning streak before it turns into a losing one, or the latter ever. But I like to fancy it makes time travel possible. Enter the timeless world from anywhere and later exit at any time, future or past, one chooses. Off in a shadowy corner, I saw a slender patch of harmoniously faded black and carnation red. They'd put a small bar there. I eased myself onto the stool beside her and ordered a scotch and water. She turned dark eyes on me. "Thank you for your support," she said, and smiled. "It didn't help," I reminded her with a shrug. "Tell me, isn't a horned circle with a cross below, a horned ankh, one could almost say, a sign of Mercury?" "I think so," she replied, wrinkling her neat, straight, rather short nose a little as the dark eyes studied me. "But that's not so strange. We're on the edge of astrological territory." She said it with capitals, just like that, as one would say Western Reserve or Hopi Reservation or El Dorado. "Right in the middle of the zodiac," I agreed. I thought of the planet Mercury this morning when the sun looked in my bedroom door as I opened it and almost floored me. How the people on Mercury must live in capsules of chilliness to make the heat endurable. Yes, the sun's glance can be deadly, his diamond eye, she said oddly. So you're not surprised at the idea of planet people? I can't afford to be, I told her. I write science fiction stories for a living. And you think the Zodiac Hotel is like a Mercurian capsule, only bigger? Exactly. Aren't you chilly? I asked, looking down at her thin dress. Although it was completely opaque, she seemed to be wearing little under it. She picked up the pony of brandy in front of her and drained it, the tip of her tongue slipping out to capture the last drop. Not after that, she said. There was nothing else in front of her on the bar, and she wasn't carrying a purse. In fact, she was clean from her small, flat ears, fully revealed by her upswept, high-piled hair, to her toes looking out of the ends of her flimsy shoes through finely textured dark stockings. I wondered where she kept the gold piece. "Would you have dinner with me?" I asked. "I'm sorry," she said pleasantly, "but I'm driving south tonight soon as I take a nap." "That's a coincidence," I said. "So am I, too, as far as Lordsburg. Perhaps we could combine—" Her dark eyes, they were blue, which had been smiling at mine, looked past me and grew serious. I looked around. The pit boss from the roulette table was looking serious, too, in his beefy way. I thought he was going to speak to her, but instead he took a small green notebook out of his pocket and handed it to me. "You left it at the table," he told me. "It was mine, all right, though I'd have sworn I hadn't taken it out of my left-hand jacket pocket." "Thanks," I said. "No trouble," he assured me, and walked on. It occurred to me it might have been lifted off me, God knows why, maybe to check on my antecedents. In that case, they'd found nothing suspicious except the behavior of two Martians when confronted by an emissary from Galaxy Center. The notebook was for story notes as they occurred to me. I looked back. The young lady was gone, nowhere in sight, but by the pony glass was a curled-up green bill. "That was funny," the bartender observed to me as he spread it open. It was a 2. She had it in her hair. "Oh, well, not everyone wants to know you better," I philosophized grumpily. "But why does it always have to be svelte, long-limbed young ladies with gold pieces tucked away in their high-piled dark hair?" I went and put my wristwatch on and had my nap. When I woke, it was fully dark outside, but still oven hot, and my car had no refrigeration, one of the reasons that I drove at night. I dressed in brown cotton pajamas that almost looked like slacks and shirt, but were a lot cooler, then checked out. Dunkirk, my little Datsun station wagon, was like a furnace. I opened her up and gave her a chance to get less hot before I got in. Over the parking lot, despite the upward glare of the casinos along the strip, the desert night showed some bright stars, the triangle of Vega, Deneb, and Altair, and to the south red Mars in Sagittarius. Vega from Vegas? The asphalt under my feet was baking hot. On a slightly higher section of the parking lot near its exit, beyond an intervening row of cars, light spilling sideways from the Zodiac, showed two white roadsters with tops down parked next to each other. Beside one was a slender figure with head held as if in thought or meditation. Even at the distance, there was no mistaking that profile, and she was still wearing the harmoniously faded red and black cotton dress. As I considered strolling over, she quickly scurried around to the other white roadster and got behind the wheel. And then, just before driving out, she seemed to look straight at me, and she lifted her hand and waved twice, rather solemnly. Perhaps, I thought, my spirits rising, we'd meet somewhere along the lonely way. I got in Dunkirk, the seat was still hot, and started her and let her run quietly while I checked that my maps and flash and tissue were on the dashboard, my pocketbook, notebook, and pens in my pajama pockets, Dunkirk's tank full, her hot oil coursing, and her lights all working. We took off softly. Just before the exit, I glanced at the open white roadster with the empty space beside it. From a point near the center of the white hood, from the car's heart, you might say, a single intense highlight reflected by God knows what, or from what source, dazzled my eyes so that I flinched them away. It made me wonder, but I didn't try to look back, and wouldn't have even if I'd wanted to, because there was an empty spot coming in the traffic head that I wanted to catch, and did. A quarter-mile farther on, I heard fire sirens behind me. Looking quickly back, I saw a shaft of intense white flame shooting up from somewhere close to the Zodiac. I wondered if there could have been a connection, and if it were the white roadster burning. No, I told myself, the highlight and the shaft of flame could have had no relation. Just the same, a black spot was still dancing in front of my eyes. That highlight had been bright. I soon turned out of the traffic streaming toward California and Los Angeles onto the narrower, emptier route leading to Boulder Dam and Arizona. The night stayed hot. At Boulder City, I checked Dunkirk's tires, letting out some air. I also checked the oil and water, filled my plastic 2-gallon bottle of the latter, and topped off the gas tank. I kept a sort of watch, not a very serious one, I told myself, for a white roadster, and, on a straight stretch just beyond Boulder City, I thought I glimpsed one disappearing around the far bend, its red tail lights winking. I speeded up, but when I came to the next straight stretch, a much longer one, there wasn't any car ahead at all, though I thought I saw a car, maybe a white one, sneaking away from the highway down a wooded side road. Well, if that were she, I told myself, she hadn't been driving very far south. Boulder Dam, when I got to it, was magnificent in a monstrous way. The highway went across the top of it, from Nevada into Arizona, but it was so wide and very brightly lit that one could see little of its surrounds and nothing of the Colorado River. There was also much heavy mesh wire fencing. The smell of security was very strong, so that one got the feeling it had been built not for Herbert, but for Edgar Hoover. There were several great, squat, chunky towers like banks or forts. In fact, to me, with my peculiar imagination, it had the feeling of a fortress on Jupiter, built for a heavier gravity than ours. It had a Jovian look, or a Vulcanian. The shouldering crags at either end were correspondingly hulking, and on them were short, burly, immensely strong-looking openwork towers of steel beams, bearing on their huge insulators the thick, heavy copper wires that carried off the power the dam generated. This is electricity's heartland, I told myself, a castle of the lightning. From here the stuff goes out to the great military and space establishments, and to the myriad industrial complexes, and to the multi-million lights of the Vegas Strip challenging the stars. It somehow made my liberal heart feel lonely and oppressed. Dunkirk, the Datsun, seemed to feel it too, a little Japanese bowing nervously to giants as she scurried past them. On the other side it got rapidly darker, and the empty road led steadily down, and the night got hotter still. I reminded myself that the country containing this corner of Arizona is called Mojave. I checked it by my map. On my right were Black Canyon and the El Dorado Mountains. On my left the Cerbets, with Mount Wilson and Squaw Peak. But you can't see such things in the dark from a car with a top. The shoulders of the road widened for a little settlement. I slowed down and then pulled up across from a small old cafe that was still open. Better get a little to eat, I told myself. It was a long, empty stretch ahead. And some coffee, too, despite the heat. I got out. The stars crusted the desert night so luxuriously that one almost forgot they marched in unalterable order. Deneb, Altair, and Mars were merely brighter points in the great eddying river of the Milky Way. Only Vega was still somewhat lonely. There was a counter with 2 Indian women behind it. The older, who looked toothless, cooked. The younger, but not that young, was very stolid and taciturn in dark, shapeless clothes. I told her coffee and a beef enchilada. She went back and leaned near the older woman. Whatever culture they belonged to, it was apart. The screen door creaked, and a modern cowboy, I took him to be, walked in stiffly. His blue Levis were caked with whitish dust. So was his wide-brimmed black hat, which he didn't remove. So were his sunken cheeks. And he was very bow-legged. He wearily settled down and ordered tacos. He looked every bit as authentic as the Indian women. Our food came. The coffee was strong and bitter. My enchilada tasted all right, but was too heavy, while orange grease dripped from the end of the cowboy's huge taco while he munched steadily. I made some notes in my little green book. I heard another car draw up across the road, but no one came in. I finished my coffee and some of my enchilada, paid, including a tip, and went out. As I passed the cowboy, he said to the Indian woman and the cafe in general with the solemnity of William S. Hart, "That was the best taco I ever ate, and I've eaten many a taco." The white roadster was parked off the road on the wide shoulder, but she was standing close beside Dunkirk, looking toward me quite gravely. But as I crossed the highway, she started to smile, and when I got to her, she said, "You were saying perhaps we could combine, and I'm accepting your offer." I had to chuckle. I had been saying exactly that, some 6 hours ago. "My car conked out," she explained quickly. "A vapor block. I'm leaving it here. I can send back for it tomorrow, but I must get south tonight." "Where are you going?" I asked. "To Gila Peak, beyond the Superstition Mountains. That's just beyond Globe and the San Carlos Indian Reservation south of the Apache. I'll get out at Geronimo." She added anxiously, "You are going to Lordsburg by that route?" "I can," I temporized. National Interstate 10 through Tucson might be quicker. It had just occurred to me that this all fitted a classic hitchhike situation. The girl, the bait. You agreed to give her a lift, then the boys appeared, bent on who knows what. But I had met her in Vegas at the Zodiac. Besides, I was very aware of her dark, very slender height, so near to me, of her slim fingers. "Of course I can," I said with a smile. "Get in." She gave me a smile in return and obeyed me quickly, walking around Dunkirk. "Hey, wait a minute. What about your car?" I asked, ducking my head and looking at her through the driver's window. "It's locked. It'll be all right," she assured me with another smile from where she was already sitting neatly and decorously in the shadowy interior. "Come on, let's drive." I opened the door and started to get in. "But where's your luggage?" I asked. "Locked in the trunk. I've got everything I need. Get in." Her eyes were dark pools, her smile was sure, but her voice was anxious. I had a last try as I complied. "You sure you wouldn't like some coffee? We could—" "No, that's why I waited outside. Let's drive." I towed the starter and nosed Dunkirk out. At least no guys had appeared. As I shifted to second, my hand on the short stick between our feet, I glanced toward her white roadster sliding past and saw in the heart of the hood that same damn dazzling diamond headlight I had seen in Vegas. Her fingers touched my forearm briefly but peremptorily. She said, "Keep driving." For a moment I had no intention of doing anything else. The black spot was dancing in front of my eyes again, worse than the first time, and I was busy shifting up. Then I started to look back, but— "That gold coin, I bet, was a genuine Mercurian double eagle," she said rapidly. "I was surprised you spotted it." She almost took my mind completely off whatever it was that was happening behind. Besides, there was a curve coming up ahead, and from beyond it there were the lights of an approaching car. But then I caught a white flash in the rear-view mirror. "I'm a Mercurian, you see, a Mercury person," she went on desperately, "and I play a special game with some Jovian dealers there, Jupiter people. But today—" But despite that, and her slender, wiry fingers touching me again, I did manage to look back very briefly as we went around the curve and see. It was almost my last look, too, for the curve was sharper than I'd anticipated, and I'd let Dunkirk drift toward the center of the two-lane highway, and the approaching car came around the curve very fast and in my lane. So it was only by dodging very sharply over into his lane and passing him on the wrong side that I missed him. And even at that there was a great whoosh of squeezed air, and Dunkirk shook at the nearness of his passage. If I'd done the automatic thing and tried to dodge him by getting back into my lane and out onto my shoulder— ugh. I was real shook myself, needless to say, and for a bit I was very busy getting Dunkirk straightened out, and back where she belonged, and making sure there weren't any more bats coming out of hell. Then I started to slow down, but— "Zowie, that was close," my passenger said with girlish excitement, not to say enthusiasm. "Wow, but he'll sure be mad. Better not stop." She touched two of my weak spots there. My tendency always to blame myself first for anything, and my dread of getting into any sort of strident and wearisome confrontation. Perhaps the two are related. Besides, by now what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, in that one glimpse back was all mixed up with those blinding headlights hurtling at me from ambush, and the way Dunkirk had rocked. It took me time to get them sorted out, and while I did that, I continued to drive on. What I believed I'd seen, and it was very clear-etched when I got it, was a pillar of bright white flame going straight up from the roadside across from the Indian Cafe, and standing in the middle of the road, staring at it and silhouetted by its glare, my taco-stuffed cowboy. He was quite tiny with distance, but the hat bent back, and bowlegs were unmistakable, almost too good. I drove on for a while, thinking about it, and wondering how much, if not all, of her wild story had been impromptu diversion, and how much of it one of those strange bags someone is always opening up for you in these changing days of flamboyant individuality, and giving her a chance to continue her wild story, only she didn't, but stayed strangely in view of its hysterically swift opening, or perhaps strategically silent. But all the while I was feeling this deep-down thankfulness that I was getting farther away every second from possible trouble, and that there were no cars chasing me, and that things were smoothing out quietly, just as I always like it. Meanwhile, the heat became really quite astonishing. I found I had to keep Dunkirk down to 40 miles an hour, or else the temperature pointer on the dash would lean dangerously toward the red. Soon I was driving by the feel on my face of the air pouring in the side window. If it cooled a bit, Dunkirk would spring ahead. If there were a warm wash, Dunkirk would lag. Finally, on one of the latter occasions, I let her keep lagging until she stopped, and I looked around at my young mystery lady sitting beside me like a bundle of gleaming, slim shadows, and I demanded, "Now just what is all this nonsense about planet people and gold coins brought here from the planet Mercury?" "Oh, they're not imported from Mercury," she protested. "That would be ridiculous. No, they're struck here from gold mined here or made here by the old pre-nuclear alchemy, for local use by Mercury people temporarily in residence here, mostly for gambling with other planet people, but for ritual and diplomatic purposes, too." "Oh, really?" I said, unable to keep back a little laugh. "You don't expect me to believe that all you planet people shift about around here among us Earthfolk, even gambling against each other and conducting all sorts of interplanetary intrigues?" "Yes, that is exactly what I expect you to believe," she countered. "The different worlds aren't nearly so separated, at least in Arizona, as you seem to imagine. As I told you, this is astrological territory. They all drift here, starfolk and planet people." "And even waging interplanetary wars," I continued. "Or at least serious skirmishes, in which you burn each other's cars?" "We never burn cars, we Mercury people," she denied vehemently. "It's only the barbarous Solarians who do that." She broke off and looked at me reproachfully. "You tricked me into saying that," she said. "But perhaps that is because I never thanked you properly for standing up for me at the roulette table." And she advanced her hands along the curve of my jaw on either side until her fingers touched my ears, and she drew my face to hers and kissed me rather briefly but emphatically, and then she sat back and said, "There, drive on." I obeyed thoughtfully. That kiss had tingled like electricity, and as for her fingers, well, fingers are really the most amazing erotic tools, except that they have so many other uses that their sexual one is somewhat overshadowed. When I did speak again, it was to tell her my impressions of Hoover or Boulder Dam. "You really are quite intuitive," she said with interest, almost with respect. "Hoover Dam actually was designed and built under the influence of Jovians. Jupiter men had most of the Vegas casinos in those days, and for a long while afterwards. That was when I got hooked on roulette. The Jupiter men were sort of rough, of course, but in a nice and genial, I might say jovial, way, like good bears. But the last year or so the Solarians started moving in and taking over." "Solarians? That would be sun people, wouldn't it?" I interrupted. "Now really, how can you have people at a temperature of millions of degrees?" "Some people can be awfully tough," she assured me, "as if they were made of nothing but asbestos. That's the sun men for you, very macho and rough. You saw them. But in a mean and nasty way, like bad bears. Each of them carries in his asbestos heart a tiny spark of killing nuclear fire, which puts the diamond glint into his eyes, and with which his eyes, like two burning glasses, can focus on things and make them white-hot, if they concentrate." "In New York City they call it a double whammy, I believe," I commented. "Well, if you're going to joke," she murmured huffily, and leaned back and looked straight ahead. Really, it was a strange mood I was getting into, though not unpleasant, listening to her wacky fairy tales and letting my own mind drift between the real and the unreal. On the black road ahead there appeared a wavy white line that wriggled like a snake as it went under Dunkirk's hood. It ended in a white arrowhead that pointed at a rectangle of road that had been filled in with gravel, but not yet resurfaced, which, now forewarned, I dodged around. It occurred to me that a timeless mind had invented that warning. After a while, there was another white snake, and then more kept coming, and suddenly there was a detour sign, which in this case did not mean a change of road, but only that for a stretch it became one of unsurfaced, wicked-looking gravel that forced cars to go very slowly. I got the impression that a whole people, men, women, and children, had toiled for centuries to find all the pointiest, though well-worn, little rocks, all the tetrahedrons, and pack them carefully, point up, like caltrops of stone, to hurt the hoofs of unshod horses and barefoot poets, and pop the tires of speeding cars. I had to go so slowly that I could try to make out the inky horizon in the tar at night, the black mountains on her side, the Cerbats still on mine, guessing at hills and gaps drawing reflexively back from breaths of hotter wind. But it was hard to tell whether the lowest stars were stars at all, or the lights of low castles topping invisible crags. Everywhere I could sense the workings of that timeless mind, that ancient culture. I began to feel that the Indians still secretly ruled Arizona, patiently tolerating the ephemeral white man, catering to his crazy cars and other childish whims, and succoring dusty cowboys. I even entertained the fancy that my young mystery lady with her high-piled dark hair, sitting in her gloomy corner of the front seat, was one of them. It was decades of blinding sun and dry winds that made her so slim and shadowy, such a wraith. I told her all that I'd been fancying. "You're being quite intuitive again," she said, still somewhat grumpily at first, but with a certain respect. "Ancienter peoples are in charge down here, most secretly, only they came here, from up there, a long time before the Indians. They were drawn to Arizona because it's always had a lot of magic in it, especially at night under the moon, as you could see for yourself if the moon weren't new. They all revered, Pache the Solarians, the moon goddess. They had their little differences, of course, their little feuds, but settled them all by high diplomacy, codes of civilized behavior as old as the stars. And when the Indians came wandering down at last from the far north, the planet people got along fine with them, and they had hardly any more difficulty adapting themselves to the white man, gold-crazy Latinos from the south full of pot and loco-weed, and drunken Anglos from the east and west. But then those brutal, vicious sunmen began to turn up, with their diamond eyes, who burn cars and ignore the age-old usages of diplomacy, and hate the moon goddess and us Mercury people, especially because our planet is closest to their huge, hairy home, and we sneer at all their macho heat safe in our cool capsules. "Is that how they spotted you at the Zodiac?" I interjected, "when you flashed that Mercurian gold piece?" "Of course," she said. "I thought there were 3 Jupiter men, and we could play the old game we always do right under the eyes of you terrestrials. The Zodiac was supposed to be Jovian still, although most of the other casinos are Solarian now. In fact, there's a big interplanetary conference scheduled for the Zodiac a day after tomorrow. I'm on the Mercurian delegation, but I'd gone up early to play roulette. But as soon as those 3 hulking bastards, whom I'd taken for Jovians, refused to honor my bet, you know it wasn't late. And I saw the diamond glint in their eyes. I knew they were Solarians, and that I'd have to get back south and warn my people before the whole conference was ambushed and wiped out, their obvious intention. But I also knew that they knew that I knew and would do their damnedest to stop me." "But if the Sunmen have as little regard for rules as you say," I objected, "why didn't they kidnap you, or, rub you out while you were still at the Zodiac where they're top dogs?" "Even the Sun can't afford to do anything that openly inside the Zodiac with all you squares around. Besides, they did try to burn me in my car. They're great at burning cars, right in the parking lot, only I fooled them into thinking my car was another that looked just like mine, and it worked. When I got outside the Vegas city limits, I looked back and could see it burning." "But why couldn't you have warned your people simply by telephone or a special shortwave radio or something?" I asked. "My God, you must think we are really stupid if you think we'd ever go around breaking cover like that." She fumed at me, subsiding. "Shortwave radio." "Or couldn't you just use telepathy?" I persisted, "you being so astrological and occult and all." "For your information, the planet people do not happen to be telepathic," she informed me, and lapsed into an offended silence, only shifting position from time to time to look behind us. We went through Kingman, which seemed all asleep, and then east on National Interstate 40 for a bit, where we met some cars and were passed by a couple, and then south on US 93 again for another lonely, long, quite straight, flat stretch along the Sandy River between the Walpi Mountains on her side and the Aquarius Mountains on mine. I mentioned the last to her. "I told you we were in the heart of astrological territory," she said shortly. The long, rather slight curves in the road were all marked with little round reflectors that were born like little yellow stars at the first touch of Dunkirk's headlights beam, or like tiny rockets borne on their blasting pads that did not move at first, then slowly toward us, and then took off swiftly as we passed them by. I got on my timeless intelligence kick again, and thought of worn fellahin fingers patiently teasing apart with cracked dry fingernails the sheets of yellowish mica to make the reflectors. I saw a new star, as bright as Sirius, on the horizon ahead. Then it winked out. After quite a bit it flashed on again, somewhat brighter, then off again, then on again, brighter still, and came on steadily. I just decided, with some amazement, it was the headlight of an approaching motorcycle, when it divided into two, and I realized it was the headlights of a car, but first seen so far away through the incredibly clear desert air that they merged into one. The first bright flash must have come when we were aimed exactly at each other from the tops of almost imperceptible hills many miles apart. That really seemed quite amazing to me, worth commenting on. My sulking, or merely sleepy, companion appeared to digest the information I gave her, and then remarked in rather lofty tones, and somewhat repetitiously, "For your information, I have been observing the same phenomenon behind us. There appears to be a car hanging on there a few miles back." She subsided. "And?" I said. "Its merged headlights have a peculiar diamond glint to my eye." "And?" I persisted. "The Solarians do not give up easily," she observed, dispassionately. "You think some people from the Zodiac are chasing us?" I asked. She shrugged, somewhat elaborately. A diamond glint, I thought, with a little shiver that surprised me. But the merged headlights of that approaching car I'd watched had been startlingly bright, too, and the same thing could work in the opposite direction, surely. Nevertheless, after a half-minute or so, I speeded up. It was getting a bit less hot anyway, and I no longer needed to hold Dunkirk down so much. Twice more I saw horizon stars ahead that changed to cars. My companion looked back from time to time, but didn't offer any information as to whether we'd shaken the car behind, and I didn't ask her. My science fiction mind dredged up something that seemed worth repeating. If you were out on Pluto, the sun would be just a point of light like any other star, and yet it would be many, many times brighter than the whole full moon. A single point of light, but painfully intense. That sounds to me quite like your diamond glint." She said in recognition of my speaking. If I had scared anyone, it was myself. I lit a cigarette and offered her one, and she took it. Lighting it off a match from a book of them she had tucked in her hair, she bent close to the dashboard and saw Dunkirk taped there. I told her it was the car's name, and she asked me why. I said, "Because I figure I can always depend on her to get me out of really desperate situations." "You know, I'm relieved to hear that," she said shortly. I saw her point. We both smoked quite a bit off and on after that, and didn't talk much. We both had, I think, that sense of shared monotony and watchfulness that comes with any long drive, but intensified here by the heat and the loneliness and the dark and whatever it was that hung behind us, and we weren't talking about so much any more. Darting fantasy had given way to a sort of wakeful trance. We passed through Wickiup, a sort of ghost place in the small hours, and then through Wickenburg, somewhat bigger, the Date Creek Mountains on my side now, and the Vulture Mountains on hers. The last of Wickenburg's lights, industrial, showed me a forest of Joshua trees. The tall, twisted cactuses reminded me of something on a moon of Saturn, and I told her so. She said, again, and after a bit, "The Saturnians are the oldest planet people, very conservative. They're on our side." Sometimes I was very conscious of her long, slim youthfulness, but sometimes as she leaned back in the shadows I got the impression that she was ages old, desiccated by the centuries, the slender mummy of an ancient princess. The desert gave way to scattered dark settlements, and then I saw great open-work towers covered with colored lights. "My God," I said, startled for a moment. "It almost looks as if we were back on the Vegas Strip again." "No," she said. "They're cracking plants for petroleum, not casinos." I'd realized that by then. She added, The planet people, Martians especially, had a lot to do with determining the form of both sets of structures. "There's no accounting for tastes," I said, shaking my head. "Perhaps they're supposed to resemble space-to-space vehicles." Soon we were into Phoenix, quiet a couple of hours or so before the dawn. I stopped at a sleepy station to top off Dunkirk's tank again, add water and a pint of oil, and get us 2 cups of coffee apiece out of a machine. She vetoed breakfast, and I didn't argue. She drank her coffee thirstily, but seemed preoccupied until we were rolling again. I studied my map. When we were out in the desert countryside again, more rolling now, heading east, I said cheerily, "The Superstition Mountains and the Tonto National Forest should be coming up soon on my side. Then Globe and the Indian Reservation and Geronimo under Yahila Peak, all in an hour or so." "Yes," she agreed, somewhat dubiously. "In an hour or so." I thought gaily, intoxicated by coffee, "Yes, she's a somber Indian princess, all right, no pleasing her, and when she's mummified, they'll lay her pet Gila monster, reddish and black to match her little tunic, at her feet, mummified too." But it was distinctly cooler now. She'd closed the window on her side, and I cranked mine halfway up. Dunkirk became sprightly and began to thumb her nose at Arizona's 60-mile speed limit. All night she'd been frightened and rather miserable, her tires tender and her heart careful for itself in the heat, a lonely Japanese in an arid, gritty land most unlike her moist and mountainous Honshu, ducking away from rocky phantoms, watching for poisonous snakes and dry, furry big spiders and Gila monsters. But here, with wooded hills to the north at least, and now that it was cooler, she could imagine she was home in Japan and foot it lightly. I found myself feeling livelier, too, although underneath there was a great weariness, and taking a livelier and more detailed interest in my companion. She had high cheekbones, and under her short, straight nose, a rather wide, very mobile mouth. The upper lip was a bit fuller than the lower. I remembered the electricity of that single emphatic kiss. Her hands were narrow, with long, restless fingers and thumb that narrowed at their tips. She had a way of playing with her cigarette close by her face, as if it were a tiny baton orchestrating her thoughts, and sometimes she held it almost alarmingly close to her high-piled dark hair. She was becoming livelier, or uneasier, herself. She'd look ahead, then back, then off to the side, then light another cigarette. I had 2 packs on the dash, never at rest. But she didn't seem to want to talk. Dunkirk was climbing now. Globe was faintly astir as we ghosted through, although even astronomical twilight seemed hardly to have begun. And now the way was down, and Dunkirk fairly leaped, and then the way got straighter and more desert-like again as we traversed the Indian Reservation. I was running out of time with her, I knew, and now I felt impelled to make a move. "Do you realize," I said, really struck by it, "that we haven't told each other our names?" She'd been looking back. "I'm sorry," she said, twisting around, her eyes wide with excitement or fear, or both. "But now I'm sure of it. It must be they. They've been behind us again ever since Globe, and now they're closing in." "Who are?" I asked. Then, after a moment, "Those Sunmen?" In my more immediate interest in her, I had actually almost forgotten that game we'd played. I suddenly felt very furious with her and had a shockingly strong impulse to grab that flimsy dress at the neck and— "Yes, the Solarians. Who else?" she said sharply. "What's more, I'm certain they've put a mental tail on us, so that we've got to blank our minds or think of something different to mislead them. Anything except about them." "A mental tail?" I exploded. "Those dumb macho sun men with asbestos brains? Besides, you told me none of the planet people are telepathic." "The Solarians are star folk, not planet people," she countered angrily. "And all star folk are highly telepathic. Or didn't they teach you in 3rd grade the sun's a star? Now listen to me closely, dumbbell. I know this territory like I know my crutch, and we've only one chance now to stay alive, or at most 2. Behind each of the next 2 rises, a side road goes off sharply to the left. You whip around the first one and douse your lights and stop quick as you can and start thinking for all you're worth of something very different. I'll tell you what." During the last part of that, she had been lighting a cigarette with very nervous fingers. She took a deep, furious drag now and started to cough. Then I was yelling, "Like hell I will!" And we were going over the rise, and she was yelling, "Turn here!" between coughs, and I wasn't turning, and then suddenly there was a bright white flash, a needle of very intense white light lancing through Dunkirk's rear window, and I smelled the stink of something burning, and then I was steering with my left hand while I clamped the palm of my right to the side of her head to put out the fire in her hair there, a ghostly blue flame traveling swiftly upward. Somehow that put a different complexion on the whole business, and incidentally scared me half to death. I managed to get the fire out. My palm stung, but I hardly noticed, and keep the car on the road and even to speed up. And when we topped the next rise, I braked sharply and followed her first orders exactly and no mistakes. She needn't have shouted, "Then turn here, dumbbell." The side road was there all right, just as she had said, and I was down it, and Dunkirk's lights were out, and she was stopped. And she was in my arms, and pressed against me, and her lips were giving those electric kisses. The shock is greater when there's moisture, as you'd expect. And her fingers were busy with me, and mine with her. One of my hands was near the neck of her dress, but it wasn't tearing it. And I had realized what the something different thing was we were to think about exclusively. There is really something very special about fingers. They're so deft and clever. They know so much more than any other parts of the body, even the lips and tongue. And there is also something very special about skin felt through thin clothing, even 2 layers of it, say cotton and fine silk. The 3 textures move against each other most interestingly. Together they provide a very special sort of enjoyment that can go on and on. It is an argument for bundling, when you think about it. After quite a long while, the sky was pale, the stars were gone except for Sirius, she murmured softly, "You know, my dear, we know we can't have been thinking about anything else, either of us, or they'd have come back and got us." It occurred to me that I hadn't once even seen the Solarian car. I started to tell her so, but she put her lips down on mine and turned on the electricity again, gently at first. When I woke again, it was because a bright red ray of sun was poking me in the eye, just as it had yesterday morning, and just as then, only worse, I felt I was being shot at. Were sunmen out by day as their star was? I turned to ask her that, but she was gone. Well, there's not much to tell after that. I didn't find her then, and I haven't found her since, my slim Mercurian. She's gone completely back into astrological territory, I guess. Did the Solarians actually set her hair afire, or was it her cigarette? I really have no way of knowing, while cars burn up on our highways every day. Anyhow, I was still about 75 miles from Lordsburg, and very tired and all hot again, and somehow very uneasy about that sun up there, getting higher and hotter every minute. So after a bit I headed towards Lordsburg, fast as I dared. Dunkirk met a surprising number of light Datsun trucks used by the farmers thereabouts, and wanted to linger and gossip with them about Japan, but I wouldn't let her. That sun was really bothering me and making me nervous. I wanted to get entirely away from it and the heat, and sleep. I stopped at the first refrigerated motel I spotted at Lordsburg. They call them that instead of air-conditioned, to distinguish them from the old breeze and hanging wet blanket type. The manager gave my pajamas an odd look, but let me register since I was paying in advance. Maybe he figured they proved I just wanted to sleep. The shades were drawn in my cabin, the lights off, and the refrigeration on. I didn't change any of those. It was so great to get out of the sun and heat. I made my way through the gloom to the bathroom, and there I did need light. It was just too dark, so I flicked the switch. No light came on, but heat struck the top of my head and the back of my neck. I got the damnedest, eeriest, most frightening feeling that the sun had come inside after me, and I'd never be able to get away from him. She'd said the sunmen were very persistent, and now there began to come a dark reddish glow. I glanced from where I'd flinched down and saw 3 of those flat-faced infrared bulbs set in the ceiling to warm a person while he washed or shaved on chilly mornings. I just flicked the wrong switch. The Nice Girl with 5 Husbands. Copyright 1951 by World Editions Incorporated. To be given paid-up leisure and find yourself unable to create is unpleasant for any artist. To be stranded in a cluster of desert cabins with a dozen lonely people in the same predicament only makes it worse. So Tom Dorset was understandably irked with himself and the Toscar Brown Vacation Fellowships as he climbed with the sun into the Valley of Red Stones. He accepted the chafing of his camera strap against his shoulder as the nagging of conscience. He agreed with the disparaging hisses of the grains of sand crushed by his sneakers, and he wished that the occasional breezes, which faintly echoed the same criticisms, could blow him into a friendlier, less jealous age. He had no way of knowing that just as there are winds that blow through space, so there are winds that blow through time. Such winds may be strong or weak. The strong ones are rare and seldom blow for short distances, or more of us would know about them. What they pick up is almost always whirled far into the future or past. This has happened to people. There was Ambrose Bierce, who walked out of America and existence, and there are thousands of others who have disappeared without a trace, though many of these may not have been caught up by time tornadoes, and I do not know if a time gale blew across the deck of the Marie Celeste. Sometimes a time wind is playful, snatching up an object, sporting with it for a season, and then returning it unharmed to its original place. Sometimes we may be blown about by whimsical time winds without realizing it. Memory, for example, is a tiny time breeze, so weak that it can ripple only the mind. A very few time winds are like the monsoon, blowing at fixed intervals first in one direction, then the other. Such a time wind blows near a balancing rock in a valley of red stones in the American Southwest. Every morning at 10 o'clock, it blows 100 years into the future. Every afternoon at 2, it blows 100 years into the past. Quite a number of people have unwittingly seen time winds in operation. There are misty spots on the sea's horizon and wavy patches over desert sands. There are mirages and will-o'-the-wisps and ice blinds. And there are dust devils, such as Tom Dorset walked into near the balancing rock. It seemed to him no more than a spiteful upgust of sand, against which he closed his eyes until the warm granules stopped peppering the lids. He opened them to see the balancing rock had silently fallen and lay a quarter buried. No, that couldn't be, he told himself instantly. He had been preoccupied. He must have passed the balancing rock and held its image in his mind. Despite this rationalization, he was quite shaken. The strap of his camera slipped slowly down his arm without his feeling it. And just then there stepped around the giant bobbin of the rock an extraordinarily pretty girl with hair the same pinkish copper color. She was barefoot and wearing a pale blue playsuit, rather like a Grecian tunic. But most important, as she stood there towing his rough shadow in the sand, there was a complete naturalness about her, an absence of sharp edges, as if her personality had weathered without aging, just as the valley seemed to have taken another step toward eternity in the space of an instant. She must have assumed something of the same gentleness in him, for her faint surprise faded, and she asked him as easily as if he were a friend of 5 years' standing, "Tell me, do you think a woman can love just one man, all her life, and a man just one woman?" Tom Dorset made a dazed sound. His mind searched wildly. "I do," she said, looking at him as calmly as at a mountain. "I think a man and woman can be each other's world, like Tristan and Isolde, or Frederick and Catherine. Those old authors were wise. I don't see why on earth a girl has to spread her love around, no matter how enriching the experiences may be." "You know, I agree with you," Tom said, thinking he'd caught her idea. It was impossible not to catch her casualness. "I think there's something cheap about the way everybody's supposed to run after sex these days." "I don't mean that exactly. Tenderness is beautiful, but—" She pouted. "A big family can be vastly crushing. I wanted to declare today a holiday, but they outvoted me. Jock said it didn't chime with our mood cycles. But I was angry with him, so I put on my clothes." "Put on?" "To make it a holiday," she explained bafflingly. "And I walked here for a tantrum." She stepped out of Tom's shadow and hopped back. "Ow, the sand's getting hot," she said, rubbing the grains from the pale and uncramped toes. "You go barefoot a lot?" Tom guessed. "No, mostly digitals," she replied, and took something shimmering from a pocket at her hip and drew it on her foot. It was a high-ankled, transparent moccasin with 5 separate toes. She zipped it shut with the speed of a card trick, then similarly gloved the other foot. Again, the metal-edged slit down the front seemed to close itself. "I'm behind on the fashions," Tom said, curious. They were walking side by side now, the way she'd come and he'd been going. "How does that zipper work?" "Magnetic. They're on all my clothes. Very simple." She parted her tunic to the waist, then let it zip together. "Clever," Tom remarked with a gulp. There seemed no limits to this girl's naturalness. "I see you're a button man," she said. You actually believe it's possible for man and woman to love just each other? His chuckle was bitter. He was thinking of Eleanor Murphy at Tusker Brown, and a bit about cold-faced Miss Tusker herself. I sometimes wonder if it's possible for anyone to love anyone. You haven't met the right girls, she said. Girl, he corrected. She grinned at him. You'll make me think you really are a monogamist. What group do you come from? Let's not talk about that, he requested. He was willing to forego knowing how she'd guessed he was from an art group if he could be spared talking about the vacation fellowships and those nervous little cabins. My group's very nice on the whole, the girl said, but at times they can be nefandously exasperating. Jock's the worst, quietly guiding the rest of us like an analyst. How I loathe that man. But Larry's almost as bad, with his shame-faced bumptiousness, as if we'd all sneaked off on a joyride to Venus. And there's Jokichi at the opposite extreme, forever scared he won't distribute his affection equally, dividing it up into mean little packets like candy for jealous children who would scream if they got one chewy less. And then there's Sasha and Ernest. Who are you talking about? Tom asked. My husbands. She shook her head dolefully. To find 5 more difficult men would be positively Martian. Tom's mind backtracked frantically, searching all conversations at Tusker Brown for gossip about cultists in the neighborhood. It found nothing and embarked on a wider search. There were Mormons. Was that the word that had sounded like Martian? But it wasn't the Mormon husbands who were plural. And then there were Oneidas. Weren't husbands and wives both plural there? But that was 19th century New England. 5 husbands, he repeated. She nodded. He went on. Do you mean to say 5 men have got you alone somewhere up here? To be sure not, she replied. There are my quives. Quives? Co-wives, she said more slowly. They can be fascinerously exasperating, too. Tom's mind did some more searching. And yet you believe in monogamy? She smiled. Only when I'm having tantrums. It was civilized of you to agree with me. But I actually do believe in monogamy, he protested. She gave his hand a little squeeze. You are nice, but let's rush now. I've finished my tantrum, and I want you to meet my group. You can fresh yourself with us. As they hurried across the heated sands, Tom Dorset felt for the first time a twinge of uneasiness. There was something about this girl, more than her strange clothes and the odd words she used now and then, something almost, though ghosts don't wear digitals, spectral. They scrambled up a little rise, digging their footgear into the sand until they stood on a long flat. And there, serpentining around 2 great clumps of rock, was a many-windowed adobe ranch house with a roof like fresh soot. Oh, they've put on their clothes, his companion exclaimed with pleasure. They've decided to make it a holiday after all. Tom spotted a beard in the group swarming out to meet them. Its cultish look gave him a momentary feeling of superiority, followed by an equally momentary apprehension. The 5 husbands were certainly husky. Then both feelings were swallowed up in the swirl of introduction. He told his own name, found that his companion's was Lois Wolver, then smiling faces began to bob toward his. His hands were shaken, his cheeks were kissed, he was even spun around like blind man's bluff, so that he lost track of the husbands and failed to attach Mary, Rachel, Simone, and Joyce to the right owners. He did notice that Jokichi was an Oriental with a skin as tight as enameled china, and that Rachel was a tall, slim Negro girl. Also someone said, Joyce isn't a Wolver, she's just visiting. He got a much clearer impression of the clothes than the names. They were colorful, costly-looking, and mostly Egyptian and Cretan in inspiration. Some of them would have been quite immodest, even compared to Miss Tosker's famous playsuits, except that the wearers didn't seem to feel so. There goes the middle morning rocket, one of them eagerly cried. Tom looked up with the rest, but his eyes caught the dazzling sun. However, he heard a faint roaring that quickly sank in volume and pitch, and it reminded him that the Army had a rocket testing range in this area. He had little interest in science, but he hadn't known they were on a daily schedule. Do you suppose it's off the track? He asked anxiously. Not a chance, someone told him. The beard, he thought. The assurance of the tones gave him a possible solution. Scientists came from all over the world these days and might have all sorts of advanced ideas. This could be a group working in a nearby atomic project and leading its peculiar private life on the side. As they eddied toward the house, he heard Lois remind someone, But you finally did declare it a holiday. And a husband who looked like a gay pharaoh responded, "I had another see at the mood charts, and I found a subtle surge I'd missed." Meanwhile, the beard, a black one, had taken Tom in charge. Tom wasn't sure of his name, but he had a tan skin, a green sarong, and a fiercely jovial expression. "The swimming pool's around there, the landing spot's on the other side," he began, then noticed Tom gazing at the sooty roof. "Sun power cells," he explained proudly. "They store all the current we need." Tom felt his idea confirmed. "Wonder you don't use atomic power," he observed lightly. The beard nodded. "We've been asked that. Matter of aesthetics. Why waste sunlight or use hard radiations needlessly? Of course, you might feel differently. What's your group, did you say?" "Tusker Brown," Tom told him, adding when the beard frowned, "The fellowship people, you know." "I don't," the beard confessed. "Where are you located?" Tom briefly described the ranch house and cabins at the other end of the valley. "Comic, I can't place it," the beard shrugged. "Here come the children." A dozen naked youngsters raced around the ranch, followed by a woman in a vaguely African dress open down the sides. "Yours?" Tom asked. "Ours," the beard answered. "C'est un homme. Regardez des vêtements." "No need to practice, kids. This is a holiday," the beard told them. "Tom, Helen," he said, introducing the woman with the air-conditioned garment. "Her turn today to companion die Kinder." One of the latter rapped on the beard's knee. "May we show the stranger our things?" Instantly, the others joined in pleading. The beard shot an inquiring glance at Tom, who nodded. A moment later, the small troop was hurrying him toward a spacious lean-to at the end of the ranch house. It was chock full of strange toys, rocks and plants, small animals in cages and out, and the oddest model airplanes or submarines. But Tom was given no time to look at any one thing for long. "See my crystals? I grew them. Smell my mutated gardenias. Tell now, isn't there a difference?" There didn't seem to be, but he nodded. "Look at my squabbits." This referred to some long-eared white squirrels nibbling carrots and nuts. "Here's my newest model spaceship, a DS-57B. Notice the detail." The oldest boy shoved one of the submarine affairs in his face. Tom felt like a figure that is being tugged about in a Rococo painting by wide pink ribbons in the chubby hands of naked cherubs, except that these cherubs were slim and tanned, fantastically energetic, and apparently of depressingly high IQ. What these scientists did to children. He missed Lois and was grateful for the single little girl solemnly skipping rope in a corner and paying no attention to him. The odd lingo she repeated stuck in his mind. Giklo io, Rico, Giso, Giklo io. Suddenly, the air was filled with soft chimes. "Lunch," the children shouted, and ran away. Tom followed at a soberer pace along the wall of the ranch house. He glanced in the huge windows, curious about the living and sleeping arrangements of the Wolvers, but the panes were strangely darkened. Then he entered the wide doorway through which the children had scampered, and his curiosity turned to wonder. A resilient green floor that wasn't flat, but sloped up toward the white of the far wall like a breaking wave. Chairs like giants' hands tenderly cupped, little tables growing like mushrooms and broad-leafed plants out of the green floor. A vast picture window showing the red rocks. Yet it was the wood-paneled walls that electrified his artistic interest. They blossomed with fruits and flowers, deep and poignantly carved in several styles. He had never seen such work. He became aware of a silence and realized that his hosts and hostesses were smiling at him from around a long table. Moved by a sudden humility, he knelt and unlaced his sneakers and added them to the pile of sandals and digitals by the door. As he rose, a soft and comic piping started, and he realized that beyond the table the children were lined up, solemnly puffing at little wooden flutes and recorders. He saw the empty chair at the table and went toward it, conscious for the moment of nothing but his dusty feet. He was disappointed that Lois wasn't sitting next to him, but the food reminded him that he was hungry. There was a charming little steak, striped black and brown with perfection, and all sorts of vegetables and fruits, one or two of which he didn't recognize. "Flown from Africa," someone explained to him. These sly scientists, he thought, living behind their security curtain in the most improbable world. When they were sitting with coffee and wine, and the children had finished their concert and were busy at another table, he asked, "How do you manage all this?" Jacques, the gay pharaoh, shrugged. "It's not difficult." Rachel, the slim Negro, chuckled in her throat. We're just people, Tom. He tried to phrase his question without mentioning money. What do you all do? Jock's a uranium miner, Larry, the beard, answered, briskly taking over. Rachel's an algae farmer. I'm a rocket pilot. Lois? Although pleased at this final confirmation of his guess, Tom couldn't help feeling a surge of uneasiness. Sure you should be telling me these things? Larry laughed. Why not? Lois and Jokichi have been exchange workers in China the last 6 months. Mostly digging ditches, Jokichi put in with a smile. And Sasha's in an assembly plant. Helen's a psychiatrist. Oh, we just do ordinary things. Now we're on grand vacation. When all of us have a vacation together, Larry explained. What do you do? I'm an artist, Tom said, taking out a cigarette. But what else? Larry asked. Tom felt an angry embarrassment. Just an artist, he mumbled, cigarette in mouth, digging in his pockets for a match. Hold on, said Joyce beside him, and pointed a silver pencil at the tip of the cigarette. He felt a faint thrill in his lips and then started back, coughing. The cigarette was lighted. Please mutate my poppy seeds, Mommy. A little girl had darted to Joyce from the children's table. You're a very dirty little girl, Joyce told her without reproof. Hold them out. She briefly directed the silver pencil at the clay pellets on the grimy little palm. The little girl shivered delightedly. I love ultrasonics. They feel so funny. She scampered off. Tom cleared his throat. I must say I'm tremendously impressed with the wood carvings. I'd like to photograph them. Oh, Lord. What's the matter? Rachel asked. I lost my camera somewhere. Camera? Jokichi showed interest. You mean one for stills? Yes. What kind? A Leica, Tom told him. Jokichi seemed impressed. That is interesting. I've never seen one of those old ones. Tom's a button man, Lois remarked by way of explanation, apparently. Was the camera in a brown case? You dropped it where we met. We can get it later. Good. I'd really like to take those pictures, Tom said. Incidentally, who did the carvings? We did, Jock said. Together. Tom was grateful that the scamper of the children out of the room saved him from having to reply. He couldn't think of anything but a grunt of astonishment. The conversation split into a group of chats about something called a psych machine, trips to Russia, the planet Mars, and several artists Tom had never heard of. He wanted to talk to Lois, but she was one of the group gabbling about Mars like children. He felt suddenly uneasy and out of things, and neither Rachel's deprecating remarks about her section of the wood carvings nor Joyce's interesting smiles helped much. He wandered outside and made his way to the children's lean-to, feeling very depressed. Once again he was the center of a friendly, naked cluster, except for the same solemn-faced little girl skipping rope. A rather malicious but not very hopeful whim prompted him to ask the youngest, "What's 1 and 1?" 10, the shaver answered glibly. Tom felt pleased. It could also be 2, the oldest boy remarked. I'll say, Tom agreed. What's the population of the world? About 700 million. Tom nodded noncommittally and, grabbing at the first long word that he thought of, turned to the eldest girl. What's poliomyelitis? Never heard of it, she said. The solemn little girl kept droning the same ridiculous chant. Giklo iyo riko giso. His ego eased, Tom went outside, and there was Lois. What's the matter? She asked. Nothing, he said. She took his hand. Have we pushed ourselves at you too much? Has our jabbering bothered you? We're a loud-mouthed family, and I didn't think to ask if you were loning. Loning? Solituding. In a way, he said. They didn't speak for a moment. Then, Are you happy, Lois, in your life here? He asked. Her smile was instant. Of course. Don't you like my group? He hesitated. They make me feel rather no good, he said, and then admitted. But in a way I'm more attracted to them than any people I've ever met. You are? Her grip on his hand tightened. Then why don't you stay with us for a while? I like you. It's too early to propose anything, but I think you have a quality our group lacks. You could see how you fit in. And there's Joyce. She's just visiting, too. You wouldn't have to loan unless you wanted. Before he could think, there was a rhythmic rush of feet, and the Wolvers were around them. We're swimming, Simone announced. Lois looked at Tom inquiringly. He smiled his willingness, started to mention he didn't have trunks, then realized that wouldn't be news here. He wondered whether he would blush. Jock fell in beside him as they rounded the ranch house. "Larry's been telling me about your group at the other end of the valley. It's comic, but I've whirled down the valley a dozen times and never spotted any sort of place there. What's it like?" "A ranch house and several cabins." Jock frowned. "Comic, I never saw it." His face cleared. "How about whirling over there? You could point it out to me." "It's really there," Tom said uneasily. I'm not making it up." "Of course," Jock assured him. "It was just an idea." "We could pick up your camera on the way," Lois put in. The rest of the group had turned back from the huge oval pool and the dark blue and flashing thing beyond it, and stood gay-colored against the pool's pale blue shimmer. "How about it?" Jock asked them. "A whirl before we bathe?" 2 or 3 said yes beside Lois, and Jock led the way toward the helicopter that Tom now saw standing beyond the pool, its beetle body as blue as a scarab, its vanes flashing silver. The others piled in. Tom followed as casually as he could, trying to suppress the pounding of his heart. "Wonder you don't go by rocket," he remarked lightly. Jock laughed. "For such a short trip?" The vanes began to thrum. Tom sat stiffly, gripping the sides of the seat, then realized that the others had sunk back lazily in the cushions. There was a moment of strain, and they were falling ahead and up. Looking out the side, Tom saw for a moment the sooty roof of the ranch house, and the blue of the pool and the pinkish umber of tanned bodies. Then the helicopter lurched gently around. Without warning, a miserable uneasiness gripped him, a desire to cling mixed with an urge to escape. He tried to convince himself it was fear of the height. He heard Lois tell Jock, "That's the place down by that rock that looks like a wrecked spaceship." The helicopter began to fall forward. Tom felt Lois's hand on his. "You haven't answered my question," she said. "What?" he asked dully. "Whether you'll stay with us, at least for a while." He looked at her. Her smile was a comfort. He said, "If I possibly can." "What could possibly stop you?" "I don't know," he answered abstractedly. "You're strange," Lois told him. "There's a weight of sadness in you, as if you lived in a less happy age, as if it weren't 2050. 20? He repeated, awakening from his thoughts with a jerk. "What's the time?" he asked anxiously. 2, Jock said. The word sounded like a knell. "You need cheering," Lois announced firmly. Amid a whoosh of air rebounding from earth, they jounced gently down. Lois vaulted out. "Come on," she said. Tom followed her. "Where?" he asked stupidly, looking around at the red rocks through the settling sand cloud stirred by the vanes. "Your camera," she told him, laughing. "Over there. Come on, I'll race you." He started to run with her, and then his uneasiness got beyond his control. He ran faster and faster. He saw Lois catch her foot on a rock and go down sprawling, but he couldn't stop. He ran desperately around the rock and into a gust of upwhirling sand that terrified him with its suddenness. He tried to escape from the stinging, blinding gust, but there was the nightmarish fright that his wild strides were carrying him nowhere. Then the sand settled. He stopped running and looked around him. He was standing by the balancing rock. He was gasping. At his feet the rusty brown leather of the camera case peeped from the sand. Lois was nowhere in sight. Neither was the helicopter. The valley seemed different, rawer. One might almost have said younger. Hours after dark he trailed into Tosca Brown. Curtained light still glowed from a few cabins. He was footsore, bewildered, frightened. All afternoon and through the twilight and into the moonlit evening that turned the red rocks black, he had searched the valley. Nowhere had he been able to find the soot-roofed ranch house of the Wolvers. He hadn't even been able to locate the rock like a giant bobbin where he'd met Lois. During the next days he often returned to the valley, but he never found anything, and he never happened to be near the balancing rock when the time winds blew at 10 and 2, though once or twice he did see dust devils. Then he went away and eventually forgot. In his casual reading he ran across popular science articles describing the binary system of numbers used in electronic calculating machines, where 1 and 1 make 10. He always skipped them, and more than once he saw the 4 equations expressing Einstein's generalized theory of gravitation. He never connected them with a little girl's chant, Giklo io Rico Giso. When the Change Winds Blow. Copyright 1964 by Mercury Press, Incorporated. I was halfway between Arcadia and Utopia, flying a long archaeologic scout, looking for coleopt hives, lepidopteroid stilt cities, and ruined villas of the old ones. On Mars, they've stuck to the fanciful names the old astronomers dreamed onto their charts. They've got an Elysium and an Ofrit, too. I judged I was somewhere near the acid sea, which by a rare coincidence does become a poisonous shallow marsh, rich in hydrogen ions when the northern ice cap melts. But I saw no sign of it below me, nor any archaeologic features either, only the endless, dull, rosy plain of felsite dust and iron oxide powder slipping steadily west under my flyer, with here and there a shallow canyon or low hill, looking for all the world, Earth, Mars, like parts of the Mojave. The sun was behind me, its low light flooding the cabin. A few stars glittered in the dark blue sky. I recognized the constellations of Sagittarius and Scorpio, the red pinpoint of Antares. I was wearing my pilot's red spacesuit. They've enough air on Mars for flying now, but not for breathing if you fly even a few hundred yards above the surface. Beside me sat my co-pilot's green spacesuit, which would have had someone in it if I were more sociable or merely mindful of flying regulations. From time to time it swayed and jogged just a little. And things were feeling eerie, which isn't how they ought to feel to someone who loves solitude as much as I do, or pretend to myself I do. But the Martian landscape is even more spectral than that of Arabia or the American Southwest, lonely and beautiful and obsessed with death and immensity, and sometimes it strikes through. From some old poem the words came, "And strange thoughts grow with a certain humming in my ears about the life before I lived this life." I had to stop myself from leaning forward and looking around into the faceplate of the green spacesuit to see if there weren't someone there now, a thin man, or a tall, slim woman, or a black, crab-jointed Martian coleopteroid who needs a spacesuit about as much as a spacesuit does, or who knows. It was very still in the cabin. The silence did almost hum. I had been listening to Dymas Station, but now the outer moonlit had dropped below the southern horizon. They had been broadcasting a suggestions program about dragging Mercury away from the sun to make it the moon of Venus, and giving both planets rotation too, so as to stir up the thick, smoggy, furnace-hot atmosphere of Venus and make it habitable. Better finish fixing up Mars first, I'd thought. But then almost immediately the rider to that thought had come. No, I want Mars to stay lonely. That's why I came here. Earth got crowded, and look what happened. Yet there are times on Mars when it would be pleasant, even to an old solitary like me, to have a companion. That is, if you could be sure of picking your companion. Once again I felt the compulsion to peer inside the green spacesuit. Instead I scanned around. Still only the dust desert drawing toward sunset, almost featureless yet darkly rosy as an old peach. True peach, rosy and flawless, peach blossom marble all, the rare, the ripe, as fresh-poured wine of nighty pulse. What was that poem? My mind nagged. On the seat beside me, almost under the thigh of the green spacesuit, vibrating with it a little, was a tape. Vanished Churches and Cathedrals of Terra. Old buildings are an abiding interest with me, of course, and then some of the hills or hives of the black coleopts are remarkably suggestive of earth towers and spires, even to details like lancet windows and flying buttresses, so much that it's been suggested that there is an imitative element, perhaps telepathic, in architecture of those strange beings who, despite their humanoid intelligence, are very like social insects. I'd been scanning the book at my last stop, hunting out coleopt hill resemblances, but then a cathedral interior had reminded me of the Rockefeller Chapel at the University of Chicago, and I'd slipped the tape out of the projector. That chapel was where Monica had been, getting her Ph.D. in physics on a bright June morning, when the fusion blast licked the southern end of Lake Michigan, and I didn't want to think about Monica. Or rather, I wanted too much to think about her. What's done is done, and she is dead beside, dead long ago. Now I recognized the poem. Browning's "The Bishop Orders His Tomb at St. Praxed's Church." That was a distant cry. Had there been a view of St. Praxed's on the tape? The 16th century, and the dying bishop pleading with his sons for a grotesquely grand tomb, a frieze of satyrs, nymphs, the Saviour, Moses, lynxes, while he thinks of their mother, his mistress. Your tall, pale mother with her talking eyes, old Grandolph envied me, so fair she was. Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett and their great love. Monica and myself, and our love that never got started. Monica's eyes talked. She was tall and slim and proud. Maybe if I had more character, or only energy, I'd find myself someone else to love, a new planet, a new girl. I wouldn't stay uselessly faithful to that old romance. I wouldn't go courting loneliness, locked in a dreaming life and death on Mars. Hours and long hours in the dead night, I ask, do I live? Am I dead? But for me, the loss of Monica is tied up, in a way I can't untangle, with the failure of Earth, with my loathing of what Terra did to herself in her pride of money and power and success, communist and capitalist alike, with that unnecessary atomic war that came just when they thought they had everything safe and solved, as they felt before the one in 1914. It didn't wipe out all Earth by any means, only about a third, but it wiped out my trust in human nature, and the divine too, I'm afraid. And it wiped out Monica. And as she died, so must we die ourselves, and thence ye may perceive the world's a dream. A dream. Maybe we lack a Browning to make real those moments of modern history gone over the Niagara of the past, to find them again needle in haystack, atom in whirlpool, and etch them perfectly, the moments of star flight and planet landing etched as he had etched the moments of the Renaissance. Yet, the world, Mars, Terra, only a dream? Well, maybe. A bad dream sometimes, that's for sure, I told myself as I jerked my wandering thoughts back to the flyer and the unchanging rosy desert under the small sun. Apparently I hadn't missed anything. My second mind had been faithfully watching and instrument tending, while my first mind rambled in imaginings and memories. But things were feeling eerier than ever. The silence did hum now, brassily, as if a great peal of bells had just clanged, or were about to. There was menace now in the small sun about to set behind me, bringing the Martian night and what Martian war things there may be that they don't know of yet. The rosy plain had turned sinister. And for a moment, I was sure that if I looked into the green spacesuit I would see a dark wraith thinner than any coleopt, or else a bone-brown visage fleshlessly grinning, the king of terrors. Swift as a weaver's shuttle fleet our years, man goeth to the grave, and where is he? You know, the weird and the supernatural didn't just evaporate when the world got crowded and smart and technical. They moved outward, to Luna, to Mars, to the Jovian satellites, to the black tangled forest of space and the astronomic marches and the unimaginably distant bullseye windows of the stars. Out to the realms of the unknown where the unexpected still happens every other hour and the impossible every other day. And right at that moment, I saw the impossible standing 400 feet tall and cloaked in lacy gray in the desert ahead of me. And while my first mind froze for seconds that stretched toward minutes, and my central vision stayed blankly fixed on that upwardly bifurcated incredibility with its dark hint of rainbow caught in the gray lace, my second mind and my peripheral vision brought my flyer down to a swift, dream-smooth, skimmering landing on its long skis in the rosy dust. I brushed a control, and the cabin walls swung silently downward to either side of the pilot seat, and I stepped down through the dream-easy Martian gravity to the peach-dark, pillowy floor, and I stood looking at the wonder, and my first mind began to move at last. There could be no doubt about the name of this, for I'd been looking at a taped view of it not 5 hours before. This was the west front of Chartres Cathedral, that Gothic masterpiece, with its plain 12th-century spire, the Clocher Vieux, to the north and between them the great rose window 50 feet across, and below that the icon-crowded triple-arched west porch. Swiftly now my first mind moved to one theory after another of this grotesque miracle, and rebounded from them almost as swiftly as if they were like magnetic poles. I was hallucinating from the taped pictures. Yes, maybe the world's a dream. That's always a theory, and never a useful one. A transparency of chart had got pasted against my faceplate. Shake my helmet. No. I was seeing a mirage that had traveled across 50 million miles of space, and some years of time, too, for Chart had vanished with the Paris bomb that near missed toward Le Mans, just as Rockefeller Chapel had gone with the Michigan bomb, and St. Praxed's with the Rome. The thing was a mimic structure built by the coleopteroids to a plan telepathized from a memory picture of Chart in some man's mind. But most memory pictures don't have anywhere near such precision, and I never heard of the coleopts mimicking stained glass, though they do build spired nests 1,000 feet high. It was all one of those great hypnotism traps the Aryan jingoists are forever claiming the coleopts are setting us. Yes, and the whole universe was built by demons to deceive only me, and possibly Adolf Hitler, as Descartes once hypothesized. Stop it. They'd moved Hollywood to Mars, as they'd earlier moved it to Mexico and Spain and Egypt and the Congo to cut expenses, and they just finished an epic of the Middle Ages, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, no doubt, with some witless producer substituting Notre Dame of Chartres for Notre Dame of Paris because his leading mistress liked its looks better and the public wouldn't know the difference. Yes, and probably hired hordes of black coleopts at next to nothing to play monks, wearing robes and humanoid masks. And why not a coleopt to play Quasimodo? Improve race relations. Don't hunt for comedy in the incredible. Or they'd been giving the Martian tour to the last mad president of La Belle France to quiet his nerves, and they'd propped up a fake cathedral of Chartres, all west facade, to humor him, just like the Russians had put up papier-mâché villages to impress Peter III's German wife. The Fourth Republic on the fourth planet. No, don't get hysterical. This thing is here. Or maybe, and here my first mind lingered, past and future forever exist somehow, somewhere. The mind of God, the fourth dimension, in a sort of suspended animation with little trails of somnambulant change running through the future as our willed present actions change it, and perhaps, who knows, other little trails running through the past too, for there may be professional time travelers. And maybe, once in a million millennia, an amateur accidentally finds a door. A door to Chartres. But when? As I lingered on those thoughts, staring at the gray prodigy, do I live? Am I dead? There came a moaning and a rustling beside me, and I turned to see the green spacesuit diving out of the flyer toward me, but with its head ducked, so I still couldn't see inside the faceplate. I could no more move than in a nightmare, but before the suit reached me, I saw that there was with it, perhaps carrying it, a wind that shook the flyer and swept up the feather-soft rose dust in great plumes and waves. And then the wind bowled me over. One hasn't much anchorage in Mars gravity, and I was rolling away from the flyer with the billowing dust and the green spacesuit that went somersaulting faster and higher than I, as if it were empty. But then wraiths are light. The wind was stronger than any wind on Mars should be, certainly than any unheralded gust, and as I went tumbling deliriously on, cushioned by my suit and the low gravity, clutching futilely toward the small, low, rocky outcrops through whose long shadows I was rolling, I found myself thinking with the serenity of fever that this wind wasn't blowing across Mars space only, but through time, too. A mixture of space wind and time wind. What a puzzle for the physicist and drawer of vectors. It seemed unfair, I thought as I tumbled, like giving a psychiatrist a patient with psychosis overlaid by alcoholism. But reality's always mixed, and I knew from experience that only a few minutes in an anechoic, lightness, null-G chamber will set the most normal mind veering uncontrollably into fantasy. Or is it always fantasy? One of the smaller rocky outcrops took for an instant the twisted shape of Monica's dog Brush as he died, not in the blast with her, but a fallout 3 weeks later, hairless and swollen and oozing. I winced. Then the wind died, and the west front of Chartres was shooting vertically up above me, and I found myself crouched on the dust-drifted steps of the South Bay, with a great sculpture of the Virgin looking severely out from above the high doorway at the Martian desert, and the figures of the 4 liberal arts ranged below her, grammar, rhetoric, music, and dialectic, and Aristotle with frowning forehead dipping a stone pen into stone ink. The figure of music hammering her little stone bells made me think of Monica, and how she'd studied piano and Brush had barked when she practiced. Next, I remembered from the tape that shot is the legendary resting place of Saint Modesta, a beautiful girl tortured to death for her faith by her father Quirinus in the Emperor Diocletian's day. Modesta, music, Monica. The double door was open a little, and the green spacesuit was sprawled on its belly there, helmet lifted, as if peering inside at floor level. I pushed to my feet and walked up the rose-mounded steps. Dust blowing through time? Grotesque. Yet was I more than dust? Do I live? Am I dead? I hurried faster and faster, kicking up the fine powder in peach-red swirls, and almost hurled myself down on the green spacesuit to turn it over and peer into the faceplate. But before I could quite do that, I had looked into the doorway, and what I saw stopped me. Slowly I got to my feet again and took a step beyond the prone green spacesuit, and then another step. Instead of the great Gothic nave of Chartres, long as a football field, high as a sequoia, alive with stained light, there was a smaller, darker interior. Churchly, too, but Romanesque, even Latin, with burly granite columns and rich red marble steps leading up toward an altar where mosaics glittered in the gloom. One thin stream of flat light, coming through another open door like a theatrical spot in the wings, struck on the wall opposite me and revealed a gloriously ornate tomb where a sculptured mortuary figure, a bishop by his mitre and crook, lay above a crowded bronze frieze on a bright green jasper slab with a blue lapis lazuli globe of earth between his stone knees and 9 thin columns of peach blossom marble rising around him to the canopy. But of course, this was the bishop's tomb of Browning's poem. This was St. Praxed's church, powdered by the Rome bomb, the church sacred to the martyred Praxed, daughter of Pudens, pupil of St. Peter, tucked even further into the past than Chartres' martyred Modesta. Napoleon had planned to liberate those red marble steps and take them to Paris. But with this realization came almost instantly the companion memory that although St. Praxed's church had been real, the tomb of Browning's bishop had existed only in Browning's imagination and the minds of his readers. Can it be, I thought, that not only do the past and future exist forever, but also all the possibilities that were never and will never be realized? Somehow, somewhere, the fifth dimension, the imagination of God, as if in a dream within a dream, crawling with change too, as artists or anyone thinks of them. Change winds mixed with time winds, with space winds. In that moment, I became aware of 2 dark-clad figures in the aisle beside the tomb and studying it, a pale man with dark beard covering his cheeks and a pale woman with dark straight hair covering hers under a filmy veil. There was movement near their feet, and a fat, dark, slug-like beast, almost hairless, crawled away from them into the shadows. I didn't like it. I didn't like that beast. I didn't like it disappearing. For the first time I felt actively frightened. And then the woman moved too, so that her dark, wide, floor-brushing skirt jogged, and in a very British voice she called, "Flush! Come here, Flush!" And I remembered that was the name of the dog Elizabeth Barrett had taken with her from Wimpole Street when she ran off with Browning. Then the voice called again, anxiously, but the British had gone out of it now. In fact, it was a voice I knew, a voice that froze me inside, and the dog's name had changed to Brush, and I looked up, and the gaudy tomb was gone, and the walls had grayed and receded, but not so far as those of Chartres, only so far as those of the Rockefeller Chapel, and there coming toward me down the center aisle, tall and slim in a black academic robe with the 3 velvet doctor's bars on the sleeves, with the brown of science edging the hood, was Monica. I think she saw me. I think she recognized me through my faceplate. I think she smiled at me fearfully, wonderingly. Then there was a rosy glow behind her, making a hazily gleaming nimbus of her hair, like the glory of a saint. But then the glow became too bright, intolerably so, and something struck at me, driving me back through the doorway, whirling me over and over, so that all I saw were swirls of rose dust and star-pricked sky. I think what struck at me was the ghost of the front of an atomic blast. In my mind was the thought, St. Praxed, St. Modesta, and Monica, the atheist saint, martyred by the bomb. Then all winds were gone, and I was picking myself up from the dust near the flyer. I scanned around through ebbing dust swirls. The cathedral was gone. No hill or structure anywhere relieved the flatness of the Martian horizon. Leaning against the flyer as if lodged there by the wind, yet on its feet, was the green spacesuit, its back toward me, its head and shoulders sunk in an attitude mimicking profound dejection. I moved toward it quickly. I had the thought that it might have gone with me to bring someone back. It seemed to shrink from me a little as I turned it around. The faceplate was empty. There on the inside, below the transparency, distorted by my angle of view, was the little complex console of dials and levers, but no face above them. I took the suit up very gently in my arms, carrying it as if it were a person, and I started toward the door of the cabin. It's in the things we've lost that we exist most fully. There was a faint green flash from the sun as its last silver vanished on the horizon. All the stars came out. Gleaming green among them, and brightest of all, low in the sky where the sun had gone, was the evening star, Earth. 237 Talking Statues, etc. Copyright 1963 by Mercury Press, Incorporated. During the last 5 years of his life, when his theatrical career was largely over, the famous actor Francis Legrand spent considerable time making portraits of himself. Plaster heads and busts, some larger statues, oil paintings, sketches in various media, and photographic self-studies. Most of them showed him in roles in which he had starred on the stage and screen. Legrand had always been a versatile craftsman, and the results were artistically adequate. After his death, his wife devoted herself to caring for the self-portraits, along with other tangible and intangible memories of the great man, keeping them alive, as it were, or at least dusted and cleaned and even pampered with an occasional change of air and prospect. There were 237 of them on view, distributed throughout Legrand's studio, the living room and halls and bedrooms of the house, and in the gardens. Legrand had a son, Francis Legrand II, who had no more self-content or success in life than most sons of prominent and widely admired men. After the collapse of his third marriage and his 11th job, young Francis, who was well over 40, retreated for a time to his father's house. His relations with his mother were amicable but limited. They said loud, cheery things to each other when they met, but after a bit they began to keep their daily orbits separate, by accident, as it were. Young Francis was drinking rather too heavily and trying hard to control it, yet without any definite program for the future, a poor formula for quiet nerves. After 6 weeks, his father's self-portraits began to talk to him. It came as no great surprise, since they had been following him with their eyes for at least a week, and for the past 2 days they had been frowning and smiling at him, critically he was certain, glaring and smirking, and this morning the air was full of ominous hangoverish noises on the verge of intelligibility. He was alone in the studio. In fact, he was alone in the whole house, since his mother was calling on a neighbor. There came a tiny but nerve-rasping, dry, grating sound, exactly as if chalk were coughing or plaster had cleared its throat. He quickly glanced at a white bust of his father as Julius Caesar, and he distinctly saw the plaster lips part a little and the tip of a plaster tongue come out and quickly run around them. Then, "Father, I irritate you, don't I? Or perhaps I should say, we irritate you." Son, startled, but quickly accepting the situation and deciding to speak frankly. "Well, yes, you do. Most sons are bugged by their fathers. Any psychologist who knows his stuff will tell you that. By the actual father or by his memory. If the father happens to be a famous man, the son is that much more intimidated and inhibited and overawed. And if, in addition, the father leaves behind dozens of faces of himself created by himself, if he insists on going on living after death." He shrugs. Father, smiling compassionately from a painting of himself as Jesus of Nazareth. "In short, you hate me." Son, "Oh, I wouldn't go as far as that. It's more that you weary me. Seeing you around everywhere, all the time, I get bored." Father, in dark colors, as Strindberg's captain. "You get bored? You've only been here 6 weeks. Think of me having nothing to look at for 10 whole years but your mother." Son, with a certain satisfaction. "I always thought your affection and devotion to mother were overdone." Father, as Romeo, a pastel sketch. "No, son, they weren't, but—" Father, ahead of Don Juan, interrupting. "But it has been a dull time. There have been exactly 3 beautiful girls inside this house during the last decade, and one of those was collecting for community chest and only stayed 5 minutes. And none of them got undressed. Father, as Socrates. And then there are so many of me to be bored and just one of you. I've sometimes wished I hadn't been quite so enthusiastic about multiplying myself. Son, wincing from a crick in the neck, got from swiveling his head rapidly from portrait to portrait. Serves you right. 237 self-portraits. Father. Actually, there are about 450, but the others are put away. Son. Good Lord, are they alive too? Father. Well, yes, in an imprisoned, drugged sort of way. From various cabinets and drawers comes a low but tumultuous groaning and muttering. Son, rushing out of the studio into the living room in a sudden spasm of terror which he tries to conceal by speaking loudly and contemptuously. What colossal vanity! 450 self-portraits! What narcissism! Father, from a full-length painting of King Lear over the fireplace. I don't think it was vanity, son, not chiefly. All my life I was used to making up my face and getting into costume, spending half an hour at it, or if there was something special like a beard, the portrait touches its long white one with wrinkle-painted fingers, an hour or more. When I retired from the stage, I still had the makeup habit, the itch to work my face over. I took it out in doing self-portraits. It was as simple as that. Son, I might have known you'd have an innocent, fine-sounding explanation. You always did. Father, in an average acting year, I made myself up at least 250 times. So even 237 self-portraits are less than a year at the dressing-room table, and 450 less than 2 years. Son, you'd never have been able to do so many portraits, except you cheated. You worked from photographs and life masks of yourself. Father, self-painted as Leonardo da Vinci. Son, great artists have been cheating that way for 5,000 years. Son, all right, all right. Father, being very fair about it. I'll admit that in addition the self-portraits let me relive my triumphs and keep up the illusion I was still acting. Son, cruelly. You never stopped. On the stage or off, you were always acting. Father, as Moses. That's hardly just. I never talked a great deal. I was never domineering, and, pointedly, I never ranted. Son, stung. That's right. Offstage, you preferred the quiet starring roles to the windy ones. Your favorite was a sickeningly noble, serene, infallible, pipe-smoking older hero, a modern Brutus, a worldly Christ, a less folksy Will Rogers. But no matter how restrained your offstage characterizations, you managed to stay stage center. Father, shrugging pen and ink shoulders. Laymen always accuse actors of acting. Because we can portray genuine emotion, we're supposed to be unable to feel it. It's the oldest charge made against us. Son, and it's true. Father, very kindly, from a jaunty portrait of Cyrano de Bergerac. My child, I do believe you're jealous of me. Son, pacing wildly and waving his arms. Certainly I am. What son wouldn't be? Surrounded, stifled, suffocated by a father disguised as all the great men who ever were or are or will be. All the great sages, all the great adventurers, all the great lovers. Father, gently, from the gape-mouth of a gaunt plaster head of Lazarus, lifting from a plaster grave-hole. But there's no reason to be jealous of me any longer, son. I'm dead. Son, you don't act as if you are. You're alive 237 times, 450 if we count your reserve battalions. You're all over the place. Father, as Peer Gynt. Oh, son, these are only poor phantoms roused for a moment from the nightmarish walking sleep of hell, only powerless ghosts. All the portraits cry out softly and confusedly, and there comes again the muttering and groaning of the ones shut away in darkness. Son, overcome by another gust of terror, and banging the door as he rushes out into the garden. They are not. They're all facets of your perfection, damn you, your miserable perfection which you spent a lifetime polishing. Father, from a gaunt-cheeked bas-relief of Don Quixote on the patio wall. Every human being believes he is perfect in his way, even the most miserable scoundrel or dreamer. Son, not to the degree you believed you were perfect. You practiced perfection in front of the mirror. You rehearsed it. You watched your least word and gesture, and you never made a slip. Father, incredulous. Did I actually seem like that to you? Son, seem? My God, if you knew how I prayed for you to make a mistake, just one, just once, make it and own up to it. But you never did. Father, shaking a green tarnished bronze head across a screen of leaves. I never suspected you felt that way. Naturally, a parent pretends to his child to be a little more perfect than he actually is. To admit any of his real weaknesses would be too much like encouraging vice. He wants to be sure his child is law-abiding during the formative years. Later, he may be able to stand the truth. Children can't distinguish between black and the palest shade of gray. It's the parent's duty to set as good an example as he can, even if he has to cover up some things and cheat a bit, until the child has mature judgment. Son. And as a result, the child is utterly crushed by this great white marble image of perfection. Father. I suppose that conceivably could happen. Do you mean to tell me, son, that you didn't know your father was as other men, that he had every last one of their weaknesses? Son, a hope dawning. You really mean that? You're honestly saying? Then, recovering himself. Uh-oh, I smell another of your lily-white high-sounding explanations coming. Father, still from bronze head, which is that of Hamlet. No, son. I could accuse me of such things that it were better my mother had not borne me. I was very proud, revengeful, ambitious, with more offenses at my beck than I had thoughts to put them in, imagination to give them shape, or time to act them in. I itched to excel at everything. Because my life depended on being the best actor, I was bitterly jealous of everyone's least accomplishments, even your own. I hid my scorn of all mankind under a mask of tolerant serenity, which I had trouble keeping in place, believe me. I lived for applause. During my last years, I was bitterly resentful that ill-advised friends and greedy managers did not force me to come out of retirement and make farewell tours. I wronged your mother by lusting after other women, and myself by never having the nerve to yield to temptation. Son. What, never? Father. Well, hardly ever. Son. Dad, that's terrific. Father, modestly. Well, inspired by the great characters I portray, I sometimes get carried away. A little of them rubs off on me. Son, rather breathless. This puts a different complexion on everything. What a relief. Dad, I feel wonderful. He laughs, a touch hysterically. Father. Wait, son, I did worse than that. I watched your mother's personality fade. I watched her change into a mere adjunct of myself, and I let it happen, merely because life was a trifle easier for me that way. I watched you blunder along under a load of anxiety and guilt, and I never tried to get close to you, or tell you the truth about myself, which might have helped you, simply because it would have been difficult and uncomfortable for me to have done so, and because I... Son, concerned. Now you are going too far, Dad. You mustn't blame yourself for... Father, ignoring the sympathy. And because I actually enjoyed your awed, embittered admiration. You were such a gullible audience. And then during the last years, instead of turning outward, I lost interest in almost everything except the self-portraits. I poured all of myself into them, finally the life force itself, so that now I live on in them, a solitary, self-created hell. A human being's punishment for his misdeeds is having to watch and sometimes suffer their consequences. But to have to watch them minute after minute from 237 vantage points, unable to take the slightest action, unable even to comment, without the boon of a moment's forgetfulness, a moment's nirvana. His voice grows ghostly. 10 years. 3,600 interminable twilights. 3,600 empty dawns. To have to watch this house and garden die. To watch your mother mooning about day after day, wasting herself on memories and sentimental bric-a-brac. To watch you narrow your life down as I did mine, but before you've even lived it, and all your sodden drinking. To have to observe in all its loathsome detail the soul-rotting, snail's slow creep of inanition. Son, angry again in spite of himself, and once more quite frightened. Well, don't bellyache to me about it. It's your own fault that there are 237 of you all corroding with life force. Another man would have been satisfied with being damned just once. There's nothing I can do for you. Father, grinning evilly from the head of Mephistopheles, peering from between bushes opposite Hamlet. But there is. Break us, burn us, melt us down, give us oblivion, smash us. Son, rushing back into the house, partly to grab up poker from fireplace, and partly because, all in all, the talking portraits in the house are less eerie than those hidden about the garden. By God, I'd like to. I don't know how often I've thought of this house as a musty old museum, the lumber room of one man's vanity. Father, a chorus. Strike! Son, hesitating with poker lifted above his head. But they'd think I was crazy. They'd believe that envy of you pushed me over the line into psychosis. They'd probably put me away. Father, as Leonardo again. Nonsense. They'd merely say that you were ridding the world of some amateurish daubs and thumb-scoopings. Smash us! Son, veering into argument. Amateurish is too strong a word. They're not that bad, certainly. Father, pleased. You think my work has enduring professional quality? Son, frowns. No, that would be going too far in the opposite direction. Father, smash us! Son, raises the poker, but again hesitates. There's another thing. Mother would never forgive me. Father, don't bring your mother into this. Son, why not? For that matter, if you've really been wanting oblivion for 10 years, why didn't you ask Mother to smash you? Or at least to put you all away where you'd have something nearer oblivion, I gather. Or give you all away to people who would either destroy you or provide you with more diverse environments and a more interesting shadow life. Father, son, I've never been able to make things like that clear to your mother. Somehow the more she fitted herself to me, the less she was really in touch with me. She was as close to me and yet as far beyond my ken as my gallbladder. I've tried to talk to her, but she doesn't hear. I don't think she even sees my self-portraits anymore, but only the image of me, her own creation, which she carries in her mind. But you, at long last, hear me, and I tell you, smash us! Father, as plaster head of Don Juan, calling from studio. Think of the fiery, impetuous philanderer imprisoned in the icy, rigid statue he invites for dinner. 3 girls glimpsed in 10 years. Smash us! Father, as the painted Leonardo. You were always scared to take action. I wasn't. I expressed myself even in these miserable self-portraits. Now it's your turn, and your opportunity. Smash us! Father, as Peer Gynt. Plunge me back in the crucible. Melt me down. Father, as Beethoven. Strike a great healing discord. Father, as Jean Valjean. Explode the prison. Father, as St. John the Divine. Unleash the apocalypse. Father, a muffled chorus of photographs. Break our glass, shred us, touch a match to us, destroy us. Father, all 237 with the dark undertones of the imprisoned ones. Smash us! Son, swings up the poker a 3rd time, then lowers its tip to the floor with a smile, his manner suddenly easy. No. Why should I let myself be agitated by a bunch of old pictures and sculptures, even if they do talk? How would destroying them change me? And why should I be intimidated by a dead father even if he lives on in various obscure ways? It's ridiculous. Father, once more, King Lear. Have you lost your respect for us? Are you not at least filled with supernatural terror at this morning's events? Son, shaking his head. No. I think it's just my hangover talking with a strong psychotic accent, or 237 accents. And if it really is you, Dad, somehow talking from somewhere, I think you mean me well, and so I'm not frightened. And finally, to be very honest with you, I don't think you really want to be destroyed, Dad, even in effigy or effigies. I think you've just been getting your feelings off your chest, especially your boredom. Father, as Peer Gynt, smiling an inscrutable smile, perhaps of relief, perhaps of triumph, perhaps of resignation. Well, if you can't bring yourself to destroy us, at least stir up this old house, stir up your own life. Son, nodding. There's something to that, all right, Dad. Father, if you don't take the initiative, and moderate your drinking, too, we'll probably start talking again some morning or night, and not nearly as pleasantly, or even sanely. So stir things up. Son, seriously. I'll remember that, Dad. Father, calling as Don Juan from studio. Invite some... The voice breaks off abruptly. Son looks around at the portraits. They have suddenly all gone mum. He can detect no movement in any of them or changes in their features. The front door opens, and his mother comes in excitedly with an opened letter in her hand. Mother. Francis, I've just received the most interesting request. The Maryvale Young Ladies Academy wants a bust of your father for their library or lounge room. I think we should grant the request. That is, if you agree. Son, poking elaborately at the ashes in the fireplace to account for the poker. Why not? Then getting an inspiration and growing wily. How about the Hamlet head? Mother, out of the question, that's his masterpiece. Besides, it's riveted to its pillar in the garden. Son, well then, the Lear. Mother, certainly not, it's my favorite. Besides, it's a painting, not a bust. Son, baiting his trap. Well, I suppose you could give them... No, it's not good enough. Mother, instantly contentious. What's not good enough? Son, as if reluctantly. I was going to say the bust of Don Juan, but... Mother, I think that's a very fine piece of work, and an excellent choice in this instance. Son, perhaps you're right about that, Mother. In any case, I bow to your judgment. Mother, thank you, Francis. I've never given any of the statues away before, but I think I should begin to. I'll write Maryvale Young Ladies' Academy. They may have the bust of Don Juan. Starts out. Son, I think you'll feel happier when you've done this, Mother. And I think Father will feel happier, too. Mother, pausing in doorway. What's happened to you, Francis? You're usually so cynical about these matters. Son, shrugs. I don't know. Maybe I'm growing. As his mother leaves, he begins to smile. Suddenly he whirls toward the portrait of Peer Gynt. It had seemed to wink, but now it presents only its fixed, painted expression. Francis Legrand II continues to smile as he hears someone in the studio begin faintly to hum an air from Don Giovanni. The Improper Authorities. Copyright 1959 by Ziff Davis Publishing Company. As soon as Ronald Flecker fully convinced himself that he had discovered in his eccentric aunt's cluttered basement a small battery that stored the force of gravity instead of electricity, a battery that held in complete essence the power of fuelless spaceflight, levitation, and any number of lesser marvels, he sat down to do some very serious thinking. The discovery had come about while he was repairing his aunt's doorbell, one of the innumerable small tasks she hesitantly, but in the end always rather firmly set him, although she had more than enough money to hire professional household mechanics, and that Ronald in any case always felt obliged to discharge in return for the privilege of sleeping over her garage. He had found the thin wires in a monstrous tangle close under the dusty rafters. It turned out the system wasn't even worked by a step-down transformer, but by dry cells, and some idiot had hooked up the cells in parallels rather than series, accounting in large part for the doorbell's feeble performance. His aunt recalled that the last person before Ronald to revive the doorbell had been the kindly but abstracted and rather smelly Dr. Yorn, the second to last in her unending series of spiritual counselors, a yogi, medium, hypnotist, dynamic psychologist, something like that. Mrs. Wycherley liked variety and versatile men. Dr. Yorn's successor, the gleaming-eyed and dapper Mr. Espy, seemed equally obliging and would almost certainly have been willing to tackle the doorbell, but now Mrs. Wycherley had Ronald for those things. Ronald had picked out the 3 freshest-looking dry cells, setting the other 2, which still had short bent lengths of wire untidily attached to their terminals, down on the scarred top of an upended trunk beside the stepladder on which he was working. It was still day outside, barely, although of course he had a flashlight to see up into the cobwebby rafters, and just as he'd about connected up the 3 newer-looking cells properly, working a little gingerly because of his apprehension of spiders, a beam of yellow light from the setting sun struck brightly through one of the low oblong windows and across the top of the trunk. It showed a lot more dust motes trembling in the air than Ronald's flashlight revealed, and immediately Ronald felt a sneeze coming on. But then it showed something so much more strange and arresting that the sneeze never came, and Ronald quite forgot that his nasal passages had been tickling. One of the rejected batteries carried attached to one terminal a length of gray insulated wire so sharply curved that its other end now chanced to touch the other terminal, shorting the battery out, except that the battery had looked to Ronald too dingy and too old to have any juice left to short. The dust motes were whirling in orderly circles around the wire, forming a dim tube that curved from terminal to terminal with a wire running down the center or axis of the shadowy tube. The circular orbiting of the dust motes was clearest within an inch of the wire, but even as he watched he saw some of the more distant motes begin to take up the movement, swinging in larger, slower circles. Ronald's face grew blank with attention. He leaned down very slowly until his eyes were only inches from the phenomenon. Fearfully, almost reverently, he blew softly at the wire. The motes eddied away wildly, and then almost immediately began to resume their circling, those nearest the wire taking it up most quickly, then those further off starting once more to join in. Ronald thought, "There's a force moving those particles. They're in a force field. If they were powdered iron or black iron oxide, but they aren't, it would be a magnetic field moving them, a magnetic field created by an electric current moving through the wire, though I think it would have to be a lot stronger current than a dry cell could furnish. But the particles aren't iron or iron oxide, too heavy to float in air. Besides, this has to be just Wycherley basement dust, ashes, lint, earth, powdered wood, and paper, so it can't be a magnetic field that's moving them, though they're moving exactly as if they were in a force field of some sort. So it has to be gravity, a gravitic force field they're moving in. At least, that's the only other force I know of it could be. An electric current moving through a conductor creates a magnetic field. What current? Call it a gravitic current anyway, though it could be a magnetic current. A gravitic current moving through a conductor creates a gravitic field." The sunlight faded swiftly. As the yellow beam moved upward, dimming, its last rays showed more and more dust motes pouring into the vortex, joining in the frenzied, yet orderly circling. As the dark basement twilight closed in, Ronald reached out and grasped the battery protectively, possessively. With his other hand, he bent the wire away from the terminal. Already he had begun to worry about the battery running down. A minute or so later, it occurred to him to use his flashlight to examine the battery more closely. It was a distinctly smaller cylinder than the other dry cells, he saw now, only about 5 inches high and 1.5 inches in diameter, and it had no cardboard sheath around it, which had been the chief reason he'd thought of it as older and more likely to be completely exhausted than the others. And the terminals, although of the screw-on, knurled nut type, didn't seem to be brass, but something grayer, like the zinc or whatever it was of the battery's body. He tried to force himself to think in a systematic way about the possible source of the thing, granting that it really was a gravity battery. Something that another part of his mind was already working out delightful ways to check. Let's see, he thought. It could be a genuine gravity battery, manufactured as such by human beings engaged in secret government-sponsored anti-gravity research, either in this country or elsewhere. There are such projects. Though then, how it should get into Aunt Wycherley's basement seemed to require very weird assumptions. Or else, my God, this gets fantastic. It could come from off this earth and have been manufactured by extraterrestrials. Got to consider every possibility. Though that involves us in even more weird assumptions. Or it could just have happened. I mean, the battery could have started out as an ordinary battery, but sitting here in Aunt Wycherley's basement and undergoing all sorts of rhythmical temperature changes and God knows what else, the chemicals in it could have been transformed into substances generating a current, gravitic, magnetic, how should I know what jargon to use, that in turn creates a gravitic field, like spontaneous combustion or something. Old rags. That's not unusual. Or it could all be illusion or freak air currents. Or I could just be going nuts. That's something to keep in mind, too. But while Ronald was making his brain hammer out these possibilities, another section of his thoughts was darting around like kittens to investigate all sorts of wonderful ideas, making use of the 30 years ragtag accumulation of information in Ronald's mind, a quite remarkable and varied assortment. For one thing, he was thinking that since this basement phenomenon behaved so much like magnetism, it must be a dipolar gravity field he had here, promising both positive and negative gravity if properly harnessed. That is, not only gravitic attraction, but gravitic repulsion. In other words, anti-gravity, the secret of rocketless spaceflight. There were ways to check that, of course. And what was the wonderful stuff that flowed through the wire and made the field grab and the motes spin? Gravitic fluid, could you call it? Liquid gravity? Was it particles like electrons? Gravitrons, would you call them? Hell, nobody really understood electricity yet. Still. Ronald, why are you taking so long? Mr. Espy will be coming soon, and I don't want to have to watch for him at the window. Ronald looked down at his aunt's pudgy, thin-lipped face, realizing that she had come creaking and clumping all the way down to the basement without his being aware of it. He nodded slowly at her without a word, put away the battery he was holding, and, like a man in a dream, began to make the last connections in the bell system. The bell rang strongly at the first test. Mrs. Wycherley thanked Ronald profusely in the kitchen, and seemed on the point of bringing up some additional matter, but just then Ronald rather abruptly wandered off toward the garage, still acting like a man in a dream. Mrs. Wycherley made a little humorous face. She'd been debating giving Ronald $2 for his labors, and had almost decided to, but if he chose to go mooning off that way. She was still wondering, too, why he had so carefully put one of her batteries into the inside breast pocket of his coat, buttoning the coat afterwards. It was almost like a psychiatric symptom, with some deep symbolic meaning. Perhaps she should ask Mr. Espy about it. But no, Ronald probably just wanted it for something in the garage. Well, she wouldn't grudge it to him, though of course he ought to have asked her first. Convincing himself that his find really was a gravity battery occupied Ronald most of the night and next day. He made his tests with great care, only after thinking each through in detail first. He kept them as few and brief as his delight and wonder would let him. The possibility of the battery running down had begun to prey on his mind more and more seriously, especially after a search of the basement next morning revealed no more dry cells of similar appearance. The chief test, or rather set of tests, involved making a coil of the wire joining the terminals, so as to give direction and greater power to the gravitic field, exactly as one would do in making an electromagnet. The most obvious and interesting cylinder around which to wind the coil was the battery itself. Ronald started out with just a dozen loops, winding the wire down the body of the battery from one terminal and returning it through the air to the other. The result was more than gratifying. Held terminals end up, the battery almost doubled in weight as soon as he connected the coil. Of course, he was just judging the weight by feel, but he was sure he couldn't be fooling himself to that degree. Moreover, the coil strained toward the floor in that position, tending to creep along the cylinder and bunch together. In later tests, he made a point of anchoring them individually with adhesive tape. Held terminals end down, the battery weighed almost nothing at all. It seemed as light as if it were a painted balsa wood model of itself. The transition from twice weight to no weight, as felt by his hand, was as mysteriously alarming and delightful as a mild electric shock. Clearly, the gravitic field was dipolar, as he'd surmised. The terminal end was the negative or repulsive pole, seeking to push away the Earth, or push the Earth away. The other end was the positive or attractive one. A bit later he discovered what he told himself he should have guessed at once, that if he wound the coil the opposite way, say clockwise instead of counterclockwise, it reversed the poles. They really had nothing to do with the location of the terminals on the battery. For light objects nearby, the battery's tiny gravitic field was more powerful than that of the Earth, a circumstance that shouldn't surprise him, Ronald reminded himself, as Earth's center of gravity was 4,000 miles away, while the battery's was right in his hand. The attractive pole would snatch a cork off the floor from 2 feet. He could actually see the cork falling upward faster and faster, while the repulsive pole would bat away the same cork dropped on it from above. And the attractive pole always became covered with dust when used, while the other pole stayed clean. Brought close to his forearm, the repulsive pole made a shallow, saucer-shaped dimple in the flesh, while the attractive one tugged at the tissue in a way that somehow felt deeper than suction. It was vastly exciting, to say the very least, and Ronald could hardly wait to step up the power of the field by increasing the number of turns in the coil, this being one of the times when his delight and wonder got the better of him. However, he retained at least minimal prudence, and added only 6 turns. He told himself that if the effect wasn't enough, he could always add more. He was glad that he had been conservative. The repulsive pole was downward when he touched the return wire to the second terminal, and the battery tugged his hand sharply upward, as if it were not a small, but, say, a medium-sized bird trying to escape. Or maybe a weather balloon. The sensation was peculiarly delightful. His hand was not only tugged, but indescribably tickled, presumably by the curving components of the dipolar gravitic field. And despite his concern about the battery running down, it was all Ronald could do not to stand there all night holding the upsurging battery with a happy, dazed smile on his face. And in fact, Ronald did not disconnect it right away. He got the impression that the wire of the coil had changed color in some way, and on an impulse he switched off the light he'd been working by, a hanging and unshaded 150-watt globe, which he kept secret from his aunt, for she had a thing about wasting electricity and kept nothing stronger than 40 watts in her whole mansion. The consequences were sudden, spectacular, and almost disastrous. In the darkness, the coil was outlined in bright white light. Ronald was so startled that he opened his hand. The white spiraled battery sprang upward, and for an instant Ronald had the dreadful fear that the thing had got away from him forever, and from the earth too, although he knew very well that the ceiling of his garage apartment must stop it. But then almost immediately, without touching the ceiling, the thing flipped over, dove down, and hit the floor with a sharp crack. Its light went out. Ronald's feelings were intense and mixed. He was relieved that the battery hadn't escaped, doubly relieved to discover that apparently it couldn't escape from Earth. That released repulsive pull, down it would simply flip over and dive. There was the possibility that he had started the battery flipping over with a twist of his hand when he released it, but that possibility didn't bulk large in his mind. And of course, beyond all else, he was fearful that the fall had somehow ruined the battery forever. For instance, if its ability to generate gravitic energy depended on some rare and delicate spontaneous chemical transformation that had taken place inside it, then even something as slight as a sudden jar might well reverse the transformation. He switched on the light and picked up the battery as if it were a wounded bird. He was considerably relieved to find that the wire had jarred loose from one of the terminals. He reconnected it, the battery surged in his hand, and his relief was complete. But thereafter his carefulness was doubled, and also tainted with suspicion. He made a number of other interesting discoveries about the battery, besides the epiphenomenon of the white glow. For instance, it turned out to be the insulation on the wire that carried the gravitic current. A bare copper wire didn't work at all. A nylon cord worked beautifully, provided he wrapped it in tinfoil so that it didn't short itself out. In fact, there seemed to be a half-dozen new sciences implicit in the battery, and Ronald would have liked nothing better than to spend the next 6 months in investigating them all, provided he had a dozen batteries to work with, or even just one to hold in reserve. That was the fly in the ointment, of course. His battery was goose and golden egg rolled into one, a bird in the hand but none at all in the bushes. So about the middle of the next afternoon he sat down to do some serious, really serious thinking, meaning, of course, thinking about discovery to profit himself. First, he carefully locked away the battery and went out into the garden to meditate it through, but he found he couldn't bear to be that far away from his find. So he went back to his garage apartment and sat beside the window that looked into the garden, feeling a little giddy from lack of sleep. His aunt had noted his abstracted and somewhat agitated behavior, however, from one of her lace-curtained watch windows, just as she'd early that morning been aware of him poking around in the basement without her permission. She frowned, remembering his distinctly odd behavior with her battery. She hadn't discussed the matter with Mr. Espy yesterday, but she decided she certainly would tonight. Serious thinking is always apt to be a somewhat chilling business. The more Ronald applied his mind to the problem of how to make money out of one small and presumably irreplaceable gravitic and anti-gravitic battery, the chillier the prospects came to look to him. One thing he was fatalistically certain of from the start, that if he reported his find to any proper authorities, military, scientific, industrial, academic, governmental, authorities are always governmental to the end, he would get nothing whatever for himself except trouble. To begin with, the governmental authorities would know very well whether one of their secret projects had or had not started to manufacture gravitic batteries. In either case, they would grab the battery, either for safekeeping or for feverish secret research into its mysteries, and at the same time loudly proclaim that it did not exist. Ronald's protests would be laughed at. He would be left out in the cold, or more likely grabbed himself and awarded a lifetime of protective custody and unending interrogation. Where a discovery of such fabulous military importance as anti-gravity was concerned, an individual's rights just wouldn't count. Perhaps he could investigate the battery himself, carefully open it, and find out what made it work. Ronald's reaction to this idea was simply to shudder. True, he fancied a bit his talent for scientific thinking, but he wasn't that egotistical. Cutting or prying the battery open, in hope of discovering its secret, struck Ronald as some 7 degrees more unpromising than an infant taking apart a gold wristwatch to find out what made it work. This seemed particularly to the point, as Ronald now inclined more and more to the theory that the battery was something that had been spontaneously generated in his aunt's basement by complex cycles of temperature change or the like, which also brought him back once more to the fact that he only had one battery, that as far as he knew there was only one on Earth. And if that were the case, why the chances were that the properest scientific authorities in the world wouldn't be any too successful in probing the battery's secrets. They'd play with it, at a little more sophisticated level than he, to be sure, until its power gave out, and then dissect it into microscopic slides and peer and poke at it, and like as not end up knowing little or nothing more than at the first testing. These general considerations also made Ronald shy away from the plan of finding and privately enlisting the services of some brilliant young technician or engineering student, or offering such a person a partnership in the battery. Perhaps he could sell the battery. No, any substantial businessman would be fearfully suspicious of such an offer. He'd think it was the Keeley motor over again, or some perpetual motion crank, or the powder that added to water makes gasoline. Ronald could arrange brilliant demonstrations, of course, but the more brilliant they were, the more his prospect would suspect trickery. Experts would have to be called in, and he would be back once more with the proper authorities, who would be snatching at his battery with rapacious fingers. Suppose he were to find a millionaire gambler and bet him that— Ronald irritably shook his head. In the first place, he didn't know any such gamblers or how to approach them, and in the second place, the last thing a bet-a-million Gates would bet on was something that looked like a cast-iron certainty to win. The maker of such a tempting offer would be bound to have something up his sleeve. Maybe he could use the battery to put on a magic or spiritualist act, causing something to float without wires or levitating small objects in a slightly darkened room for the edification of wealthy crackpots like his aunt. Do the poltergeist a bit. Now that, Ronald told himself, was cutting his problem down close to size. The trouble was, of course, as with so many other plans, that the battery would eventually run down, and probably sooner than later. But more than that, the Magic Act plan ran up against the objection that Ronald simply wasn't even a passable third-rate showman or conman, and knew it very well. Sitting in his chilly hole-over garage and gazing out at the darkening garden, for full 24 hours had passed since his great discovery, Ronald gave an irritated little sigh. His utter incapacity as a showman and conman was an old sore point with him. Why, as long as 10 years ago, he'd been the one to get his aunt interested in occultism, but had he reaped any of the benefits of her craze? No. That had been reserved for the slick operators like Mr. Espy, Dr. Yorn, and their dozen or so predecessors. They'd taken hundreds, thousands of dollars from her over the years. She'd even sent money by mail to Tibet, Ceylon, and Southern California to further occult research, while he who'd started the whole thing was lucky if from time to time he got a few cans of corned beef hash or spaghetti from her pantry hoard. Not that Ronald lay awake nights scheming how to murder his aunt without being suspected, or how to defraud her on a large scale. He wasn't that sort of person at all. He just grieved occasionally that a man with a commanding gaze and a confident pseudo-professional manner should be able to charm a $20 bill out of someone else's pocket and into his own, while he, with 10 times the education, ingenuity, and honest idealism, couldn't. Now, if I just had the kind of cheap ability that a Yorn or an Espy has, Ronald told himself, I'd figure out a dozen childishly simple ways to profit from this battery, and what's more important, I'd have the nerve and know-how to put them into action. He shook his head and shivered. He just had a vision of himself, days or months hence, the battery completely dead, finally going to the proper authorities, with a crazed gleam in his eyes and assuring them that, yes, once this battery had held gravitic energy. What I obviously need, he told himself, is an improper authority. His gaze lit on Mr. Espy and his aunt talking at the far end of the garden. Almost at once his aunt went inside, and Mr. Espy lit a cigarette and began to stroll. Normally Ronald was anything but a man of action, but sleeplessness and desperation had transformed him. He grabbed the battery and completed the connection. It glowed brilliantly and surged powerfully upward in his hand, the coil consisting now of some 20 turns of tinfoil-wrapped nylon. Ronald headed for the garden. "Strike while the iron is hot," he told himself exultantly. "Espy's my man. With this to show him and let him feel, it won't take me 20 seconds to make my pitch. And with his conning ability and my battery—" Ronald certainly did make an arresting sight as he hurried through the darkening garden, holding high his glowing hand. Mr. Espy stopped dead and stared at Ronald. There was something peculiar about the stare, though. It seemed to Ronald to go through him like a knife. Intending to startle, Ronald found himself startled in return, momentarily almost paralyzed. He realized with horror that the battery had sprung from his limp fingers. He waited for it to flip over and crash, thanking God that the ground was soft. It didn't flip over. Buzzing faintly now and seeming to spin, it bulleted straight upward at ever-increasing velocity, one more bright point of light headed toward the first stars of evening. It faded and was gone forever. Ronald realized that Mr. Espy had hold of his shoulder and was shaking him. "Young man," Mr. Espy was saying, "do you realize that you possess astounding occult powers? That was the most impressive demonstration of telekinesis I have ever witnessed in a long and rather far-flung life." Lieutenant J.C. Arnold and S. Abramson, USAF, were on a routine jet mission at 30,000 feet, when the phenomenon shot by them at a distance of only a few yards, its velocity now considerable. "Jack, a meteor!" the second gasped. "Be your age, Sammy," the first admonished him. "Would a shooting star shoot up?" He paused before adding, "But what could it have been?" Rather later that evening, Mr. Espy was preparing a sort of telegram for transmission, though not by Western Union. It read in part, "You will also be pleased to hear that the last of the batteries the saintly Yorn absent-mindedly distributed around in his chuckle-headed way before he was reassigned to a less critical post has been located and safely disposed of. It is no longer on Earth. One worry less for all of us. To get it away painlessly from the young human who had discovered it and was beginning to probe its more superficial powers, I was forced to employ what on this planet they quaintly call the whammy." He was most startled and considerably grieved to see the battery's star trend, having apparently not anticipated all the consequences of the gyral effect or the cube law on the coils. I calmed him and reconciled him in part to his loss without having to wipe his memory. So, our observation station on Sol 3 is once more reasonably secure from discovery. It will not be necessary now to find new patrons. We can continue to depend for local financing on Mrs. Wycherley and the other ladies who knowingly, but so very kindly, support our little enterprise. Our Saucer Vacation. Copyright 1959 by Great American Publications, Incorporated. "Dad," I said, "how does a planet come to blow up?" Dad briefly closed two of his eyes, the thinking ones. Then, "I don't rightly know, son," he told me. "Let's go see." That is like Dad. Thoughtful but to the point, no pretenses and no wasted motions. Dad is the sort who could strangle 2½ Antarian multibrax while using his 6th and 7th tentacles to read the latest supplement to the Acta Cosmica. At first, Sis and Shorty thought he was kidding, but I have come to know Dad well enough to know that he never kids about anything involving a lawful desire to enlarge consciousness. Or unlawful, for that matter, if he knows you well enough. But don't tell Mom. "Let's see," Dad continued. "I have a sabbatical due, it happens. Galaxy Center is a hard master, but every Goa'golf day the mills of the gods grind a little gold dust. I'll pulse Vrup and find out what planets are budding. Happens the old sock is pretty full of dinero. We could even squeeze out a trip to one of the Magellanic Clouds or Andromeda, if that's where we have to go find a lusty pod getting ready to pop. Mom knew he wasn't kidding either. She turned a faint purple and began to introspect like fury. Dad took no notice. Dad told me once in private that is the best way to handle Mom. Women have to suffer their way through things, he said, and turning purple once in a while actually does Mom good. 2 orbits later, Dad wafted in from the office waving the tickets. "Vrup pulsed over," he said, and let me help him scan for buds. "We found a beauty right in our own galaxy, out toward the rim. Mother won't have to pack our intergalactic underwear after all." He grinned at his kids. "I dropped in on your mentors," he told us. "Updating your 3 long vacations is okay with them, but Sis will have to coach Shorty on Intermediate Galactic History 2 and 3 and finish weaving her Stellar Tribes tapestry, while you, my young heptopus," he looked at me with all 5 eyes, "will have to keep up with your tensor calculus class all on your lonesome." That's like Dad, too, the heavy tentacle and the light touch. Modest as well, to all outward appearances, Dad isn't a very important guy. He likes it that way. But what he says has a way of counting with the really important people, such as Vrup. I wasn't poisoned too purple by the news about vacation homework, though I didn't pretend to like it. Multidimensional geometry comes easy if you have 7 tentacles to feel it out with. Shorty and Sis raised a stink, of course, but Mom made them blow it out of the home. I sometimes think that, for Dad, education and the cosmic All-Father are one and the same. The tickets were for the instantaneous jump to the neighborhood of the star warming the Bud world. There we would contact the tour boss. Will the tour boss run our lives and be a tyrant like the old heptarchs? Sis wanted to know. "I suppose he can try," Dad said, thickening his tentacles aggressively. "What was the name of the planet we were going to?" Shorty demanded. "It's still just a number in the galactic charts," Dad revealed. "In the 100-odd argos the native use, it is variously referred to as—" Dad suddenly began to grunt. Turns out the natives use sound for communication. Das Welt, El Mundo, Terra, oh yes, and Earth. What were we going to do when we got there, and were we coming back in time for the swim fests? "If you don't mind, we'll live the future as it's served out to us one day at a time," Dad informed him dryly, "and just hope we don't meet any green weavers, especially the lambent kind." Dad wouldn't say another word about green weavers, and I couldn't find any references to them in the thought capsules from his library I now began to soak up. Planets of the Swarm, Dawn Cultures, Rim Worlds, Vrup's own The March of Consciousness, Good Manners for Galactic Sightseers, and so on. I found out a good deal about how bud planets come to suicide, though. It seems that when most infant races discover fission and fusion, they're still in a war phase. They get to experimenting with underground atomic explosions, or they stockpile their fusionables too deep, or the nations even try to mine and countermine each other. And pretty soon, if they don't watch their step, they trigger the core effect and flame out as a micronova. If they get over the psychosocial hump of the primitive war phase, well and good. They discover the galactic union for themselves and are admitted as junior members, with much whoop-tee-raw. If not, well, they wouldn't have been good neighbors anyway, and astronomers always squeeze a lot of technical information and plain sadistic enjoyment out of a micronova. In the meantime, however, while it's deciding whether or not to pop, the Bud Planet is just about the most interesting object in the whole cosmos. Alerted by the Mind Watchers, who from their extragalactic eyrie keep an extrasensory eye on all burgeoning orbs, students and specialists, and just plain sensation seekers come swarming in from all over the galaxy, and a good many from outside it, to feed their minds and watch out not to give the Budlings the slightest hint that they have become the leading actors in the universe's most exciting melodrama, that for the moment they are putting on the big show. It would botch their free psychosocial choice if they caught on. So the whole business is pretty carefully policed, even though all us cosmicians are considered thrillingly mature. Dad says no. Of course, it is all supposed to be in the interests of science and education, but I know for a fact that a lot of folks visit Bud planets just for kicks, because they happen to have the necessary dough and pull, and even Mind Watchers have been known to blink at the rule book. A sorry state, maybe, but that's the way the universe is. Corrupt. Anyway, Dad says that even deep-dyed villains and custard heads have a right to all the education they can wangle. As we waited our turn at the translation point, Shorty restless and squirming, Mom introspecting at core depths, I told Dad a little about my reading. "Seems now that we're due to go," I said modestly. "I've already got most of the answers to my original question." "That's the way education works, son, by anticlimax," Dad said with a flip of a tentacle. What he told me next, he tight-beamed so Mom wouldn't catch it. "And I wouldn't be too sure that you're just going to see a textbook in action. The real Yorfus always has greener fangs than the nightmare." The trip was a great disappointment to Shorty. No suns flashing past meteor-scarred portholes. Just prepare for translation and blip, there we were, floating along with a lot of other heptapussies and various galactic beings inside the great transparent sphere of a spatial reception center, looking from a distance of about 3 diameters at the planet of our choice. The shell of the reception center was almost invisible. Air pressure and not inherent rigidity kept it spherical. We were just a gaggle of greenish translucent heptapussies, free-falling against a background of star-spangled night, except for the raggedy tentacled star that warmed this volume of space, and the blue-brown planet that had lured us here. Earth, to use Dad's grunt, seemed to have more water than land. The 2 continents I could see looked like 2 gorged grinnies, one clutching an ice cap, the other hanging onto his tail. The continents on the other side, I discovered later, made a more confused picture, maybe a Yorfus killing a grunch, while a fat sway-backed flutch quaked in terror nearby. A real crazy orb. For 10 pulsations, it was awe-inspiring. Then Shorty started to squirm and ask about the bathroom. Spotted a female of our acquaintance we'd never dreamed of running into here. Mom wamsed up out of her introspection and started to gossip like mad with said female, which must have been a great relief to Dad. And Dad himself said to me, "Come on, son, let's waft around and find the tour boss." Less than an orbit later, we were happily settled in our own living quarters. What was far more exciting, to me at least, yes, and just plain astounding, we had a flying saucer for our own exclusive use. Dad had flashed a letter from Vrup, and the tour boss had tied himself into knots being obliging. It bothered me, sort of, that suggestion of bribery or at least special privilege. I told Dad how I felt. "Son," he said, "always remember that we've got heptapie to work with, not angels. Happens I'd been doing some extra courtling for Vrup, and he wanted to show his appreciation." He closed his thinking eyes and gave out with a proverb. "Thou shalt not plug the throat of the grunch that hunteth grinnies for thy soup tureen." That satisfied me pretty well. I don't suppose I'd have been too bothered, even if I'd gone on feeling we were cheating. Our saucer was just too much of a sweetheart. Transparent to the point of invisibility and with tentacle-tip controls, it held the 5 of us neatly, with room for a couple of extra passengers if we felt so inclined. In it we could go anywhere we wanted on Earth, hover indefinitely over points of special interest, even land briefly at lonely spots, if we took the proper precautions. You can bet we always took them. Dad had every one of us kids, Shorty in particular, memorize the entire tourist's rulebook. And once each orbit, without fail, we docked the saucer at center, cleaned and polished it, and rubbed it down with airwax to maintain its invisibility. Dad was a perfect stickler. Sometimes I think Dad is almost too saintly a custodian, but then his worldly side will emerge to confute me. Earth was as exciting as a basket full of baby grunch, of course. We first surveyed it all from about 1/2 tentacle of radius, then began to make closer approaches. We would observe earthen tests of nuclear weapons. The bulletin board back at center kept us pretty well posted on the when and where of things like that. The police, you see, kept up systematic study of Earth, though by now the mind-watchers had turned their extrasensory eyes on newer and, to them, more interesting orbs. Once Dad dipped down into the soupier atmosphere and steered real close to a big clumsy earthen airship. It was quite a sight with its rigid fins and hot squirters. They hadn't the faintest suspicion of our presence, of course, though Dad followed it closely for some time. And once another saucer came within an ace of getting itself speared by an experimental earthen rocket. There were a bunch of saucers hovering around to see the shoot, and this one went way inside the bounds our police had set up. There was quite a fuss, and even talk of restricting all saucers, but in the end nothing was done. Even the rule-breakers weren't disciplined. I felt pretty embarrassed. The offending saucer had been manned by heptapussies, and that seemed to reflect on us. I got to be as big a stickler as Dad. Once I spanked Shorty for using a flashlight 2 diameters away from Earth. It couldn't possibly have been seen by Earthens, but it was the principle of the thing. There were a lot of heptapussies among the tourists. The tour boss himself was one, and so were most of the police. In fact, we formed a plurality. That's the way galactic touring is apt to go, Dad says. One person decides to make a certain trip, and pretty soon 50 of his neighbors get the same idea. One reason Vrup and he had picked Earth was that there were a lot of heptapussies already visiting it. All of them had their personal flying saucers, incidentally, even the solo travelers. The saucers were military surplus, I discovered, and the tour boss passed them out like free seaweed. I remembered my worries about special privilege and felt pretty sour. But there wasn't a single Antarian multibrack among the tourists or officials, which was a relief, though we made a point of not commenting. The Earthen natives themselves gave me the creeps, I have to admit, when we got through our student period and were privileged to hover real low and make landings. There is something just plain sickening about appendages that look like tentacles, but turn out to be rigid except for a couple of joints. It makes one think of paralysis and calcification, a sort of living death. These Earthens looked like arthritic heptapussies with only 4 tentacles, the other 3 either cropped off, or twined in a permanent tight knot at the tops of their bodies. Double ugh. When Sis first discovered that the Earthens had bones inside their tentacles, she actually took sick. But education dispels all hostilities, except toward Antarians. I'll have to spring that point on Dad someday. The more I observed and studied Earthens, the more I got to sympathize with them, and the less their unfortunate forms disturbed my appetite. There were a lot of background capsules on Earthen culture available at Center, with new bulletins being added every day. What's more, Dad made each of us learn a different Earthen language. For 1.5 tentacles of the time, that's 3/14, figure it out for yourself, each of us kids had to do textbook drill or monitor Earthen broadcasts in the appropriate language on our personal radios. Together with our vacation classwork, Dad had minted about my tensor calculus, and the saucer waxing and all, we weren't left with exactly a plethora of spare time, yet somehow we all throve and managed to be happier than I ever remember. Even Mom enjoyed herself thoroughly. She got green as a girl and joined in so many of our activities that Dad had to remind her not to neglect her introspection. Where would any family be if its deep mind quit working? All the other tourists seemed to be enjoying themselves equally. There is something terrifically stimulating and enriching, you see, about watching and listening in on the first gropings of an infant racial intelligence, and seeing whether it will decide to love mostly and live, or hate mostly and die. It reunites you with the mainsprings of life, and you have the privilege of reaffirming your own race's decision. Or so the thought capsules think. These Earthens were in a pretty perilous fix, all right. They were divided into 2 large federations of semi-industrialized nations, one of them believing that people should be controlled by appealing to their appetites, and the other to their fears. Dad says I'm oversimplifying. Each federation had fission and fusion weapons, and was putting up unmanned and a few manned satellites. And they were both experimenting with underground nuclear explosions. Shallow ones so far, fortunately. The Earthens were fiercely competitive, you soon saw that, and pretty strong haters, but they were warm-hearted and loving critters, too. It made me sort of shiver to think that in a few more orbits, if they took the wrong turning, they and their lovely little planet would be just a smoky red cinder. Each time Dad dove our saucer down through the silky white clouds, I filled up with determination to drink in every last infinitely precious detail. I never ran across any green weavers, however, though I always kept expecting them. I got to feeling pretty gooey about the Earthens in spite of the bones in their tentacles, and several times I caught myself wishing, especially after I'd mastered a language or 2, that I could reveal myself to them and explain that there was no need to perish, that all around them was a strong brotherhood aching to receive them. I rather fancied myself in the role of boy savior, though the Earthens might have found my 7 green tentacles rather wild. I'd thought of a way around that, though. For a couple of orbits, my gloomy feelings nearly got me down, and, just as if I were a little kid again, I found myself spending a lot of time twisting and shaping my tentacles into fantastic forms. We are all pretty good at that sort of thing. Dad can do wonderful animal faces. Then I took stock, and whipped myself back into good humor. About this time, I started to pal around quite a bit with a young heptopus named Tab. He was quite a deep-minded logician, even more sympathetic than I towards the Earthens, and inclined to be quietly contemptuous of mind-watchers and police, though he knew the rule-book as well as I did. I tested him. Tab's parents were very intellectual, too. They pulled a lot of weight at the group fests at Center, and at times, I blush to admit it, they seemed to me a shade more stylish than Dad and Mom. When I first met Tab, I thought here was my chance to start a young Rangers patrol, but then I decided he was too intellectual for that sort of thing. Tab had a lot of sharp ideas that were very suitable for chewing over, and a lot of interesting, if doubtful, information, such as that the more progressive mind-watchers had worked out non-destructive methods for maturing infant races, but that the conservative majority had blocked their employment. A couple of times, I went for a ride in Tab's family's saucer. It was pretty aesthetic the way they appreciated Earth. There was none of the wisecracking that Dad and us kids, and even Mom, would have been doing. Tab's father had a way of steering toward things that made them more beautiful. They took me to several of their favorite spots on Earth, especially a wooded mountain with a big dome on it housing some sort of telescope, I believe. We landed there and got out to stretch our tentacles. Not by the dome, though, but in a little glade down the mountainside. It was one of their secret places, Tab's mother explained. None of the other tourists had discovered it yet, she said, and she asked me not to tell. I didn't see anything very wonderful about it, I must admit, though it was nice enough. We rested there for some time, idly spying on an Earthen who came out of a little house and sniffed around for a while, as if he sensed something out of the ordinary. In fact, he muttered something about hearing things in the argot of the area, which happened to be the one I knew, American it's called, and even spread his arms wide. He was a solemn chap, and intoned, "O spirits, if you have come, speak." At that moment, I caught Tab's father giving Tab a sharp negate, though I hadn't caught what Tab's question or suggestion had been. This only stuck in my memory because both Tab's father and Tab froze when they realized I might be listening. Very soon after, we took off again. And once Tab went for a ride in our saucer. He was polite, but he hardly said a word, although Dad tried to draw him out, and I got the impression that he disapproved in a kindly fashion of the way my family did things. After that, our friendship chilled considerably. Eventually I told Dad something of my private sympathies for the maybe-doomed Earthens, and even about my guilty dreams of helping them. Dad just looked at me very seriously and said, "Now you understand, son, why the rule-book is so danged persnickety. Always remember, son, that for all his mighty civilization, the heptopus is the most lawless animal in the whole universe, fierce, reckless, and bloody. Compared to him, the Yorfus is a grinny. Civilized, my sixth eye. He needs rules, plenty of them." Privately, I thought Dad was being romantic, describing us heptopussies that way. Still, I'll admit it made me suck in my tentacles a bit, with a sort of embarrassed pride. Me, 7-branch killer. Ha! Not 3 orbits later, I changed my mind about Dad. He was a complete realist on heptopussies, I decided, at least when it came to the lawless part. It wasn't any one big thing that made me change my mind. It was that a lot of little incidents had multiplied to the point where they couldn't be ignored or euphemized any more by me or anyone else. It amounted to this. Most of the tourists, but the heptopussies in particular, were getting so careless about the way they handled their personal vehicles that Earthens were becoming aware that there were alien spacecraft in their skies. We'd noticed instances before. I've mentioned 1 or 2 of them, but thought them exceptions. Now it was clear that the exception was becoming the rule, and the rule-book a dead letter. Tourists were letting their saucers become positively opaque. I honestly believe some of them hadn't been airwaxed since the tour boss assigned them. Other saucers were airwaxed so sloppily, the goo just thrown on, that there were conspicuous highlights. Routine precautions against creating vapor trails were just plain neglected. Pilots of such slop saucers, as Dad called them, seemed to make a special point of hovering over earthen towns, stunting over cities, buzzing known atomic installations, playing chicken with earthen aircraft, and tag with each other and the like. Some dumped garbage, if you can believe it. Dad said the behavior of some tourists is beyond belief. It takes great faith. Saucers skimming low through Earth's cone of night followed earthen roads, deliberately flashed lights at earthen landcraft, let themselves be silhouetted against the moon, and I don't know what else. Slop saucers joined together to cut these didos in formation in groups of 5 and 7. As for the things we heard about the hijinks engaged in by tourists landed from saucers, sometimes in populous areas, well, they were just plain incredible. But I remembered what Dad had said about great faith. I nodded my thinking tentacles and managed to credit. What was happening added up to an outbreak of mass mischief, kindergarten level, among the majority of the tourists, a disgusting enough outbreak to turn even a juvenile delinquent, as Dad often describes me, into a confirmed lawman. Even back at reception center, the atmosphere of giggly hysteria was so thick you could have used it to curdle interstellar space into an edible, sickly, sweet jelly. Supposedly hyper-mature tourists, including a majority of the heptapussies, acted just plain silly drunk. Here and there were a few families who abstained from dementia, notably Tabs. Our friendship warmed up again. Even Sis caught the bug, went for a ride in a girlfriend saucer, and came back hee-hee-heeing about how they'd got some earthen aircraft following them in circles and flashing lights back at them. I don't think it does to describe spankings. They ought to be kept a family secret, especially when a girl is involved. I'll only say I didn't know Mom had it in her. Really, all this nonsense had been warming up for a long time, probably antedating our own arrival at center, but we'd tried not to believe it. Now we could no longer keep our thinking eyes closed. What's more, the tour boss and the police weren't doing anything about it, not anything with teeth in it. That is, not anything really calculated to stop the idiots. Oh, they engaged in considerable wrist-slapping, but so gentle it wouldn't have stung a baby's tentacle tip. They issued a lot of reminders and warnings. They even centerized a couple of saucers. This last looked like business, but it turned out that the main drives of the 2 offending saucers had broken down, and they'd been barely snatched out of the hands of the earthen police before being towed back to center for repairs. I'd typed the tour boss as a butterer-up and backslapper from the start. Now he seemed so moon-facedly in love with his reputation for good nature and helpfulness that he didn't dare chance offending one delirious custard-head. As for the police, they acted like tourists wearing badges. End of character estimate. Don't get me wrong. It was all quite funny, of course. I especially derived a sickly sort of amusement from the reminders and warnings that were forever going up on the bulletin board. For one thing, they threw considerable light on the earthen hysteria. Seems that earthen beings were madly squabbling among themselves as to whether or not the saucers were real or just a silly season phenomenon. Small wonder that no earthens seemed able to deduce that the saucers were both real and silly. Factions and cults were formed for and against saucers. Some even worshipped us, it was reported. Earthen enthusiasts climbed mountains and stayed up nights to watch for saucers, then spread the word like maniacs. Saucer hysteria would break out, now here, now there, as our lovable little slop saucer irresponsibles shifted their antics from one area to another. I panicked myself, imagining how Earth ought soon to start rocking like a boat from earthen saucer bugs rushing back and forth from one side of the planet to the other. But the next tentacle to self-panicking is self-disgust. One orbit, even a joker like me, wakes up to the realization that there isn't anything one bit funny about super beings behaving like tots coochie tickled into prankish delirium, or about dawn creatures, I mean the earthens, being goosed into hysteria in the midst of a somber and crucial struggle between their own strong loves and hates, and while trying to make a for all times decision between life and death. Not one bit funny at all. We tourists were tampering with a bud planet. A few more orbits of such prankishness, and Earth's potential for growth and free choice would be irremediably warped. Once that thought was expressed in our family, I think it was Mom who put it into symbols, we went into action. At least Dad did. Dad always says, "Son, if your thinking tentacles stop manipulating real objects, it doesn't matter what beautiful thoughts they curl around." Dad set us kids to double waxing our saucer, which we first wafted into an area of center reserved for group fests. Then he went out to organize a protest committee. He reported back a weary time later, and said he'd got a fair response. Tab's family had been the first to join with him, and they'd been very eager about it, which bucked him up considerably and made him think, he said, that we actually might be able to do something by sweet reason alone. Just the same, I noticed him slip a package in nothingness fabric aboard our fanatically air-waxed saucer, which takes sharp eyes if I do say so myself. I quizzed him, and he drew me in close and unwrapped it enough to show me 2 paralysis pistols. How he'd laid his squeezers on those I can't imagine. Later I found he'd got the armorer's girlfriend and then the armorer drunk. To get the liquor in the first place, he'd had to square the cellarer, how I never did discover. You know, I think Dad would do very well on a pirate planet. "Son," he said, "I'm showing you these because if we have to use them, I want your squeezer around 1. Strictly felonious, of course, and could get you 500 orbits in a frost cell of Blackgarth." I had to squeeze my eyes hard, all 5 of them. I went to the group fab Dad and Tad's father had called, feeling as if I were muscled like a sea orifice and with a spiked iron club in each tentacle. Our family, our 2-man family, would show these slop saucerites something. I came out of it feeling like a sick grinny. Tab's father had sabotaged our whole effort, and for the moment neither Dad nor I could figure out why. We were just stunned. Dad had made a blistering introductory statement and then called on his supposed chief supporter. That caused a big flurry of excitement because Tab's father had come to be the chief speaker at most group fabs, a heptopus everyone looked up to. He wafted himself to the rostrum, wrapped a couple of tentacles around the frame, and began a long rigmarole about how he supported Dad because of the principle of the thing, although there was no practical need to worry about Earthens catching on to the presence of the tourists. Somehow he got hold of a Mind Watcher file on Earth, and now he quoted it to show that Earthens were forever believing they were seeing strange objects in their skies. Thousands of Earth orbits ago, Earthens had been seeing fiery chariots streaking around overhead. That they should think they were seeing similar things now was just normal Earthen behavior and had nothing or almost nothing to do with our saucers. Earthen history proved that such epidemics of mass hysteria recurred at regular intervals. Still, he affirmed, he supported Dad for aesthetic reasons. Tourists ought always to behave beautifully for beauty's own sake, and now that everyone had been reminded of it, he was sure that they would. The most important thing, he said, was for us not to fight among ourselves. Tourist dissensions could harm Dawn folk, and he quoted instances. Boy, that was just the opening the tour boss was waiting for. With sickening joviality, he promised to send everyone daily reminders to behave beautifully, and then he went on to thank Tab's father for presenting the matter so smoothly and intelligently, and by implication to castigate Dad for being an uncivilized alarmist. When he finished, you'd have thought Dad had tried to start a riot, and Tab's father had saved the day for decorum. I expected Dad to make a fight of it, but for once he failed me. He just looked around, a bit grimly perhaps, and wafted out of the fab without comment. Tab's father called gaily to Tab and the rest of his family to join him right away at their saucer, that he had a little expedition in mind, a beautiful piece of good example setting, I thought bitterly. I slunk out after Dad, feeling like a sick grinny to be sure, but eager to talk about the why of Tab's father's double-cross. It turned out Dad had something else on his mind, something trivial. I got real irked at him. "Later on, son," he said. "I just remembered it's Vrup's birthday." Dad always remembers birthdays. The interstellar sender was pretty suspicious of Dad's request. Probably he'd had a warning that Dad might try to go over the tour boss's head. But when he found Dad merely wanted to send Interstellar Greeting 3, he simmered down and got condescendingly friendly. All he'd have to do would be to send Vrup's planet address and a 3, and Vrup would get a message, gold embossed and a yard long with magenta fringe beginning with, May the stars show forth the secrets of the All-Father, and the whole planet know on this your natal day, or some falderall like that. It wasn't at all like Dad to use standardized messages. He must be slipping, it flashed through my mind, after the big slap he got at the fab, and instantly gave myself a big mental slap for having the thought. Still, his business with the sender gave me time to straighten out my ideas. Dad, I said, tight-beaming it, as soon as he was free, Tab's father is just too all-fired smart to believe what he said about slop saucers not being responsible for Earth and saucer hysteria. He's a custard head, all right, but it's thinking custard. I agree, son. Very quiet, very tight. So he must have another reason for not wanting sightseeing curtailed in any way. Dad, I think he wants the Earthens to know about us. In fact, he must want just that. He must want Earthens to know about the Galactic Union before they're adjudged to have made their free choice for life or death. Go on, son. Well, if he wants something so contrary to tradition, the chances are that he's actively working for it as well, that he's already set up or setting up contact with the Earthens. I triple-check you, son. Those thoughts are mine. He must be in or entering contact. But can you pin it down any further? Dad, I think I can. I beamed eagerly, and went on to tell about my last ride in Tab's family saucer. Round up Sis and Shorty, son, Dad said as soon as I'd finished, and he was light-heartedly loose-beaming now. I'll get Mom. I think it would be nice if we all went on a picnic. He tightened his beam again. At a certain secret glade. I don't ever remember Earth's cloud flocks looking as soft and dazzlingly white. Maybe we didn't make our approach beautifully, but we threaded through them without disturbing a wisp of vapor or adding or subtracting one iota of shimmer, as any well-piloted saucer should. We spotted the wooded mountain with the big dome on it. Dad withdrew his tentacles from the controls. Take over, son, he said. This time I didn't feel any extra muscles or spiked clubs. I just felt like a grown-up heptopus with a job to do. I took us on a smooth curve to the secret glade. There was something going on there, all right, and I brought us down, not in the glade, but in a narrow gap between two nearby trees, without jogging one lightly poised dried leaf. Grass leaned lazily away from the saucer as I landed. That was all. Next thing, Dad and I were out and advancing, and there was something reassuringly solid and responsible-making in one of my free squeezers. We didn't send one crumb of sound or thought ahead of us, not even when we peered into the glade. The Earthenite seen there before was kneeling on the far side of the glade, looking exalted. I might have guessed from that he was a primitive ESPer and receiving, but I didn't need to. All around us, loose-beamed, were spraying the great thoughts, the secrets of the Galactic Union. They were coming from Tab's father, who was on the near side of the glade with his family artistically grouped around him. Translucent green against the green forest, he was standing lightly on two tentacles and waving the other 5 in rhythmic hypnotic passes, very beautifully. The stinking custard head was giving way to his sloppy desires to share and save, and a little mystery that had nagged my mind many orbits was solved. Green Weaver, I tight-beamed Dad, and lambent as Old Scratch. Right, son, Dad responded. Take him, son, at median power. I'll take his brood. Our paralysis pistols sighed as one. Tab's father, I am pleased to say, froze in a particularly graceful attitude. The great thoughts seemed to hang motionless in the air a moment, then fall like autumn leaves. On the other side of the glade, the Earthen slowly got to his feet. I could see and sense that he was still exalted, though beginning to be a little puzzled now. There flashed into my mind the terrific problem still facing us. The great thoughts had been loosed in this bud planet. Tab's father had seen to that. By all the laws of psychodynamics, they would spread and fill this planet, driving out all lesser thoughts, conquering all errors, until all Earthens would know about the Galactic Union and their race's situation before making their free choice. Of course, we could kill or kidnap this particular Earthen or wipe his mind. Such an act would in itself be a tremendous violation of tradition. Still, we could do it. Dad had proven himself a lawless pistol-packer, and I was his son. But how could we be sure that would take care of things? The great thoughts had been loosed. Tab's father could have made revelations to this Earthen which he might already have passed to other Earthens. What could we do to nullify these possibilities? How do you rope a runaway thought? I'd always been taught that it is in the nature of the great thoughts that they drive out lesser thoughts. What psychodynamic pattern, if any, could we send out after the runaway great thoughts that would render them ineffectual? As I say, all this shot into my mind in an instant. I turned toward Dad, meaning to beam a question. He was stepping confidently into the glade. I have mentioned that Dad was very good at doing pseudo-shapes with his tentacles, at imitating other forms with them simply by superb muscular control. Now, 2 of his walking tentacles had become green legs, just like those of an earthen, though shorter and stockier than most. The tentacle tips turned up like the toes of fabulous green slippers. His other walking tentacle and one of his handling tentacles had become stubby green arms, which looked as if they ended in little mittened hands. His body was deep purple. I realized he must be using self-suggestion to induce our typical resentment reaction. But the 3 top tentacles, one handling, 2 thinking, really fine handling, were his masterpiece. They were intricately yet smoothly knotted together into a large, grotesque earthen head that was mostly face. 2 bold tentacle curves made a great ridged brow over cavernous eye sockets, others formed cheeks and chin. A partly contracted tentacle end made a large beaky nose. His eyes figured as buttons down his waist. Dad had become a brawny little green man in a purple jacket. The eyes of the earthen on the other side of the glade grew wide. He took a staggering backward step. "Good God, no!" he cried. The green dwarf, Dad, raised an arm. A slit opened in his lower face. "Afraid be not," Dad croaked, in American too, of course. "I waft in peace and love to untangle all hard-knotted confusions." He stood stock still and pointed at Tab's father, whose paralyzed form at this moment overbalanced and fell with a gentle swoosh in a pile of dried leaves. "Him Martian. Bad," Dad croaked. He turned a green mitt toward his own purple middle. "Me Venusian. Good. I tell all. We go for a ride in my saucer, no?" He turned slowly toward me, giving me plenty of time to get ready, and extended a commanding mitt. "Fetch same," he ordered me. My green dwarf wasn't nearly as good as Dad's. For one thing, my purple jacket kept fading out, but it didn't have to be. Dad had made the crucial impression, and the earthen couldn't keep his eyes off him. I was a green, blobby, reasonable facsimile. Bowing low, I rapidly backed out of the glade. I wasn't absolutely sure yet what Dad's game was, but I had a good idea. As soon as I got back to our saucer, I told everybody to ask no questions but make like green dwarfs, though I didn't use that exact expression because I didn't trust their knowledge of earthen mythology. I told Shorty I'd ram his tentacles down his gullet if he cut up. Then I wafted us back to the glade. I had to tip the saucer at an 80-degree angle to squeeze between some of the trees, but I managed. Dad had obviously been making the most of his time. He was calling the earthen Mr. Adamovich now, and the earthen was calling him Dear Guru. They seemed like real buddies. Dad was saying, "Ah, yes, that was when we built the caves under your cities, which the evil ones still occupy, warping your minds with cunning rays. You need much Venus thought to fight that. Much." Mr. Adamovich got another shock when he saw the 4 of us gliding into the glade on a heat shimmer, but he got over it fast. In fact, he showed himself a pretty brave man, because not long afterwards we were hoisting him aboard and strapping him down for the little spin Dad had promised. I think he almost lost his nerve as the invisible band tightened around his middle. Dad said something soothing. It was, of course, just about the dullest ride imaginable, as this earthen didn't seem able to take anything but the mildest accelerations, and I surely didn't want him to pop anything inside his half-calcified carcass. It was a proud moment for me that Dad let me do the piloting. I took her up between the trees as gently as if I were transporting 7 maiden aunts with lace coral tiaras, and then I put her through her paces at funeral tempo. I swear I didn't use more than 4 Gs at any time. But to see the way this Mr. Adamovich kept changing color and closing his eyes and gulping and leaning this way and that, and clutching first at the sidebar and then at Dad, You'd have thought we were the special number in some all-galactic space acrobatics show. Between turns and jumps and drops, Dad kept filling Mr. Adamovich full of more stuff on us Venusians, how we'd come from Atlantis and Mu originally. Here, Dad's earthen mythology began to get ahead of me, but I made him repeat it to me later. And about the wars of the evil tyrants and the great interplanetary migrations, and the Martian conflict, and the giant love girls, whoever they were. Among other things, Dad told Mr. Adamovich that any number of earthen beings were or had really been Venusians in disguise, or Martians sometimes. Plato, Aristotle, Cleopatra, the Black Prince, Roger Bacon, Cagliostro, Madame Blavatsky, Einstein, Edgar Rice Burroughs, Greta Garbo, Peter Lorre, Bela Lugosi, Edward Teller, Gerald Hurd, Richard Shaver, Hugo Gernsback, Marilyn Monroe, and I doubt if even Dad can remember all the names he gave out with. I suppose it must have been quite an experience to Mr. Adamovich, dodging around through the clouds, at a snail's pace, really, with us 5 maniacs in a ship he could only feel and being pumped full of all this information at the same time. Of course, by now I realized exactly what Dad was doing, and I was filled with the intensest admiration. No matter what or how much Tab's father had ESP'd to this earthen, it couldn't compete with this stuff that was being sewed into his soul along with the gentle joyride. His experience with Tab's father must have seemed to some degree dreamlike. Oh yes, Mr. Adamovich was convinced all right. To his dying day he'd believe every word Dad had told him and do his best to get other earthens to believe them. Maybe along with the great thoughts, maybe without. But only Mr. Adamovich would have had Mr. Adamovich's experience. Not another halfway intelligent earthen would credit for a moment the nonsense Dad had filled him up with, and insofar as they discredited his nonsense, they discredit the great thoughts too. Earth would still be able to make her free choice between life and death, secure from any knowledge of the Galactic Union. Later on, Dad summed it up for me this way. Son, the great thoughts can drive out any lesser thoughts, but not pure hokum. As soon as I brought her down, Dad hustled Mr. Adamovich out of the saucer and out of the glade, too, fast, on the grounds that we mustn't take any chances with more spying Martians or cave folk or giant love girls or any other of the mythological rabble. As they left, I heard Dad starting to repeat for good measure all the stuff he told Mr. Adamovich in the sky. I knew what to do without Dad's high sign. I located Dab's family saucer and we piled them all in it, still happily paralyzed, and strapped them down. When Dad got back, the earthen's house hadn't been far, he and I piloted the 2 saucers back to center without any mishaps. I expected we'd run into all sorts of a ruckus there. In fact, I was thinking that at least I'd have a good yarn to tell the other convicts on Blackgarth. But it turned out that Dad had taken care of everything there, too. As I would have guessed if I hadn't been so irked at the time, his birthday greeting to Vrup had been a tip-off. It hadn't been Vrup's birthday at all, and as soon as Vrup had read that stuff about the stars showing forth secrets to the whole planet, he tumbled to what Dad was trying to tell him, and had alerted the Mind Watchers and the Galactic Coordinators fast, and they jumped on the tour boss and the Circumterran police instantaneously. They made an example of the planet. A tight censorship was thrown around Earth, and every last tourist was cleaned out of the solar system. The tour boss and police, too, needless to say, though I never have found out if they ended up on Blackgarth. The tourists included Dad and me and the rest of the family, of course, so our saucer vacation was cut short. But it had certainly been exciting while it lasted. I told Dad we ought to be privileged to stay on because he'd so beautifully solved the problem of keeping the earthens in the dark. But he told me to shut up about that. "Doesn't do to whip your own gong, son," he said, and the experts always take a dim view of the homely methods of the Grunch doctor. Because of the unexpected load on galactic travel facilities, we had to translate back in 2 jumps, with a stopover at Antares 3, if you please. We spent a goosey 2 sleep times there, expecting every minute to be lynched. One of the things I remember saying to Dad while we were all talking fast to keep up our courage was, "Hey, with all this censorship, we'll probably never find out what happens to Earth. Do you think they'll explode themselves, Dad?" He shrugged his tentacles. "Son," he said, "it's a race's privilege to die if it wants to. What the earthens do with the Earth is their problem." There was a little crackling sound like a multibrack sneaking up, and Dad shot a quick look in all directions. Then he told me, You worry about what happens to heptapussies. Pipe Dream. Copyright 1958 by Quinn Publishing Company, Incorporated. It wasn't until the mermaid turned up in his bathtub that Simon Grew seriously began to wonder what the Russians were doing on the roof next door. The old house next door, together with its spacious tar-papered roof, which held a sort of pent shack, a cylindrical old water tank, and several chicken wire enclosures, had always been a focus of curiosity in this region of Greenwich Village, especially to whoever happened to be renting Simon's studio, the north window-cum-skylight of which looked down upon it, if you were exceptionally tall, or if, like Simon, you stood halfway up a stepladder and peered. During the 1920s, old-timers told Simon, the house had been owned by a bootlegger who had installed a costly pipe organ and used the water tank to store hooch. Later, there had been a colony of shaven-headed Buddhist monks who had strolled about the roof in their orange and yellow robes, meditating and eating raw vegetables. There had followed a Commedia dell'arte theatrical group, a fencing salon, a school of the organ — the bootlegger's organ was always one of the prime renting points of the house — an Arabian restaurant, several art schools and silvercraft shops, of course, and an existentialist coffee-house. The last occupants had been two bony-cheeked Swedish blondes who sunbathed interminably and had built the chicken wire enclosure to cage a large number of sinister smoke-colored dogs. Simon decided they were breeding werewolves, and one of his most successful abstractions, Grey Hunger, had been painted to the inspiration of an eldritch howling. The dogs and their owners had departed abruptly one night in a closed van, without any of the dogs ever having been offered for sale, or either of the girls having responded with anything more than a raised eyebrow to Simon's brave greetings of "Skål." The Russians had taken possession about 6 months ago, 4 brothers apparently, and 1 sister, a beauty, who never stirred from the house, but could occasionally be seen peering dreamily from a window. A white card with a boldly inked Stulnikov Gurevich had been thumbtacked to the peeling, green-painted front door. Lafcadio Smits, the interior decorator, told Simon that the newcomers were clearly White Russians. He could tell it by their several bushy beards. Lester Flegius maintained that they were Red Russians passing as white, and talked alarmingly of spying, sabotage, and suitcase bombs. Simon, who had the advantages of living on the spot and having been introduced to one of the brothers, Vasily, at a neighboring art gallery, came to believe that they were both red and white, and something more. Solid, complete Slavs in any case, double Dostoevsky Russians, if one may be permitted the expression. They ordered vodka, caviar, and soda crackers by the case. They argued interminably, loudly in Russian, softly in English. They went on mysterious, silent errands. They gloomed about on the roof. They made melancholy music with their deep, harmonious voices, and several large guitars. Once Simon thought they even had the bootlegger's organ going, but there had been a bad storm at the time, and he hadn't been sure. They were not quite as tight-lipped as the Swedish girls. Gradually, a curt front sidewalk acquaintance developed, and Simon came to know their names. There was Vasily, of course, who wore thick glasses, the most scholarly-looking of the lot, and certainly the most bibulous. Simon came to think of Vasily as the vodka-breather. Occasionally, he could be glimpsed holding Erlenmeyer flasks, trays of culture dishes, and other pieces of biological equipment, or absent-mindedly wiping off a glass slide with his beard. When Lester Flegius heard that, he turned pale and whispered, "Germ warfare." Then there was Ivan, the dourest of the 4, though none of them save Vasily seemed very amiable. Simon's private names for Ivan were the Nihilist and the Bomber, since he sometimes lugged about with him a heavy globular leather case. With it and his beard, a square black one, he had more than once created a mild sensation in the narrow streets of the village. Next, there was Mikhail, who wore a large crucifix on a silver chain around his neck, and looked like a more spiritual Rasputin. However, Simon thought of him less as the religious than as the whistler, for his inveterate habit of whistling into his scraggly beard a strange tune that obeyed no common harmonic laws. Somehow, Mikhail seemed to carry a chilly breeze around with him, a perpetual cold draught, so that Simon had to check himself in order not to clutch together his coat collar whenever he heard the approach of the eerie piping. Finally, there was Lev, beardless, shorter by several inches, and certainly the most elusive of the brothers. He always moved at a scurry, frequently dipping his head, so that it was some time before Simon assured himself that he had the Stolnik of Gurevich face. He did, unmistakably. Waif seemed to be away on trips a good deal. On his returns, he was frequently accompanied by furtive but important-looking men, a different one on each occasion. There would be much bustle at such times. Among other things, the shades would be drawn. Then in a few hours, Waif would be off again, and his man-about-town companion too. And, of course, there was the indoors-keeping sister. Several times Simon had heard one of the brothers calling Grushenka, so he assumed that was her name. She had the Stolnik of Gurevich face too, though on her, almost incredibly, it was strangely attractive. She never ventured out on the roof, but she often sat in the penchak. As far as Simon could make out, she always wore some dark Victorian costume. At least it had a high neck, long sleeves, and puffed shoulders. Pale-faced in the greenish gloom, she would stare for hours out of the penchak's single window, though never in Simon's direction. Occasionally she would part and close her lips, but not exactly as if she were speaking, at least aloud. He thought of calling her the bubble-blower. The effect was as odd as Mikhail's whistling, but not as unpleasant. In fact, Simon found himself studying Grushenka for ridiculously long periods of time. His mild obsession began to irk him, and one day he decided henceforth to stay away altogether from his north window and the stepladder. As a result, he saw little of the alterations the Russians began to make on the roof at this point, though he did notice that they lugged up, among other things, a length of large-diameter transparent plastic piping. So much for the Russians. Now for the mermaid. Late one night, Simon started to fill his bathtub with cold water to soak his brushes and rags. He was working with a kind of calcimine at the time, experimenting with portable murals painted on large plaster-faced wooden panels. Heavily laden, he got back to the bathroom just in time to shut off the water, and to see a tiny fish of some sort splashing around in it. He was not unduly surprised. Fish up to 4 or 5 inches in length were not unheard-of apparitions in the cold water supply of the area, and this specimen looked as if it displaced no more than a teaspoon of water. He made a lucky grab, and the next moment he was holding in his firmly clenched right hand the bottom half of a slim, wriggling creature hardly 2 inches long. And now Simon was surprised indeed. To begin with, it was not greenish-white nor any common fish color, but palely pinkish, flesh-colored in fact. And it didn't seem so much a fish as a tadpole. At least its visible half had a slightly oversized head shaped like a bullet that has mushroomed a little, and 2 tiny writhing arms or appendages of some sort, and it felt as if it had rather large hips for a fish or even a tadpole. Equip a 2 months human embryo with a finny tail, give it in addition a precocious feminine sexiness, and you'd get something of the same effect. But all that was nothing. The trouble was that it had a face, a tiny face, of course, and rather goggly ghostly like a planarian's, but a face nevertheless, a human-looking face, and also, here was the real trouble, a face that bore a grotesque but striking resemblance to that of Grushenka Stolnik of Gurevich. Simon's fingers tightened convulsively. Simultaneously, the slippery creature gave a desperate wriggle. It shot into the air in a high curve and fell into the scant inch of space between the bathtub and the wall. The next half-hour was hectic in a groveling sort of way. Retrieving anything from behind Simon's ancient claw-footed bathtub was a most difficult feat. There was barely space to get an arm under it, and at one point the warping of the floorboards prevented even that. Besides, there was the host of dust-shrouded objects it had previously been too much trouble to tease out, an accumulation of decades. At first, Simon tried to guide himself by the faint flopping noise along the hidden base of the wall, but these soon ceased. Being on your knees and your chest with an ear against the floor and an arm strainingly outstretched is probably not the best position to assume while weird trains of thought go shooting through your head, but sometimes it has to happen that way. First came a remembered piece of neighborhood lore that supported the possibility of a connection between the house next door and the tiny pink aquatic creature now suffering minute agonies behind the bathtub. No one knew what ancient and probably larceny-minded amateur plumber was responsible, but the old-timers assured Simon there was a link between the water supply of the Russian's house with its aerial cistern and that of the building containing Simon's studio and several smaller apartments. At any rate, they maintained that there had been a time during the period when the bootlegger was storing hooch in the water tank that several neighborhood cold water taps were dispensing a weak but nonetheless authoritative mixture of bourbon and branch water. So, thought Simon as he groped and strained, if the Russians were somehow responsible for this weird fishlet, there was no insuperable difficulty in understanding how it might have got here. But that was the least of Simon's preoccupations. He scrabbled wildly and unsuccessfully for several minutes. Then, realizing he would never get anywhere in this unsystematic manner, he began to remove the accumulated debris piece by piece. Dark cracked ends of soap, wash rags dried out in tortured attitudes, innumerable dark-dyed cigarette stumps, several pocket magazines with bleached, wrinkled pages, empty and near-empty medicine bottles and pill vials, rusty hairpins, bobby pins, safety pins, crumpled toothpaste tubes, and a couple for oil paint. A grey toothbrush, a 50-cent piece, and several pennies, the mummy of a mouse, a letter from Picasso, and last of all, from the dark corner behind the bathtub's inside claw, the limp, pitiful thing he was seeking. It was even tinier than he'd thought. He carefully washed the dust and flug off it, but it was clearly dead, and its resemblance to Grushenka Stulnik of Gurevich had become problematical. Indeed, Simon decided that someone seeing it now for the first time would think it a freak minnow or monstrous tadpole and nothing more, though mutation or disease had obviously been at work. The illusion of a miniature mermaid still existed in the tapering tail and arm-like appendages, but it was faint. He tried to remember what he knew about salamanders. Almost nothing, it turned out. He thought of embryos, but his mind veered away from the subject. He wandered back into the studio, carrying the thing in his hand. He climbed the stepladder by the north window and studied the house next door. What windows he could see were dark. He got a very vague impression that the roof had changed. After he had strained his eyes for some time, he fancied he could see a faint path of greenish luminescence streaming between the pent shack and the water tank, but it was very faint indeed, and might only be his vision swimming. He climbed down the stepladder and stood for a moment weighing the tiny dead thing in his hand. It occurred to him that one of his friends at the university could dig up a zoologist to pass on his find. But Simon's curiosity was more artistic than scientific. In the end, he twisted a bit of cellophane around the thing, placed it on the ledge of his easel, and went off to bed, and to a series of disturbingly erotic dreams. Next day he got up late, and, after breakfast on black coffee, gloomed around the studio for a while, picking things up and putting them down. He glanced frequently at the stepladder, but resisted the temptation to climb up and have another look next door. Sighing, he thumbtacked a sheet of paper to a drawing board, and half-heartedly began blocking in a female figure. It was insipid and lifeless. Stabbing irritably at the heavy curve of the figure's hip, he broke his charcoal. "Damn," he said, glaring around the room. Abandoning all pretense, he threw the charcoal on the floor and climbed the stepladder. He pressed his nose against the glass. In daylight, the adjoining roof looked bare and grimy. There was a big transparent pipe running between the water tank and the shack, braced in two places by improvised-looking wooden scaffolding. Listening intently, Simon thought he could hear a motor going in the shack. The water looked sallow green. It reminded Simon of those futuristic algae farms where the stuff is supposed to be pumped through transparent pipes to expose it to sunlight. There seemed to be a transparent top on the water tank, too. It was too high for Simon to see, but there was a gleam around the edge. Staring at the pipe again, Simon got the impression there were little things traveling in the water, but he couldn't make them out. Climbing down in some excitement, Simon got the twist of cellophane from the ledge of the easel and stared at its contents. Wild thoughts were tumbling through his head as he got back up on the stepladder. Sunlight flashed on the greenish water pipe between the tank and the shack, but after the first glance he had no eyes for it. Grushenka Stulnik of Gurevich had her face tragically pressed to the window of the shack. She was wearing the black dress with high neck and puffed shoulders. At that moment she looked straight at him. She lifted her hands and seemed to speak imploringly. Then she slowly sank from sight, as if, it hurriedly occurred to Simon, into quicksand. Simon sprang from his chair, heart beating wildly, and ran down the stairs to the street. 2 or 3 passers-by paused to study him as he alternately pounded the flaking green door of the Russian's house and leaned on the button. Also watching was the shirt-sleeve driver of a moving van emblazoned Stulnikov Guryevich Enterprises, which almost filled the street in front of the house. The door opened narrowly. A man with a square black beard frowned out of it. He topped Simon by almost a head. "Yes?" Ivan the bomber asked in a deep, exasperated voice. "I must see the lady of the house immediately," Simon cried. "Your sister, I believe. She's in danger." He surged forward. The butt of the bomber's right palm took him firmly in the chest, and he staggered back. The bomber said coldly, "My sister is, taking a bath." Simon cried, "In that case she's drowning," and surged forward again, but the bomber's hand stopped him short. "I'll call the police," Simon shouted, flailing his limbs. The hand at his chest suddenly stopped pushing and began to pull. Gripped by the front of his shirt, Simon felt himself being drawn rapidly inside. "Let go! Help! A kidnapping!" he shouted to the inquisitive faces outside before the door banged shut. "No police!" rumbled the bomber, assisting Simon upstairs. "Now look here," Simon protested futilely. In the two-story-high living room to his right, the pipes of an organ gleamed golden from the shadows. At the second landing, a disheveled figure met them, glasses twinkling. Vasily, the vodka-breather. He spoke querulously in Russian to Ivan, who replied shortly. Then Vasily turned, and the three of them crowded up the narrow third flight to the pent shack. This housed a small, noisy machine, perhaps an aerator of some sort, for bubbles were streaming into the transparent pipe where it was connected to the machine. And under the pipe, sitting with an idiot smile on a chair of red plush and gilt, was a pale, black-mustached man. An empty clear glass bottle with a red and gold label lay on the floor at his feet. The opposite side of the room was hidden by a heavy plastic shower curtain. Grushenka Stulnikov Guryevich was not in view. Ivan said something explosive, picking up the bottle and staring at it. "Vodka," he went on. "I have told you not to mix the pipe and the vodka. Now see what you have done." "To me it seemed hospitable," said Vasily with an apologetic gesture. "Besides, only one bottle." Ducking under the pipe where it crossed the penchak, Ivan picked up the pale man and dumped him crosswise in the chair, with his patent leather shoes sticking up on one side and his plump hands crossed over his chest. "Let him sleep. First we must take down all the apparatus before the capitalistic police arrive. Now what to do with this one?" He looked at Simon and clenched one large and hairy fist. "Niet, niet, niet," said the vodka-breather, and went to whisper in Ivan's ear. They both stared at Simon, who felt uncomfortable and began to back toward the door. But Ivan ducked agilely under the pipe and grasped him by the arm, pulling him effortlessly toward the roof exit. "Just come this way, if you please, Mr. Gruet," said Vasily, hurrying after. As they left the shack, he picked up a kitchen chair. Crossing the roof, Simon made a sudden effort and wrenched himself free. They caught him again at the edge of the roof, where he had run with nothing clearly in mind, but with his mouth open to yell. Suspended in the grip of the two Russians, with Ivan's meaty palm over his mouth, Simon had a momentary glimpse of the street below. A third bearded figure, Mikhail the Religious, was staring up at them from the sunny sidewalk. The melancholy face, the deep-socketed, tormented eyes, and the narrow beard tangled with the dangling crucifix combined to give the effect of a Tolstoy novel's dust jacket. As they hauled Simon away, he had the impression that a chilly breeze had sprung up, and the street had darkened. In his ears was Mikhail's distant, oddly discordant whistling. Grunting, the two brothers set Simon down on the kitchen chair and slid him across the roof until something hard but resilient touched the top of his head. It was the plastic pipe, through which, peering upward, he could see myriads of tiny pollywog shapes flitting back and forth. "Do us a kindness not to make noise," said Ivan, removing his palm. "My brother Vasily will now explain." He went away. Curiosity as much as shock kept Simon in his chair. Vasily, bobbing his head and smiling, sat down tailor-fashion on the roof in front of him. "First I must tell you, Mr. Gruet, that I am specialist in biological sciences. Here you see results of my most successful experiment." He withdrew a round, clear glass bottle from his pocket and unscrewed the top. Ah? Said Simon tentatively. Indeed, yes. In my researches, Mr. Gruet, I discovered the chemical which will inhibit growth at any level of embryonic development, producing a viable organism at that point. The basic effect of this chemical is always towards survival at whatever level of development. One cell, a blastula, a worm, a fish, a four-legger. The research, which Lysyanka scoffed at when I told him of it, I had no trouble in keeping secret, though at the time I was working as the unhappy collaborator of the godless Soviets. But perhaps I'm being too technical? Not at all, Simon assured him. Good, Vasily said with simple satisfaction, and gulped at his bottle. Meanwhile, my brother Mikhail was a religious brother at the monastery near Mount Athos. My nihilist brother Ivan was in Central Europe, while my third brother Lev, who is of commercial talents, had preceded us to the New World, where he always felt it would someday be our destiny to join one another. With the aid of brother Ivan, I and my sister Grushenka escaped from Russia. We picked up Mikhail from his monastery and proceeded here, where Lev had become a capitalist business magnate. My brothers, Ivan especially, were interested in my research. He had a theory that we could eventually produce hosts of men in this way, whole armies and political parties, all nihilist, and all of them Stolnikov-Guryeviches. I assured him that this was impossible, that I could not play Cadmus, for free-swimming forms are one thing. We have the way to feed them in the aqueous medium. But to make fully developed mammals placental nourishment is necessary. That I cannot provide. Yet to please him I begin with, pardon me, the egg of my sister. That was as good a beginning as any, and perhaps it intrigued my vanity. Ivan dreamed his dreams of a nihilist Stolnikov-Guryevich humanity. It was harmless, as I told myself. Simon stared at him glassy-eyed. Something rather peculiar was beginning to happen inside his head, about an inch under the point where the cool, water-filled plastic pipe pressed down on his scalp. Little ghostly images were darting, delightfully wispy little girl things, smiling down at him impudently, then flirting away with a quick motion of their mermaid tails. The sky had been growing steadily darker, and now there came the growl of thunder. Against the purple-gray clouds, Simon could barely make out the semi-transparent shapes of the gollywogs in the pipe over his head. But the images inside his mind were growing clearer by the minute. Ah, we have a storm, Vasily observed as the thunder growled again. That reminds me of Mikhail, who is much influenced by our Finnish grandmother. He had the belief as a child that he could call up the winds by whistling for them. He even learned special wind musics from her. Later he became a Christian religious. There are great struggles in him. Mikhail objected to my researches when he heard I used the egg of my sister. He said we will produce millions of souls who are not baptized. I asked him how about the water they are in. He replied, this is not the same thing. These little swimmers will wriggle in hell eternally. This worried him greatly. We tried to tell him I had not used the egg of my sister, only the egg of a fish. But he did not believe this because my sister changed greatly at the time. She no longer spoke. She put on my mother's bathing costume. We are a family people. And retired to the bathtub all day long. I accepted this. At least in the water she is not violent. Mikhail said, see, her soul is now split into many unredeemed sub-souls, one each for the little swimmers. There is a sympathy between them, a hypnotic vibration. So long as you keep them near her, in that tank on the roof, this will be. If they were gone from there, far from there, the sub-souls would reunite, and Grushenka's soul would be one again. He begged me to stop my research, to dump it in the sea, to scatter it away. But Lev and Ivan demand I keep on. Yet Mikhail warned me that works of evil end in the whirlwind. I am torn and undecided. He gulped at his vodka. Thunder growled louder. Simon was thinking, dreamily, that if the soul of Grushenka Stolnikov-Guryevich were split into thousands of sub-souls vibrating hypnotically in the nearby water tank, with at least one of them escaping as far as his bathtub, then it was no wonder if Grushenka had a strange attraction for him. But that is not yet the worst, Vasily continued. The hypnotic vibrations of the free-swimming ones in their multitude turn out to have a stimulating effect on any male who is near. Their sub-minds induce dreams of the piquant sort. Lev says that to make money for the work, We must sell these dreams to rich men. I protest, but to no avail. Waif is maddened for money. Now, besides selling the dreams, I find he plans to sell the creatures themselves, sell them one by one, but keep enough to sell the dreams too. It is a madness. The darkness had become that of night. The thunder continued to growl, and now it seemed to Simon that it had music in it. Visions swam through his mind to its rhythm, hordes of swimming pygmy souls, of unborn water babies, migrations of miniature mermaids. The pipe hanging between water tank and penchack became in his imagination a giant umbilicus or a canal for a monstrous multiple birth. Sitting beneath it, helpless to move, he focused his attention with increasing pleasure on the active, supple, ever more human girl bodies that swam across his mind. Now more mermaid than tadpole, with bright smiling lips and eyes, long Lorelei hair trailing behind them, they darted and hovered caressingly. In their wide-cheeked oval faces, he discovered without shock, there was a transcendent resemblance to the features of Grushenka Stolnikov-Gurevich, a younger, milk-skinned maiden of the steppes, with challenging eyes and figures that brushed against him with delightful shocks. "So it is for me the great problem," Vasily's distant voice continued. "I see in my work only the pure research, the play of the mind. Waif sees money, Ivan sees dragon teeth folded for his political cannon. Mikhail sees unshriven souls. Grushenka sees, who knows, madness. It is indeed one great problem." Thunder came again, crashingly this time. The door of the penchack opened. Framed in it stood Ivan the bomber. "Vasily!" he roared. "Do you know what that idiot is doing now?" For a moment Simon thought he meant God. Then, as the thunder and Ivan's voice trailed off together, Simon became aware at last of the identity of the other sound, which had been growing in volume all the time. Simultaneously, Vasily struggled to his feet. "The organ!" he cried. "Mikhail is playing the whirlwind music. We must stop him." Pausing only for a last pull at the bottle, he charged into the penchack, following Ivan. Wind was shaking the heavy pipe over Simon's head, tossing him back and forth in the chair. Looking with an effort toward the west, Simon saw the reason. A spitting black pencil of wind that was riding its way toward them in wreckage across the intervening roofs. The chair fell under him. Stumbling across the roof, he tugged futilely at the door to the penchack, then threw himself flat, clawing at the tar paper. There was a mounting roar. The top of the water tank went spinning off like a flying saucer. Momentarily, as if it were a giant syringe, the whirlwind dipped into the tank. Simon felt himself sliding across the roof, felt his legs lifting. He fetched up against the roof's low wall, and at that moment the wind let go of him and his legs touched tar paper again. Gaining his feet numbly, Simon staggered into the leaning penchack. The pale man was nowhere to be seen, the plush chair empty. The curtain at the other side of the room had fallen with its rods, revealing a bathtub more antique than Simon's. In the tub, under the window, sat Grushenka. The lightning flares showed her with her chin level with the water, her eyes placidly staring, her mouth opening and closing. Simon found himself putting his arms around the black-clad figure. With a straining effort, he lifted her out of the tub, water sloshing all over his legs, and half-carried, half-slid with her down the stairs. He fetched up, panting and disheveled, at the top landing, his attention riveted by the lightning-illuminated scene in the two-story-high living-room below. At the far end of it, a dark-robed figure crouched at the console of the mighty organ, like a giant bat at the base of the portico of a black-and-gold temple. In the center of the room, Ivan was in the act of heaving above his head his globular leather case. Mikhail darted a look over his shoulder and sprang to one side. The projectile crashed against the organ. Mikhail picked himself up, tearing something from his neck. Ivan lunged forward with a roar. Mikhail crashed a fist against his jaw. The bomber went down and didn't come up. Mikhail unwrapped his crucifix from his fingers and resumed playing. With a wild cry, Simon heaved himself to his feet, stumbled over Grushenka's sodden garments, and pitched headlong down the stairs. When he came to, the house was empty, and the Stulnikov moving van was gone. At the front door, he was met by a poker-faced young man who identified himself as a member of the FBI. Simon showed him the globular case Ivan had thrown at the organ. It proved to contain a bowling ball. The young gentleman listened to his story without changing expression, thanked him warmly, and shooed him out. The Stulnik of Gurevich has disappeared for good, though not quite without a trace. Simon found this item in the next evening's paper, the first of many he accumulated yearningly in a scrapbook during the following months. Mermaid Rain a hoax, scientist declares. Milford, Pennsylvania. The mermaid rain reported here has been declared a fraud by an eminent European biologist. Vasily Stulnik of Gurevich, formerly professor of genetics at Pirk University, Latvia, passing through here on a cross-country trip, declared the miniature mermaids were albino tadpoles, probably scattered about as a hoax by schoolboys. The professor added, "I would like to know where they got them, however. There is clear evidence of mutation, due perhaps to fallout." Dr. Stulnikov directed his party in a brief but intensive search for overlooked specimens. His charming silent sister, Grushenka Stulnikov, wearing a quaint Latvian swimming costume, explored the shallows of the Delaware. After collecting as many specimens as possible, the professor and his assistants continued their trip in their unusual camping car. Dr. Stulnikov intends to found a biological research center in the calm and tolerant atmosphere of the West Coast, he declared. What's he doing in there? Copyright 1957 by Galaxy Publishing Corporation. The professor was congratulating Earth's first visitor from another planet on his wisdom in getting in touch with a cultural anthropologist before contacting any other scientists, or governments, God forbid, and in learning English from radio and TV before landing from his orbit-parked rocket, when the Martian stood up and said hesitantly, "Excuse me, please, but where is it?" That baffled the professor, and the Martian seemed to grow anxious. At least his long mouth curved upward, and he had earlier explained that its curling downward was his smile. And he repeated, "Please, where is it?" He was surprisingly humanoid in most respects, but his complexion was textured so like the rich, dark armchair he'd just been occupying that the professor's pinstriped gray suit, which he had eagerly consented to wear, seemed an arbitrary interruption between him and the chair, a sort of Mother Hubbard dress on a phantom conjured from its shagreen leather. The professor's wife, always a perceptive hostess, came to her husband's rescue by saying with equal rapidity, "Top of the stairs, end of the hall, last door." The Martian's mouth curled happily downward, and he said, "Thank you very much," and was off. Comprehension burst on the professor. He caught up with his guest at the foot of the stairs. "Here, I'll show you the way," he said. No, I can find it myself, thank you," the Martian assured him. Something rather final in the Martian's tone made the professor desist, and after watching his visitor sway up the stairs with an almost hypnotic, softly jogging movement, he rejoined his wife in the study, saying wonderingly, "Who'd have thought it, by George? Function taboos as strict as our own." "I'm glad some of your professional visitors maintain 'em," his wife said darkly. "But this one's from Mars, darling, and to find out he's, well, similar in an aspect of his life is as thrilling as the discovery that water is burned hydrogen. When I think of the day not far distant when I'll put his entries in the cross-cultural index." He was still rhapsodizing when the professor's little son raced in. "Pop, the Martian's gone to the bathroom!" "Hush, dear, manners." Now, it's perfectly natural, darling, that the boy should notice and be excited. Yes, son, the Martian's not so very different from us. "Oh, certainly," the professor's wife said with a trace of bitterness. "I don't imagine his turquoise complexion will cause any comment at all when you bring him to a faculty reception. They'll just figure he's had a hard night, and that he got that baby elephant nose sniffing around for assistant professorships. Really, darling, he probably thinks of our noses as disagreeably amputated and paralyzed." "Well, anyway, Pop, he's in the bathroom. I followed him when he squiggled upstairs." "No, son, you shouldn't have done that. He's on a strange planet, and it might make him nervous if he thought he was being spied on. We must show him every courtesy. By George, I can't wait to discuss these things with Ackerley Ramsbottom. When I think of how much more this encounter has to give the anthropologist than even the physicist or astronomer." He was still going strong on his second rhapsody when he was interrupted by another high-speed entrance. It was the professor's coltish daughter. "Mom, Pop, the Martians—" "Hush, dear, we know." The professor's coltish daughter regained her adolescent poise, which was considerable. "Well, he's still in there," she said. "I just tried the door and it was locked." "I'm glad it was," the professor said while his wife added, "Yes, you can't be sure what—" and caught herself. "Really, dear, that was very bad manners." "I thought he'd come downstairs long ago," her daughter explained. "He's been in there an awfully long time. It must have been a half-hour ago that I saw him gyre and gimble upstairs in that real gone way he has, with Nosy here following him." The professor's coltish daughter was currently soaking up both Jive and Alice. When the professor checked his wristwatch, his expression grew troubled. "By George, he is taking his time. Though, of course, we don't know how much time Martians— I wonder." "I listened for a while, Pop," his son volunteered. "He was running the water a lot." "Running the water, eh? We know Mars is a water-starved planet. I suppose that in the presence of unlimited water he might be seized by a kind of madness and— But he seemed so well-adjusted." Then his wife spoke, voicing all their thoughts. Her outlook on life gave her a naturally sepulchral voice. "What's he doing in there?" 20 minutes and at least as many fantastic suggestions later, the professor glanced again at his watch and nerved himself for action. Motioning his family aside, he mounted the stairs and tiptoed down the hall. He paused only once to shake his head and mutter under his breath, "By George, I wish I had Fenchurch or Fun Gottschalk here. They're a shade better than I am on intercultural contracts, especially taboo breakings and affronts." His family followed him at a short distance. The professor stopped in front of the bathroom door. Everything was quiet as death. He listened for a minute, and then rapped measuredly, steadying his hand by clutching its wrist with the other. There was a faint splashing, but no other sound. Another minute passed. The professor rapped again. Now there was no response at all. He very gingerly tried the knob. The door was still locked. When they had retreated to the stairs, it was the professor's wife who once more voiced their thoughts. This time her voice carried overtones of supernatural horror. "What's he doing in there?" "He may be dead or dying," the professor's coltish daughter suggested briskly. "Maybe we ought to call the fire department, like they did for old Mrs. Frisbee." The professor winced. "I'm afraid you haven't visualized the complications, dear," he said gently. "No one but ourselves knows that the Martian is on Earth, or has even the slightest inkling that interplanetary travel has been achieved. Whatever we do, it will have to be on our own. But to break in on a creature engaged in, well, we don't know what primal private activity, is against all anthropological practice. Still—" "Dying's a primal activity," his daughter said crisply. "So's ritual bathing before mass murder," his wife added. "Please. Still, as I was about to say, we do have the moral duty to succor him if, as you all too reasonably suggest, he has been incapacitated by a germ or virus, or, more likely, by some simple environmental factor such as Earth's greater gravity. Tell you what, Pop, I can look in the bathroom window and see what he's doing. All I have to do is crawl out my bedroom window and along the gutter a little ways. It's safe as houses." The professor's question, beginning with, "Son, how do you know?" died unuttered, and he refused to notice the words his daughter was voicing silently at her brother. He glanced at his wife's sardonically composed face, thought once more of the fire department and of other and larger and even more jealous, or would it be skeptical, government agencies, and clutched at the straw offered him. 10 minutes later, he was quite unnecessarily assisting his son back through the bedroom window. "Gee, Pop, I couldn't see a sign of him. That's why it took so long. Hey, Pop, don't look so scared. He's in there, sure enough. It's just that the bathtub's under the window, and you have to get real close up to see into it." "The Martian's taking a bath?" "Yep. Got it full up and just the end of his little old schnozzle sticking out. Your suit, Pop, was hanging on the door." The one word the professor's wife spoke was like a death knell. "Drowned." "No, Ma, I don't think so. His schnozzle was opening and closing regular-like." "Maybe he's a shape-changer," the professor's coltish daughter said in a burst of evil fantasy. "Maybe he softens in water and thins out after a while until he's like an eel, and then he'll go exploring through the sewer pipes. Wouldn't it be funny if he went under the street and knocked on the stopper from underneath and crawled into the bathtub with President Rexford or Mrs. President Rexford, or maybe right into the middle of one of Janie Rexford's "Oh, I'm so sexy" bubble baths? Please. The professor put his hand to his eyebrows and kept it there, cuddling the elbow in his other hand. Well, have you thought of something? The professor's wife asked him after a bit. What are you going to do? The professor dropped his hand and blinked his eyes hard, and took a deep breath. Telegraph Fenchurch and Ackerley Ramsbottom, and then break in, he said in a resigned voice, into which, nevertheless, a note of hope seemed also to have come. First, however, I'm going to wait until morning. And he sat down cross-legged in the hall a few yards from the bathroom door and folded his arms. So the long vigil commenced. The professor's family shared it, and he offered no objection. Other and sterner men, he told himself, might claim to be able successfully to order their children to go to bed when there was a Martian locked in the bathroom, but he would like to see them faced with the situation. Finally, dawn began to seep from the bedrooms. When the bulb in the hall had grown quite dim, the professor unfolded his arms. Just then there was a loud splashing in the bathroom. The professor's family looked toward the door. The splashing stopped, and they heard the Martian moving around. Then the door opened, and the Martian appeared in the professor's gray pinstripe suit. His mouth curled sharply downward in a broad alien smile as he saw the professor. "Good morning," the Martian said happily. "I never slept better in my life, even in my own little wet bed back on Mars." He looked around more closely, and his mouth straightened. "But where did you all sleep?" he asked. "Don't tell me you stayed dry all night. You didn't give up your only bed to me." His mouth curled upward in misery. "Oh, dear," he said, "I'm afraid I've made a mistake somehow. Yet I don't understand how. Before I studied you, I didn't know what your sleeping habits would be, but that question was answered for me. In fact, it looked so reassuringly homelike when I saw those brief TV scenes of your females ready for sleep in their little tubs. Of course, on Mars, only the fortunate can always be sure of sleeping wet, but here, with your abundance of water, I thought there would be wet beds for all." He paused. "It's true I had some doubts last night, wondering if I'd used the right words and all, but then, when you rapped 'good night' to me, I splashed the sentiment back at you and went to sleep in a wink. But I'm afraid that somewhere I've blundered and—" "No, no, dear chap," the professor managed to say. He had been waving his hand in a gentle circle for some time, in token that he wanted to interrupt. "Everything is quite all right. It's true we stayed up all night, but please consider that as a watch, an honor guard, by George, which we kept to indicate our esteem." Friends and Enemies. Copyright 1957 by Royal Publications, Incorporated. The sun hadn't quite risen, but now that the 5 men were out from under the trees, it already felt hot. Far ahead, off to the left of the road, the spires of New Angeles gleamed dusky blue against the departing night. The 2 unarmed men gazed back wistfully at the little town, dark and asleep under its moist, leafy umbrellas. The one who was thin and had hair flecked with gray looked all intellect. The other, young and with a curly mop, looked all feeling. The fat man, barring their way back to town, mopped his head. The 2 young men flanking him with shotgun and squirt gun hadn't started to sweat yet. The fat man stuffed the big handkerchief back in his pocket, wiped his hands on his shirt, rested his wrists lightly on the pistols holstered either side of his stomach, looked at the 2 unarmed men, indicated the hot road with a nod, and said, "There's your way, professors. Get going." The thin man looked at the hand smears on the fat man's shirt. "But you haven't even explained to me," he protested softly, "why I'm being turned out of Ozona College." "Look here, Mr. Ellenby, I've tried to make it easy for you," the fat man said. "I'm doing it before the town wakes up. Would you rather be chased by a mob?" "But why?" "Because we found out you weren't just a math teacher, Mr. Ellenby." The fat man's voice went hard. "You'd been a physicist once. Nuclear physicist." The young man with the shotgun spat. Ellenby watched the spittle curl in the dust like a little brown worm. He shifted his gaze to a dead eucalyptus leaf. "I'd like to talk to the College Board of Regents," he said tonelessly. "I'm the Board of Regents," the fat man told him. "Didn't you even know that?" At this point, the other unarmed man spoke up loudly. "But that doesn't explain my case. I've devoted my whole life to warning people against physicists and other scientists, how they'd smash us with their bombs, how they were destroying our minds with 3D and telefax and handies, how they were blaspheming against nature, killing all imagination, crushing all beauty out of life." "I'd shut my mouth if I were you, Madsen," the fat man said critically, "or at least lower my voice. When I mentioned a mob, I wasn't fooling. I saw them burn Caltech. In fact, I got a bit excited and helped." The young man with the shotgun grinned. "Caltech," Allenby murmured, his eyes growing distant. "Caltech burns, and Ozona stands." "Ozona stands for the decencies of life," the fat man grated, "not alphabet bombs and pituitary gas. Its purpose is to save a town, not help kill a world." "But why should I be driven out?" Madsen persisted. "I'm just a poet singing the beauties of the simple life, unmarred by science." "Not simple enough for Ozona," the fat man snorted. "We happen to know, Mr. Poet Madsen, that you've written some stories about free love. We don't want anyone telling Ozona girls it's all right to be careless." "But those were just ideas in a story," Madsen protested. "I wasn't advocating—" "No difference," the fat man cut him short. "Talk to a woman about ideas, and pretty soon she gets some." His voice became almost kindly. "Look here. If you wanted a woman without getting hitched to her, why didn't you go to Shantytown?" Madsen squared his shoulders. "You've missed the whole point. I'd never do such a thing. I never have." "Then you shouldn't have boasted," the fat man said. "And you shouldn't have fooled around with Councilman Classen's daughter." At the name, Allenby came out of his trance and looked sharply at Madsen, who said indignantly, "I wasn't fooling around with Vera Ellen, whatever her crazy father says. She came to my office because she has poetic ability, and I wanted to encourage it." "Yeah, so she'd encourage you," the fat man finished. "That girl's wild enough already, which I suppose is what you mean by poetic ability. And in this town, her father's word counts." He hitched up his belt. "And now, professors, it's time you started." Madsen and Allenby looked at each other doubtfully. The young man with the squirt gun raised its acid-etched muzzle. The fat man looked hard at Madsen and Allenby. "I think I hear alarm clocks going off," he said quietly. They watched the two men trudge 100 yards, watched Allenby shift the rolled-up towel under his elbow to the other side, watched Madsen pause to thumb tobacco into a pipe and glance carelessly back, then shove the pipe in his pocket and go on hurriedly. "Couple of pretty harmless coots, if you ask me," the young man with the shotgun observed. "Sure," the fat man agreed. "But we got to remember people's feelings and keep Ozona straight. We don't like mobs or fear or girls gone wild." The young man with the shotgun grinned. "That Vera Ellen," he murmured, shaking his head. "You better keep your mind off her, too," the fat man said sourly. "She's wild enough without anybody to encourage her poetic ability or anything else. It's a good thing we gave those two their walking papers." "They'll probably walk right into the arms of the Harvey gang," the young man with the squirt gun remarked, "especially if they try to shortcut." "Pretty small pickings for Harvey, those two," the young man with the shotgun countered. "Which won't please him at all." The fat man shrugged. "Their own fault. If only they'd had sense enough to keep their mouths shut, early in life." "They don't seem to realize it's 1993, said the young man with the shotgun. The fat man nodded. "Come on," he said, turning back toward the town and the coolness. "We've done our duty." The young man with the squirt gun took a last look. "There they go, art and science," he observed with satisfaction. "Those two subjects always did make my head ache." On the hot road, Madsen began to stride briskly. His nostrils flared. "Smell the morning air," he commanded. "It's good, good." Allenby, matching his stride with longer if older legs, looked at him with mild wonder. "Smell the hot sour grass," Madsen continued. "It's things like this man was meant for, not machines and formulas. Look at the dew. Have you seen the dew in years? Look at it on that spider web." The physicist paused obediently to observe the softly twinkling strands. "Perfect catenaries," he murmured. "What?" "A kind of curve," Allenby explained. "The locus of the focus of a parabola rolling on a straight line." "Locus, focus, hocus pocus," Madsen snorted, reducing the wonders of nature to chalk marks. "It's disgusting." Suddenly, each tiny drop of dew turned blood red. Allenby turned his back on the spiderweb, whipped a crooked little brass tube from an inside pocket, and squinted through it. "What's that?" Madsen asked. "Spectroscope," Allenby explained. "Early morning spectra of the sun are fascinating." Madsen huffed. "There you go, analyzing, tearing beauty apart. It's a disease." He paused. "Say, won't you hurt your eyes?" Turning back, Allenby shook his head. "I keep a smoked glass on it," he said. "I'm always hoping that someday I'll get a glimpse of an atomic bomb explosion." "You mean to say you've missed all the dozens they dropped on this country? That's too bad." "The ball of fire's quite fleeting. The opportunities haven't been as good as you think." "But you're a physicist, aren't you? Don't you people have all sorts of lovely photographs to gloat over in your laboratories?" "Atomic bomb spectra were never declassified," Allenby told him wistfully. "At least, not in my part of the project. I've never seen one." "Well, you'll probably get your chance," Madsen told him harshly. "If you've been reading your dirty telefax, you know the hot truce is coming to a boil, and the Angeles area will be a prime target." Allenby nodded mutely. They trudged on. The sun began to beat on their backs like an open fire. Allenby turned up his collar. He watched his companion thoughtfully. Finally he said, "So you're the Madsen who wrote those enemies of science stories about a world ruled by poets. It never occurred to me back at Ozona. And that non-fiction book about us, what was it called?" "Murderers of Imagination," Madsen growled. "And it would have been a good thing if you'd listened to my warnings, instead of going on building machines and dissecting nature and destroying all the lovely myths that make life worthwhile." "Are you sure that nature is so lovely and kind?" Allenby ventured. Madsen did not deign to answer. They passed a crossroad leading, the battered sign said, one way to Palmdale, the other to San Bernardino. They were perhaps 100 yards beyond it when Allenby let go a little chuckle. "I have a confession to make. When I was very young, I wrote an article about how children shouldn't be taught the Santa Claus myth or any similar fictions." Madsen laughed sardonically. "A perfect member of your dry-souled tribe, worrying about Santa Claus, all the while something very different was about to come flying down from over the North Pole and land on our housetops." "We did try to warn people about the intercontinental missiles," Allenby reminded him. "Yes, without any success. The last two reindeer, Donner and Blitzen." Allenby nodded glumly, but he couldn't keep a smile off his face for long. "I wrote another article, too. It was never published. About how poetry is completely pointless, how rhymes inevitably distort meanings, and so on." Madsen whirled on him with a peal of laughter. "So you even thought you were big enough to wreck poetry?" He jerked a limp, thinnish volume from his coat pocket. "You thought you could destroy this?" Allenby's expression changed. He reached for the book, but Madsen held it away from him. Allenby said, "That's Keats, isn't it?" "How would you know?" Allenby hesitated. "Oh, I got to like some of his poetry quite a while after I wrote the article." He paused again and looked squarely at Madsen. "Also, Vera Ellen was reading me some pieces out of that volume. I guess you'd loaned it to her." "Vera Ellen?" Madsen's jaw dropped. Allenby nodded. "She had trouble with her geometry. Some conferences were necessary." He smiled. "We physicists aren't such a dry-souled tribe, you know." Madsen looked outraged. "Why, you're old enough to be her father." "Or her husband," Allenby replied coolly. "Young women are often attracted to father images. But all that can't make any difference to us now." "You're right," Madsen said shortly. He shoved the poetry volume back in his pocket, flirted the sweat out of his eyes, and looked around with impatience. "Say, you're going to New Angeles, aren't you?" he asked, and when Allenby nodded uncertainly, said, Then let's cut across the fields. This road is taking us out of our way." And without waiting for a reply, he jumped across the little ditch to the left of the road and into the yellowing wheat field. Allenby watched him for a moment, then hitched his roll towel further up under his arm and followed. It was stifling in the field. The wheat seemed to paralyze any stray breezes. Their boots hissed against the dry stems. Far off they heard a lazy drumming. After a while they came to a wide, brim-full irrigation ditch. They could see that some hundreds of feet ahead it was crossed by a little bridge. They followed the ditch. Allenby felt strangely giddy, as if he were looking at everything through a microscope. That may have been due to the tremendous size of the wheat, its spikes almost as big as corn cobs, the spikelets bigger than kernels, rich orange stuff taut with flour. But then they came to a section marred by larger and larger splotches of a powdery purple blight. The lazy drumming became louder. Allenby was the first to see the low swinging helicopter with its thick trailing plume of greenish mist. He knocked Madsen on the shoulder and both men started to run. Purple dust puffed. Once Allenby stumbled and Madsen stopped to jerk him to his feet. Still, they would have escaped except that the copter swerved toward them. A moment later, they were enveloped in sweet, oily fumes. Madsen heard jeering laughter, glimpsed a grotesquely long-nosed face peering down from above. Then, through the cloud, Allenby squeaked, "Don't breathe!" and Madsen felt himself dragged roughly into the ditch. The water closed over him with a splash. Puffing and blowing, he came to his feet. The water hardly reached to his waist, to find himself being dragged by Allenby toward the bridge. It was all he could do to keep his footing on the muddy bottom. By the time he got breath enough to voice his indignation, Allenby was saying, "That's far enough. The stuff's settling away from us. Now strip and scrub yourself." Allenby unrolled the towel he'd held tightly clutched to his side all the while and produced a bar of soap. In response to Madsen's question, he explained, "That fungicide was probably TTTR or some other relative of the nerve gas family. They are absorbed through the skin." Seconds later, Madsen was scouring his head and chest. He hesitated at his trousers, muttering, "They'll probably have me for indecent exposure. Claim I was trying to start a nudist colony as well as a free love cult." But Allenby's warning had been a chilly one. Allenby soaped Madsen's back, and he in turn soaped the older man's ridgy one. "I suppose that's why he had an elephant's nose," Madsen mused. "What?" "Man in the copter," Madsen explained, "wearing a respirator." Allenby nodded and made the move nearer the bridge for a change of water. They started to scrub their clothes, rinse and wring them, and lay them on the bank to dry. They watched the copter buzzing along in the distance, but it didn't seem inclined to come near again. Madsen felt impelled to say, "You know it's your chemist friends who have introduced that viciousness into the common man's spirit, giving him horrible poisons to use against nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to douse us with that stuff." "He just acted like an ordinary farmer to me," Allenby replied, scrubbing vigorously. "Think we're safe?" Madsen asked. Allenby shrugged. "We'll discover," he said briefly. Madsen shivered, but the rhythmic job was soothing. After a bit, he began to feel almost playful. Lathering his shirt, he got some fine, large bubbles, held them so he could see their colors flow in the sunlight. "Tiny, perfect worlds of every hue," he murmured. "Violet, blue, green, yellow, orange, red." "And dead black," Allenby added. "You would say something like that," Madsen grunted. "What did you think I was talking about?" "Bubbles." "Maybe some of your friends' poisons have black bubbles," Madsen said bitingly, "but I was talking about these." "So was I. Give me your pipe." The authority in Allenby's voice made Madsen look around startledly. "Give me your pipe," Allenby repeated firmly, holding out his hand. Madsen fished it out of the pocket of the trousers he was about to wash and handed it over. Allenby knocked out the soggy tobacco, swished it in the water a few times, and began to soap the inside of the bowl. Madsen started to object, but "You'd be washing it anyway," Allenby assured him. "Now look here, Madsen. I'm going to blow a bubble, and I want you to watch. I want you to observe nature for all you're worth. If poets and physicists have one thing in common, it's that they're both supposed to be able to observe accurately. He took a breath. Now see, I'm going to hold the pipe mouth down and let the bubble hang from it, but with one side of the bowl tipped up a bit so that the strain on the bubble skin will be greatest on that side. He blew a big bubble, held the pipe with one hand, and pointed with a finger of the other. There's the place to watch now. There! The bubble burst. What was that? Madsen asked in a new voice. It really was black for an instant, dull like soot. A bubble bursts because its skin gets thinner and thinner, Allenby said. When it gets thin enough, it shows colors, as interference eliminates different wavelengths. With yellow eliminated, it shows violet, and so on. But finally, just for a moment at the place where it's going to break, the skin becomes only one molecule thick. Such a monomolecular layer absorbs all light, hence shows as dead black. Everything's got a black lining, eh? Black can be beautiful. Here, I'll do it again. Madsen put his hand on Ellenby's shoulder to steady himself. They were standing hip-deep in water, their bodies still flecked with suds. Their heads were inches from the new bubble. As it burst, a voice floated down to them. Is this the Ozona faculty kindergarten? They whirled around, simultaneously crouching in the water. Vera Ellen, what are you doing here? Madsen demanded. Watching the kiddies play, the girl on the bridge replied, running a hand through her tousled violet hair. She looked down at her slacks and jacket. Wish I'd brought my swimsuit, though I gather it wouldn't be expected. Vera Ellen? Madsen said apprehensively. It doesn't look very inviting down there, though, she mused. Guess I'll wait for Aqua Heaven at New Angeles. You're going to New Angeles? Ellenby put in. It is not easy to be conversationally brilliant while squatting chest-deep in muddy water, acutely conscious of the absence of clothes. Vera Ellen nodded lazily, leaning on the railing. Going to get me a city job. With its reduced faculty, Ozona holds no more intellectual interest for me. Did you know math's going to be made part of the home echo department, Mr. Allenby? But how did you know that we— Daughter of the man who got you run out of town ought to know what the old bully's up to. And if you're worrying that they'll come after me and find us together, I'll just head along by myself. Madsen and Allenby both protested, though it is even harder to protest effectively than to be conversationally brilliant while squatting naked in coffee-colored water. Vera Ellen said, All right, so quit playing and let's get on. You have to tell me all about New Angeles and the kind of jobs we'll get. But modest, eh? I'm afraid Pa wouldn't count it in your favor. But all right. She turned her back and sauntered to the other side of the bridge. Madsen and Ellenby cautiously climbed out of the ditch, brushed the water from their skins, and wormed into their soggy clothes. We've got to persuade her to go back, Madsen whispered. Vera Ellen? Ellenby replied and raised his eyebrows. Madsen groaned softly. Cheer up, Ellenby said, and he seemed in a cheerful humor himself when they climbed to the bridge. Vera Ellen, he said, we've been having an argument as to whether man ruined nature or nature ruined man to start with. Is this a class, Mr. Allenby? Of sorts, he told her. Behind him, Madsen snorted, flipping his Keats to dry the pages. They started off together. Well, said Vera Ellen, I like nature, and I like human beings. And I don't feel ruined at all. Where's the argument? What about the bombs? Madsen demanded automatically. By man, our physicist here means technology, whereas I mean— Oh, the bombs, she said with a shrug. What sort of job do you think I should get in New Angeles? Well, Madsen began. Say, I'm getting hungry, she raced on, turning to Ellenby. So am I, he agreed. They looked at the road ahead. The jagged hill now hid all but the tips of the spires of New Angeles. On the top of the hill was a tremendous house with sagging roofs of cracked tiles, stucco walls dark with rain stains and green with moss, yet also showing cracks, and windows of age-blued glass, some splintered, flashing in the sun, which tempted Ellenby to whip out his spectroscope. Curving down from the house came a weedy and balding expanse that had obviously once been a well-tended lawn. A few stalwart patches of thick grass held out tenaciously. Pale-trunked eucalyptus trees towered behind the house and to either side of the road where it curved over the hill. In a hollow at the foot of the one-time lawn, just where it met the road, something gleamed. As Madsen, Allenby, and Vera Ellen tramped forward, they saw it was an old automobile, one of the jet antiques that were the rage around 1980. In fact, a lunar 79. Coming closer, Allenby realized that it had custom-built features, such as jet brakes and collision springs. A man with an odd cap was poking a probe into the air intake, while in the back seat a woman was sitting, shadowed by a hat 4 feet across. At the sound of their footsteps, the man whirled to his feet, quickly enough, though unsteadily. He stared at them, wagging the probe. Just at that moment, something that looked like an animated orange fur-piece leaped from the tonneau. "George!" the woman cried. "Widgie's got away!" The small, flattish creature came on in undulating bounds. It was past the man in the cap before he could turn. It headed for Allenby, then changed direction. Madison made an impulsive dive for it, but it widened itself still more and sailed over him, straight into Vera Ellen's arms. They walked toward the car. Widgie wriggled. Vera Ellen stroked his ears. He seemed to be a flying fox of some sort. The man eyed them hostilely, raising the probe. Madison stared puzzledly at the cap. Out of his older knowledge, Allenby whispered an explanation. "Chauffeur." The woman stood in the back seat, swaying slightly. She was wearing a white swimsuit and dark teleglasses under her hat. At first, she seemed a somewhat ravaged 30. Then they began to see the rest of the wrinkles. She received Widgie from Vera Ellen, shook him out, and tucked him under her arm, where he hung limply, moving his tiny red eyes. "Come in with me, my dear," she told Vera Ellen. "George, put down that crazy pole. Pay no attention to George. He can't recognize gentlefolk when he sees them, especially when he's drunk. Gentlemen," she continued, waving graciously to Madsen and Allenby, "you have the thanks of Ricky Vixen." As she pronounced the name, she surveyed them sharply. Her gaze settled on Allenby. "You know me, don't you?" "Certainly," he answered instantly. "You are my favorite straight 3D star." "Are you in 3D?" Vera Ellen asked, a sudden gleam in her eyes. "Was, my dear," Ricky said grandly. She ogled Allenby through the fisheye glasses. "Ah, straight 3D, she sighed. "Simple video, audio, and depth. There was a great art form." She began to sway again, and they caught the reek of alcohol. "You know, gentlemen, it was handies that ruined my career. I had the looks and the voice, but I lacked the touch. Something in me shrank from the whole idea. Be still, Widgie. And the girls with itchy fingers took over. But I'm talking too much about myself. It's hot, and you wonderful gentlemen must be thirsty. Here, have a—" The chauffeur glared at her as she reached fumblingly down into the tonneau. She caught the look and quailed slightly. "Sandwich," she finished, coming up with a shiny can. Madsen accepted it from her, clicking the catch. The top popped 4 feet in the air, followed lazily by the uppermost sandwich, which he caught deftly. He handed the can to Allenby, who served himself and handed it up to Vera Ellen. Soon all three of them were munching. "Miss Vixen," Vera Ellen asked between mouthfuls, "do you think I could get a job in broadcast entertainment?" Ricky looked at her sideways, leaning away to focus. "Not with that ghastly atom-glow hair," she said. "Violet is old hat this year. It's either black, blonde, or bald. But give me your hand, my dear." "Going to tell my fortune?" "After a fashion." She held up Vera Ellen's hand, squeezing and prodding it thoughtfully, as if she were testing the carcass of an alleged spring chicken. Then she nodded. "You'll do. Good strong hand. That's all that's needed, so you can really crunch the knuckles of the bohunks. They love it rough. Of course, the technicians could step up the power when they broadcast your hand squeeze, but the addicts don't feel it's the same thing." She looked sourly at her own delicate claws. "Yes, my dear, you will have a chance in handies if you don't mind cuddling with 2 million dirty-minded bohunks, fingering them, every night, and if Ricky Vixen's still got any entree at the studios." She made a face and dipped again into the tonneau, apparently to gulp something, for the chauffeur's glare was intensified. "You're from New Angeles?" Madsen asked politely when Ricky came up beaming. Old Angeles, she corrected. My home's in a contaminated area. After 3D lighting, I've never been afraid of hard radiations. But this time my psychic counselor told me, Widgie, I'm going to put you away in a nice little urn. That the bombs are going to miss New Angeles and fall on Old. That's why George is jetting me to the mountains. Others drink to still their fears. I do something about it, too. You mean you're going away from the studios? Vera Ellen demanded incredulously, while Ellenby mumbled, Bombs? Through a mouthful of sandwich. Of course, Ricky nodded. Don't you know? Russia's touched a match to the hot truce. You charming gentlemen should keep up with these things. You see, I told you, Madsen said to Ellenby. One more victory for science. Miss Vixen, we'd better be getting on, the chauffeur interrupted, speaking for the first time. His voice was drunkenly thick. We aren't out of the fusion fringe by a long shot, and I don't like the looks of this place. Ricky ignored him. Ellenby asked, Was the news about Russia telefaxed? Of course not. Ricky's smile was scornful. They never tell the real truth these days. But they said to get out of our houses, and what else could that mean? Miss Vixen, we better... George began again. Quiet, George, Ricky ordered. George groaned faintly, shrugged his shoulders, and reached out an arm to her without looking. Ricky handed him a red, limp plastic bottle. Just as he was putting it to his lips, he jerked as if stung, vaulted into the car, and began to stamp and punch at the controls. With a mighty poof, the jet took hold. Ellenby skittered away from the hot blast. The Lunar 79 jumped forward. Things hissed and snicked through the air. From nowhere, men began to appear. With a great lurch, the car gained the road, roared toward the bridge. Vera Ellen jumped up as if to get out, then was thrown back into the tonneau. Ricky lunged forward across the seat to save the red bottle. Her 4-foot hat leaped upward, hesitated, and then spun off like a flying saucer. A man rose from the wheat near the bridge. As the car jounced across it, he leveled a rapid-fire weapon. But just as he got it trained on the car, Ricky's hat landed on him. He went over backwards, firing at the sky. Madsen and Ellenby looked around in bewilderment. There must have been a dozen men. As they stared, another bunch came hurrying down the ruined lawn from the house on the hill. The man by the bridge got up, went over to Ricky's hat, and stamped on it. Madsen and Ellenby jumped as the sky-climbing missiles from his gun pattered down around them. When they looked around again, the men from the house on the hill were closing in. Their leader was about 5 feet tall, but thick. His head had been formed in a bullet mold. His features looked drop-forged. I'm Harvey, he told them blankly. What you got? Harvey's people wore everything from evening dress to shorts. There were even 2 women, who drifted toward Harvey, one in a gold kimono, the other in an off-the-bosom frock of filthy white lace. Everybody was armed. What you got? Harvey repeated sharply. I know you're loaded. I saw you talking with that rich witch in the jet. He looked them over and grabbed at Madsen's side pocket. Books, huh? He said like a hangman, dangling the Keats by a stray page. Then he turned to Ellenby. Come on, Skinny, he said. Shell out. When Ellenby hesitated, 2 of Harvey's men grabbed him, dumped him, and passed the contents of his pockets to their chief. When the spectroscope turned up, Harvey grinned. The eyes of his people twinkled in anticipation. Science gadget, huh? He said. Folks, there's been too much science in the world and too many words. Any minute now, more bombs are going to fall. I do my humble bit to help 'em. I'm a great little junk man. He let the brass tube fall to the ground and lifted his foot. Blow it a goodbye kiss, Skinny. Wait, Madsen said abruptly, taking a step toward Harvey. Don't do it. Then the poet's eyes grew wide and alarmed, as if he hadn't known he was going to say it. Breath sucked in around him. Harvey's turret head slowly turned toward Madsen, its expression seemingly vacuous. Why not? Harvey whispered. Don't pay any attention to my friend, Ellenby interjected rapidly. He just said that on account of me. Actually, he hates science as much as you do. Don't... Shut up, Harvey roared. Then his voice instantly went low again. Ain't nobody hates science more'n me, but ain't nobody tells me so. Should have kept your mouth shut, Skinny. Now there's going to be more on gadgets stumped, more on books tore. Silence came except for the faint sucks of breath, the faint scuffle of shoes on grit as Harvey's people slowly moved in. Ellenby stood helplessly, yet at the same time he felt a widening and intensification of his sensory powers. He was aware of the delicately lace-edged tree shadows cast from the hill ahead by the westering sun. At the other limit of his vision, the copter no longer trailed its green caterpillar. For some reason, it was buzzing closer along the road. At the same time, he was conscious with a feverish clarity of the page by which Harvey dangled the Keats, and without reading the words, he saw the lines, "Beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know." Suddenly, the slowly advancing faces seemed to freeze, and Ellenby was aware of something spectral and ominous about the yellowing sunlight and the whole acid-etched scene around him. It was something more than the physical threat to him and Madsen. It was something that seemed to well up menacingly from the ground under his feet. There was a sudden faint thunder, and even as something inside Ellenby said, "That isn't it. That isn't what the sky's waiting for," he saw the chrome muzzle of the Lunar 79 bulleting toward them across the bridge with Vera Ellen's violet mop above the wheel. But even as the braking blasts gouted out redly from under the hood and the car crunched toward a stop in their midst, even as Harvey's people broke to either side and pistols popped with queerly toy-like reports, the thunder multiplied until it was impossible that the Lunar 79 was causing it, until it was as the thunder of 1,000 invisible jets crushing the air around them. The sky shifted, rocked. The road shook. There came a shock that numbed Ellenby's feet and sent everyone around him reeling, and a pounding, smashing sound that made any remembered noise seem puny. The Lunar 79, which had stopped a dozen feet from Ellenby, was pitching and tossing like a silver ship in a storm. Vera Ellen was gripping the steering wheel with one hand and motioning to him frantically with the other. In the seat beyond her, Ricky Vixen was jouncing as if in a merry-go-round chariot. Ellenby lurched as a hand clutched his shoulder and a staggering Madsen howled in his ear through the tumult. "Now you've got your rotten bombs." Between him and the car, Harvey's bullet head reared up and as suddenly dropped away. Looking down, Ellenby saw that a chasm 4 feet wide had split the road between him and the car. Its walls were raw, smoking earth and rock. Down it, Ellenby saw vanishing in one frozen moment Harvey and the Keats and the little brass spectroscope. Then Ellenby realized he had grabbed Madsen by the shoulder and thrown the two of them forward and shouted, "Jump!" For a moment, the chasm gaped beneath them and a white little face stared upward. Then the chasm closed with a giant crunch, and Ellenby's hand caught the side of the heaving car and he pitched into the back seat. Through the diminishing thunder and shaking, there came the toy roar of the car's jet, and a new movement tipped him backward, and he was looking toward the hill, and it was getting bigger. He tried to put his feet down and felt something bulk under them. For a moment he thought it was Madsen, but Madsen was beside him on the seat, and then he saw it was George. He looked up, and Ricky Vixen was watching him from where she was crouched in the front seat, her eyes without the teleglasses looking as foxy as Widgie's, whom she was holding close to her wrinkle-edged cheek. "Vera Ellen had to conk him," she explained, her gaze dipping to George. "The bum tried to betray us." The pitching of the car had given way to a steady forward lunge. Ellenby nodded dully at Ricky and hitched himself around and looked back. Harvey's people were scattering like ants through a dust cloud rising from the road. The house on the hill still stood, though there were more and larger cracks in it and a nimbus of whiter dust around it. By the bridge the copter had crashed and was flaming brightly. A tiny figure was running away from it. Ellenby's face slowly lightened with understanding. "We were on the San Andreas Rift," he said softly. "Madsen, that wasn't the bombs at all. That wasn't technology or man." A smile trembled on his lips. "That was nature. An earthquake." Madsen was the first to comment. "All right," he said. "It was nature. Nature showing her disgust for man." "An idea like that is the sheerest animism," Ellenby reacted automatically. Now, if you try analyzing, Matson snorted with a touch of the old fire. You scientists are always— Oh, boys, Ricky Vixen interrupted. If it hadn't been for that little quake to confuse things, Vera Ellen couldn't have snatched you out no matter how pretty she tried. And I'm in no mood for arguments now. I'm not the arty type, and all the science I know is what my psychic counselor tells me. Would you quit pounding your heart? It's all over now. Ellenby touched her arm. Do I understand, he asked, that Vera Ellen made you turn back just to save us? Of course not, Ricky assured him. Her father and his pals tried to stop us a couple of miles back. They'd been radioed by a farmer in a copter and had the road blocked. George wanted to hand you all over to Vera Ellen's father, but we conked George. He's such a weakling, and got away. Picking you up was an afterthought. Vera Ellen flashed a wicked smile over her shoulder. Ellenby realized he was feeling vastly contented. He started to lift his feet off George, then settled them more comfortably. He looked at the violet-topped new chauffeur handling the Lunar as if she'd never done anything else, and she picked that moment to flash him another half-friendly, half-insulting grin. He nudged Matson and said, We'll continue our argument later. All our argument. Matson looked at him sharply and almost grinned, too. Ellenby wondered idly what jobs they had for poets and physicists in 3D and handy studios. Ricky Vixen's eyes widened. Say, she said, if they were just warning us about that little old earthquake, then old Angelus isn't radioactive. I mean, any more radioactive than it's ever been. Oh, boy, Vera Ellen crowed as the car topped the hill and the blue spires came back in sight. New Angelus, here we come. The Last Letter. Copyright 1958 by Galaxy Publishing Corporation. On 10th month 1, 2457 A.D., at exactly 9 a.m. Planetary Federation time, but with a permissible error of a millionth of a second either way, in the 5th sublevel of New York Robot Postal Station 68, Black Sorter gulped down 10,000 pieces of first-class mail. This breakfast tidbit did not agree with the mail sorting machine. It was as if a robust dog had been fed a large chunk of good red meat with a strychnine pill in it. Black Sorter's innards went whirr-clunk, a blue electric glow enveloped him, and he began to shake as if he might break loose from the concrete. He desperately spat back over his shoulder a single envelope, gave a great huff, and blew out toward the sorting tubes a medium-sized snowstorm consisting of the other 9,999 pieces of first-class mail, chewed to confetti. Then, still convulsed, he snapped up a fresh 10,000 and proceeded to chomp and grind on them. Black Sorter was rugged. The rejected envelope was tongued up by Red Subsorter, who growled deep in his throat, said a very bad word, and passed it to Yellow Rerouter, who passed it to Green Rerouter, who passed it to Brown Study, who passed it to Pink Wastebasket. Unlike Black Sorter, Pink Wastebasket was very delicate, though highly intuitive, the machine equivalent of a white Russian countess. She was designed to scan in 3,137 codes, route special delivery space mail to interplanetary liners by messenger rocket, and distinguish 9s from upside-down 6s. Pink Wastebasket haughtily inhaled the offending envelope and almost instantly turned a bright crimson and began to tremble. After a few minutes, small atomic flames started to flicker from her midsection. White Nursemaid 7 and Greasy Joe both received Pink Wastebasket's distress signal and got there as fast as their wheels would roll them, but the high-born machine's malady was beyond their simple skills of oil can and electroshock. They summoned other machine-tending and repairing machines, ones far more expert than themselves, but all were baffled. It was clear that Pink Wastebasket, who continued to tremble and flicker uncontrollably, was suffering from the equivalent of a major psychosis with severe psychosomatic symptoms. She spat a stream of filthy ions at Gray Psychiatrist, not recognizing her old friend. Meanwhile, the paper blizzard from Black Sorter was piling up in great drifts between the dark pillars of the sublevel, and flurries had reached Pink Wastebasket's aristocratic area. An expedition of sturdy machines headed by 2 hastily summoned snowplows was dispatched to immobilize Black Sorter at all costs. Pink Wastebasket, quivering like a demented hula dancer, was clearly approaching a crisis. Finally, Gray Psychiatrist, after consulting with Green Surgeon, and even then with an irritated reluctance as if he were calling in a witch doctor, summoned a human being. The human being walked respectfully around Pink Wastebasket several times, and then gave her a nervous little poke with a rubber-handled probe. Pink Wastebasket gently regurgitated her last snack, turned dead white, gave a last flicker and shake, and expired. Black Coroner recorded the immediate cause of death as tinkering by a human being. The human being, a bald and scrawny one named Potshelter, picked up the envelope responsible for all the trouble, stared at it incredulously, opened it with trembling fingers, scanned the contents briefly, gave a great shriek, and ran off at top speed, forgetting to hop on his perambulator, which followed him making anxious clucking noises. The nearest human representative of the Solar Bureau of Investigation, a rather wooden-looking man named Crumbine, also bald, recognized Potshelter as soon as the latter burst gasping into his office, squeezing through the door while it was still dilating. The human beings whose work took them among the top brass, as the upper echelon machines were sometimes referred to, formed a kind of human elite, just one big, nervous family. "Sit down, Potshelter," the SBI man said. "Hold still a second so the chair can grab you. Hitch onto the hookah and choose a tranquilizer from the tray at your elbow. Whatever deviation you've uncovered can't be that much of a danger to the planets. I imagine that when you leave this office, the solar battle fleet will still be orbiting peacefully around Luna." "I seriously doubt that." Potshelter gulped a large lavender pill and took a deep breath. "Crumbine, a letter turned up in the first-class mail this morning." "Great Scott!" "It is a letter from one person to another person." "Good Lord!" "The flow of advertising has been seriously interfered with. At a modest estimate, 300 million pieces of expensive first-class advertising have already been chewed to rags, and I'm not sure the steel helms, God bless 'em, have the trouble in hand yet." "Judas Priest!" "Naturally, the poor machines weren't able to cope with the letter. It was utterly outside their experience, beyond the furthest reach of their programming. It threw them into a terrible spasm. Pink Wastebasket is dead, and at this very instant, if we're lucky, 3 police machines of the toughest blued steel are holding down Black Sorter and putting a muzzle on him." "Great Scott! It's incredible, Potshelter." "And Pink Wastebasket dead. Take another tranquilizer, Potshelter, and hand over the tray." Crumbine received it with trembling fingers, started to pick up a big pink pill, but drew back his hand from it in sudden revulsion at its color and swallowed 2 blue oval ones instead. The man was obviously fighting to control himself. He said unsteadily, "I almost never take doubles, but this news you bring... Good Lord, I seem to recall a case where someone tried to send a sound tape through the mails, but that was before my time. Incidentally, is there any possibility that this is a letter sent by one group of persons to another group? A hive or a therapy group or a social club? That would be bad enough, of course, but... No, just one single person sending to another." Potshelter's expression set in grimly solicitous lines. "I can see you don't quite understand, Crumbine. This is not a sound tape, but a letter written in letters. You know, letters, characters, like books." "Don't mention books in this office." Crumbine drew himself up angrily and then slumped back. "Excuse me, Potshelter, but I find this very difficult to face squarely. Do I understand you to say that one person has tried to use the mails to send a printed sheet of some sort to another? Worse than that, a written letter." "Written? I don't recognize the word." "It's a way of making characters, of forming visual equivalents of sound without using electricity. The writer, as he's called, employs a black liquid and a pointed stick called a pen. I know about this because one hobby of mine is ancient means of communication." Crumbine frowned and shook his head. "Communication is a dangerous business, Potshelter, especially at the personal level. With you and me, it's all right, because we know what we're doing." He picked up a 3rd blue tranquilizer. But with most of the hive folk, person-to-person communication is only a morbid form of advertising, a dangerous travesty of normal newscasting, catharsis without the analyst, recitation without the teacher, a perversion of promotion employed in betraying and subverting. The frown deepened as he put the blue pill in his mouth and chewed it. But about this pen, do you mean the fellow glues the pointed stick to his tongue and then speaks, and the black liquid traces the vibrations on the paper? A primitive non-electrical oscilloscope? Sloppy, but conceivable, and producing a record of sorts of the spoken word. No, no, Crumbine. Potshelter nervously popped a square orange tablet into his mouth. It's a handwritten letter. Crumbine watched him. I never mix tranquilizers, he boasted absently. Handwritten, eh? You mean that the message was imprinted on a hand, and the skin or the entire hand afterward detached and sent through the mails in the fashion of a Martian reproach? A grisly find indeed, Potshelter. You still don't quite grasp it, Crumbine. The fingers of the hand move the stick that applies the ink, producing a crude imitation of the printed word. Diabolical! Crumbine smashed his fist down on the desk, so that the 4 phones and 20 microphones rattled. I tell you, Potshelter, the SBI is ready to cope with the subtlest modern deceptions, but when fiends search out and revive tricks from the pre-atomic cave era, it's almost too much. But, great Scott, I dally while the planets are in danger. What's the sender's code on this hellish letter? No code, Potshelter said darkly, proffering the envelope. The return address is handwritten. Crumbine blanched as his eyes slowly traced the uneven lines in the upper left-hand corner. From Richard Rowe, 215 West 10th Street, horizontal, 2837 Rocket Court, vertical, Hive 37, New York, 319, New York, Columbia, Terra. Ugh, Crumbine said, shivering. Those crawling characters, those letters, as you call them, those things, barely enough like print to be readable, they seem to be on the verge of awakening all sorts of horrid racial memories. I find myself thinking of fur-clad witch doctors dipping long pointed sticks in bubbling black cauldrons. No wonder Pink Wastebasket couldn't take it, brave girl. Firming himself behind his desk, he pushed a number of buttons and spoke long numbers and meaningful alphabetical syllables into several microphones. Banks of colored lights around the desk began to blink like a theater marquee, sending Morse code, while phosphorescent arrows crawled purposely across maps and space charts and through 3-dimensional street diagrams. There, he said at last. The sender of the letter is being apprehended and will be brought directly here. We'll see what sort of man this Richard Rowe is, if we can assume he's human. 7 precautionary cordons are being drawn around his population station, 3 composed of machines, 2 of SBI agents, and 2 consisting of human and mechanical medical combat teams. Same goes for the intended recipient of the letter. Meanwhile, destroyer squadron of the Solar Fleet has been detached to orbit over New York. In case it becomes necessary to Z-bomb? Potshelter asked grimly. Crumbine nodded. With all those villains lurking just outside the solar system in their invisible black ships, with planeticide in their hearts, we can't be too careful. One word transmitted from one spy to another, and anything may happen. And we must bomb before they do, so as to contain our losses. Better one city destroyed than a traitor on the loose who may destroy many cities. 100 years ago, 3 person-to-person postcards went through the mails. Just 3 postcards, Potshelter, and went Schenectady, Hoboken, Cicero, and Walla Walla. Here, as long as you're mixing them, try one of these oval blues. I find them best for steady swallowing. Bells jangled. Crumbine grabbed up 2 phones, holding one to each ear. Potshelter automatically picked up a third. The ringing continued. Crumbine started to wedge one of his phones under his chin, nodded sharply at Potshelter, and then toward a cluster of microphones at the end of the table. Potshelter picked up a 4th phone from behind them. The ringing stopped. The 2 men listened, looking doped, Crumbine with an eye fixed on the sweep-second hand of the large wall clock. When it had made 1 revolution, He cradled his phones. Potshelter followed suit. "I do like the simplicity of the new on-the-hour Puffy Loaf phono commercial," the latter remarked thoughtfully. "The bread that's lighter than air. Nice." Crumbine nodded. "I hear they've had to add mass to the lead foil wrapping to keep the loaves from floating off the shelves." "Fact." He cleared his throat. "Too bad we can't listen to more phono commercials, but even when there isn't a crisis on the agenda, I find I have to budget my listening time. 1 minute per hour strikes a reasonable balance between duty and self-indulgence." The nearest wall began to sing. "Mr. J. Augustus Crumbine, we all think you're fine, 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 fine. Now out of the sky-eye blue come some telegrams for you." The wall opened to a small heart shape toward the center, and a sheaf of pale yellow envelopes arced out and plopped on the middle of the desk. Crumbine started to leaf through them, scanning the little transparent windows. Electronic soap, better homes and landing platforms, psycho blinkers, your girl next door, poppy whoppies, poppy whoopsies. He started to open an envelope, then, after a quick look around and an apologetic smile at Potshelter, dumped them all on the disposal hopper, which gargled briefly. "After all, there is a crisis this morning," he said in a defensive voice. Potshelter nodded absently. "I can remember back before personalized delivery and rhyming robots," he observed. "But how I'd miss them now. So much more distingué than the hives with their non-personalized radio, TV, and stereo advertising. For that matter, I believe there are some backward areas on Terra where the great advertising potential of telephones and telegrams hasn't been fully realized, and they're still used in part for personal communication. Now me, I've never in my life sent or received a message except on my walkie-talkie." He patted his breast pocket. Crumbine nodded, but he was a trifle shocked and inclined to revise his estimate of Potshelter's social status. Crumbine conducted his own social correspondence solely by telepathy. He shared with 3 other SBI officials a private telepath, a charming albino girl named Agnes. "Yes, and it's a very handsome walkie-talkie," he assured Potshelter a little falsely. "Suits you. I like the upswept antenna." He drummed on the desk and swallowed another blue tranquilizer. "Damn it, what's happened to those machines? They ought to have the 2 spies here by now. Did you notice that the second, the intended recipient of the letter, seems to be female? Another good Terra name, too, Jane Doe. Hive in Upper Manhattan." He began to tap the envelope sharply against the desk. "Damn it, where are they?" "Excuse me," Potshelter said hesitantly, "but I'm wondering why you haven't read the message inside the envelope." Crumbine looked at him blankly. "Great Scott, I assumed that at least it was in some secret code, of course. Normally I'd have asked you to have Pink Wastebasket try her skill on it, but—" His eyes widened and his voice sank. "You don't mean to tell me that it's—" Potshelter nodded grimly. "Handwritten, too. Yes." Crumbine winced. "I keep trying to forget that aspect of the case." He dug out the message with shaking fingers, fumbled it open, and read. "Dear Jane, it must surprise you that I know your name, for our hives are widely separated. Do you recall day before yesterday when your guided tour of Grand Central Spaceport got stalled because the guide blew a fuse? I was the young man with hair in the tour behind yours. You were a little frightened, and a group mistress was reassuring you. The machine spoke your name. Since then, I have been unable to forget you. When I go to sleep, I dream of your face looking up sadly at the mistress's kindly photocells. I don't know how to get in touch with you, but my grandfather has told me stories his grandfather told him about young men writing what he calls love letters to young ladies. So I am writing you a love letter. I work in a first-class advertising house, and I will slip this love letter into an outgoing 10,000 pack and hope. Do not be frightened of me, Jane. I am no caveman except for my hair. I am not insane. I am emotionally disturbed, but in a way that no machine has ever described to me. I want only your happiness. Sincerely, Richard Rowe." Crumbine slumped back in his chair, which braced itself manfully against him, and looked long and thoughtfully at Potshelter. "Well, if that's a code, it's certainly a fiendishly subtle one. You think he was talking to his girl next door? Potshelter nodded wonderingly. I only read as far as where they were planning to blow up Grand Central Spaceport and all the guides in it. Judas Priest, I think I have it. Crumbine, shut up. It's a pilot advertisement. Boy next door, or that kind of thing, printed to look like handwritten, which would make all the difference. And the pilot copy got mailed by accident, which would mean there is no real Richard Rowe. At that instant, the door dilated, and 2 blue detective engines hustled a struggling young man into the office. He was slim, rather handsome, had a bushy head of hair that had somehow survived evolution and radioactive fallout, and across the chest and back of his paper singlet was neatly stamped, Richard Rowe. When he saw the 2 men, he stopped struggling and straightened up. "Excuse me, gentlemen," he said, "but these police machines must have made a mistake. I've committed no crime." Then his gaze fell on the hand-addressed envelope on Crumbine's desk, and he turned pale. Crumbine lashed harshly. "No crime. No, not at all. Merely using the mails to communicate." "Ha!" The young man shrank back. "I'm sorry, sir." "Sorry," he says. "Do you realize that your insane prank has resulted in the destruction of perhaps 500 million pieces of first-class advertising, in the strangulation of a postal station and the paralysis of Lower Manhattan, in the mobilization of SBI reserves, the demothballing of 2 divisions of GI machines, and the redeployment of the solar battle fleet? Good Lord, boy, why did you do it?" Richard Rowe continued to shrink, but he squared his shoulders. "I'm sorry, sir, but I just had to. I just had to get in touch with Jane Doe." "A girl from another hive? A girl you'd merely gazed at because a guide happened to blow a fuse?" Crumbine stood up, shaking an angry finger. "Great Scott, boy, where was your girl next door?" Richard Rowe stared bravely at the finger, which made him look a trifle cross-eyed. "She died, sir, both of them." "But there should be at least 6. "I know, sir, but of the other 4, 2 have been shipped to the Adirondacks on vacation, and 2 recently got married and haven't been replaced." Potshelter, a faraway look in his eyes, said softly, "I think I'm beginning to understand." But Crumbine thundered on at Richard Rowe with, "Good Lord, I can see you've had your troubles, boy. It isn't often we have these shortages of girls next door, so that temporarily a boy can't marry the girl next door, as he always should. But Judas Priest, why didn't you take your troubles to your psychiatrist, your group master, your socializer, your queen mother?" "My psychiatrist is being overhauled, sir, and his replacement short-circuits every time he hears the word trouble. My group master and socializer are on vacation duty in the Adirondacks. My queen mother is busy replacing girls next door." "Yes, it all fits," Potshelter proclaimed excitedly. "Don't you see, Crumbine? Except for a set of mischances that would only occur once in a billion times, the letter would never have been conceived or sent." "You may have something there," Crumbine concurred. "But in any case, boy, why did you, written this letter to this particular girl? What is there about Jane Doe that made you do it?" "Well, you see, sir, she's—" Just then the door redilated, and a blue matron machine conducted a young woman into the office. She was slim, and she had a head of hair that would have graced a museum beauty, while across the back and, well, chest is an inadequate word, of her paper chemise, Jane Doe was silk-screened in the palest pink. Crumbine did not repeat his last question. He had to admit to himself that it had been answered fully. Potshelter whistled respectfully. The blue detective engines gave hard-boiled grunts. Even the blue matron machine seemed awed by the girl's beauty. But she had eyes only for Richard Rowe. "My Grand Central man," she breathed in amazement. "The man I've dreamed of ever since. My man with hair." She noticed the way he was looking at her, and she breathed harder. "Oh, darling, what have you done?" "I tried to send you a letter." "A letter? For me? Oh, darling!" Crumbine cleared his throat. "Potshelter, I'm going to wind this up fast. Miss Doe, could you transfer to this young man's hive?" "Oh, yes, sir. Mine has an overplus of girls next door." "Good. Mr. Rowe, there's a sky pilot 2 levels up. Look for the usual white collar just below the photocells. Marry this girl and take her home to your hive. If your queen mother objects, refer her to, Potshelter here." He cut short the young people's thanks. "Just one thing," he said, wagging a finger at Roe. "Don't written any more letters." "Why ever would I?" Richard answered. "Already my action is beginning to seem like a mad dream." "Not to me, dear," Jane corrected him. "Oh, sir, could I have the letter he sent me? Not to do anything with, not to show anyone, just to keep." "Well, I don't know," Crumbine began. "Oh, please, sir." "Well, I don't know why not, I was going to say. Here you are, miss. Just see that this husband of yours never writtens another." He turned back as the contracting door shut the young couple from view. "You were right, Potshelter," he said briskly. "It was one of those combinations of mischances that come up only once in a billion times. But we're going to have to issue recommendations for new procedures and safeguards that will reduce the possibilities to 1 in a trillion. It will undoubtedly up the Terran income tax a healthy percentage, but we can't have something like this happening again. Every boy must marry the girl next door, and the first-class males must not be interfered with. The advertising must go through." "I'd almost like to see it happen again," Potshelter murmured dreamily, "if there were another Jane Doe in it." Outside, Richard and Jane had halted to allow a small cortege of machines to pass. First came a squad of police machines with Black Sorter in their midst, unmuzzled and docile enough, though still gnashing his teeth softly. Then, stretched out horizontally and borne on the shoulders of Grey Psychiatrist, Black Coroner, White Nursemaid 7, and Greasy Joe, there passed the slim form of Pink Wastebasket, Snow White in death. The machines were keening softly, mournfully. Round about the black pillars, little Mecco-mops were scurrying like mice, cleaning up the last of the first-class male bits of confetti. Richard winced at this evidence of his aberration, but Jane squeezed his hand comfortingly, which produced in him a truly amazing sensation that changed his whole appearance. "I know how you feel, darling," she told him. "But don't worry about it. Just think, dear, I'll always be able to tell your friend's wife something no other woman in the world can boast of, that my husband once wrote me a letter." Endfray of the Ofay. Copyright 1969 by Galaxy Publishing Corporation. Alerted by their watchmen, who were mostly Seminoles, the red-necked Ofays of the Okefenokee Reservation came hurtling out of their soggy holes and nests with such violence that the alligators and water moccasins went hurtling back into theirs. Reptiles can take only so much excitement. With hoarse cackles of happiness, the emaciated whites and their red Indian fellow reservationists floundered about, snatching at the little transparent packets of hominy grits, chitlins, and moonshine originally intended for the poor black trash of Appalachia, but now miraculously diverted and falling like manna from the sweaty southern sky. Along with the hillbilly ambrosia and nectar, a faint cry haunting as the flight of the flamingo lingered in those same dismal hot heavens. Compliments of the Endfray of the Ofay. The red-necked Ofays paused in their snatching to lift a ragged cheer. This was not the first exploit of the mysterious marauder, who had thus far left no clue to his identity except a cry from the sky. Most folks now attributed to him the signs "Whitey lives," which a month ago had begun to appear scrawled big in shiversomely daring spots, such as the front wall of the Black House in Memphis. Then, a week ago, a boisterous party of Luxor blacks on a sweep and annoy excursion through the Bayou's reservation had their persons and swamp buggies deluged with Yazoo mud, courtesy of the Endfray of the Ofay. Many intellectual and fashionable blacks had secretly approved this literally dirty trick, since the chivying and terrorizing of helpless Ofays was beginning to be considered uncouth behavior. Then only yesterday a 17-year-old white concubine of the Caliph of Harlem had been kidnapped by the Endfray and levitated back to her tribe in the Great Baron's reservation. Reactionary and moralistic blacks, long detesting the Caliph for his contempt of the strict rules against miscegenation, had openly praised the act. In fact, only the rescued and wind-blown white girl had been completely unhappy about the whole business. But no blacks could be expected to approve the food drop, which not only upset the national economy, but also violated the even stricter laws against interfering by helping the weak with the divine principle of survival of the fittest. The black wardens of the Okefenokee melted with their furious and frightened messages, the wires to Memphis, Cairo, Thebes, Luxor, once Vicksburg and Natchez, and the other great government cities of the American Nile. Within 10 seconds, 2 squadrons of Black Angels based on Karnak had scrambled, and another was screaming down through the stratosphere. At her palatial HQ in Memphis, Her Serene Darkness noted the disturbance and ordered that samples of the food packets be recovered and rushed to her. She did not, nevertheless, shift one black iota of her essential concentration off the great war that was being fought between North America and Africa to make the world safe for black supremacy, by determining which blacks really were supreme. 10 seconds more and all 3 squadrons of Black Angels were reversing course west as quickly as their already great velocity would permit, and then shifting into overdrive. Word had come that there had been another drop of mysteriously diverted viands, this time on the Death Valley reservation of the bearded and beaded Ofays. Once again, there had come that weird cry from the sky. Compliments of the Endfray of the Ofay. Along with the packets of fruit and saffron-tinted pre-cooked rice and vegetables, there were falling foam-packaged Tibetan prayer wheels, smuggled no man might say how, through the Nirvana screen. The starving descendants of ancient hippies, beats cultists, and movie moguls had come boiling up out of the furnace-hot mouths of their caves and holes. Even outside the reservations, holes were a popular residence in those exciting times when black atom bombs were in the air and when all mankind was preoccupied to a degree at least equal to his interest in space with Earth's molten, slow-churning mantle, rich in mohole mineable radioactives, and also a source of strange and mighty powers when properly tickled by CDEF, Coleman-Dufresne electrogravito-magnetic fields, or by magic spells. For in the New World, sorcery and science walked arm in arm, sometimes so closely that none might tell which was which, or who was holding the other up. And the density and darkness of Earth's interior suited the Black Age. Russia, which ever since Dostoevsky Day had shifted her fundamentally introspective and peasant interests from the sky to the East European plains and Siberian steppes, had used CDEF, and possibly some Tunga chants, to carry by slow convection and concentrate vast subcritical masses of fissionable radioactives underneath all the world's continents. Increased CDEF tickling would produce unimaginably destructive earthquakes, the so-called mantle bombs that were the USSR's doomsday answer to aggression. Africa and North America utilized the same methods to enrich the radioactives they took from their mohole mines. Australia had employed CDF and bone-pointing aboriginal magic to accelerate continental drift, so that the great down-under island, shoving Tasmania before it, was now separated from Antarctica by only a narrow strait. Australia enjoyed a Canadian climate and was hemmed by extremely rich fisheries. While the great Buddhist hegemony of Sino-India had used CDEF, possibly, and yoga and Zen, certainly, to create the Nirvana screen. In response to the echoing cry from the dry sky, the beaded and bearded Ofays touched fingertips to foreheads and briefly meditated their gratitude. In the fringes of her awareness, Her Serene Darkness noted this food drop also, and she gave the same order. Over the Pacific, a tiny westward speeding vehicle reversed course instantaneously, and so of course without circling, to return momentarily to a point over Death Valley and shout down, "The Endfray thanks you for your prayers." The Ofays below rejoiced, while by the psionic grapevine that tenuously links unfortunates, a little hope was kindled in the swarthy Ofays of the Chihuahua Reservation, the stunted Ofays of the Jersey Flats, the giant Ofays of the Panhandle Reservation, the long-haired Ofays of the Tules, and even in the wild or unfenced hunkies of the Rocky Mountains, the Black Hills, and the Badlands. The Endfray's linear loop wasted enough time to let the Black Angels zero in on him, her, it, or them with their radars and telescopes. With hardly a millisecond's delay, they aimed and activated their deadly lasers, rocket bombs, and constriction fields. The Endfray went zigzagging west again, just in time. His evasive tactics were masterly. He seemed able to anticipate each move of his pursuers. Mini-atomics burst into searing violet spheres about him. Red laser needles lanced past him. Space itself was squeezed and wrenched. But he bobbed along unharmed, like a ping-pong ball in a tornado. For an instant, one black angel telescoped him clearly. The fleeing vehicle was incredibly tiny, the size and shape of a chunky dwarf spacesuit, snow-white in hue, and across it went the red letters, Endfray of the Ofay. There were no jets or antennae. It flashed out of sight perhaps a microsecond before a laser pierced the space it had occupied. Yet despite, or perhaps because of the Endfray's ingenious doublings and dartings, the black angels were gaining on him. He veered south, but Australia sent up a line of warning star rockets. He veered north, but when he neared the moored, melancholy black balloons marking the Russian border, they moaned "Nyet, Nyet" at him, and he once more reversed course and sought the equator. The blue of the sky ahead became grainy and glittering like a holograph. It extended down to sea level, blotting out Borneo and the western shore of Celebes. Without hesitation, the Endfray plunged at precisely 120 degrees east longitude into the Nirvana screen. Chanting their fatalistic death chants, the pilots of the Black Angels sent their slim ebon ships after him. Without perceptible passage of time, pursued and pursuers emerged over the Indian Ocean at 60 degrees east longitude. The same thing would have happened in reverse if they had been traveling east, or at 45 degrees north latitude and the equator if they had been traveling along a north-south vector. It was the Orient's master mystery, greater than the rope trick. Truth to tell, no one outside knew for sure whether India and China still existed inside the Nirvana screen or not. Explanations ran the gamut from space warp to mass hypnosis and the Nigerian null spell. While what the super-scientific and/or super-psychic Buddhists of the fourth-dimensional path might do if they ever came out, chilled even Earth's blackest blood. Africa loomed. The continent that was the home of the biggest animals, the biggest magics, and the biggest bombs in the world. The Endfray climbed steeply. Already at greater altitude, the Black Angels rode the hypotenuse of a collision course. 90 miles from intercept, magna bombs mashed the stratosphere everywhere around the Endfray and coalesced into one massive incandescence. Veering off with hardly nanoseconds to spare, the Black Angel's wing commander bounced home his message off the most convenient orbital relay. Target destroyed by African anti-spacecraft fire. But before it was received at Memphis, there was dropping on the fierce fuzzy or blue-coated Ofays of the Chicago Craters Reservation a shower of packeted food. Wiener Schnitzel, corned beef and cabbage, Irish whiskey, beer, and foam-crated roller skates, the latter diverted from a shipment intended for the great gladiatorial ring at Cairo. While down the slants of rain from the dismal sky there resounded, "Compliments of the Endfray of the Ofay." No one knew why the Chicago Craters Ofays were called fuzzy, or simply referred to as the fuzz, since all of them were totally bald from residual radioactivity. It was one of recent history's many mysteries, about which thought was discouraged. But anyone could figure out that roller skates would be an excellent means of transportation on crater glass. And by now everyone, black or white, knew that the Endfray was an impudent and unbearable affront to absolute authority. Her serene darkness made a decision and took her mind completely off the war. She could safely do this because her uncles were good generals, and because her psionic intelligence organization was the world's best, with vast powers of telepathy, clairvoyance, clairaudience, telekinesis, and teleportation, from the orbiting ESPers, each shut-eyed in her capsule to the blacks in blackness. Whole psionic families, which had lived for generations in deep-buried, absolutely anechoic, aoptical, spy-proof environments, their only connections with the upper world being inbound nutrient pipes and oxypipes and quartz cable-bound waste pipes and report lines. Psionic intelligence's chief task was to spot and course chart bombs lobbed over from Africa and up from Argentina and Brazil, where Africa had an enormous beachhead, and then either turn them back by telekinesing their controls, or else guide atomic interceptors to them. Her darkness was certain that her ESPers were the world's finest, because she had been their working chief before taking over her largely conscious, non-psionic imperial duties. Now, like an arboreal black leopard, Slim, flashing-eyed, and dangerous, she gazed down the Watusi Hottentot gap between her and her pages. "Summon me my psychiawitches and sorcery SPs," she commanded. The patter of springing bare feet faded from the tessellated floor, which was a great diagrammatic map of Earth and the spaces around. Turning her beautiful small head on her slender long neck, her darkness gazed out between the narrow pillars of Vermont marble fretted with California gold at the rippling blue Mississippi, and she meditated. A page entered and knelt to her, lifting a golden tray on which gleamed glassy packets, samples from the Endfray's food drops. She silently indicated where to set it. A tall, glossy warrior in HQ harness folded his arms in the communications doorway and intoned, "Acapulco, Halifax, and Port of Spain have sustained medium to severe damage from nuclear near misses. Our rockets intercepted, but not in good time. Orbital warnings on the 3 African attacks were late and inadequate." "What from the blacks and blackness?" Her Serenity inquired. "No warning whatever from that quarter." She nodded dismissal and returned to her meditations. Yet it seemed hardly picoseconds before the Presence pavilion was once more full and silent, except for the faint susurrus of the most respectful breathing and the pounding of frightened hearts. Slowly, one by one, her darkness gave her assembled psychiawitches and sorcery SPs the leopard look which her populace expected of her and loved, especially when they did not have to face it. Those gathered in the pavilion were almost as tall as she and even more gorgeously clad, but they crouched away from her and ducked their heads like terrified children. Then she asked in a voice that set them shivering, "Why is our newest and insolentest enemy uncaught by you, nay, unreported even?" And without waiting for an answer commanded, "Read me the mind of the Endfray. Ice it and slice it, dice it and rice it, skewer him in space, nail him in time, sound him from his lowest note to the top of his compass. Tell me his source, his nature, and his fate." Instantly, a sorcery SP of the 7th rank babbled, "He is a dwarf white, trained and equipped in a secret laboratory in a branch of the Carlsbad Caverns underlying the White Sands Reservation of the bulge-brained Ofays. His aim, unquestionably, is the fomenting of an Ofay revolt, a honky insurrection. He is now hovering 17 miles above Aswan, St. Paul." Without intervening pause, the 2nd psychiawitch chittered, "He is an African agent of pygmy extraction, a marauder skilled in teleportation and telepathy. His means of aerial locomotion is a deceit. He uses slowed-down teleportation, not speeded-up field flight. Under cover of the Magnabomb blast, he landed unharmed in the territory of our hateful enemies, and is now making report to his terrible tenebrosity in his shelter palace beneath Mogadishu." "The Endfray is not one, but many," another took up. "He has radioactive atoms over the Somali coast. He also speeds east intact over Old Cleveland on the Dead Sea. Another of these duplicates." "By Bast and by Ptah, the Endfray is extraterrestrial," yet another cut in. "A 7-tentacled amphibian from the 4th planet of pulsing Altair. He is the forerunner of an invasion witch. By Serapis and Harpocrates, she is an Indian witch, sister to Kali, able to penetrate the nirvana screen and let others through. The Endfray is a group-minded nation of black Martian ants. Only such tiny creatures could survive the changes of momentum that... The Endfray is a phantasm, that's why no material weapon can... That'll be enough," interposed her serene darkness. "When I want improvisations, I'll summon me my artists." The faint, jeering notes of an electronic calliope on a distant pleasure barge seemed an overtone of her scornful contralto voice. "Facts I desire. Where is the Endfray? Take scent and search." And picking up the gold tray, she scattered its contents across the room in one sweep. The soaring, transparent food packets were snatched, sniffed, fingered, held to ear and forehead, passed hand to hand. There were faint growlings and eager whimperings as the assembly transformed into a pack. Her Serenity directed, "Each search that part of Earth or space on which she stands," referring to the diagrammatic floor map. "Let not one oozy sea cranny or fissure of damp clay cave be overlooked, and forget not the far side of the moon, except you, and you," she added, beckoning the 1st psychiawitch and also the sorcery SP of the 7th rank who had been first to answer. "The rest to work." "How many minutes have we for our task?" the 2nd psychiawitch ventured. The eyes of most of the others had already closed or gone blank, as the minds behind them clairvoyantly scanned. "I give you each 100 seconds. Then, turning to the 7th rank sorcery SP, "You spoke of an Ofay revolt. Where? When?" "One is planned, Your Darkness. It will begin in Los Alamos, and be timed to coincide with an all-out African assault ordered by his terrible tenebrosity." "Ridiculous!" the first Psychi Witch interjected in a whisper. "Not even his idiocy would be so stupid as to think the reservation Ofays might be roused to helpful revolution, or the wild hunkies organized for any purpose. Nor would even his vileness stoop to use such foul and tawdry means." In the communications doorway there appeared a warrior, impassive but wide-eyed. Her Serenity showed him her finger. He intoned, "The Blacks in Blackness report that Africa has launched from Casablanca a vehicle with a 200 million-pound first-stage thrust. Window clouds surround it. Its course bends west." 200 million? Aye, 10 times that of any known Afric or Americ launching vehicle. "It is the revolt sign," the 7th rank sorcery SP wailed. "From its size, it's more likely itself our death sign if our interceptors let it get over our land," the first Psychi Witch remarked coolly. "Silence," Her Darkness said, not unkindly. Then to the room, "The 100 seconds are up. Where is the Endfray?" In the 170-odd faces, eyes opened and or came alive with spirit, looking toward her Serenity with a professional confidence which, as the seconds passed and not one of them spoke, transformed again into fear. "Has any one of you not completed search?" Her Darkness inquired, "or failed to make it as thorough as I commanded?" Heads rotated from side to side. Lips formed no. "Then the Endfray is nowhere," the first Psychi Witch whispered in a voice that was not meant to carry, but did. One cried, "It is as I said, he is a phantasm, invisible to psionic search." "No, it is as I said," another took up. "He is from Altair, and returned there in the twinkling of a self-teleportive thought. We have not searched Altair, only space out to Pluto." "When the possible seems to fail, only weak brains grasp at the impossible," her Serenity interposed. "Stellar teleportation takes perceptible time and leaves perceptible clues, as you well know, while phantasms make no teleportive food drops and leave no psychic scent. No. To solve our problem, we must use an apothegm of Sherlock Holmes." Eyes grew puzzled, while the first Psychi Witch murmured, "Who is that?" "Sherlock Holmes was a crypto-black of vast deductive intelligence who lived in—" Her Darkness rapidly starred herself, moving fingertips to the 7 cardinal points. "The tabooed times." Everyone else copied Her Darkness and starred herself at once to ward off any ill hap which might come from mention of a forbidden area of the continuum. Her Serenity continued, "The Sherlockian apothegm I have in mind is this. When all other explanations are proven false, then the least likely explanation must be the true one. You have not searched all of habitable Earth and solar space." The Psychi Witch standing on Memphis said hesitantly, "But begging your Serenity's pardon, I have searched every closet of your secret quarters, including the apartments housing your harem, and your laboratories of magic, and the vault guarding your secret fortune." "It is well that you have," Her Darkness replied, smiling most dangerously. "But those are not the sole forbidden or ESP-proof volumes of Earth." "You are thinking of the mantle and core?" one asked. "I said habitable," Her Darkness snapped. "Can you not guess the other spot I have in mind?" A sorcery SP standing just south of Louisville cried out, "I sent the Endfray over Bowling Green. His vector southwest by west. He speeds. Already he overpasses Clarksville." The Psychi Witch standing between her and the one on Memphis took up with, "And now I catch his scent in turn. He comes on fast. He is over Paris, Milan, Bells, Brownsville, Covington." "And now," the one on Memphis began. The air screamed. The gold-chased pillars shook, and the purple silken awning snapped and flapped as something white flashed through the pavilion, tumbling by its blast everyone but her Serenity. The scream, which had abruptly dropped in pitch as the disturbance went by and then faded somewhat, now rose again in pitch and volume. "He returns to buzz us once more," the first Cyclopes gasped from the floor. Her dark serenity, hair unspiraled and straight on end, eyes like a mad tiger's, fists clenched, knees bent, slender feet a-stamp, incanted rapidly. "Null cull, null roll, null time, null space, null motion, and null grace. By hanged man, spades and lovers, by winged clogged all that hovers, paralysis no, and fear." The screaming knifed. The pillars began to shake. Something white, "And drop down here." Silence returned with a roar. Something white lay on the tessellated floor, a squat and rigid spacesuit like a white oil drum with stubby cylindrical arms and legs, but windowless and without sign of head. Her serenity drew and expelled 3 gasping but controlled breaths. Her hair recurled with faintest rustlings. Those around craned, leaned in, and peered, though without rising fully from the floor where they had been sent sprawling. Holding out her right hand prone, her serenity commanded, "Arise." Like the reversed motion picture of a rigid fall, the white spacesuit swung erect as if heels were hinged to the floor. "Emerge," her serenity continued. The suit did not open, but out of it, as if walking through a white wall, there stepped a handsome black boy who looked 9 years old. He wore a loincloth. Though his eyes were shut tight, his face was animated, and he smiled as he looked up. "My Empress," he began. Her slender hand, snaking forward to capture him, clamped tight on air. A chuckle came from the far end of the pavilion, where the black boy had rematerialized midway between awning and floor. Heads switched around to watch him where he stood on air. 2 sorcery SPs pointed at him, the one a wand, the other a yellow thigh-bone. 3 warriors appeared at the 4th door, bearing silvery cone-nosed hand weapons. Her darkness snapped her fingers. Still shut-eyed, the black boy chuckled again. The 3 warriors swayed like ticked bowling pins, arms tight to sides, legs tight together, bound by the constriction fields their weapons had projected, backfiring on them. And the pointed wand and thigh-bone hung limp as cooked spaghetti from the hands of the sorcerer ESPs. "Any more games?" the black boy inquired hopefully. If he'd been chubbier, he'd have seemed like a wingless Cupid. "Who are you?" our darkness demanded far more coolly than she felt. "The Endfray, of course, Empress," he replied, looking at her as directly as if his eyes had been open. "At your service, providing— I humbly beg your pardon. The service suits me." "Yet you have helped the Hunkies, aided the Ofays. Why?" Her darkness asked automatically. She was still half in shock. The Endfray's grin widened, and he quirked his face. Finally, "Just for fun," he said. "No, that's not true. Fact is, you see, I like stories of wars and battles and—" "As any young black should," her serenity interrupted approvingly. She was regaining her sense of command, and her mind was beginning to work again. At her feet the first Cyclops took fire from her and cried out, "Indeed, yes, brave battles, complete courage, stark strength, merciless might, violence and victory." The Endfray hung his head. His expression became an odd mixture of embarrassment and defiance. "But you see, Empress, I always like the losing side best. Being with the winners is no fun. But siding with the losers when all the odds are against them, and you got to admit, it's hard to imagine a losinger side than the Ofays." "Accommodation! Thomism! Honky love!" the second Cyclops cried, scandalized. "Don't you know the first sign of high intelligence is the faculty of violence?" the first Cyclops demanded. "Inside the Nirvana screen, they think it's the ability to sit still," the Endfray countered. "Strength is virtue. Weakness is sin," the leading sorcery SP chanted. "But you've got to remember we were the losingest once. We were the weak ones. The Endfray continued stubbornly, but his voice was drowned in cries of horror at his unprefaced and unstarred reference to the tabooed times. The warrior appearing at the communications doorway did not stand on ceremony, but roared over the din. "Our psionic trackers have lost touch with the African super missile south of the Azores. The blacks in blackness have broken off their reports." There was shocked silence, in which the Endfray's voice sounded out clearly. His grin was gone. "Yes," he said, "and now, big as a metal moon, it's approaching Bermuda. Our interceptors rise to destroy it. Counter-missiles shoot from it and become balls of white flame. Our interceptors puff into nothingness. It still comes on." The leading sorcerer ESP pointed a shaking arm at him. "He is an African agent," she screeched, "sent to disrupt our councils at this moment of crisis." "That's not true, Empress," the Endfray protested. "I've stuck with America because we are the losingest side of this war. We are the weak ones. Africa's going to win unless I—" Once again his voice was lost, this time in a din of outrage that broke off only when her dark serenity threw up her arms and cried, "Fools! Have you not yet guessed who the Endfray is? Have you not yet solved the Sherlockian riddle? The only spot you haven't psionically searched is Psi-proof Mammoth Cave, immemorial home of the Blacks in Blackness and just by Bowling Green. He is clearly one of them, and their best tracker, too, highest product of our breeding for psionicity. When he was out on his mad mission to the Ofays, 3 bombs got through. When he returned home and you could not find him, we got reports on the launching of the African supermissile. When he started here, those reports stopped. And did it not occur to you that he keeps his eyes shut because he has never before been in an environment of optical light? You are all idiots. Endfray, how goes it?" The big one zoomed in over Savannah and Macon. Its last countermissiles blasted those of our coastal and backup defenses. 10 seconds ago it was about to break up over Birmingham and shower all the cities of the Nile with 100 hydrogen heads. Was? Of course was, Empress. While all these here were squawking, I jiggered its controls and put it into a permanent 93-minute circular orbit around Terra. I'm going to keep it there, too. I'm sorry, Empress, but in spite of you being very bright and right about me, I don't trust you with that big a bomb. Or his terrible tenebrosity, of course. War's romantic, but destruction's too realistic. Her darkness turned on him. "You have your nerve." His embarrassment returned. "I told you I'm sorry, Empress." She paused and turned toward the communications doorway, where a warrior had appeared. "The supermissile still speeds west," he rapped out. 20 of our interceptors have risen from Colorado Springs and 30 from Frisco to destroy it. Imbeciles! Would you break it up to do destruction while it is still over our continent? Don't worry, Empress, the Endfray said. A second warrior appeared behind the first. Our 50 interceptors have escaped control and formed themselves into 2 goose wings slanting back from the super missile. Their radar blips are unmistakable. The Endfray grinned. And now, my Empress, I've got to be going. That flock needs looking after. A third warrior appeared behind the second. A bliplet, tiny but unmistakable, has added itself to the 50 blips and 1 super blip. We know, her dark serenity said a shade wearily, waving her hand in dismissal. Then to the first Psychiawitch, who was at last pushing herself up from the floor, what exactly, sister, means the word Endfray? Oh, your dread serenity, the other replied. Now that the taboos are lifting, it comes to me. I take it to be a word of swine Roman, or pig Latin if you prefer, a secret language of the evil days when Satan Disariman ruled. It was formed from English by putting the last part of the word first and then adding a long A. Even as Ofay means foe, Endfray means friend. Friend of the foe, her darkness intoned tiredly. I might have deduced all this from his name alone. Her eyebrows lifted. Or ender of the fray, Freyender. However you name him, he appears to have a lost cause fixation and a comics book mentality, the first Psychiawitch intellectualized. Stop, her serenity protested, raising a listless palm. We've heard enough about hunkies for today. Dismiss all. Russia noted the superbomb orbiting with its entourage and set off a warning earthquake that quivered all Antarctica. Australia, in turn, dropped in the Bering Sea a warning bomb that upset a sealer and sent small tsunami foaming over the beaches of Kamchatka. But that night, the Ofays in their reservations went to sleep for the first time in a century with hope and even a little confidence in their hearts. Someone cared. Next day, North America and Africa agreed to a bombing halt. It was madness to continue a war which only built up the Endfray's orbiting armory. They diverted all their research, scientific, psionic, and sorcerous, to a hunt for a means of knocking the Endfray out of the high sky. But secretly, her dark serenity decided that he would make her ideal successor. She pondered plans to win him over. So did his terrible tenebrosity. The Endfray turned his major attention to the plight of the untouchables behind the Nirvana screen. There was a cause even more lost than that of the Ofays. And he still had, for a lost cause ace in the hole, the Boers and other white trash of all the Blankistans and concentration camps of Rhodesia and South Africa. Cyclops. Copyright 1965 by Galaxy Publishing Corporation. As the flea fell out of Moon's shadow into sunlight, its frame and skin began to squeak and ping from the sudden heat, like an old aluminum house at dawn. To the 3 crewmen of the flea it was a welcome relief to the silence of freefall, although only 5 minutes had passed since Brennschluss. This was starting out to be an eerie jump. The stars through the big curved space screen looked like spiders' eyes in a vast black nest. Of course, Pine or Allison or Ness might have spoken or hummed or even jingled in a close-cupped hand some coins or lunar curio nuggets. But there are times in space when such deliberate sounds only intensify the silence, like whispering in a haunted house. Everywhere you see double stars like eyes, and you almost think that the spiders are at last going to spring. The sun's fierce ion-lashing rays striking Flea from behind didn't make the tiniest highlight, only some faintly milky patches where the screen was dust-peppered. It may have been only these false nebulas which determined the remarks Ness ventured, now that the ship herself had cleared her throat with her pungings and creakings, like some crusty 4-star captain indicating speech was permitted. Ness himself wasn't clear as to what had touched off his thoughts. "I wonder if there was life before life," he said. "I mean, in the soup of a stellar planetary system forming from the original whirlpool. There'd be all the needful elements in the dust, I think, and then suppose the heat of an older star, a close double, or of a premature atomic flickering in the central mass, struck out and bred those elements. That could have happened here, you know. Pluto may be the cinder of a white dwarf." Allison shook his head, though his gaze shifted toward the great nebula beside Orion's sword. "You'd never get the right echospheric conditions," he answered dryly, "or adequate concentrations of matter." "But suppose you did," Pine granted in his large, easy voice. "What then, Ness? What are you driving at?" "Well, it would be a different life from ours," Ness replied haltingly, wondering himself what he was driving at and why. "Born more than halfway between Earth and space, you might say, in a tenuous space marsh. Not planet-bound. A primal life. The old life, if we're the new. A different life with different powers." "The old, is there life in the vacuum of space, Buzz?" Pine chuckled loudly but unmockingly. "They haven't found any in the crevices of the moon, even now when we're digging 'em deep. Any, that is, we mightn't have brought ourselves." "Ostwald thought that life came to Earth from outside, didn't he?" Ness asked. "Some of the old boys made smart guesses." "He was thinking of bacterial spores driven by light pressure," Allison explained. "Nobody believes that anymore." He paused. "Of course there is viral life in the stratosphere of Venus." "I was thinking of something bigger," Ness said. "A space squid with a tungsten gut and a sweet tooth for monatomic hydrogen? A living spaceship from a phylum Linnaeus knew only in nightmares?" Pine laughed. "You were a kid in the Yukon, Ness. Some winter mornings you wouldn't see smoke coming from the cabin on the next ridge but one, and you'd wonder if your neighbors and their little girl had been eaten by wolves. Now the outward bound misses her wireless contact with Moon Central, and we're routine to check up and get the same feeling. You're a sensitive guy, Ness, and come to think of it, I'm thinking of something in your records." "Irregular ESP," Ness said distastefully. "The psychers saw some coincidences where I didn't. It's a great gag." His lips shut firmly. "Oh, sure," Pine agreed carelessly. He looked at Ness a moment longer, then frowned at the stars. The ship was utterly quiet again, its temperature change complete. A few motes of dust danced in the sunlit nose around the 3 unoccupied seats. The 2 small goldfish revolved in their bubbly greenish glow bracketed to the ship's back where the men tried to relax, floating uneasily. The atmosphere of a long-deserted church had returned. The stars in their 2s and 4s in Taurus dead ahead still looked like spiders' eyes. Ness thought, Pine's right, of course. He knows my background. The imagination of the lonely. Idiot psychers to make me doubt even my thoughts are mine. Idiot pseudo-sensitivity. I shouldn't find anything eerie in this jump from a dead world to an unborn ship circling it. The Outward Bound, our first starship, is being built in orbit around the moon simply because, now that the lunar mines and smelters and rolling mills are working, it's a lot cheaper to lift material from Luna than from Earth. Not to create shiver effects. This is the 5th time Outward Bound missed her wireless contact. 3 times it turned out to be nothing but a tongue of the solar storm licking out between the starship and Luna, and once their oversight. Big laugh. Every time we checked, the construction team was as snug in their living globe as bugs in a blanket. We've been afraid of a secret strike by the Russians or the Congo, but that's moonshine. The false nebulas and dust motes vanished. The flea had fallen out of the sunlight into Earth's shadow. She began to clear her throat in reverse. Once again, the simple stimulus pulled aside a curtain in Ness's mind. I like your vacuum octopuses, Pine, he mused. I even think living beings born in young stardust could travel across interstellar space. Existing in weak gravity or none at all, they'd live longer, like sea creatures. They'd have tissues to resist airlessness and cold. Deep-sea creatures are built to oppose positive pressure. They'd be built to oppose negative. Their mouths and other orifices would be double, like airlocks. And once launched on their courses in the light-webbed interstellar dark, they'd hibernate or go into complete deep freeze. 1,000 years, 1,000,000, what would it matter? Time would stop for them until they were warmed by their target star. Allison stared at him. You're seriously suggesting an animal with the velocity of a rocket? Ness thought, somebody is. He said, they'd be a sort of squid, Pine's idea. Maybe like a ramjet, they'd gather and eject the dust they drive through. Maybe communities of them would help one member gather speed, like step rockets. Like bloody acrobats, Pine muttered. Squid pyramids. Living, speeding cones breaking away at the bottom, Ness agreed. But they wouldn't need tremendous velocities. They'd have time. They'd go in Holman-type minimum energy orbits from star to star. They'd take off in the general direction their own stellar system was moving, and slowly catch up with another star moving in the same general direction. For instance, any being, or any slow starship or traveling planet for that matter, would always be coming toward our sun from Lepus or thereabouts. That piddling constellation under Orion's feet? Why from there? Pine demanded. Because that's at the opposite end of the star fields from Hercules, the constellation toward which Sol moves at about 12 miles a second. Anything slow catching up with Sol would come from Lepus. If it were going 30 miles a second, stars average about 20, and if it caught up with Earth when Earth was starting to swing ahead of the Sun, then Earth's 18 miles a second and Sol's 12 would add up to the newcomer's 30. It could go into orbit around Earth or Moon with no braking at all. But traveling at 30 miles per second, interstellar trips would take what they call forever, Pine objected. Ness shook his head. Only 25,000 years to Alpha Centaurus, and 1,100,000 to the Pleiades. Time spans like that are trifles to the creatures I have in mind. Double or triple those estimates for overtaking time, Pine insisted. Allison snorted. Some creatures. Well, since anything goes in this bull session, I suppose they'd know what course to take between the stars by magic. No magic, Ness answered softly. Creatures with such lifespans, adding memory to memory, would see the stars moving, like that goldfish watching the slow swing of crumbs in his globe. Their eye would be like a great wide-angle astronomical telescope. They'd center it on their target star, allowing for its drift, and sleep their way to it, frozen like death. With no course corrections for 1,000,000 years? Pine's voice was simply curious. Ness frowned, his eyes narrowing sleepily. Maybe a little of their eye would stay alive, warmed by the focused sunlight, the retina, and a few tracks in the nervous system. 3 of their squid-like jets. What would motivate such creatures? Allison asked. Curiosity, adventure, desire for warmth if their proto flickered out, Ness replied, then added softly. Hunger. The pilot's board buzzed. Outward bound's only a half-hour away, Pine said. We'll suit up now, and you two will arm the ship. Space-to-space rockets, jet grenades directed outward and set to fire from the board. The works. Allison said, You don't believe... and stopped. I believe in danger, Pine said, and maybe just a little in Ness's psychers. I don't, Ness protested. Then you shouldn't have told us your dreams, Pine said. His mouth laughed, but his eyes didn't, as, reaching for his suit, he glanced out at the arachnid-eyed stars. One short deceleration burst, a longer one, a tiny correction nudge, and the flea hung beside the outward bound. The 3 men sat side by side, now strapped in the nose. Pine in the pilot seat, Allison to his left with a firing board for the new mounted artillery, Ness to Pine's right with a hot mic to Moon Central. In decelerating, the flea had come around so that they faced the moon again. It hung in the right end of the screen, its cratered bulk near full phase. In the other end was the dark globe with the construction team's quarters, rotating very slowly, its portholes ominously black. Between these spheres, one inky, one more than half alight, there stretched against the starfields the vast long empty skeleton of the starship, 3/4 sheathed. But no space-suited figures crawled on it anywhere, nor any of the 8-armed manipulation vehicles called spiders. Several skin sections drifted loose, reflecting moonlight. The effect was dismal, as of a building project abandoned for millennia, not one that had been busy with workers, and that had talked to Moon Central only a quarter-day ago. Then into the right end of the space screen there came gently bobbing, pressed to the transparency of the screen, a human skull. All 3 men saw it at once, and for the moment could only stare at the ivory-hued, jawless, irregular sphere with its great black orbits and triangular nasal opening. The sharpest horror of the thing lay in its movements. Either the flea had stopped so very close to it that it had been attracted at once by the moonship's minuscule gravity, or else it had been traveling very slowly toward the moonship. But in either case, it must also have been rotating slowly to account for the way it now rocked back and forth against the space screen, the cheekbones stopping and reversing each roll, as if it were slowly shaking its head or else peering into the cabin first with one eye, then the other, through each of which, from time to time, a star glittered. This made them notice the great holes blasted or eaten from the skull's top and back. A few inches behind it drifted a human femur. Ness thought, It's nuzzling the screen. No, it's librating like the moon. Why should a skull look so much more essentially human and feelingful than a face? Our common denominator? Rock mated to life. Intelligence shaped in stone. The earliest of all sculptures. Craggy mountains. And the moon. Allison thought, This is quite impossible, unless the construction team's doctor kept a skeleton. Dead flesh doesn't vanish in space, whether the man dies by accident, sickness, or a blaster. The place for bones is Earth, where there are beasts and birds to rip the flesh away, and maggots and beetles to tidy up, and microbes and water to leach out the last taint of color. Space is where everything lasts, safe from oxygen, acids, everything but the tiny hammers of radiation and the lone wandering ions and dust grains. Yet this skull isn't even faintly pink. It's been sucked dry. Pine thought, It's a danger sign, and forgot it. He scanned swiftly, searchingly. There could be any number of hiders inside the partially sheathed starship, but he saw none. He saw bones, then another skull, tiny as a tooth in the distance. It was beginning to look as if there weren't a survivor. Then something changed in the edge of his vision, and he swung to the left. The dark construction sphere, in rotating, had become deformed. The side swinging into view was crushed inward as if by some unimaginably great judo chop. An opening yards long, feet high, had been torn in the globe's equator. Only darkness inside. No. Now moonlight began to show something long and straight and pale, and divided into sections, like a white tape measure stretched out straight, only longer and much wider. The pale band widened and narrowed rhythmically. And now, just above the band's center, behind it in the darkness of the smashed globe, a pale, dark-centered circle big as a man's chest appeared. It brightened in the moonlight, brightened, and then, when that eye, for Pine was sure suddenly it was a single great eye, when that eye became its brightest, gazing directly at Flea, it began to move toward him, slowly at first, then very swiftly, and the white band came with it. As the whole launched out of the construction globe, he saw that it was a round, flat object about 8 yards in diameter, and a yard in thickness, with single eye and great white tooth wall in front, and with a dozen jets behind. Pine would never have noted its circularity except that his fingers had automatically fired Flea's jets to take the little ship upward out of the path of the crushing stroke. Now the creature's dull gray flesh was passing under the Flea, straight into its fiery jets, when 2 gray striated tentacles whipped upward from beside the great eye like steel cables snapped under tension. They struck the Flea ringingly, grooving its double skin where they clutched, whitening the space screen where one gripped. A strong vibration went through the ship, the suits, the men. Then the Flea was flipped over, so that all 3 of them were staring straight down at the creature. At that instant Allison called, "Mask!" and fired all the forward rockets. Their explosion a scant 10 yards away battered the Flea, explosion front almost as harsh as shock wave, and almost blinded the 3 men despite the polarization mask of their faceplates. Yet the explosions didn't snap or shake loose the tentacles, and when the men saw again, there was the creature with 4 holes gaping in it, each a yard across, and all still bathed by the fiery tongues of the Flea's jets. Then the creature drew itself up through the yellow flames and enfolded the Flea. Allison fired the dozen jet grenades unlaunched. Recoiling pressures raised inward blisters, which broke to let in brief fires. Then the Flea was swinging and spinning, its sides buckling. Allison fired what was left. Pine turned the jets to full power, and suddenly the convulsions were over. What still clung against the space screen was the forward rags of the creature, its tatters of skin thick as armor plate, its inner vessels like heavy piping, and among them still a few bones. There were the stumps of the gripping tentacles and the great white mouth below them, a mouth which they saw now was double, with 1 tooth plate in front and 1 behind. The forward set were still shutting and opening feebly, grating against the space screen. It made Ness think of the rocking of the skull. And there was the eye. Its cornea and lens had been blasted away, bearing the black retina. On this were permanent white markings in a pattern all of them slowly recognized. The constellation Hercules, and around it Draco and Corona Borealis, and a part of Ophiuchus and Lyra with Great Vega. In the center was a white round bigger than all the rest, a star that didn't fit, unless it were Sol as seen from the orbit of Saturn. That, Pine decided, was where the creature had awakened. The white markings would be a sort of scar tissue. The markings of light focused there for eons. Most of the light scars were not dots but lines recording the movements of the stars over about the last 250,000 years. He said grudgingly, "That's your alien, all right, Ness." Ness nodded. "One of them," he said softly. Mysterious Doings in the Metropolitan Museum. Copyright 1974 by Terry Carr. The top half of the blade of grass growing in a railed plot beside the Metropolitan Museum of Art in Manhattan said, "Beetles. You'd think they were the kings of the world the way they carry on." The bottom half of the blade of grass replied, "Maybe they are. The distinguished writer of supernatural horror stories, H.P. Lovecraft, said in The Shadow Out of Time, there would be a hardy coleopterous species immediately following mankind, to quote his exact words. Other experts say all insects or spiders or rats will inherit the earth, but old H.P.L. said hardy coleopts." "Pedant," the top half mocked. "Coleopterous species. Why not just say beetles or just bugs? It means the same thing." "You favor long words as much as I do," the bottom half replied imperturbably, "but you also like to start arguments and employ a salty, clipped manner of speech, which is really not your own, more like that of a death watch beetle." "I call a spade, the top half retorted, and speaking of what spades delve into, a curt keening, signifying the loamy integument of Mother Earth. I hope we're not mashed into it by gunboats the next second or so, or by beetle crushers, to coin a felicitous expression." Bottom explained condescendingly. "The President and General Secretary of the Coleopt Convention have a trusty corps of early warning beetles stationed about to detect the approach of gunboats. The Coleopter's Dewline." Top snorted. "Trusty. I bet they're all goofing off and having lunch at Shraft's." "I have a feeling it's going to be a great con," Bottom said. "I have a feeling it's going to be a lousy, fouled-up con," Top said. "Everybody will get conned. The Lousy Con. How's that for a name?" "Lousy. Lice have their own cons. They belong to the orders Socoptera, Anaplura, and Molophaga, not to the godlike shining order Coleoptera." Scoliast. Paranoid. The top and bottom halves of the blade of grass broke off their polemics, panting. The beetles of all Terra, but especially the United States, were indeed having their every 2 years World Convention, their biannual bug thing, in the large, railed-off grass plot in Central Park, close by the Metropolitan Museum of Art, improbable as that may seem, and just as the grass blade with a split personality had said. Now you may think it quite impossible for a vast bunch of beetles, ranging in size from nearly microscopic ones to unicorn beetles 2 1/2 inches long, to hold a grand convention in a dense urban area without men becoming aware of it. If so, you have seriously underestimated the strength and sagacity of the Coleopterous tribe, and overestimated the sensitivity and eye for detail of Homo sapiens, SAP for short. These beetles had taken security measures to awe the CIA and NKVD, had those fumbling human organizations been aware of them. There was indeed a beetle dew line to warn against the approach of gunboats, which are, of course, the elephantine, leather-armored feet of those beetle-ignoring, city-befuddled giants, men. In case such veritable battleships loomed nigh, all accredited beetles had their directives to dive down to the grassroots and harbor there until the all-clear sounded on their ESP sets. And should such a beetle crusher chance to alight on a beetle or beetles, well, in case you didn't know it, beetles are Dymaxium-built ovoids such as even Buckminster Fuller and Frank Lloyd Wright never dreamed of, crush-resistant to a fabulous degree, and able to endure such saturation shoe bombings without getting the least crack in their resplendent carapaces. So cast aside doubts and fears. The beetles were having their World Convention exactly as and where I've told you. There were bright green ground beetles, metallic wood-boring beetles, yellow soldier beetles, gorgeous ladybird beetles, and handsome and pleasing fungus beetles just as brilliantly red, charcoal, gray blister beetles, cryptic flower beetles of the scarab family with yellow hieroglyphs imprinted on their shining green backs, immigrant and affluent Japanese beetles, snout beetles, huge darksome stag and horn beetles, dog-bane beetles like fire opals, and even that hyper-hieroglyphed rune-bearing yellow-on-blue beetle wonder of the family Chrysomelidae and subfamily Chrysomelani calligrapha serpentina. All of them milling about in happy camaraderie, passing drinks and bon mots, as beetles will. Scuttling, hopping, footing the light fantastic, and even in sheer exuberance lifting their armored carapaces to take short flights of joy on their retractable membranous silken wings like glowing lace on the lingerie of Viennese baronesses. And not just U.S. beetles, but coleopts from all over the world, slant-eyed Asian beetles in golden robes, North African beetles in burnished burnooses, South African beetles wild as fire ants with great afro hairdos, smug English beetles, suave continental bugs, and brilliantly clad billionaire Brazilian beetles and fireflies, constantly dancing the carioca and sniffing ether and generously spraying it at other beetles in intoxicant mists. Oh, a gransome lot! Not that there weren't flies in the benign ointment of all this delightful coleopterous sociability. Already the New York City cockroaches were out in force, picketing the convention because they hadn't been invited. Round and round the sacred grass plot they tramped, chanting labor slogans in thick accents and hurling coarse working-class epithets. "But of course we couldn't have invited them even if we'd wanted to," explained the convention's general secretary, a dapper click beetle, in fact an idolater of infinite subtlety and resource in debate and tactics. As the book says, If the ID later falls on its back, it lies quietly for perhaps a minute. Then, with a loud click, it flips into the air. If it is lucky, it lands on its feet and runs away. Otherwise, it tries again. And the General Secretary had a million other dodges as good or better. He said now, "But we couldn't have invited them even if we'd wanted to, because cockroaches aren't true beetles at all, aren't Coleoptera. They belong to the order Orthoptera, the family Blattidae. Blat to them. Moreover, many of them are mere German Jewish maybe, croton bugs, dwarfish in stature compared to American cockroaches, who all once belonged to the Confederate Army." In seconds, the plausible slander was known by insect grapevine to the cockroaches. Turning the accusation to their own wobbly purposes, they began rudely to chant in unison as they marched, "Blat, blat, go the Blattidae." Also, several important delegations of beetles had not yet arrived, including those from Bangladesh, Switzerland, Iceland, and Egypt. But despite all these hold-ups and disturbances, the first session of the Great Coleopt Congress got off to a splendid start. The president, a portly Colorado potato beetle resembling Grover Cleveland, rapped for order. Whereupon row upon row of rainbow-hued beetles rose to their feet amidst the greenery and sonorously sang, drowning out even the guttural blats of the crude cockroaches, the chief beetle anthem. Beetles are not dirty bugs, spiders, scorpions, or slugs. Heroes of the insect realms, they sport winged, burnished helms. They are shining and divine, they are kindly and just fine. Beetles do not bite or sting. They love almost everything. They sang it to the melody of the Ode to Joy in the last movement of Beethoven's Ninth. The session left many beetle wives, larval children, husbands, and other non-voting members at loose ends, but provision had been made for them. Guided by a well-informed, though somewhat stuffy scribe beetle, they entered the Metropolitan Museum for a conducted tour designed for both entertainment and cultural enrichment. While the scribe beetle pointed out notable items of interest and spoke as educational but somewhat long-winded pieces, they scuttled all over the place, feeling out the forms of great statues by crawling over them and reveling inside the many silvery suits of medieval armor. Most gunboats didn't notice them at all. Those who did were not in the least disturbed. Practically all gunboats, though they dread spiders and centipedes and loathe cockroaches, like true beetles, as witness the good reputation of the ladybug, renowned in song and story for her admirable mother-love and firefighting ability. These gunboats assumed that the beetles were merely some new educational feature of the famed museum, or else an artistry of living arabesques. When the touring beetles came to the Egyptian rooms, they began to quiet down, entranced by art most congenial to coleopts by reason of its antiquity and dry yet vivid precision. They delighted in the tiny toy-like tomb ornaments and traced out the colorful murals, and even tried to decipher the cartouches and other hieroglyphs by walking along their lines, corners, and curves. The absence of the Egyptian delegation was much regretted. They would have been able to answer many questions, although the scribe beetle waxed eloquent and performed prodigies of impromptu scholarship. But when they entered the room with the sign reading "Scarabs," their awe and admiration knew no bounds. They scuttled softer than mice in feather slippers. They drew up silently in front of the glass cases, and gazed with wonder and instinctive reverence at the rank-on-rank of jewel-like beetle forms within. Even the scribe beetle had nothing to say. Meanwhile, back at the talkative grass-blade, the top half, who was in fact a purple boy tiger beetle named Speedy, said, "Well, they're all off to a great start, I don't think. This promises to be the most fouled-up convention in history." "Don't belittle," reproved the bottom half, who was in reality a girl American burying beetle named Big Yank. "The convention is doing fine. Orderly sessions, educational junkets. What more could you ask?" "Blat, blat, go the Blattidae," Speedy commented sneeringly. "The con's going to hell in a beetle basket. Take that sneaky click beetle who's general secretary. He's up to no good, you can be sure. An insidious insect if I ever knew one. An eyed elator. Who'd he ever elate? And that potato bug who's president. A bleedin' plutocrat. As for that educational junket inside the museum, you just watch what happens." "You really do have an evil imagination," Big Yank responded serenely. Despite their constant exchange of persiflage, The boy and girl beetles were inseparable pals who'd had many an exciting adventure together. Speedy was half an inch long, a darting purple beauty, most agile and difficult for studious gunboats to catch. Big Yank was an inch long, gleaming black of carapace with cloudy red markings. Though quick to undermine and bury small dead animals to be home and food for her larvae, Big Yank was not in the least morbid in outlook. Although their sex was different and their companionship intimate, Speedy and Big Yank had never considered having larvae together. Their friendship was of a more manly or girlish character, and very firm-footed, all 12 of them. "You really think something outre is going to happen inside the museum?" Big Yank mused. "It's a dead certainty," Speedy assured her. In the scarab room, silent awe had given way to whispered speculation. Exactly what and or who were those gem-like beetle forms arranged with little white cards inside the glass-walled cases? Even the scribe beetle guide found himself wondering. It was a highly imaginative 12-spotted cucumber beetle of jade green who came up with the intriguing notion that the scarabs were living beetles rendered absolutely immobile by hypnosis or drugs and imprisoned behind walls of thick glass by the inscrutable gunboats, who were forever doing horrendous things to beetles and other insects. Gunboats were the nefarious giants, bigger than Godzilla of beetle legend. Anything otherwise nasty and inexplicable could be attributed to them. The mood of speculation now changed to one of lively concern. How horrid to think of living, breathing beetles, doped and brainwashed into the semblance of death, and jailed in glass by gunboats for some vile purpose. Something must be done about it. The junketing party changed its plans in a flash, and they all scuttled swifter than centipedes back to the convention, which was deep into such matters as folk remedies for DDT, marine platforms to refuel transoceanic beetle flights, and should there be a ceasefire between beetles and Blattidy, who still went blat, blat. The news brought by the junketers tabled all that and electrified the convention. The General Secretary eyed later was on his back 3 times running and then on his feet again. Click, 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 click. The President Colorado potato beetle goggled his enormous eyes. It was decided by unanimous vote that the imprisoned beetles must be rescued at once. Within seconds, Operation Sucker was underway. A task force of scout, spy, and tech beetles was swiftly told off and dispatched into the museum to evaluate and lay out the operation. They confirmed the observations and deductions of the junketers and decided that a rare sort of beetle which secretes fluoric acid would be vital to the caper. A special subgroup of these investigators traced out, by walking along them, the characters of the word scarab. Their report was as follows. First, you got a snake character, C. That was the S. Then you get a hoop snake with a gap. That was the C. Then 2 snakes who meet in the night and have sexual congress. That was the A. Next, a crooked hoop snake raping an upright or square snake. The R. Then a repeat of 2 snakes who meet in the night, etc. The second A. Lastly, 2 crazy hoop snakes raping a square snake. The B. Why all this emphasis on snakes and sex, we are not certain. We suggest the Egyptian delegation be consulted as soon as it arrives. Operation Sucker was carried out that night. It was a complete success. Secreted fluoric acid ate small round holes in the thick glass of all the cases. Through these, every last scarab in the Egyptian rooms was toted by carrying beetles, mostly dung beetles, down into deep beetle bunkers far below Manhattan and armored against the inroads of cockroaches. Endless attempts to bring the drugged and hypnotized beetles back to consciousness and movement were made. All failed. Undaunted, the beetles decided simply to venerate the rescued scarabs. A whole new beetle cult sprang up around them. The Egyptian delegation arrived, gorgeous as pharaohs, and knew at once what had happened. However, they decided to keep this knowledge secret for the greater good of all beetledom. They genuflected dutifully before the scarabs, just as did the beetles not in the know. The cockroaches had their own theories, but merely kept up their picketing and their chanting of blat, blat, go the Blattidy. Because of their theories, however, one fanatical Egyptian beetle went bats and decided that the scarabs were indeed alive, though drugged, and that the whole thing was part of a world cockroach plot carried out by commando Israeli beetles and their fellow travelers. His wild mouthings were not believed. Human beings were utterly puzzled by the whole business. The curator of the Met and the chief of the New York City detectives investigating the burglary stared at the empty cases in stupid wonder. "God damn it," the detective chief said. "When you look at all those little holes, you'd swear the whole job had been done by beetles." The curator smiled sourly. Speedy said, "Hey, this skyrockets us beetles to the position of leading international jewel thieves." For once, Big Yank had to agree. "It's just too bad the general public, human and coleopterous, will never know," she said wistfully. Then, brightening, "Hey, how about you and me having another adventure?" "Suits," said Speedy. The Bait. Copyright 1973 by Stuart Schiff. Fafhrd the Northerner was dreaming of a great mound of gold. The Grey Mouser the Southern, ever cleverer in his forever competitive fashion, was dreaming of a heap of diamonds. He hadn't tossed out all of the yellowish ones yet, but he guessed that already his glistening pile must be worth more than Fafhrd's glowing one. How he knew in his dream what Fafhrd was dreaming was a mystery to all beings in Yuhan, except perhaps Shilba of the eyeless face and Ningwubble of the 7 eyes, respectively the Mouser's and Fafhrd's sorcerer mentors. Maybe a vast black basement mind shared by 2 was involved. Simultaneously they awoke, Fafhrd a shade more slowly, and sat up in bed. Standing midway between the feet of their cots was an object that fixed their attention. It weighed about 80 pounds, was about 4 feet 8 inches tall, had long straight black hair pendant from head, had ivory white skin, and was as exquisitely formed as a slim chess-piece of the King of Kings carved from a single moonstone. It looked 13, but the lips smiled a cool, self-infatuated 17, while the gleaming, deep eye-pools were first blue melt of the Ice Age. Naturally, she was naked. "She's mine," the Grey Mouser said, always quick from the scabbard. "No, she's mine," Fafhrd said, almost simultaneously, but conceding by that initial "no" that the Mouser had been first, or at least he had expected the Mouser to be first. "I belong to myself and to no one else, save 2 or 3 virile demi-devils," the small naked girl said, though giving them each in turn a most nymphish, lascivious look. "I'll fight you for her," the Mouser proposed. "And I you," Fafhrd confirmed, slowly drawing Grey Wand from its sheath beside his cot. The Mouser likewise slipped Scalpel from its rat-skin container. The 2 heroes rose from their cots. At this moment, 2 personages appeared a little behind the girl, from thin air to all appearances. Both were at least 9 feet tall. They had to bend not to bump the ceiling. Cobwebs tickled their pointed ears. The one on the Mouser's side was black as wrought iron. He swiftly drew a sword that looked forged from the same material. At the same time, the other newcomer, bone white this one, produced a silver-seeming sword, likely steel-plated within. The 9-footer opposing the Mouser aimed a skull-splitting blow at the top of his head. The Mouser parried in prime, and his opponent's weapon shrieked off to the left. Whereupon, smartly swinging his rapier widdershins, the Mouser slashed off the black fiend's head, which struck the floor with a horrid clank. The white Afreet opposing Fafhrd trusted to a downward thrust, but the Northerner, catching his blade in a counterclockwise bind, thrust him through, the silvery sword missing Fafhrd's right temple by the thinness of a hair. With a petulant stamp of her naked heel, the nymphette vanished into thin air, or perhaps limbo. The Mouser made to wipe off his blade on the cot clothes, but discovered there was no need. He shrugged. "What a misfortune for you, comrade," he said in a voice of mocking woe. "Now you will not be able to enjoy the delicious chit as she disports herself on your heap of gold." Fafhrd moved to cleanse Grey Wand on his sheets, only to note that it too was altogether unbloodied. He frowned. "Too bad for you, best of friends," he sympathized. "Now you won't be able to possess her as she writhes with girlish abandon on your couch of diamonds, their glitter striking opalescent tones from her pale flesh." "Maugre that effeminate artistic garbage. How did you know that I was dreaming diamonds?" the Mouser demanded. "How did I?" Fafhrd himself asked wonderingly. At last he begged the question with, "The same way, I suppose, that you knew I was dreaming of gold." The two excessively long corpses chose that moment to vanish, and the severed head with them. Fafhrd said sagely, "Master, I begin to believe that supernatural forces were involved in this morning's haps." "Or else hallucinations, O great philosopher," the Mouser countered, somewhat peevishly. "Not so," Fafhrd corrected, "for see, they have left their weapons behind." "True enough," the Mouser conceded, rapaciously eyeing the wrought iron and tin-plated blades on the floor. "Those will fetch a fancy price on curio court." The great gong of Lankhmar, sounding distantly through the walls, boomed out the 12 funeral strokes of noon, when burial parties plunged spade into earth. "An after-omen," Fafhrd pronounced. "Now we know the source of the supernal force. The Shadowland, terminus of all funerals." "Yes," the Mouser agreed. "Prince Death, that eager boy, has had another go at us." Fafhrd splashed cool water onto his face from a great bowl set against the wall. "Ah, well," he spoke through the splashes. "It was a pretty bait at that. Truly, there's nothing like a nubile girl, enjoyed or merely glimpsed naked, to give one an appetite for breakfast." "Indeed, yes," the Mouser replied, as he tightly shut his eyes and briskly rubbed his face with a palm full of white brandy. "She was just the sort of immature dish to kindle your satyrish taste for maids newly budded." In the silence that came as the splashing stopped, Fafhrd inquired innocently, "Whose satyrish taste?" The Lotus Eaters. Copyright 1972 by Mercury Press, Incorporated. I always strongly disapproved of castrating male cats or spaying female ones. I believed that such operations diminished strength, invaded individuality, and were an insult to any being's right to procreate, until I started to take care of a house and 3 neutered cats in Summerland in Southern California. It was a lovely house on the dry, steep hillside. Soon I began to have an understanding of my 3 eunuchs. My wife spent most of her time in bed. She was ill and had an addiction for alcohol and books and soft fireside lights. I fed the 3 cats. Braggy, a big, soft, sloppy male, red of hair and eye; Fanusi, a small beige female with the habits of a flapper; and the Grand Duchess, white with black spots, snaky and strong, who looked like some creature who should be riding point, though on what steed I don't know, before a troop of Western cavalry. Braggy was a lover. He would come over and just suddenly flop on my shoes, a great big gesture of affection. Fanusi was a neurotic, despite her basic flapper behavior. Even while wooing you, she was nervous and apt to run off. The Grand Duchess never lost her cool, though she was the smallest, yet hardiest of the 3. The thing that most startled me about them, after about a week, was that they were all killers. They would bring in dead mice, rats even, birds and gophers, not eating them, but tossing them at my feet. I expected they were devoted exponents of blood sports. In fact, I noticed that the Grand Duchess had a regular hunting trail she took each day, waiting for a few minutes at each kill spot. I wondered how they got enough to eat, since they apparently didn't eat their kills, merely displayed them to me, while their mistress, who owned the house, when strictly giving them into my trust, assured me that they each took only 2 teaspoons of canned cat food a day, a statement I immediately wondered about. Soon I found the solution, through my wife, who understands people better than I do. Each of the 3 had a regular route to 4 sympathetic houses in the near neighborhood, where they got good victuals off the human tables. Then I became more aware of the quite large garden on the downhill side of the house my wife and I were taking care of, along with the 3 desexed hunting cats. Heck, desexed. They even indulged often in sex play with each other. Neutering isn't nearly such a disaster to sexual activity as many people think. Those 3 felines enjoyed each other. I got still more interested in the garden downside of the house, from which the cries of the cats would sometimes come in the evenings like the soft coughs of lions. The garden was a jungle. No, worse than a jungle. More like chaos. So I started in on the worst stuff first. This happened to be a weed that had black spikes looking like early bamboo phonograph needles, but with tiny black burrs on the ends of them. They stuck on my socks and trousers very determinedly, but I kept getting rid of them through the help of my wife. Then I tackled a weed with small brown circular burrs. They weren't so troublesome to deal with. The back garden began to look like something I could conquer. I started to cut out all sorts of dead wood. There were bushes that bore red berries in the center of the garden. When I'd sawed all of their gray, dry, dead underwood away, I discovered a simple cement fountain underneath. I imagine the mistress and master of the house we were tending, along with their 3 cats, could hardly have known about the fountain, since for 5 years they had merely ground-hosed the garden from above a half-hour every afternoon, their only attention to that area. I never did find out how that fountain worked. My wife had a mild heart attack about that time, but we found her a doctor who did her good, and both she and I kept up our lonely ways of life, she in her bedroom, I at my typewriter in my study, and always for a strenuous, sweaty hour or 3 in the back garden. I cleaned the lower surface out, now that the nastiest weeds were taken care of, first with a machete, then with a hand mower. Then I began to get at the trees and the high border vegetation. This meant much more deadwood, too much for our garbage cans. I would load up my car with big corrugated cardboard boxes filled with my dead gray vegetable refuse and take it to the city dump, a huge dark valley behind the sea hills, but circled always with screaming sea birds. It gave me a strange feeling to do this, as if I were burying my wife, or one or all of the 3 cats she and I were tending. At about this time, Braggy started visiting me in the downhill garden while I worked. He would watch me closely, and when I sat down on the crude fountain edge to rest and wipe my face, he would topple against my ankles in affection. I would stroke him. My wife read her books and drank her highballs in our bedroom. When she looked down at me from the wide window, it was companionably, affectionately, and concernedly. I would wave at her. I was fascinated by the things my afternoon cuttings were uncovering. Working at the dead gray underbranches of 2 tall avocado trees, I discovered a complete hemispherical pleasure dome, as in the poem by Coleridge, a dome walled overhead with huge green leaves and large green dropping fruit. My wife and I had a tremendous salad that night. During later days, we gave away a number of these lovely grainy-skinned fruits to briefly visiting friends. At about this time, the 2 altered female cats, the neurotic Finucci and the stately Grand Duchess, began to look in on me and Braggy from a distance occasionally as I worked in the garden. Then I attacked the 15-foot hedge of the whole garden, all green and vigorous with clumps of small yellow strange berries. I was amazed at my discoveries as I cut down this fierce stuff, 3 small evergreens growing sidewise in their attempt to get out of their huge green prison and reach the sun, 2 lovely branches of enormous softly yellow roses just in bloom, and a small orange tree with tiny fruit. That night my wife and I had a beautiful centerpiece at our dining table and lovely screwdrivers. I had a great feeling of triumph at having conquered the garden. But later that night it was horrible. I awakened from a light sleep, and slipping out of the king-size bed very quietly so as not to awaken my wife, I put on a dressing gown and stole down to the back garden. Everything I had cut down was growing at a supernatural velocity, though I don't know what god or goddess had the power at that point. For a moment I stood astounded, long enough to note Braggy Finucci and the Grand Duchess watching me from the hillside, silhouetted by the moonlight. It seemed clear that all the vegetation, grasses, weeds, shrubs, vines, and trees, was determined to encircle and strangle to death me and my wife and the house. I realized I had not a green thumb to give life, but a gray thumb to give death, though this left me with the paradox that in trying to bring the garden to life, to free it, I had infuriated it against me. I rushed uphill and upstairs. My wife roused instantly. I grabbed a bottle for her. Without packing, we raced out to our car, past threatening growing hedges and weeds which stung our legs. We jumped into the auto and started it, opening the back door and yelling, "Finucci, Grand Duchess, Braggy, pile in." To my relief and utter amazement, they did, Finucci almost in fits, Braggy loving as usual, in fact snuggling up to my wife, the Duchess staring back over her white black-spotted shoulder in a proud way at the vegetation which appeared to be pursuing us. Days later I sent some letters. 3 months afterward I heard from the couple who owned the house. The chief points were that they were grateful to us for taking on their 3 cats, which had been a bother to them for a long time, but no offer to redeem their pets. And why had I left the back garden in such a rank state after promising to clear it, and yet taken away all the ripe avocados? In view of which, my plea for a little extra caretaking fee was ridiculous. My wife and I looked at each other, while Braggy, Finucci, and the Grand Duchess looked up at us from their appointed places before the flickering, red, streaming, mysterious fireplace, and smiled their Cheshire smiles. Waif. Copyright 1974 by Roger Elwood. I was sitting at my typewriter at Venice, California, in my tiny, bedraggled house at 8 o'clock in the morning. Through the window, which was finely filmed by smoke, dust, and grease, and imprinted by our cat Salem's nose, I saw a medium-heavy fog that made nearby buildings dim, low rectangles, the street a wide, cottony path. I knew there was a white line down the middle, but I couldn't see it. Everything was still as death, which was good and proper for my wife in the other room. Estelle gets her deep sleep in the mornings after restless or wakeful nights. She has terrors in darkness, and then grows calm with the dawn. Even the ocean 2 blocks away couldn't be heard, though its surf, light or loud, is never anything but a lovely embroidery on what silence there may be. Beside me a wisp of steam still rose from a half-cup of black coffee, and there smouldered a half-cigarette, and from it rose a lazier curve of smoke. The silence continued, unusual even for Venice, and almost beginning that sort of tension where the ticking of a distant clock becomes artillery, and one begins to listen for one's heart. Most outsiders, even the rest of those in Los Angeles, think of Venice as a wild and dangerous place, noisy with blacks and Chicanos and their protestings, rackety with beatniks and hippies and their street music and riots and arrests, wailing with winos, screaming bloody murder with street fights and rapes, screeching with the punished tires of lawless, chain-draped motorcycle gangs, or those of dope pushers' cars fleeing, pursuing police. Could be. But the sounds I've chiefly heard in my many years here have been soft conversation, the distant strumming of a guitar, the occasional screech of a seagull, the faint thud of oil wells in backyards and on the beach, and the almost unhearable thrum of the tires of squad cars softly cruising along wide ocean-front walk, forbidden even to bicycles, between the low buildings and the sand. Maybe the socially nasty sounds are kept away from me by chance or my unconscious, but my notion is that Venice is dying, and its silence that of the deathbed, or that of the death cell, an area of Los Angeles doomed by the forces that want to mash it flat and replace it with towering high-rise apartments and vast areas of asphalted parking space, the entire link between past and future gone, the present somehow completely vanished, and forgotten forever the fairy city of canals built in 1905 by Abbot Kinney, who hasn't now even a gravestone of his own, but only one empty street, a half-block long, bearing his last name. These were death thoughts, I realized, or fog thoughts, as I sat with motionless hands before my typewriter. Yet sea fog was the reason the forces wanted Venice. It meant that 9 times out of 10 the west wind was blowing back the smog of Los Angeles and replacing it with relatively pure marine air, which made the land here potentially more profitable than that, say, of the San Fernando Valley, darling of suburbs in the 1930s, but now a soup plate of smog. I drained half the coffee remaining in my cup, took the last drag of my cigarette, stubbed it out, and looked once more at the fog. It was thicker, if anything, completely shrouding the higher outlines of the Home for the Wanted, a progressive orphanage founded anonymously by Abbot Kinney and still continued by Los Angeles, largely on the basis of private contributions. The silence continued intense. I listened for my wife's breathing in the other room and didn't hear a thing. It was strange that a car hadn't come by in the last few minutes, or was it only seconds? Anyhow, I began to get that feeling of being the last man in the world, which isn't at all bad when you know your wife is sleeping peacefully nearby. But what if she should be dead? I shook my head to clear it and my fingers to supple them. I lit another cigarette. I lifted my hands. And now I was, perhaps, going to shatter the continuing intense silence with a staccato blat of my typewriter. But that was the one sound which wouldn't waken my wife. She would know it meant I was happy and working, and that would only make her sleep deeper. I hesitated. It was hard to decide what to start on. In my mind were thunderings and explosions, about an article on the generation gap and one on pollution, and several short stories, and this and that and everything, in fact the entire universe or universes. But all this cannonade stirred not a grain of dust nor a delicate curl of cigarette smoke, as they say, silent as thought. But then my mind grew deathly silent, too. Something, Estelle close beyond the flimsy wall, old gilts, the fog silent and beautiful as the stars, made me think of our daughter Lynn, dead at the age of 12, 11 years ago, of an obscure heart ailment. For the 1000th time, I told myself that if Lynn had lived, Estelle would still have an occupation, or at least a concern, or perhaps gone naturally on to another occupation, instead of feeding on me alone, which made me feed on her, and she giving way to grief, then boredom, and finally terror, so that she never felt safe except with 2 bolts, a chain, and the lock on the front and only door. Perhaps I should have taken her away from Venice, but I'm a slow mover. These thoughts, too, made me start to remember an old guilt I tried to fight down, not even to know about. At my year at last breaking the silence, a soft, girlish voice said, "Hey, mister, I found your cat." I jerked around, spilling the dregs of my coffee on the floor and losing my cigarette. After finding the ladder, I slowly looked up. She wasn't at my ear, but halfway to the front doorway. She was a slim girl, about 11 or 12 years old. She had low black shoes, black stockings or pantyhose, a pale gray mini-dress. Gently clutched to her tummy was our cat Salim, who managed to remain dignified even in this situation, a grave, thoughtful-eyed male who looked both sleek and battle-scarred. My first reaction was that the girl was my dead daughter Lynn come back. But then I saw that her hair was black, not brown, her face thinner and more tapering, her eyes violet and larger and coolly inspecting, not green and shyly peering, her mouth wider than Lynn's. She smiled and said, "He was way down the street." My second reaction was sexual attraction. Her smile made her seem years older. Her figure and dress fitted that, too, especially her long black-sleeved legs. The twin swellings at her bosom might be small, developing breasts, or else a foam rubber-padded brassiere, perhaps provided by a mother who thought her daughter couldn't become erotically attractive early enough. What was I doing with a desire like this when my wife was sleeping on the other side of the wall? For that matter, considering the laws of the land, what legal thing could I do with some girl at most a year or so over 12? And what was I thinking of, having any aggressive intentions at all toward a girl who returned me my cat? But how could I have such intentions in any case? For now she seemed to me simply a creature of the fog, despite her smile. A waif in shades of gray, something from another realm, despite her human speech and appearance. Something impalpable, untouchable, but with what a sweet visage. And then I got the fourth of my reactions, but stronger, that this girl was not dead Lynn or some strayed nymphet, but someone I had known and known and known to an unendurable degree. But that was only a shadow memory. Yet somehow the girl halfway between me and the door now seemed dangerous, a sinister figure from another planet. She let down Salim onto the floor. He strode dignifiedly toward the farther end of the room where his eating, drinking, and toilet facilities were. My fears vanished. Now that Salim was gone, I saw that my little girl was wearing around her slim middle a black plastic belt carrying a black plastic toy pistol and a black plastic holster. She was a girl adventurer, out on mornings as well as evenings, probably going to school right now. Taking an easy step toward me, she said, "Salim was more than 2 blocks away when I found him, Mr. Andre." Her voice was not reproachful, only factual. I did not tell her Salim was a free cat and could rove as many blocks as he pleased. "Thanks for finding him," I said. "How did you know my name is Andre, and his Salim, for that matter?" She said, "I've heard you calling him Salim, and your wife calling you. I live with the Fosters 3 houses up. They're not my real papa and mama. My mama died when I was born, and my papa went away. I was brought up in the home for the wanted. Then they put me with the Fosters 2 months ago." "Did the Fosters give you that charming dress?" She smiled. "I made it. They taught me a little sewing at the home, and I went on from there." I was suddenly struck with mild guilt or uneasiness at passing even mild compliments to a sub-adolescent girl child alone with me. Estelle is forever warning me against such situations. Mostly I think she's silly, but sometimes I think she's half right, considering the society in which we spend our days, with its queer mixture of freedom and puritanism, its tendency to translate all body contacts and privacies into sexual ones. "You'd better get on to school, hadn't you?" I said lamely, "or you'll be late." Her eyes twinkled, and she laughed softly. "It doesn't matter. They still haven't decided whether to put me into 4th grade or jump me to 7th. I read in the little library." Kiddo, I started. It didn't sound right. What's your name, if I may ask? Which sounded much too grown up, I told myself. Or did it? They call me Sophie. Well, Sophie, what did they teach you at the home besides sewing? I helped look after the little kids. When I got a chance, I'd sneak away to the beach and look at the ocean and make up things. On clear nights, I'd go up on the roof and look at the stars and imagine what sort of worlds are up there. Worlds of cats with no people. Worlds where spaceships are buses you take every hour to some other planet. Worlds ruled by children who never grow up. Worlds of flowers, water worlds with wise porpoises. Worlds where wishes always work. Worlds... I might have listened to her all morning, except I heard Estelle move in the bedroom and cringed at the row she might make. So I interrupted softly. That's nice, Sophie, but now I've got to get to work and you've got to get to school. I turned to my typewriter and made a big thing of poising my hands over the keys. Can I come again? Her low voice was receding. I nodded briefly and clattered out. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party, and the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. When I looked up, the girl was gone, and Salem had come from his end of the room and was peering around. I opened the bedroom door in slow motion, artful to avoid its two creaks. Estelle was still sleeping. She had just changed position. I closed the door the same way. Then I moved to the front door and felt a little shiver as I saw that all the bolts and chains were locked. The shiver didn't last long. Beside the door, the tall, narrow window was open, with only an easy 3-foot drop to the lawn, which wouldn't show footprints in any case. An unconventional entry, but then an unconventional girl. So I stopped thinking of Sophie whisking off through the roof to the stars, but skipping to school instead through the thinning fog. As if to emphasize the point, Salem gave me a look I judged to be contemptuous, and sprang out the window without even touching its sill. Still, Sophie stayed on my mind all day, or more precisely, on the top of my subconscious. I was concerned at the depth of my first reactions to her, especially in the sexual area. That afternoon I spent some time at the Santa Monica Library, boning up on the Roman Republic for a novel I might set there. When I got home, Estelle and Sophie were having tea and thin sandwiches together. Estelle is English. I wasn't really surprised at Sophie coming back so soon, but I was at how well she and Estelle seemed to be getting along. Very ladylike, both of them. Sophie stood up, nodded slightly toward me, and gave me the ghost of a curtsy. Very British indeed, from another century. At that moment, a hell peculiar to the owners of cats and dogs broke loose. Black hair on end, so he looked 3 times his size, Salem bounded in through the tall open window, ghostly followed by a huge, tall, skinny brown dog, jaws agape, who looked a mix of hound, police dog, and Mexican hairless. They circled the room twice like hairy comets, one of them mangy, Estelle clutching her tea service, me slow to react as usual, and shot into the bedroom. Sophie, moving coolly, was at the bedroom door ahead of me. Through the yips and snarls I heard a sharp little click. Then all sounds ceased. I looked around quickly. Salem was standing on the tousled bed, still like a green-eyed porcupine in battle array. But the big brown dog was nowhere. "He went out that way," Sophie told me, pointing at the bedroom window. "You should have seen him scramble." The window was open less than a foot at the bottom. Still, he had been a very scrawny dog, despite his height. "I bet people have shot at him before, and he knows guns soon as he spots them," Sophie said. She presented her little black plastic pistol sidewise, close to my face. I saw it didn't even have a hole in the muzzle, which was flat, unbroken plastic like the rest. I clicked it, and he beat it. She returned the toy to its black holster. Then she advanced to pick up Salem. "Don't," I said. "You can't handle him when he's like that. He once gave me a bite a half-inch deep when I tried." "Andre had to have tetanus shots," Estelle supplemented over my shoulder. "Don't try." Sophie picked up the bristling Salem. There were no bites, scratches, growls, yowls, or squirmings. She sat down on the edge of a chair in the living room with Salem in her lap. In a couple of minutes his hair was down, and he was purring. We mostly stared at her and didn't speak. She put him down with a final caress and stood up. She said, "Well, I must be going now, or the Fosters will be wondering. Thanks so much for the tea, Mrs. de Leon." And she went out the door to the street, no windows or mysterious vanishings. About an hour later, Estelle remarked, "You know, Andre, Sophie reminds me of how Lynn was when she died, or how Lynn would have been." I nodded after a bit. "About the same age." "She's very interested in you," Estelle went on matter-of-factly. "She already knew you were a writer. She wanted to know if you turned out science fiction and fantasy. She was a little disappointed when I told her no historical novels and articles on social stuff and anthropology." "You used a big word like that?" She took it in her stride. Estelle smiled a slightly crooked smile. "You know, she looks a little like you." I suppressed a guffaw. Estelle becomes resentful when her slightest opinion is questioned, or, still worse, ridiculed, even obliquely. The smile grew crookeder. "What's more, she has a crush on you." I smiled, but once more I did the suppression bit, this time of a groan. Estelle believes that every female from 18 months to 80 years plus has a crush on me. Even if she makes friends with them all by herself, I steal them away from her as soon as I see them. I never disagree unless I lose my temper. One doesn't question the absolutes of someone one loves, whatever shape the love or the absolutes may take. After dinner, Estelle resumed, but on a different tack. "Sophie told me she hasn't been adopted by the Fosters. They just get a little money from the home for taking care of her." She paused and looked sidewise at me without the crooked smile. Indeed, she seemed wistful, tentative. "Do you think, Andre, we could possibly adopt her? She'd be like Lynn come again. Maybe she was even conceived the moment Lynn was dying. Oh, I know you would be the main attraction, even though she does like playing high tea. But I could sop up the overflow, and she would give me something to occupy myself." The mixture of selfishness and tolerance in that almost cool little speech stopped me. Also, I felt a sudden mysterious twinge of guilt different from any of my other feelings about Sophie, even that disturbing sexual angle. Offhand, I guessed it referred to something I'd sunk so deep and heavy-weighted into my subconscious that even its shadow hadn't obtruded into my conscious mind. Though completely masked, it bothered me sharply. To Estelle, I temporized. "That'll take a lot of thinking about. After all, we're middle-aged, have been for a few years." Estelle said, "Sophie told me the Fosters are each of them 70 or more. As for Sophie, I do the taking care of." Still, it would take a lot of thinking. That strange new pinpoint of unknown guilt was still thrusting into me. "Think about something and you don't do it," Estelle said quickly, giving me a look of cynical contempt. "But think about it anyhow. Nice to have a slim, prenubile maiden around the house, eh?" she added with a slight smile as mirthless as a madam's. "And nice for you to have a doll to dress up and play with," I was tempted to add, but of course didn't. Later that evening I strolled out to the empty beach to look at the small white breakers coming in through the black like troops of children's ghosts. Overcast hid all the stars. Venice's old streetlights were unobtrusive. There was no sound but the gentle yet always shiversome surf, and the west wind cool and steady and humming, faintly like a seashell held to my ear. Trudging home, a shade tired from footing it through the loose sand, I noticed Norman Saylor sitting on his front steps a few doors from ours, smoking a smelly pipe. At his lazy wave I joined him, and, half in self-protection, lit a harsh cigarette myself. Norman is in his 60s, a retired professor of sociology and anthropology. Very bright, almost a great mind in his day, but uncompetitive and lazy. I think he does a lecture now and then, and even writes an occasional paper and still gets it reputably published, but mostly he just rails genially at the world he helped to create in his revolutionary, actively anti-establishment days, and loafs around and wanders the beach and re-explores his books. His library is a bit bigger than his house, but somehow he keeps the volumes from coming out the windows or completely blocking the doors. Naturally, he is a godsend to me when I get hung up on knotty points in my articles, or my novels, too, for that matter. And most fortunately, he doesn't think being a godsend amounts to a hill of beans. He fetched us a couple of tall, big, stiff highballs and pretty soon I was telling him the works about Sophie. "That sex attraction angle is interesting," he interrupted once. "From the silent way Sophie came and went, and from her air of cool command, something I guess at from the things you say and don't say, she might be your anima." "Anima?" I said. "That's some idea of Jung's, isn't it? One of the archetypes, the female—" I trailed off, my own ideas and knowledge uncertain. "Uh-huh," Norman responded. "Each man's female self, existing in the subconscious a level or so below what Jung calls the shadow, another archetype. She appears to a man in dreams, and sometimes in fantasies and hallucinations, and sometimes she merely makes her lovely and, yes, terrible presence felt to him. She is generally a beautiful woman, though she can appear as a hag. She's really more goddess than woman, inspiring a man's creativity and other urges. Imperious, fierce, idealistic yet utterly realistic, sometimes whimsical and merciless toward a man who fails her, meaning a man who is cowardly or flinches from producing the best that's in him. For, of course, as you know very well, she's no real woman or goddess, but a man's concept of what such a goddess woman would be. Someone to inspire him, someone to adore, an essence of femininity forever pulling him out and away, first from his mother, then from his wife, though both his wife and mother have entered greatly into her makeup. And she's always linked with the wild and the mysterious and the infinitely distant." "That's odd," I said. "While I was alone with Sophie this morning, I distinctly got the notion that she hadn't come by door or window, but straight from the stars, by transporter maybe, like the Enterprise. Ridiculous, isn't it?" At that moment, Norman took a deep draw on his new-filled pipe, and by its glow I saw his usually sardonic lips curl upward in a brief but genuine grin. "Another odd thing, to use your first adjective, not your second," he said. "It happens, maybe you know it, that Jung was very much interested in spaceflight and other worlds, something that made more conservative psychoanalysts consider him, privately of course, an eminent crackpot, a somewhat flawed bigwig, high in their hierarchy, one of the big three with Freud and Adler, but not, in some areas, taken seriously. Jung even dug flying saucers, though he appears to have thought of them as significant mental projections rather than actual vehicles. He even read and valued science fiction. He thought, and stated in his books for his colleagues to read and maybe shake their heads at, that the best fictional representations of the anima were she in H. Rider Haggard's book, L'Atlantide in the Frenchman's novel of that name, and Celine in William Sloane's To Walk the Night. You'll recall Celine came from the stars and had to kill her 2 Earth husbands against her will before she went back to the stars." "Very interesting," I commented, somewhat noncommittally. I'd heard most of that part of his talk before, but one doesn't voice such things if one hopes to keep friends. At the same time, I felt a little shiver. Venice does get dark once you're a little bit off the infrequent boulevards, and there weren't even the garish lights of a small liquor store in sight. Twice I felt impelled to look up for stars while fearing to see them, silly as that may sound, but the sky was completely overcast. Good to be sitting by Norman with a little of my drink left. He went on. "Jung says that a young man usually has a mature, or somewhat more than mature, woman for an anima. For a middle-aged man, she takes the form of a girl Playboy might feature, or someone a little older. No bunny, though, but a young goddess. While an elderly man is apt to have a little girl for an anima, perhaps accounting for child molestation by the proto-senile. I hardly think of you as middle-aged, Andre, so Sophie seems a little young for your anima." "I don't know," I said. "Sometimes I feel awfully old." He chuckled. "Well, now you've got a nymph at anima, halfway between child and young goddess. Just remember, young or old, she's equally powerful." He fetched us another highball, and we chatted of other things. After a bit, I said suddenly, "My God, it's late. Estelle will be frightened. Probably already is." As I eased his little yard gate shut, Norman called after me softly, but with his customary raillery. "Hey, Andre, don't take seriously any of that guff I told you about the anima. Jung was never much of anything but a prose poet, and a very ponderous one." Late next afternoon, Sophie paid us another visit. Estelle invited her to stay to dinner. Sophie said the Fosters wouldn't mind, and she was so certain and mature about it that we didn't check with the Fosters, something I'm sure we'd have done in the case of any other child. It was a lovely meal. Estelle outdid herself. Tender steak and kidney pie with crispy crust that almost melted in your mouth, peas and tiny new potatoes, mixed salad, chocolate pudding with whipped cream. There were no apparent constraints among the three of us. We were like three congenial adults, yet Sophie remained a child. Paradoxical, but true. "I wish we could always do this," Estelle said at last, settling back with a cigarette and broaching the matter closest to her heart. I nodded before I realized I'd done so. Damn it, I'd better watch out or I'd be committing myself to the adoption project. Sophie said, "It has been nice, like three cats having dinner." "I don't know about that," I said. "I've known some cats were hellers, no table manners at all." "I mean civilized cats," Sophie explained. "The cats you told me lived up in the sky?" I asked. "On a cat-sized planet circling a sun," she corrected me, with gentle pedantry. Estelle said, her eyes dreamy with brandy and unfulfillment, "I'd like to live in the sky forever. Just lie on a cloud and float and dream." "I don't think you're a sky person, Mrs. de Leon," Sophie observed, so obviously absorbed in thought no one could have taken offense. "You like a room better than room." This child epigram went unnoticed because both Estelle and I realized how true it was. At any rate, Estelle's eyes flickered toward the other room, where she did spend much of her time in bed with a book and a bottle. She rallied by asking Sophie, "Didn't you ever have a favorite room?" "Oh, yes, the little one in the home on the third floor, near the ladder to the roof. It made it easy to go up and look at the stars." That made it easy to talk about Sophie's early childhood. It turned out her mother hadn't died exactly when she was born, but when she was about 3, though her father had been out of the picture from the start. I don't remember him myself at all, but I do remember a lot about my mother, though the psychologist from the home told me I was just imagining, especially when I told him she taught me things about the stars. "What sort of things?" I asked. "Anyhow, she must have taught me pretty well," Sophie parried, to be able to stand up to a psychologist when I wasn't quite 4. "Oh, she taught me about cats, how to stroke them and other animals, including people." She gave me a mischievous grin. "She taught me how space and time didn't mean anything. And she taught me how to keep cool and never to back down in the real clutches, and how to—" she hesitated an instant— "love." Her eyes were directed at me, and her gaze was sinking deeper and deeper into mine as she said that last word. There wasn't the least thing trite or saccharine about it the way she said it. The way her gaze pierced me, I felt I was being possessed. Totally. I was afraid. Of course, all this was a moment's fantasy. "And she taught me love is forever and fierce," she finished, so softly it might have been ESP, or else more of my own fantasy, fortified by Norman Sailor's guff about the anima. But once again, there came to me that odd sense of unidentifiable guilt, of something I'd buried very deep and still couldn't dig up, if it were wise to try. Apparently Estelle hadn't noticed the interchange between Sophie and me, which was a happy wonder, as it would have provided fine ammunition for her theory of every female has a crush on you. Her wistful eyes looked through a wall. "Excuse me, Sophie," she said, "but I'm afraid your mother was wrong about time." She ran a thin hand lightly across her graying hair. "We all grow old." Sophie said, "But if it were that way, how could we ever wait long enough for the important things?" She added stoutly, "My mother told me to try to live at least 1,000 years. Estelle asked, not unkindly, "Did she tell you how?" Sophie shook her head and quickly went on, for once a little brittly. "My mother also left me some presents." Estelle glanced at the window and interrupted with, "Well, whatever time means elsewhere, I'm afraid it's real here, or we have to act as if it were. It's getting late. It's been a nice party, but the Fosters will be getting worried. Andre, would you see Sophie home?" One of the things Estelle always insists on, if it's after dark or merely the onset of twilight, is that I see any single woman home, be she a snooty 50 or a lissom 18, cleaning woman or scholar or lifeguard. I suppose it's a nice thing, really, a touch of the old courtesy, even when Estelle's mood changed and she berated me about the crush the lady had on me, and maybe I on her, when I got back from escort duty. As soon as we got outside, Sophie and I saw it wasn't dark at all, and that the sun, or at least part of it, was still above the horizon. So it seemed the most natural thing in the world for us to stroll hand in hand past the Fosters down to the beach. The Pacific was living up to her name. The tide was going out. We stood side by side on the wet, firm sand, looking toward Japan. There was still a narrow orange-yellow slice of sun above the distant water. There wasn't any spectacular sunset, just a low, reddish glow in the west, because there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. The sun went under. As usual, I watched for the green flash some people can see under ideal atmospheric conditions at the instant the last sliver of sun vanishes. As usual, I didn't spot it. I explained about it to Sophie with a chuckle at my failure. She nodded. And then it seemed the most natural thing in the world for us to stroll down the beach. At first we wandered separately, then once more hand in hand. Bright Venus winked on in the west, then golden Jupiter overhead, then icy diamond Sirius, lower than Venus in the southeast, and somewhat above her the compact rectangle of yellow-red Betelgeuse and the other three big stars that are the chief ones of Orion, the hunter. Sophie said, "Andre, how would you like to go to the stars, just with me?" "That'd be fun," I said, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. "When we got to my planet," she said, "we could settle down and have cats and babies." Once again, Norman's guff came to my mind. There was something eerie about the darkened beach now, and perhaps about Sophie, too. I tried to make my grip on her hand light and neutral. "You're a little young to be thinking about babies," I told her, with a jocularity that didn't register in my voice. At the same time, I was remembering that Anne of Austria had been betrothed to Louis XIII at 11. "Young and old mean different things, different places," Sophie said. "Someone who's supposed to be a child on one planet may be a grown-up on another." Thinking of just Earth's many sharp intercultural differences, I couldn't but agree. I said, "Of course, Estelle would have to come along on the trip." "No," Sophie said. "She doesn't like space. She'd never agree to it. And Mother told me you have to travel very light when you journey between stars. And besides—" "You know, Sophie," I interrupted, "Estelle is a pretty sweet person, really, even if she's a little narrow-minded and vindictive." Sophie said, "Yes, I liked playing high tea and other games with her. That's what makes it harder." I went on quickly. "So I guess I'll just have to stay home on Earth and look after Estelle." My voice again failed to register the lightness and jocularity I intended. "You're right, too, about Estelle needing to be looked after," Sophie agreed soberly. "I don't think she could make it even on Earth without you. So you'll just have to do something about her." "And there isn't anything to do about her, so I'll just have to stay on Earth," I said, this time managing to register a tone of finality. I added gently, "A pity." "It's more than a pity, Andre," Sophie said. "It's a tragedy." It's always a tragedy when true love is foiled. That stopped me dead on the firm sand. Sophie said, "A lot of people think kids can't know anything about tragedy. Andre, I've never told you or anyone the whole story about my mama and papa. They were on an inspection exploration ship checking up on Earth. They were on the team that came down. I wasn't born then, hadn't even been conceived. Mama told me all about it afterwards. They dug Earth, came to love it, and decided to stay, pretending to be Earth folk until the next inspection ship came around. Permission was granted." Sophie sighed in an infinitely world-weary way. Things happened just as you'd expect. For a couple of years they scurried around and enjoyed themselves. Then they both got bored. People were so stupid and brutal here. Even the nicest and sweetest of them, even Einstein and Gandhi, I guess, though I don't even see myself how that could be. And the next inspection ship might be 500 years. Anyway, one night Papa was away and Mama got so bored she went out to bars and got drunk and let an Earthman give her a baby. That was me. A shiver went down my neck. I was still just standing. "Sophie," I asked, "did your mother have brown hair?" I could not see Sophie's face, for it was long ago full dark, with only the tiny white breakers to see and the feeble low lights of Venice across the sand and the stars above. but I could sense her eyes closed in thought, her faint frown. "I don't know," she admitted at last. "Why can't I remember?" But whatever the color was, there was a narrow silver streak running back from the middle of her forehead. That did it for me. That was quite enough. I had found my hidden guilt. I suppose there are tens of thousands of women with such silver streaks in their hair. No matter. The mind recognizes logic, chance, and coincidence. But the feelings don't. For the feelings, the most improbable, airy possibility can be fully as real as a fact, proven, witnessed, and sealed. Because 11 years ago, you see, after 6 months of Lynn's last sickness, with Estelle tending her night and day as the child slowly and steadily weakened, and the doctors no help at all, and me spelling Estelle part of the nights and then going off to my editorial job in the mornings, I got fed up with it all. I took off one night and roamed the bars and forgot my troubles and felt my usual brilliant self, only more so. I met a beautiful babe and bantered with her and laid her. Delicious. And left her. A beautiful babe with a silver streak down the middle of her hair. I didn't remember the color of the rest of it. And then when I had got home, Lynn was dead. I don't think Estelle has ever forgiven me for being away that night. She never questioned me about it, but I think she guessed. It was then that life stopped meaning much for her. Still motionless there on the beach, I grew chilled as ice, although my heart was throbbing painfully. My hand went limp, and Sophie's dropped out of it. Why, Sophie might have been conceived the instant Lynn died. My daughter's hand. Sophie went on as if she hadn't noticed my reactions. Mama didn't tell Papa what had happened, but after a while he could see she was pregnant with me. They had terrible fights, mostly with words. Maybe being all alone in a strange world took away their control. After one bad quarrel, Papa turned his gun on himself and vanished himself. She paused. Mama told me all about it after I could understand a little of it. She thought I ought to know everything, good or bad. She planned that we'd wait for the next inspection ship, which might take less, very much less than 500 of your years, for our people have ways, which often work, of sensing if one of us is in distress on an alien planet. And then they reroute a ship for rescue if they reasonably can. But Mama let herself get too sad and too guilty about Papa and me. She was the wisest woman in this world, but she couldn't save herself. I guess you can say she died of a broken heart. I couldn't make any comment whatever, just went on standing there, paralyzed. Well, anyhow, Sophie went on, suddenly brisk, there's where we're going on our trip. She had something of the anima authority, all right. I followed her slim, ghostly finger to the center of Orion, where the belt and the sword now blazed, the whole of the constellation bespangled with tinier stars, the gaudiest and most gorgeous sight in the entire sky. Then I realized for the first time it was pitch dark, and through all my infinitely more serious wondering and fears, there stabbed the trivial but sharp concern that Sophie and I were out way after hours, and God knows what the Fosters and Estelle would be thinking or doing. Sophie found my hand and gripped it reassuringly. Don't worry, Andre, she said. Don't worry about the Fosters or Estelle. Things will work out. And especially don't worry about you and me, and how we feel toward each other. On my planet, it's perfectly all right for daughter and widowed father to marry, if they both want to. For me, that was another dose of paralysis, though I'll always remember the feeling of Sophie's slim little hand around mine. I don't know how long that moment lasted, but before I could do anything, Sophie had let go of my hand to point once more at Orion and say in a voice closer to excitement than I'd ever heard it, The sign! They've sent a ship for us. Hurry! They may be here tomorrow. We've got to get ready. Then the faint scuff of her light running feet across the dry sand. I want to be very careful what I put down now, especially since I can't be sure whether what I saw, or thought I saw, came before what Sophie said, or afterwards, or somewhere during. I looked up at Orion, and in the sword was a bright scarlet asterisk, consisting of 8 narrow, straight lines radiating from the center, the whole appearance occupying about the diameter of the moon. It instantly vanished. Then I was running after Sophie, as usual, making hard work in the dry sand. I caught up with her finally in our street. We didn't talk about what had happened. I didn't have the breath to do so. Lights were on in the Fosters' home and mine, and both front doors stood open, but there were voices coming from mine. We headed toward it. I was gritting my teeth in cringing anticipation. I don't know about Sophie. It could hardly have been worse. Estelle was playing it cool, leaning back in an armchair and puffing a cigarette in her best eyebrow-raised, lady-of-the-manor style. The two Fosters, whom I now saw for the first time, were pacing about everywhere. Or maybe stumbling and tottering would be better words. He was a senile hulk of a man, looking like a big upright log that had been bleaching on the beach for 10 years. She was a scrunched-over little buzzard of a woman, forever darting her shiny black eyes around and backing most of her husband's imbecile plays. They both landed on me at once. "What the hell were you doing, mister, out until all hours with Sophie?" the hulk demanded. "Yes, mister, what were you doing out with a little girl hours after dark?" the buzzard supplemented. I noticed that after one look at Sophie, neither of the Fosters gave her another glance, or said a word to her, or laid a hand on her in love or anger. She stepped between them, took a place a yard behind them, and stood there as cool and unconcerned as I'd ever seen her. I began impatiently, and then hesitated. Estelle cut in neatly, in a voice both imperious and plaintive. "Andre, these two crude persons pushed their way in. I would have sent for the police to put them out, except police are crude, too. Do something about them." The hulk blustered. "Mister, I'd have sent for the police long ago myself, except out of consideration for your missus. Now I think I ought to ask them to haul her in, too." The buzzard bravely seconded. "Haul in the both of you. I'll have you know we get paid for taking care of Sophie. Money from the home and from the county, too." "Shut up about that, Myra," the hulk said. Estelle remarked airily and speculatively. "Support money from two sources, eh? Is each aware of the other? I wonder how that would sound in court. Or your vile accusations against a distinguished author, even if you are playing footsie with some of the cruder members of the local Cossack post." The hulk said something unprintable, or rather, these days, not worth printing, about how writers and other hippies were darkening the skies of Los Angeles. Apparently industrial fumes and automobile exhaust had nothing to do with it, and ought to be all shipped back to the Bronx or Poland or San Francisco or somewhere. As usual in a crisis, I had said nothing much. Quite an evening. After a while, the hulk and the buzzard went stumbling off, still complaining and breathing threats and warnings, with Sophie stepping lightly 2 paces in the rear. I wasn't a bit worried about anything they might do to her. She obviously had the good old anima whip hand of them. But I was worried about a lot of other things which, of course, I couldn't hint of to Estelle. For a wonder, she didn't nag me about Sophie's crush, just kidded me a bit about the perils of taking nymphets for walks after dark, and the astonishing degree to which most older Americans and married couples worried about the molestation of their darling daughters by middle-aged men, even if the latter were the most trusted of old friends. Still, I had to take 3 pills to get to sleep. Despite the pills, the reflex of habit woke me at dawn. Estelle was sleeping like a log. Nevertheless, I was very slow and cautious about slipping from between the sheets. The springs didn't creak. I sat on the edge of the bed and wormed my feet into thick woolen socks with thin, pliant leather soles stitched to them. Venice mornings are chilly. Then I picked up my bathrobe and edged my way to the kitchen without knocking anything over. I started heating half a pot of stale coffee, then put on my thick robe over my pajamas. As soon as the coffee was barely hot, I downed a cup of it with a shudder and a grimace, heated the rest hotter, and bore a steaming cup of it to my icy, stern typewriter, lit my first cigarette, and sat down and stared at the cryptic, silent, loveless keyboard. My mind was still quite fuzzy with the 3 barbiturates I'd had. There wasn't a consequential thought in it, for which I was grateful. My trance lasted 5 seconds or 15 minutes. I don't know how long, when I thought I heard the faintest of scuffs, turned my head, and saw Sophie crossing the living room without seeing me. She was dressed exactly as when I'd first met her, except that now she held her little black plastic pistol in her hand. She vanished into the bedroom. Drugged or not, I was up and after her like a silent flash. All I remember glimpsing, by the way, was Selim, backed up against the far wall. His fur was bristled out as much as when the dog had chased him. Only now his eyes weren't furious, but terrified. I saw into the bedroom. Sophie was leaning grave-faced over the bed and had the muzzle of the plastic pistol an inch from Estelle's temple. All I could remember was how there had been a click, and the big dog had been gone. I hurled myself silently forward so I landed half on the bed. My hand closed around Sophie's hand and the plastic pistol, and reversed the aim of the latter. There was a click. Then Sophie wasn't there at all, and I was just holding the black plastic pistol, which was so tiny my big hand concealed it completely, and Estelle had reared up from the flesh-scented warm sheets. Face puffed with sleep, hair stringy as Medusa's, eyes blazing with the fierceness of a Fury's, or an Anima's. She was yelling, "What do you mean waking me up like this? Have you finally gone crazy, as I've always told you would?" Later that day I hid the little toy-like pistol, where I thought no one would ever find it. Estelle and I had a little trouble over Sophie, but really not much. The Fosters came over and gave us another hard time. Then the local police dropped in and asked some questions, but Estelle was on her good behavior, and they didn't seem very interested. I guess the Fosters had set them on, and they didn't think much of the Fosters. Paranoids, especially elderly ones, can be a bore to the police. And a languid young man came over from the Home for the Wanted, and most politely asked us a few questions, and took a few notes, and thanked us courteously, and went his languid way. We said a couple of nice things about Abbot Kinney, but I don't think he'd ever heard of the man. Next morning I looked for the gun, or toy, where I'd hidden it. It was gone. Maybe they, the ones of the red sign, tracked it down and took it away with them off this planet. At least, I hope so. I would hate to think of it falling into the hands of any Earth child, or any Earth adult, for that matter. And sometimes I hope it disappeared Sophie back to her own planet. But from the way she talked about what happened to Papa, I very much doubt that. In the midst of life, we are in death. Yet in the midst of death, we are in life. Myths My Great-Granddaughter Taught Me. Copyright 1963 by Mercury Press, Incorporated. One afternoon I woke in the patio feeling sun-toasted and relaxed, my mind very clear but with a glisten of dreams still on it. I ran my hand through my beard and decided to chop it off, which didn't make sense as it felt silky and looked a beautiful silver gray. When who should come around the corner of the house but my great-granddaughter, with her chin tucked down against her chest and her big eyes boring into me as they always do when she's prepared to confound me. One skinny arm hugged to her side a weather-beaten gray book, showing faintly on the cover a gold-stamped design of 3 curved horns interlocking. I knew that detail because I'd noticed the same warped-covered book lying around the house several times lately, but never bothered to check what it was, though I'd been meaning to. She stopped in front of me and untucked her chin and pushed a strand of long, pale hair back from her cheek, and even yawned fakily. But I knew that was just to get me off guard. Then she suddenly shot at me. "Gramps! Gramps," she shot at me. "Why do the frost giants always talk Russian?" "Well, I guess they have some pretty tall people in Russia," I temporized, "and they certainly have some pretty chilly winters, as Napoleon and Hitler learned to their sorrow. Hey, how do you know these frost giants talk Russian?" "Because they write B for V and P for R," she explained impatiently. "And for G they make a little gibbet." "That's not talking, that's writing," I started to object, but she pursed her lips and bored her eyes into me again and asked suspiciously, "Gramps, do you know Norse mythology?" "You ought to say dig," I told her. "Why don't you talk cute beatnik like all the other brainy little 8-year-olds with authors for fathers, or fathers once or twice removed? Why, I've known writers to make vast fortunes just copying down what their cute teenage beatnik daughters say over the phone." She cut me off with, "Gramps, beatnik went out 20 years ago." "I'm very glad to hear that," I said. "But now about this Norse jazz. It's all very wild and doomful and warlike, and they have 9 worlds, I think. But I remember Jotunheim, where the frost giants live, and Asgard, that's where our boys live." "Oh, so you admit they're our boys," she interrupted. "Well, I mean they're the heroes, sort of. They're the Esser." "How do you spell that? AEC, as in Atomic Energy Commission?" "No, AES, I told her, though I suppose you could have C. Sedilla." "Or AE could stand for American Empire," she suggested. "Look, I'm telling this," I told her. "There are these Esser, Odin, Thor and company, and they live in Asgard, boozing it up and being athletic. Leading off from Asgard is the bridge Bifrost. You say that Bifrost and not Bifrost, with Heimdall to guard it. The launching orbit, she interrupted excitedly. Bifrost is the launching orbit, and Heimdall is the big radar station that guards against missiles from Jotunheim and the other countries. That's too science fiction-y, I objected. Though I do seem to remember that Heimdall could see for 100 miles in every direction, and even hear the grass grow. Sonar, too, she said. Radar and hypersonar. I chuckled in my throat at that. It was rather cute, though there was a little chill on the back of my neck just behind the chuckle, because it has always seemed to me that there is something frighteningly for our times in this Norse notion of embattled worlds with magic weapons poised against each other, and then just going ahead and destroying each other at Ragnarok. Go on, she prompted. Tell me some more about Asgard. Tell me any story you remember. Well, it's been a long time, I objected, scratching my chin through my silky silver beard. I forget what led up to it, but there was one about the dwarfs having a contest to see who could make the most wonderful gifts for the gods. They're the scientists, she said sharply, nodding her head. The dwarfs are the scientists and the engineers. Have it your own way, I told her. Well, these gifts for the Aesir, who are the gods, of course. They would naturally think that, she agreed smoothly. I blinked at her but went on. These gifts included the spear Gungnir, which would hit whatever mark it was thrown at, no matter how bad the aim of the thrower. I thought I heard her say, self-correcting homing missile, but I went on. And the boat Skidbladnir. You know, it's funny, but I always read that as skin bladder. Anyhow, the boat Skidbladnir, which a person could fold up and fit in his pocket. Pocket battleship, she said instantly. It says just that. And the boar gold bristle that flew forever, shedding light. I was determined to finish off my list. Atomic spaceship, she said, or maybe photonic. And Thor's hammer Mjolnir. Another missile, of course. Don't they actually have one called Thor? And the gold ring Draupnir, that dropped 8 rings like itself every 9th night. That could be atomic transmutation, she said thoughtfully, or maybe just the capitalist economic system as it dreams of itself. Now look here, I said rather loudly, for I wanted to end this nonsense before it got any more nightmarish. You use awfully big words and subtle concepts, even for a little girl who's outgrown beatnik. I'm your own great-granddaughter, aren't I? She countered. Nobody could protest that comeback, so I just said, You sure are, honey, but you're looking pretty scrawny with all this intellection. Really, there was something that had begun to bother me about her skinniness and the anxious intensity of her lemur-like gaze. Why don't you go inside and ask your grandma for a big peanut butter sandwich and a glass of milk? Later, maybe, she said. Right now I want you to tell me every last thing you remember about the 9 worlds. She came over and leaned straight-armed on my couch and bored with the big eyes again. That's asking too much, I protested, especially with this science fiction angle you've added. You seem to know more about it than I do, so why don't you tell me the answers? Why do the frost giants always talk Russian? She leaned 2 inches closer and whispered, Because the frost giants are Russian, see? Well, I said, trying to get back into the spirit of it all, I have to admit that the Russians do talk guttural and ho-ho-ho harshly, and lumber around in fur coats and pound on tables, and knock themselves out with monster construction projects, and act obtuse but menacing, just like the frost giants. That's right, she told me, nodding. Khrushchev was the giant Skirmir, I'm pretty sure. Jotunheim and Asgard are Russia and America, all set to shoot missiles at each other across England and Europe, which must be Midgard, of course. Though sometimes I think the English are the Vanir. Say, have you been reading all this crazy stuff in that gray book? I asked her uneasily. I remember now. 3 interlocking horns are Odin's symbol. Let me see it. Later, maybe, she said, twisting the side with the book clamped it away from my hand, and then backing off a couple of steps. Right now we've got to dig some important things out of your memory. Gramps, there's a tradition that Odin wandered all over Midgard, and some of the 9 worlds too, in disguise. Do you know who Odin might be, like Skirmir being Khrushchev, or Lenin being Hresvelger, or Balder Abraham Lincoln? William O. Douglas, I suggested wildly, making another attempt to play the game. He traveled all over the world to see things for himself, and he wrote a lot of books about it. "I don't think so," she said, shaking her head. "But maybe it's not so important to know that. After all, Odin was one of the good guys. For that matter, all the Esser were pretty good. At least they were brave and well-intentioned. But there wasn't one of them who wasn't—" She hesitated, and for some reason I shivered. "Loki wasn't," she said, and hesitated again. And as she said Loki and stared at me with those big eyes, the patio seemed to waver for a moment behind her, and the sun grew dim. "Loki was always causing trouble. He was one of the Esser. They adopted him. But he was always working the worst mischief he could. Gramps, who was Loki?" "Now let's stop all this right now," I commanded, "or we'll be getting to Ragnarok." I laughed and reached out to tousle her hair, but really I was a little frightened. You see, ever since I first ran across the Norse myths in 3rd grade, I've never believed for a second in that fakey tacked-on happy ending about the sons of Odin and Thor establishing a new world after the other gods and the giants were dead. It's always been clear to me that Ragnarok must lie in the future, a horror overhanging us all, a doom toward which the universe is relentlessly working. Any other solution would be dramatically wrong. And right now, I didn't want a little girl to glimpse the dread and despair that had gripped the heart of a 3rd grader and never quite let go. I must have done a poor job of concealment, though, for what she said, backing out of reach again, was, "But, Gramps, don't you see that we've got to get to Ragnarok? That's what all this is leading up to? It all fits. The Midgard serpent coiled around the world under the seas and never coming up till the end is atomic submarines. The Fenris wolf, his jaws scraping Earth and the stars, is spaceflight and missiles. And Surtur, who came from Muspelheim and ended the war with a fire weapon that destroyed everything. He must have been the top general of a country, not America or Russia, that started throwing atomic bombs. But, Gramps, which country was Muspelheim? Who was Surtur? And who was the one who tricked them all into it? Who was Loki?" Now she was the one who was advancing, her big eyes pleading but fierce, and I was the one who was backing off a little across my couch. She seemed to have changed, or maybe it was just that I now saw for the first time that her cheeks were starved, sunken, and her dress was ragged and her skinny legs were scarred. "Who was Loki, Gramps?" she repeated. "If you knew, you could stop him. We can't remember. We've got amnesia for that part. We sent back the book and the myths so you'd know what was coming and figure out the rest and stop it from happening. But that didn't do any good, so we had to try to come back ourselves. Gramps, please." She reached out her hand, brushing my beard, and shook my shoulder. Her fingers were ice. "Gramps, who was Loki?" "Stop it, I don't know," I cried out, flinching away from her. "I don't even know your name." At that, shadow and a strong vibration passed across everything, and when I opened my eyes again, she was gone. My beard was gone, too, though I had to rub my chin several times to convince myself of that. Then I remembered that I never had a beard, certainly not a silver one. I also remembered that I don't have a great-granddaughter. I have one grandchild, a girl, but she's only 2. Oh, one other thing. My wife and a couple of friends remember seeing that gray weathered book with the Odin symbol around the house, but none of them ever looked into it, and now we can't find it anywhere. So there you are. That's the entire experience, just as it happened. No, wait a moment. I have one slight correction to make, a correction that keeps me wondering. I don't have a great-granddaughter. Yet. Catch That Zeppelin. Copyright 1975 by Mercury Press, Incorporated. This year, on a trip to New York City to visit my son, who is a social historian at a leading municipal university there, I had a very unsettling experience. At black moments, of which at my age I have quite a few, it still makes me distrust profoundly those absolute boundaries in space and time which are our sole protection against chaos, and fear that my mind, no, my entire individual existence, may at any moment at all, and without any warning whatsoever, be blown by a sudden gust of cosmic wind to an entirely different spot in a universe of infinite possibilities, or rather, into another universe altogether, and that my mind and individuality will be changed to fit. But at other moments, which are still in the majority, I believe that my unsettling experience was only one of those remarkably vivid waking dreams to which old people become increasingly susceptible, generally waking dreams about the past, and especially waking dreams about a past in which at some crucial point one made an entirely different and a braver choice than one actually did, or in which the whole world made such a decision, with a completely different future resulting. Golden, glowing might-have-beens nag increasingly at the minds of some older people. In line with this interpretation, I must admit that my whole unsettling experience was structured very much like a dream. It began with startling flashes of a changed world. It continued into a longer period, when I completely accepted the changed world and delighted in it, and despite fleeting quivers of uneasiness, wished I could bask in its glow forever. And it ended in horrors or nightmares, which I hate to mention, let alone discuss, until I must. Opposing this dream notion, there are times when I am completely convinced that what happened to me in Manhattan and in a certain famous building there was no dream at all, but absolutely real, and that I did indeed visit another time stream. Finally, I must point out that what I am about to tell you I am necessarily describing in retrospect, highly aware of several transitions involved, and, whether I want to or not, commenting on them and making deductions that never once occurred to me at the time. Now, at the time it happened to me, and now at this moment of writing I am convinced that it did happen and was absolutely real, one instant simply succeeded another in the most natural way possible. I questioned nothing. As to why it all happened to me, and what particular mechanism was involved, well, I am convinced that every man or woman has rare, brief moments of extreme sensitivity, or rather vulnerability, when his mind and entire being may be blown by the change winds to somewhere else, and then, by what I call the law of the conservation of reality, blown back again. I was walking down Broadway somewhere near 34th Street. It was a chilly day, sunny despite the smog, a bracing day, and I suddenly began to stride along more briskly than is my cautious habit, throwing my feet ahead of me with a faint suggestion of the goose step. I also threw back my shoulders and took deep breaths, ignoring the fumes which tickled my nostrils. Beside me, traffic growled and snarled, rising at times to a machine-gun rat-tat-tat, while pedestrians were scuttling about with that desperate rat-like urgency characteristic of all big American cities, but which reaches its ultimate in New York. I cheerfully ignored that, too. I even smiled at the sight of a ragged bum and a fur-coated, gray-haired society lady, both independently dodging across the street through the hurtling traffic with the cool, practiced skill one sees only in America's biggest metropolis. Just then I noticed a dark, wide shadow athwart the street ahead of me. It could not be that of a cloud, for it did not move. I craned my neck sharply and looked straight up like the veriest yokel, a regular Hans Kopf in die Luft, Hans, head in the air, a German figure of comedy. My gaze had to climb up the giddy 102 stories of the tallest building in the world, the Empire State. My gaze was strangely accompanied by the vision of a gigantic, long-fanged ape making the same ascent with a beautiful girl in one paw. Oh yes, I was recollecting the charming American fantasy film, King Kong, or as they name it in Sweden, Kong King. And then my gaze clambered higher still, up the 222-foot sturdy tower, to the top of which was moored the nose of the vast, breathtakingly beautiful, streamlined, silvery shape which was making the shadow. Now here is a most important point. I was not at the time in the least startled by what I saw. I knew at once that it was simply the bow section of the German Zeppelin Ostwald, named for the great German pioneer of physical chemistry and electrochemistry, and queen of the mighty passenger and light freight fleet of luxury airliners working out of Berlin, Baden-Baden, and Bremerhaven. That matchless armada of peace, each titanic airship named for a world-famous German scientist. The Mach, the Nernst, the Humboldt, the Fritz Haber, the French named Antoine-Henri Becquerel, the American named Edison, the Polish named Sklodowska, the American-Polish T. Sklodowska Edison, and even the Jewish named Einstein. The great humanitarian navy in which I held a not unimportant position as international sales consultant and Fachmann, expert. My chest swelled with justified pride at this edel, noble achievement of der Vaterland. I knew also, without any mind-searching or surprise, that the length of the Ostwald was more than one-half the 1,472-foot height of the Empire State Building, plus its mooring tower, thick enough to hold an elevator. And my heart swelled again with the thought that the Berlin Zeppelin Turm, dirigible tower, was only a few meters less high. Germany, I told myself, need not strain for mere numerical records. Her sweeping scientific and technical achievements speak for themselves to the entire planet. All this literally took little more than a second, and I never broke my snappy stride. As my gaze descended, I cheerfully hummed under my breath, Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. The Broadway I saw was utterly transformed, though at the time this seemed every bit as natural as the serene presence of the Ostwald high overhead, vast ellipsoid held aloft by helium. Silvery electric trucks and buses and private cars innumerable purred along far more evenly and quietly, and almost as swiftly as had the noisy, stenchful, jerky gasoline-powered vehicles only moments before, though to me now the latter were completely forgotten. About 2 blocks ahead, an occasional gleaming electric car smoothly swung into the wide silver arch of a quick battery change station, while others emerged from under the arch to rejoin the almost dreamlike stream of traffic. The air I gratefully inhaled was fresh and clean, without a trace of smog. The somewhat fewer pedestrians around me still moved quite swiftly, but with a dignity and courtesy largely absent before, with the numerous blackamoors among them quite as well dressed and exuding the same quiet confidence as the Caucasians. The only slightly jarring note was struck by a tall, pale, rather emaciated man in black dress and with unmistakably Hebraic features. His somber clothing was somewhat shabby, though well kept, and his thin shoulders were hunched. I got the impression he had been looking closely at me, and then instantly glanced away as my eyes sought his. For some reason I recalled what my son had told me about the City College of New York, CCNY, being referred to surreptitiously and jokingly as Christian College, now Yiddish. I couldn't help chuckling a bit at that witticism, though I'm glad to say it was a genial little guffaw rather than a malicious snicker. Germany, in her well-known tolerance and noble-mindedness, has completely outgrown her old, disfiguring anti-Semitism. After all, we must admit in all fairness that perhaps a third of our great men are Jews, or carry Jewish genes, Haber and Einstein among them. Despite what dark and, yes, wicked memories may lurk in the subconscious minds of oldsters like myself, and occasionally briefly surface into awareness like submarines bent on ship murder. My happily self-satisfied mood immediately reasserted itself, and with a smart, almost military gesture, I brushed to either side with a thumbnail the short, horizontal black mustache which decorates my upper lip, and I automatically swept back into place the thick comma of black hair, I confess I dye it, which tends to fall down across my forehead. I stole another glance up at the Ostwald, which made me think of the matchless amenities of that wondrous deluxe airliner. The softly purring motors that powered its propellers, electric motors naturally, energized by banks of lightweight TSE batteries, and as safe as its helium. The grand corridor running the length of the passenger deck from the bow observatory to the stern's like-windowed games room, which becomes the grand ballroom at night. The other peerless rooms letting off that corridor, the Gesellschaftsraum der Kapitän, Captain's Lounge, with its dark woodwork, manly cigar smoke, and Damentische, tables for ladies. The premier dining room with its linen napery and silver-plated aluminum dining service. The ladies' retiring room, always set out profusely with fresh flowers. The Schwarzwald bar, the gambling casino with its roulette, baccarat, chemie, blackjack, 21. Its tables for scat and bridge and dominoes and 66. Its chess tables presided over by the delightfully eccentric world's champion, Nimzovich, who would defeat you blindfolded, but always brilliantly, simultaneously or one at a time, in charmingly baroque brief games for only 2 gold pieces per person per game. 1 gold piece to Nazi-Nimzi, 1 to the DLG. And the supremely luxurious staterooms, with costly veneers of mahogany over balsa. The hosts of attentive stewards, either as short and skinny as jockeys or else actual dwarfs, both types chosen to save weight. And the titanium elevator, rising through the countless bags of helium to the 2-decked Zenith Observatory, the sun-deck wind-screened but roofless to let in the ever-changing clouds, the mysterious fog, the rays of the stars and good old Sol, and all the heavens. Ah, where else on land or sea could you buy such high living? I called to mind in detail the single cabin which was always mine when I sailed on the Ostwald, meine Stammkabine. I visualized the grand corridor thronged with wealthy passengers in evening dress, the handsome officers, the unobtrusive, ever-attentive stewards, the gleam of white shirt-fronts, the glow of bare shoulders, the muted dazzle of jewels, the music of conversations like string quartets, the lilting low laughter that traveled along. Exactly on time, I did a neat links marschieren, to the left march, and passed through the impressive portals of the Empire State Building and across its towering lobby to the mutedly silver-doored bank of elevators. On my way, I noted the silver-glowing date, 6 May 1937, and the time of day, 1:07 p.m. Good. Since the Ostwald did not cast off until the tick of 3 p.m., I would be left plenty of time for a leisurely lunch and good talk with my son, if he had remembered to meet me. And there was actually no doubt of that, since he is the most considerate and orderly-minded of sons, a real German mentality, though I say it myself. I headed for the express bank, enjoying my passage through the clusters of high-class people who thronged the lobby without any unseemly crowding, and placed myself before the doors designated Dirigible Departure Lounge, and in briefer German, Zum Zeppelin. The elevator hostess was an attractive Japanese girl in skirt of dull silver with the DLG, double eagle, and dirigible insignia of the German Airship Union emblazoned in small on the left breast of her mutedly silver jacket. I noted with unvoiced approval that she appeared to have an excellent command of both German and English, and was uniformly courteous to the passengers in her smiling but unemotional Nipponese fashion, which is so like our German scientific precision of speech, though without the latter's warm underlying passion. How good that our two federations at opposite sides of the globe have strong commercial and behavioral ties. My fellow passengers in the lift, chiefly Americans and Germans, were of the finest type, very well dressed, except that just as the doors were about to close, there pressed in my doleful, a Jew in black. He seemed ill at ease, perhaps because of his shabby clothing. I was surprised, but made a point of being particularly polite towards him, giving him a slight bow and brief but friendly smile, while flashing my eyes. Jews have as much right to the acme of luxury travel as any other people on the planet, if they have the money, and most of them do. During our uninterrupted and infinitely smooth passage upward, I touched my outside left breast pocket to reassure myself that my ticket, first class on the Ostwald, and my papers were there. But actually I got far more reassurance and even secret joy from the feel and thought of the documents in my tightly zippered inside left breast pocket. The signed preliminary agreements that would launch America herself into the manufacture of passenger Zeppelins. Modern Germany is always generous in sharing her great technical achievements with responsible sister nations, supremely confident that the genius of her scientists and engineers will continue to keep her well ahead of all other lands. And after all, the genius of two Americans, father and son, had made vital, though indirect, contributions to the development of safe airship travel, and not forgetting the part played by the Polish-born wife of the one and mother of the other. The obtaining of these documents had been the chief and official reason for my trip to New York City, though I had been able to combine it most pleasurably with a long-overdue visit with my son, the social historian, and with his charming wife. These happy reflections were cut short by the jarless arrival of our elevator at its lofty terminus on the 100th floor. The journey old love-smitten King Kong had made, only after exhausting exertion, we had accomplished effortlessly. The silvery doors spread wide. My fellow passengers hung back for a moment in awe, and perhaps a little trepidation at the thought of the awesome journey ahead of them, and I, seasoned airship traveler that I am, was the first to step out, favoring with a smile and nod of approval my pert yet cool Japanese fellow employee of the lower echelons. Hardly sparing a glance toward the great fleckless window, confronting the doors and showing a matchless view of Manhattan from an elevation of 1,250 feet minus 2 stories, I briskly turned, not right to the portals of the departure lounge and tower elevator, but left to those of the superb German restaurant Crow's Nest. I passed between the flanking 3-foot-high bronze statuettes of Thomas Edison and Maria Skłodowska-Edison, niched in one wall, and those of Count von Zeppelin and Thomas Skłodowska-Edison facing them from the other, and entered the select precincts of the finest German dining place outside the fatherland. I paused while my eyes traveled searchingly around the room, with its restful dark wood paneling deeply carved, with beautiful representations of the Black Forest and its grotesque supernatural denizens, kobolds, elves, gnomes, dryads, tastefully sexy, and the like. They interested me, since I am what Americans call a Sunday painter, though almost my sole subject matter is Zeppelin seen against blue sky and airy, soaring clouds. The Oberkellner came hurrying toward me with menu tucked under his left elbow and saying, "Mein Herr, charmed to see you once more. I have a perfect table for one with porthole looking out across the Hudson." But just then a youthful figure rose springily from behind a table set against the far wall, and a dear and familiar voice rang out to me with, "Here, Papa." "Nein, Herr Ober," I smilingly told the head waiter as I walked past him. "Heute habe ich ein Gesellschafter, mein Sohn." I confidently made my way between tables occupied by well-dressed folk, both white and black. My son wrung my hand with fierce family affection, though we had last parted only that morning. He insisted that I take the wide, dark, leather-upholstered seat against the wall, which gave me a fine view of the entire restaurant, while he took the facing chair. "Because during this meal I wish to look only on you, Papa," he assured me with manly tenderness. "And we have at least an hour and a half together, Papa. I have checked your luggage through, and it is likely already aboard the Ostwald." Thoughtful, dependable boy. "And now, Papa, what shall it be?" he continued after we had settled ourselves. "I see that today's special is Sauerbraten mit Spätzle and sweet sour red cabbage. But there is also Paprikahuhn and—" "Leave the chicken to Flunt or Paprika in lonely red splendor today," I interrupted him. "Sauerbraten sounds fine." Ordered by my Herr Ober, the aged wine-waiter had already approached our table. I was about to give him directions when my son took upon himself that task, with an authority and a hostfulness that warmed my heart. He scanned the wine menu rapidly, but thoroughly. "The Zinfandel 1933, he ordered with decision, though glancing my way to see if I concurred with his judgment. I smiled and nodded. "And perhaps ein Tropfchen Schnaps to begin with," he suggested. "A brandy, yes," I replied. "And not just a drop, either. Make it a double. It is not every day I lunch with that distinguished scholar, my son." "Oh, Papa," he protested, dropping his eyes and almost blushing. Then firmly to the bent-backed, white-haired wine-waiter. "Schnaps also, doppel." The old waiter nodded his approval and hurried off. We gazed fondly at each other for a few blissful seconds. Then I said, "Now tell me more fully about your achievements as a social historian on an exchange professorship in the New World. I know we have spoken about this several times, but only rather briefly and generally, when various of your friends were present, or at least your lovely wife. Now I would like a more leisurely man-to-man account of your great work. Incidentally, do you find the scholarly apparatus, books und so weiter, etc., of the municipal universities of New York City adequate to your needs after having enjoyed those of Baden-Baden University and the institutions of high learning in the German Federation?" "In some respects they are lacking," he admitted. "However, for my purposes they have proved completely adequate." Then once more he dropped his eyes and almost blushed. "But, Papa, you praise my small efforts far too highly." He lowered his voice. "They do not compare with the victory for international industrial relations you yourself have won in a fortnight." "All in a day's work for the DLG," I said self-deprecatingly, though once again lightly touching my left chest to establish contact with those important documents safely stowed in my inside left breast pocket. "But now, no more polite fencing," I went on briskly. "Tell me all about those small efforts, as you modestly refer to them." His eyes met mine. "Well, Papa," he began in suddenly matter-of-fact fashion, "all my work these last 2 years has been increasingly dominated by a firm awareness of the fragility of the underpinnings of the good world society we enjoy today. If certain historically minute key events or cusps in only the past 100 years had been decided differently, if another course had been chosen than the one that was, then the whole world might now be plunged in wars and worse horrors than we ever dream of. It is a chilling insight, but it bulks continually larger in my entire work, my every paper. I felt the thrilling touch of inspiration. At that moment the wine waiter arrived with our double brandies in small goblets of cut glass. I wove the interruption into the fabric of my inspiration. "Let us drink, then, to what you name your chilling insight," I said. "Prosit." The bite and spreading warmth of the excellent schnapps quickened my inspiration further. "I believe I understand exactly what you're getting at," I told my son. I set down my half-emptied goblet and pointed at something over my son's shoulder. He turned his head around, and after one glance back at my pointing finger, which intentionally waggled a tiny bit from side to side, he realized that I was not indicating the entry of the crayon nest, but the 4 sizable bronze statuettes flanking it. "For instance," I said, "if Thomas Edison and Marie Sklodowska had not married, and especially if they had not had their super-genius son, then Edison's knowledge of electricity and hers of radium and other radioactives might never have been joined. There might never have been developed the fabulous T.S. Edison battery, which is the prime mover of all today's surface and air traffic. Those pioneering electric trucks introduced by the Saturday Evening Post in Philadelphia might have remained an expensive freak. And the gas helium might never have been produced industrially to supplement Earth's meager subterranean supply." My son's eyes brightened with a flame of pure scholarship. "Papa," he said eagerly, "you are a genius yourself. You have precisely hit on what is perhaps the most important of those cusp events I referred to. I am at this moment finishing the necessary research for a long paper on it. Do you know, Papa, that I have firmly established by researching Parisian records that there was in 1894 a close personal relationship between Marie Sklodowska and her fellow radium researcher Pierre Curie, and that she might well have become Madame Curie, or perhaps Madame Becquerel, for he too was in that work, if the dashing and brilliant Edison had not most opportunely arrived in Paris in December 1894 to sweep her off her feet and carry her off to the New World to even greater achievements. And just think, Papa," he went on, his eyes aflame, "what might have happened if their son's battery had not been invented, the most difficult technical achievement, hedged by all sorts of seemingly scientific impossibilities in the entire millennium-long history of industry. Why, Henry Ford might have manufactured automobiles powered by steam or by exploding natural gas, or conceivably even vaporized liquid gasoline, rather than the mass-produced electric cars, which have been such a boon to mankind everywhere. Not our smokeless cars, but cars spouting all sorts of noxious fumes to pollute the environment. Cars powered by the danger-fraught combustion of vaporized liquid gasoline. It almost made me shudder, and certainly it was a fantastic thought, yet not altogether beyond the bounds of possibility, I had to admit. Just then I noticed my gloomy black-clad Jew sitting only 2 tables away from us, though how he had got himself into the exclusive crayon nest was a wonder. Strange that I had missed his entry, probably immediately after my own, while I had eyes only for my son. His presence somehow threw a dark, though only momentary shadow over my bright mood. Let him get some good German food inside him, and some fine German wine, I thought generously. It will fill that empty belly of his, and even put a bit of a good German smile into those sunken Yiddish cheeks. I combed my little mustache with my thumbnail, and swept the errant lock of hair off my forehead. Meanwhile, my son was saying, "Also, Father, if electric transport had not been developed, and if during the last decade relations between Germany and the United States had not been so good, then we might never have gotten from the wells in Texas the supply of natural helium our Zeppelins desperately needed during the brief but vital period before we had put the artificial creation of helium onto an industrial footing. My researchers at Washington have revealed that there was a strong movement in the U.S. military to ban the sale of helium to any other nation, Germany in particular. Only the powerful influence of Edison, Ford, and a few other key Americans, instantly brought to bear, prevented that stupid injunction. Yet if it had gone through, Germany might have been forced to use hydrogen instead of helium to float her passenger dirigibles. That was another crucial cusp. A hydrogen-supported Zeppelin? Ridiculous! Such an airship would be a floating bomb, ready to be touched off by the slightest spark, I protested. Not ridiculous, father, my son calmly contradicted me, shaking his head. Pardon me for trespassing in your field, but there is an inescapable imperative about certain industrial developments. If there is not a safe road of advance, then a dangerous one will invariably be taken. You must admit, father, that the development of commercial airships was in its early stages a most perilous venture. During the 1920s, there were the dreadful wrecks of the American dirigibles, Roma, Shenandoah, which broke in two. Akron and Macon, the British R-38, which also broke apart in the air, and R-101, the French Dismude, which disappeared in the Mediterranean, Mussolini's Italia, which crashed trying to reach the North Pole, and the Russian Maxim Gorky, struck down by a plane, with a total loss of no fewer than 340 crew members for the 9 accidents. If that had been followed by the explosions of 2 or 3 hydrogen Zeppelins, world industry might well have abandoned forever the attempt to create passenger airships and turned instead to the development of large propeller-driven heavier-than-air craft. Monster airplanes, in danger every moment of crash from engine failure, competing with good old unsinkable Zeppelins? Impossible, at least at first thought. I shook my head, but not with as much conviction as I might have wished. My son's suggestion was really a valid one. Besides, he had all his facts at his fingertips and was complete master of his subject, as I also had to allow. Those 9 fearful airship disasters he mentioned had indeed occurred, as I well knew, and might have tipped the scale in favor of long-distance passenger and troop-carrying airplanes had it not been for helium, the T.S. Edison battery, and German genius. Fortunately, I was able to dump from my mind these uncomfortable speculations and immerse myself in admiration of my son's multi-sided scholarship. That boy was a wonder, a real chip off the old block, and yes, a bit more. "And now, Dolphy," he went on, using my nickname. I did not mind. "May I turn to an entirely different topic, or rather to a very different example of my hypothesis of historical cusps?" I nodded mutely. My mouth was busily full with fine sauerbraten and those lovely tiny German dumplings, while my nostrils enjoyed the unique aroma of sweet, sour red cabbage. I had been so engrossed in my son's revelations that I had not consciously noted our luncheon being served. I swallowed, took a slug of the good red Zinfandel, and said, "Please go on." "It's about the consequences of the American Civil War, Father," he said, surprisingly. "Did you know that in the decade after that bloody conflict, there was a very real danger that the whole cause of Negro freedom and rights, for which the war was fought, whatever they say, might well have been completely smashed? The fine work of Abraham Lincoln, Thaddeus Stevens, Charles Sumner, the Freedmen's Bureau, and the Union League clubs put to naught? And even the Ku Klux Klan underground allowed free rein rather than being sternly repressed?" "Yes, Father. My thoroughgoing researchings have convinced me such things might easily have happened, resulting in some sort of re-enslavement of the blacks, with the whole war to be refought at an indefinite future date, or at any rate Reconstruction brought to a dead halt for many decades. With what disastrous effects on the American character, turning its deep, simple faith in freedom to hypocrisy, it is impossible to exaggerate. I have published a sizable paper on this subject in the Journal of Civil War Studies." I nodded somberly. Quite a bit of this new subject matter of his was terra incognita to me. Yet I knew enough of American history to realize he had made a cogent point. More than ever before, I was impressed by his multifaceted learning. He was indubitably a figure in the great tradition of German scholarship, a profound thinker, broad and deep. How fortunate to be his father! Not for the first time, but perhaps with the greatest sincerity yet. I thanked God and the laws of nature that I had early moved my family from Braunau, Austria, where I had been born in 1889, to Baden-Baden, where he had grown up in the ambience of the great new university on the edge of the Black Forest, and only 150 kilometers from Count Zeppelin's dirigible factory in Württemberg at Friedrichshafen on Lake Constance. I raised my glass of Kirschwasser to him in a solemn, silent toast. We had somehow got to that stage in our meal, and downed a sip of the potent, fiery, white cherry brandy. He leaned toward me and said, "I might as well tell you, Dolph, that my big book, at once popular and scholarly, my Meisterwerk, to be titled, 'If Things Had Gone Wrong, or perhaps If Things Had Turned for the Worse,' will deal solely, though illuminated by dozens of diverse examples, with my theory of historical cusps, a highly speculative concept, but firmly footed in fact." He glanced at his wristwatch, muttered, "Yes, there's still time for it." So now, his face grew grave, his voice clear though small. "I will venture to tell you about one more cusp, the most disputable and yet most crucial of them all." He paused. "I warn you, dear Dolph, that this cusp may cause you pain." "I doubt that," I told him indulgently. "Anyhow, go ahead." "Very well. In November of 1918, when the British had broken the Hindenburg Line and the weary German army was defiantly dug in along the Rhine, and just before the Allies under Marshal Foch launched the final crushing drive which would cut a bloody swath across the heartland to Berlin, I understood his warning at once. Memories flamed in my mind like the sudden blinding flares of the battlefield with their deafening thunder. The company I had commanded had been among the most desperately defiant of those he mentioned, heroically nerved for a last-ditch resistance. And then Foch had delivered that last vast blow, and we had fallen back and back and back before the overwhelming numbers of our enemies with their field guns and tanks and armored cars innumerable, and above all their huge aerial armadas of de Havilland and Handley Page and other big bombers, escorted by insect-buzzing fleets of Spads and other fighters, shooting to bits our last Fokkers and Pfalzes, and visiting on Germany a destruction greater far than our Zepps had worked on England. Back, 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 endlessly reeling and regrouping, across the devastated German countryside, a dozen times decimated, yet still defiant until the end came at last amid the ruins of Berlin, and the most bold among us had to admit we were beaten, and we surrendered unconditionally. These vivid, fiery recollections came to me almost instantaneously. I heard my son continuing. At that cusp moment in November 1918, Dolph, there existed a very strong possibility, I have established this beyond question, that an immediate armistice would be offered and signed, and the war ended inconclusively. President Wilson was wavering, the French were very tired, and so on. And if that had happened in actuality, hearken closely to me now, Dolph, then the German temper entering the decade of the 1920s would have been entirely different. She would have felt she had not been really licked, and there would inevitably have been a secret recrudescence of pan-German militarism. German scientific humanism would not have won its total victory over the Germany of the, yes, Huns. As for the Allies, self-tricked out of the complete victory which lay within their grasp, they would in the long run have treated Germany far less generously than they did after their lust for revenge had been sated by that last drive to Berlin. The League of Nations would not have become the strong instrument for world peace that it is today. It might well have been repudiated by America, and certainly secretly detested by Germany. Old wounds would not have healed because, paradoxically, they would not have been deep enough. There, I have said my say. I hope it hasn't bothered you too badly, Dolph. I let out a gusty sigh. Then my wincing frown was replaced by a brow serene. I said very deliberately, "Not one bit, my son, though you have certainly touched my own old wounds to the quick. Yet I feel in my bones that your interpretation is completely valid. Rumors of an armistice were indeed running like wildfire through our troops in that black autumn of 1918. And I know only too well that if there had been an armistice at that time, then officers like myself would have believed that the German soldier had never really been defeated, only betrayed by his leaders and by red incendiaries, and we would have begun to conspire endlessly for a resumption of the war under happier circumstances. My son, let us drink to your amazing cusps. Our tiny glasses touched with a delicate ting, and the last drops went down of biting, faintly bitter Kirschwasser. I buttered a thin slice of pumpernickel and nibbled it, always good to finish off a meal with bread. I was suddenly filled with an immeasurable content. It was a golden moment, which I would have been happy to have go on forever, while I listened to my son's wise words and fed my satisfaction in him. Yes, indeed, it was a golden nugget of pause in the terrible rush of time. The enriching conversation, the peerless food and drink, the darkly pleasant surroundings. At that moment, I chanced to look at my discordant Jew 2 tables away. For some weird reason, he was glaring at me with naked hate, though he instantly dropped his gaze. But even that strange and disquieting event did not disrupt my mood of golden tranquility, which I sought to prolong by saying in summation, "My dear son, this has been the most exciting though eerie lunch I have ever enjoyed. Your remarkable cusps have opened to me a fabulous world in which I can nevertheless utterly believe. A horridly fascinating world of sizzling hydrogen zeppelins, of countless evil-smelling gasoline cars built by Ford instead of his electrics, of re-enslaved American blackamoors, of Madame Becquerels or Curies, a world without the T.E. Edison battery and even T.S. himself, a world in which German scientists are sinister pariahs instead of tolerant, humanitarian, great-souled leaders of world thought. A world in which a mateless old Edison tinkers forever at a powerful storage battery he cannot perfect. A world in which Woodrow Wilson doesn't insist on Germany being admitted at once to the League of Nations. A world of festering hatreds reeling toward a second and worse world war. Oh, altogether an incredible world, yet one in which you have momentarily made me believe, to the extent that I do actually have the fear that time will suddenly shift gears, and we will be plunged into that bad dream world, and our real world will become a dream." I suddenly chanced to see the face of my watch. At the same time my son looked at his own left wrist. "Dolph," he said, springing up in agitation, "I do hope that with all my stupid chatter I haven't made you miss—" I had sprung up too. "No, no, my son," I heard myself say in a fluttering voice. "But it's true I have little time in which to catch the Ostwald." "Auf Wiedersehen, mein Sohn. Auf Wiedersehen." And with that I was hastening, indeed almost running, or else sweeping through the air like a ghost, leaving him behind to settle our reckoning, across a room that seemed to waver with my feverish agitation, alternately darkening and brightening like an electric bulb with its fine tungsten filament about to fly to powder and wink out forever. Inside my head a voice was saying in calm yet death-knell tones, "The lights of Europe are going out. I do not think they will be rekindled in my generation." Suddenly, the only important thing in the world for me was to catch the Ostwald, get aboard her before she unmoored. That and only that would reassure me that I was in my rightful world. I would touch and feel the Ostwald, not just talk about her. As I dashed between the 4 bronze figures, they seemed to hunch down and become deformed, while their faces became those of grotesque aged witches, 4 evil kobolds leering up at me with a horrid knowledge bright in their eyes. While behind me, I glimpsed and pursued a tall, black, white-faced figure, skeletally lean. The strangely short corridor ahead of me had a blank end. The departure lounge wasn't there. I instantly jerked open the narrow door to the stairs and darted nimbly up them, as if I were a young man again and not 48 years old. On the third sharp turn, I risked a glance behind and down. Hardly a flight behind me, taking great pursuing leaps, was my dreadful Jew. I tore open the door to the 102nd floor. There at last, only a few feet away, was the silver door I sought of the final elevator, and softly glowing above it the words, Zum Zeppelin. At last, I would be shot aloft to the Ostwald and reality. But the sign began to blink as the crayonist had, while across the door was pasted askew a white cardboard sign which read, Out of order. I threw myself at the door and scrabbled at it, squeezing my eyes several times to make my vision come clear. When I finally fully opened them, the cardboard sign was gone. But the silver door was gone too, and the words above it forever. I was scrabbling at seamless, pale plaster. There was a touch on my elbow. I spun around. Excuse me, sir, but you seem troubled, my Jew said solicitously. Is there anything I can do? I shook my head, but whether in negation or rejection or to clear it, I don't know. I'm looking for the Ostwald, I gasped, only now realizing I'd winded myself on the stairs. For the Zeppelin, I explained when he looked puzzled. I may be wrong, but it seemed to me that a look of secret glee flashed deep in his eyes, though his general sympathetic expression remained unchanged. Oh, the Zeppelin, he said in a voice that seemed to me to have become sugary in its solicitude. You must mean the Hindenburg. Hindenburg, I asked myself. There was no Zeppelin named Hindenburg, or was there? Could it be that I was mistaken about such a simple and, one would think, immutable matter? My mind had been getting very foggy the last minute or two. Desperately, I tried to assure myself that I was indeed myself and in my right world. My lips worked, and I muttered to myself, Bin Adolf Hitler, Zeppelin Fachmann. But the Hindenburg doesn't land here in any case, my Jew was telling me, though I think some vague intention once was voiced about topping the Empire State with a mooring mast for dirigibles. Perhaps you saw some news story and assumed... His face fell, or he made it seem to fall. The sugary solicitude in his voice became unendurable as he told me. But apparently you can't have heard today's tragic news. Oh, I do hope you aren't seeking the Hindenburg so as to meet some beloved family member or close friend. Brace yourself, sir. Only hours ago, coming in for her landing at Lakehurst, New Jersey, the Hindenburg caught fire and burned up entirely in a matter of seconds. 30 or 40 at least of her passengers and crew were burned alive. Oh, steady yourself, sir. But the Hindenburg, the Ostwald, couldn't burn like that, I protested. She's a helium Zeppelin. He shook his head. Oh, no, I'm no scientist, but I know the Hindenburg was filled with hydrogen, a wholly typical bit of reckless German risk-running. At least we've never sold helium to the Nazis, thank God. I stared at him, wavering my face from side to side in feeble denial, while he stared back at me with obviously a new thought in mind. Excuse me once again, he said, but I believe I heard you start to say something about Adolf Hitler. I suppose you know that you bear a certain resemblance to that execrable dictator. If I were you, sir, I'd shave my mustache. I felt a wave of fury at this inexplicable remark, with all its baffling references, yet withal a remark delivered in the unmistakable tones of an insult. And then all my surrounding momentarily reddened and flickered, and I felt a tremendous wrench in the inmost core of my being, the sort of wrench one might experience in transiting timelessly from one universe into another parallel to it. Briefly, I became a man still named Adolf Hitler, same as the Nazi dictator, and almost the same age, a German-American born in Chicago, who had never visited Germany or spoken German, whose friends teased him about his chance resemblance to the other Hitler, and who used stubbornly to say, No, I won't change my name. Let that Führer bastard across the Atlantic change his. Ever hear about the British Winston Churchill riding the American Winston Churchill, who wrote The Crisis and other novels, and suggesting he change his name to avoid confusion, since the Englishman had done some writing too. The American wrote back it was a good idea, but since he was 3 years older, he was senior, and so the Britisher should change his name. That's exactly how I feel about that son of a bitch Hitler. The Jew still stared at me sneeringly. I started to tell him off, but then I was lost in a second, weird, wrenching transition. The first had been directly from one parallel universe to another. The second was also in time. I aged 14 or 15 years in a single infinite instant while transiting from 1937, where I had been born in 1889 and was 48, to 1973, where I had been born in 1910 and was 63. My name changed back to my truly own. But what is that? And I no longer looked one bit like Adolf Hitler, the Nazi dictator, or dirigible expert. And I had a married son who was a sort of social historian in a New York City municipal university, and he had many brilliant theories, but none of historical cusps. And the Jew, I mean the tall, thin man in black with possibly Semitic features, was gone. I looked around and around, but there was no one there. I touched my outside left breast pocket, and my hand darted tremblingly underneath. There was no zipper on the pocket inside, and no precious documents, only a couple of grimy envelopes with notes I'd scribbled on them in pencil. I don't know how I got out of the Empire State Building, presumably by elevator. Though all my memory holds for that period is a persistent image of King Kong tumbling down from its top like a ridiculous yet poignantly pitiable giant teddy bear. I do recollect walking in a sort of trance for what seemed hours through a Manhattan stinking with monoxide and carcinogens innumerable, half waking from time to time, usually while crossing streets that snarled, not purred, and then relapsing into trance. There were big dogs. When I at last fully came to myself, I was walking down a twilit Hudson Street at the north end of Greenwich Village. My gaze was fixed on a distant and unremarkable pale gray square of a building top. I guessed it must be that of the World Trade Center, 1,350 feet tall. And then it was blotted out by the grinning face of my son, the professor. "Justin," I said. "Fritz," he said. We'd begun to worry a bit. "Where did you get off to, anyhow? Not that it's a damn bit of my business. If you had an assignation with a go-go girl, you needn't tell me." "Thanks," I said. "I do feel tired, I must admit, and somewhat cold. But no, I was just looking at some of my old stamping grounds," I told him, "and taking longer than I realized. Manhattan's changed during my years on the West Coast, but not all that much." "It's getting chilly," he said. "Let's stop in at that place ahead with the black front. It's the White Horse. Dylan Thomas used to drink there. He's supposed to have scribbled a poem on the wall of the can, only they painted it over. But it has the authentic sawdust." "Good," I said. "Only we'll make mine coffee, not ale. Or if I can't get coffee, then cola. I am not really a prosit-type person." Last. Copyright 1957 by Fantasy House Incorporated. "Time traveling is finished," the blotchily transparent man whispered, no longer struggling against the embrace of the even more ghostly machine. "Why?" Last questioned gently. "Because there's nowhere to go." "The black wall?" Last said. The chopped man nodded, so that the fine sand of the valley's floor wavered through him. "Not one day's distance in the past," he answered faintly, "and not 1 hour's in the future. Time is being squeezed to nothingness." His nat voice failed, and sand showed through him. Last, now fully meriting his name, stood up knowing that the long-expected moment had come. His face was the end of all faces, evolution's simplest, most expressive, and most enigmatic. In the soot-black sky, a half-dozen stars glowed redly, fewer than when he had knelt. Underfoot, the dark sand lay like a soft cloak, covering not a rocky planetary core, but what had once been the most strongly built of all artificial planets. Last felt very tired and completely used. He knew that every atom in his body, like every atom in the narrowing cosmos, had been marked and manipulated by the consciousness and striving, one of whose names is man. The valley around him was crowded with time machines, silvery and irregularly dim, stretching shattered across more moments than the present, wrecked against the black wall they had gone to explore, which was closing in from the beginning and the end. Last had also visited the valley of the space machines, pillared with the ships whose final, almost instantaneous transits across the twists and turns of the folded dimensions had found no life surviving anywhere else in the cosmos, and at the ends of it only the inward rushing black wall. He had peered into the valley of the metal brains, whose sparkling minds had traveled the infinities of possibility and found no more answers. He had wandered slowly through the elvish valley of the ESPers, the perfectly telepathic beings whose thoughts had journeyed throughout the great inner universe of consciousness and will, discovering nothing but deep-worn tracks. Now, all the valleys were silent. Last, feeling everything around him concentrating to a womb, said clearly, "Black Wall, I will not wail at you. I have accepted your challenge. I have helped to make the universe a single great white word standing out against your nothingness, O Wall." And his face broke into a tender, bold, whimsical smile as the red stars went out like coals, and time contracted to a single moment, and thought closed in on itself, and it was the end. End of The Worlds of Fritz Leiber by Fritz Leiber. Narrated by Steve Grad in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, February 1978. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Ace Books.
End of book.